Chapter 1. Marrying the Precious Miss. Choose one, and bind one. How much grain will two people eat in a day? I heard their father committed a great crime and was punished by the court. That's why they were sent to the wedding procession. Whoever marries that woman will definitely be in big trouble. She looks so delicate. Obviously won't be able to do farm work. These voices echoed around. Yi Wei stood frozen, dumbfounded as he looked at the pair of beautiful sisters in front of him. The elder sister had a slender waist and long legs, her figure graceful, her face beautiful, with a gentle aura in her eyes. Although she wore ragged clothes, her skin was fair and beautiful, almost glowing. The younger sister had delicate features, a petite and charming figure, and a cherry-like small mouth that was very kissable. However, her expressive big eyes were icy and cold, glaring at everyone around, looking like a spicy little pepper, very striking. So beautiful. If only I could have two wives like them. Yi Wei thought to himself, drooling. What are they doing? The government is distributing wives. Hey, you fool, hurry up and get in line, or you won't get a good wife. Yi Wei suddenly remembered. The Yongqing dynasty had been at war for years. Countless men had died on the battlefield, resulting in a shortage of strength in the population. The new policy of the Yongqing dynasty stated that all boys must marry by the age of 18. If a man reaches 18 and is still unmarried, the government will forcibly assign him a wife, often pulling in women who have committed crimes for this purpose to reproduce. Yi Wei was originally a top student from a double first-class medical university in the 21st century and had just crossed over to this Yongqing dynasty yesterday. The original owner was a little doctor from Wild Beast Ridge Village, whose parents died early. He was eager to make a name for himself, but failed repeatedly in the imperial examinations and eventually starved to death. Now, calculating his birth date, he had just turned 18, so he had to participate in this wife selection. That woman has a wide waist and thick legs. She's the most suitable to be a wife. That woman has a big chest. If I choose her, I won't have to worry about starving when we have kids. Fool! Remember, don't choose those two worthless ones. If you choose, go for the one with the big butt. The villagers were discussing animatedly. From their conversation, Yi Wei learned that the drool-worthy sisters were the eldest and second daughters of Jiang Guangshan, the Minister of Revenue, Jiang Ziyi, and Jiang Xiaowu. Jiang Guangshan was punished by the court for embezzlement, and Jiang Ziyi had not married by the appropriate age, which was why she was sent to the wedding procession. Jiang Xiaowu was very close to her sister. The two were dependent on each other, so they were tied together for the wedding. This meant that whoever chose the elder sister would also get the younger sister. Oh my God! Such good luck exists in this world. Yi Wei quickly realized that apart from this pair of sisters looking like legendary fairies, all the other women in the wedding procession were almost all dark-skinned and looked unappealing, completely unrelated to beauty. If I could marry one of them, just thinking about it makes me feel good. But such extraordinary beauties standing out from the crowd must be in high demand, right? The competition is bound to be fierce. Forget it. I won't think about it. Yi Wei could only keep comforting himself. I choose her. I choose her as my wife. I want to choose her. A fool and a cripple rushed toward the robust woman with a big chest and dark face, their eager expressions as if afraid someone else would beat them to it. Yi Wei's jaw dropped in shock. What the hell is this? Those two women had dark complexions, numerous acne scars on their faces, and their figures were like that of bears. They were nothing close to beauties. Why are they all rushing to choose her? And they overlooked those exquisite sisters? At this moment, the team leader of the guard stepped forward and said sternly, "What are you fighting for? We'll draw lots to decide the order." The scene suddenly quieted down. The drawing of lots began, and everyone's eyes quickly focused on the lot container in the village chief Li Tai's hands. The fool went first, drawing a bamboo stick with two lines drawn on it, which meant second place. The cripple drew first. Third. I must draw third. Yi Wei also drew a lot, his hand trembling as he held the stick. He saw 3 lines drawn on the bamboo stick. Damn, it's really third. The drawing quickly ended, and the cripple and the fool decisively chose the robust woman and the big-chested woman. The cripple is quite clever. That woman looks like she can do farm work well. Marrying her will definitely ensure he doesn't starve, and he might even get 2 meals a day. The fool is also not bad. He won't have to worry about starving his kids. Now, it was Yi Wei's turn. He stood there, still a bit dazed. It turned out that the aesthetic standards here were completely different from those of his previous life. Doesn't that mean I'll get a good deal? Yi Wei looked at the pair of tender sisters that seemed to be able to squeeze out water. Feeling parched, he took a deep breath and said loudly, I choose her. He pointed at Jiang Zi. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Jiang Zi hurriedly knelt down before Yi Wei, bowing her head. She had followed the wedding procession to many villages, but had never been chosen. If she wasn't chosen this time, she would be sent to the pleasure house. Being sent to the pleasure house meant endless torment from various men, a fate too horrible to imagine. What was even scarier was that her sister would have to suffer along with her. Little sister. Seeing her younger sister still standing on the ground, Jiang Zi hurriedly urged her. Jiang Xiaowu bit her lip and muttered a curse at the stinky man, then knelt down. Yi Wei quickly stepped forward to help her and her sister up. Seeing Jiang Zi's tear-filled eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at him, he felt inexplicably excited. Xiao Wei, thank you. You fool, you're such a good person. The village chief's son and 2 other villagers expressed their gratitude to Yi Wei. They were all relieved that Jiang Zi and her sister wouldn't end up with them, now that Yi Wei had chosen them. Since we are all villagers, it's only right. Yi Wei held back his laughter, responding. But some of his neighbors quickly came forward to advise him. Xiao Wei, marrying the daughter of a criminal will bring you bad luck. You can still back out now. Little doctor, hurry, choose a sturdier one. Jiang Zi looked at him nervously. Jiang Xiaowu, however, looked at him coldly. Yi Wei couldn't help but chuckle internally. Change? Only a fool would change. But on the surface, he said seriously, thank you all for your good intentions, but my mind is made up and I will not change. The guards team leader and the matchmaker saw that the matter was settled and quickly brought over the marriage contract for Yi Wei and Jiang Zi to sign. Yi Wei took a copy of the marriage contract and said to the villagers, Aunt Wang, Uncle Niu, just wait and see. Marrying them will not bring me bad luck. Instead, I will soon have great fortune. After saying that, he took Jiang Zi's hand and led the pair of sisters, quickly walking toward his home. Fool is indeed a fool. Great fortune, don't let yourself starve to death tonight. Truly a wonder of the village, he can't even feed himself for days, and now adds 2 more mouths. Let's see how he survives. Aunt Wang, Uncle Niu, and others shook their heads as they watched Yi Wei and Jiang Zi's receding figures. Yi Wei, this fool, along with the fool and the cripple, was known as the 3 oddities of Wild Beast Ridge Village. Soon, Yi Wei brought Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu back to his small thatch cottage. As soon as they entered, Jiang Zi reached in her pants. Chapter 2. I can cure it. Jiang Zi, looking flustered, carefully took out a small cloth piece from her pants. She nervously glanced at Yi Wei, and seeing he wasn't paying attention, she anxiously stuffed it back in her pants. With a thud, she knelt in front of Yi Wei, startling not only him, but also Jiang Xiaowu. Jiang Xiaowu coldly shouted, Sister, why are you kneeling to him? Sister, shut up. Jiang Zi scolded her. Oomph. Jiang Xiaowu clenched her small fists and turned her face away. Jiang Zi cried out to Yi Wei, Sir, please don't hit my sister if you must hit someone. Let it be me. Sister. Jiang Xiaowu was quite surprised by her, then clenched her delicate fists and shouted at Yi Wei, If you dare to hit my sister, I will fight you. Yi Wei looked puzzled and asked why. Would I hit you? Jiang Zi whispered. I heard from the matchmaker that men who marry a new wife have to hit them first to establish authority. Yi Wei was at a loss for words, wondering if such customs were really practiced in feudal society. He quickly replied, In my view, a wife is meant to be cherished. You can rest assured, I won't hit you. Jiang Zi still looked at Yi Wei nervously. Jiang Xiaowu also stared at him with a cold expression. Yi Wei hurriedly raised a hand and said, I swear. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu exchanged glances and finally relaxed a bit. Jiang Zi then stood up, as it was her first time getting married, and she was trying to figure out how to interact with this and Yi Wei also felt a bit awkward. It was his first marriage in 2 lifetimes. Just then, Jiang Xiaowu suddenly turned pale and collapsed to the ground, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Jiang Zi was frightened and rushed to her sister's side. Sister, why is your illness acting up again? Don't scare me. Yi Wei quickly approached and crouched down to examine Jiang Xiaowu. After a moment, he sighed in relief. Don't worry, she just has low blood sugar. She'll be fine after some rest. What low blood sugar? Is it a terminal illness? Jiang Zi trembled in fear. Low blood sugar means. Yi Wei suddenly remembered it was ancient times, so he simply said, It's a minor illness. I'm a doctor, and I can cure it. Are you sure? She had an episode a couple of days ago. Besides sweating profusely, she also had convulsions and then fainted. Sister, I'm not afraid. Jiang Xiaowu, though trembling, bravely spoke up. Sister. Jiang Zi's eyes filled with tears as she quickly bowed to Yi Wei. Sir, please save my sister. If you cure her, I will repay you by working like a horse. Yi Wei was somewhat moved by the deep bond between the sisters and said, Don't worry, I will cure your sister. After saying that, he turned and ran out of the house. Where are you going, sir? I'm going to gather herbs. Yi Wei ran without looking back towards the back of the house to Wulong Mountain. Before long, he arrived under a beehive. It was indeed still there. This was the beehive that the original owner had discovered while collecting firewood in the mountains not long ago. At that moment, the bees were busily flying around. Let's start with you. Yi Wei remembered a plant called foxglove, which contains cardiac glycosides that can interfere with the nervous system of insects in small doses. And in his memory, the original owner had seen foxglove on Wulong Mountain. Sure enough, within 3 minutes, Yi Wei found a stem and leaves covered in fuzz that looked just like foxglove next to a pine tree. This was indeed foxglove. He picked the leaves of the foxglove, placed them on a stone, and repeatedly crushed them with another stone to squeeze out the green juice. Then he took a reed he had just found, stuffed the crushed foxglove leaves and juice into one end of the hollow reed, and sealed it with wet mud. Success. Holding the reed, Yi Wei hurried back onto the beehive. Sorry, little bees. Yi Wei vigorously swung the reed to disperse the scent of the foxglove as much as possible. Buzz, buzz. The bees' nervous systems were disturbed by the scent of foxglove, immediately becoming restless, and before long, they swarmed out of the hive. Come on. Yi Wei swung the reed while turning to run. Buzz, buzz. A large swarm of agitated bees crazily chased after Yi Wei. After running more than 100 meters, Yi Wei stuffed the reed containing the crushed foxglove leaves and juice into a bush, then quickly grabbed a branch he had prepared and dashed back to the beehive at lightning speed. Yi Wei grabbed the branch with both hands and forcefully pried it up. With a loud thud, the beehive fell directly down. Success! Yi Wei didn't care about the bee guards anymore and ran home holding the beehive. Back at the thatched cottage, Yi Wei closed the door tightly to prevent the swarm from entering. He glanced at Jiang Zi and her sister, seeing that Jiang Xiao was panting heavily, cold sweat pouring down her face. He quickly took a bamboo chopstick, broke off a piece of honey from the beehive, and brought it directly to Jiang Zi's mouth. Jiang Zi was momentarily disappointed to see what Yi Wei brought back was a beehive. Is that medicine? Can that thing be eaten? Seeing Yi Wei directly feeding her sister the contents of the beehive, she instinctively grabbed Yi Wei's hand. Sir, can that be eaten? Yi Wei looked at the piece of honey on the chopstick and then at her. Can honey not be eaten? Only a fool would ask that. Haven't you eaten this before? Yi Wei asked. Jiang Zi shook her head and hesitated before saying, Sir, can I have a taste first? Sure. Yi Wei directly shoved the piece of honey into her mouth. Wow, it's so sweet. Jiang Zi swallowed the honey and, seeing that she was fine, exclaimed joyfully, This is really edible. Of course it is. Yi Wei broke off another piece from the beehive and offered it to Jiang Xiaowu. At this point, Jiang Zi didn't stop him. Jiang Xiaowu felt a rich sweetness suddenly fill her mouth, flowing down her throat, and the sweetness instantly flooded her heart. Yi Wei said, Swallow it quickly. Jiang Xiaowu looked at him. Yi Wei said, It'll be fine once you swallow it. Jiang Xiaowu sensed his kindness in his eyes. Her stubborn gaze softened, and she started to chew. Before long, her complexion gradually returned to a healthy color, and she felt much better. Sister, how are you? Jiang Xiao got up from the ground. Feeling very happy, sister. I'm fine now. His medical skills are somewhat effective. Jiang Zi looked at Yi Wei with a hint of gratitude. Yi Wei smiled and said, Little sister-in-law, eat 2 pieces of honey every day, and you'll be cured of your illness. Really? Yes. Sister, did you hear that? He said my illness can be cured. Jiang Xiaowu was suddenly very excited. Jiang Zi nodded. Seeing her sister was fine, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but look around at their new home. The thatched cottage was small and shabby, with hardly any furniture, and there wasn't even a private room, just a small bed. How would the 3 of them sleep at night? On the small table, there were even leftover mulberry tree bark. Thinking about the impoverished fate that awaited her and her sister in the future, a wave of discomfort surged in her heart. She quietly reached one hand into her underpants. Chapter 3. Fool, you are too awesome. After hesitating for a long time, she ultimately did not take anything out. Yue looked at the two sisters, and the more he looked, the more he was drawn to them. In his previous life, he was determined to change the fate of the poor, working tirelessly. But in the end, he had never been in a relationship, not even holding girl's hand. Although the educational materials on adulthood exceeded 10G, with a wealth of theoretical experience, he was still a virgin in reality. In this life, Yi Wei was also busy with examinations to change his poor fate, and he had hardly ever seriously looked at a girl. He realized that women could be so cute, so charming, so beautiful, and so fragrant. While watching, Yi Wei found himself inexplicably moving closer. Just as he was about to touch Jiangzi's delicate face, she was so frightened that she stepped back directly, lowering her head and turning red. "What am I doing? I'm about to scare her." The book said that ancient girls were very reserved, and even if they got married, it probably took time to adapt. Yue swallowed and forced himself to calm down. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. After a while, Jiangzi finally looked up and said, "My lord, I'll go gather some wild vegetables for you and my sister to eat." Yue instinctively resisted in his heart, feeling that having them eat wild vegetables made him seem incompetent. Yue simply said, "Wife, how can I let you eat wild vegetables with me? But I'm afraid there won't be enough tree bark. Let's eat fish later." "Just kidding. As a medical PhD student who served in the military in the 21st century, how could I possibly eat wild vegetables and tree bark? That would be making modern education a big joke." He turned around and walked out. Jiang Xiao looked at Yi Wei's departing figure and asked doubtfully, "Sister, can that skinny guy catch any fish?" Jiangzi was also skeptical and finally said, "Let's clean the house first. Then go look for some wild vegetables while we wait for him to come back." Although this household was a bit poor, the official's character shouldn't be too bad, but they still needed to investigate further. Jiang Xiaowu didn't want to clean, but not wanting her sister to do it all alone, she pouted and helped clean. After tidying up the house, the two went outside to look for wild vegetables. Meanwhile, Yi Wei was carrying a very primitive bow and arrow to a stream. The bow and arrow were borrowed from the blacksmith shop from Tai Linger. Besides the arrows on his back, he was also holding freshly found calamus and smartweed from the mountains, along with some taro leaves and a few long, thin vines. In modern medical research, the extracts of calamus and smartweed have a certain stimulating effect on the nervous systems of aquatic organisms. Combined with this bow and arrow, Yue felt that catching fish would be completely problem-free. After a while by the stream, he finally chose a bend in the stream where the water flow was relatively slow and there were plenty of aquatic plants around, indicating a high likelihood of sufficient dissolved oxygen and fish schools residing there. "This is it. Little fish, I'm here to catch you." Yue decisively crushed the calamus and smartweed with a stone. Due to the strong scent of these plants, especially the smartweed, which is commonly known as juku grass in modern rural areas and is a wild plant spicier than chili peppers, he had to be careful not to get it on his hands. After crushing them, he carefully wrapped them in taro leaves, which have a waxy layer, making them waterproof and preventing the plant fragments from being washed away quickly. Yue used the vines as a rope to tie it tightly and then threw it directly into the water. As the taro leaf package sank, the water gradually turned red and green. Yue watched the water surface, quietly waiting. Before long, the once calm water surface suddenly rippled, and he saw palm-sized crucian carp, arm-thick carp, and thigh-thick grass carp becoming agitated and frantically swimming around due to the stimuli. "Oh my, I'm going to get rich." Seeing this, Yue quickly removed an arrow, tied a vine to the end of the arrow, and the other end to his left wrist. The vine had just been pulled hard, so its toughness was definitely not an issue. Yue quickly knocked the arrow and drew the bow. Whoosh! The sharp arrowhead instantly hit the thigh-thick grass carp. The grass carp struggled in the water for a moment before floating belly up. Yue dragged it up, pulled out the arrow, and immediately aimed at a group of crucian carp and carp that had surfaced to gasp for air. Whoosh! With great force, the arrow pierced through 2 palm-sized crucian carp and 1 arm-thick carp at once. Oh my, a 3-for-1 deal. Yue carefully dragged the fish onto the shore. At this time, the scent of the calamus and smartweed had mostly dissipated in the water, and the fish were scared and dared not swim back up. Yue simply took the fish home since they definitely couldn't eat all 4 of them. "Sister, I think that guy definitely can't catch any fish. We shouldn't wait for him anymore. Jiang Xiaowu pouted, crossing her arms in front of the small thatched house. In her view, Yue had definitely been bragging just now. They had just gone to look for wild vegetables, but there were no wild vegetables nearby. Even the tree bark was almost eaten up by the villagers. After asking Aunt Wong from the village, they learned that wild vegetables were only available by the stream and in the mountains. However, there were wolves in the mountains, and Aunt Wong advised them not to go up the mountain casually. The stream was also deep enough to reach 2 bamboo poles with whirlpools. If someone fell in, they wouldn't be able to climb back up, so Aunt Wong also advised against going there. Fortunately, Aunt Wong had a few baskets of wild vegetables at home and directly gave them a basket. They only returned after that. Jiang Xiao later asked some children and learned that the villagers feared the water and didn't dare to fish in that deep stream. Jiang Zi furrowed her brows for a moment, staring blankly at the direction of the stream. My lord shouldn't be in any danger. Just then, a figure appeared ahead. Upon seeing clearly, it was Yi Wei. Jiang Zi's body moved, and her lips curled up. Sister, did brother-in-law catch fish? Jiang Xiao noticed that Yi Wei was holding a large fish. Wow. Jiang Zi also noticed and was immediately shocked. The 2 girls hurried towards him. Fool, you are too awesome. Xiao Wei, in my whole life, this is the first time I've seen such a big fish. This big grass carp is thicker than my 2 thighs. This fish will last our family for several days. The villagers gradually gathered around, their eyes shining as they looked at the fish in Yi Wei's hands. Aunt Wong, we can't finish this fish, so here's one for you, Yi Wei said as he handed Aunt Wong a palm-sized Christian carp. The original owner's parents died early, and without neighbors occasionally helping him, he would have starved to death long ago, especially Aunt Wong, who usually treated him well, so he naturally wanted to share some good food with her. Aunt Wong had almost forgotten the smell of fish, and seeing that Yi Wei still had a big fish, she didn't hesitate to take it and hurried home. Yi Wei also quickly walked back home. Other villagers saw this, and although they felt a bit dissatisfied, they were smart enough not to follow him. When Yi Wei first went to the blacksmith shop to borrow the bow and arrow, he also gave Tai Linger a palm-sized Christian carp. If it weren't for her lending him the arrow, he wouldn't have been able to get the fish so easily. So, he had to be grateful. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Yi Wei quickly turned to the village chief Li Tai's house to give him the arm-thick carp. The village chief had a lot of prestige in the impoverished Beast Ridge village, so establishing a good relationship with him would definitely not be a mistake. After giving Aunt Wong the Christian carp, Yi Wei now only had this thigh-thick grass carp left. However, even this one fish made Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu, who rushed over excitedly, smile from ear to ear. My lord, you are amazing. As Jiang Zi approached, she wanted to help him carry the fish. This is too heavy, you can't lift it. Let me take it. But Yi Wei decisively carried it back to the thatched house himself. Jiang Zi quickly brought over a stool for Yi Wei to sit down and rest. Then went to get a bowl to pour him a glass of water to quench his thirst. Jiang Xiaowu, though not as enthusiastic as her sister, looked at Yi Wei with a much friendlier gaze. Yi Wei reached out his freed hand and suddenly touched his wife Jiang Zi's hip. Chapter 4. If you don't eat, I'll whack you with a stick. As soon as her hand landed on her buttocks, Jiang Zi instantly recoiled as if electrocuted, her cheeks flushed red. She glanced at her younger sister and, seeing that she wasn't paying attention, she quickly regained her composure. Yi Wei was a bit surprised to see the messy thatched hut had been cleaned up so well by them. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu stared at the big grass carp, momentarily dumbfounded. When they heard Yi Wei recount the fishing process, Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu exchanged glances. Brother-in-law, you can't be bragging, right? How could plants possibly scare fish out of the water? Jiang Xiaowu still didn't believe it. Sis, don't say that about your brother-in-law. Don't forget he's a doctor. He just cured your illness. Jiang Zi lightly tugged at her younger sister's clothes. Sis, that's one thing, but never mind. Jiang Xiaowu thought it would be unreasonable to still criticize him after he had just cured her illness and caught such a big fish. She understood a bit of propriety. Realizing the awkwardness, Jiang Zi quickly said, Sir, you must be tired. Please rest. I'll cook the fish right away. I'm not tired. I'll help too. Yi Wei hurriedly followed her. No need, sir. Jiang Zi nervously stopped him, but in doing so, their hands accidentally touched. Jiang Zi instantly retracted her hand. Curling up in embarrassment, her face burning red. Yue looked at her flushed cheeks, wanting to kiss her. Jiang Xiao chuckled. Sis, brother-in-law, what are you two doing? Sir, let me cook the fish. Jiang Zi was so embarrassed that she quickly turned and walked away. Soon, the smell of fish permeated the entire house. The three of them sat at the table, and Yue noticed that Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao were only eating mulberry bark. Wife, sister-in-law, why aren't you eating the fish? We love eating tree bark, sir. You eat the fish, don't mind us. Jiang Zi focused on chewing the unappetizing bark. Yue picked up 2 large pieces of fish and placed them in their bowls, saying, Eat up. Sir, we really won't eat. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao hurriedly put the fish back into his bowl. Yue said, That's an order. If you don't eat, I'll whack you with a stick. Jiang Zi looked at his firm attitude, then at the fish that had been returned to her bowl. Her eyes turned red, and with tears in her eyes, she started eating with her sister. This was the most delicious meal they had had since the incident a year ago. Meat was extremely precious in this war-torn time. Many commoners probably only had it during the New Year. Moreover, it was such a large piece of fish. The sir clearly regarded her and her sister as family. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but reach in her underwear to touch that package. But in the end, she still didn't take it out. After finishing the fish, Jiang Zi cleaned up the dishes and glanced at Yue, who was drawing something on the ground. After hesitating for a moment, she walked up to him and asked, Sir, who is Zhao Manhu? What's wrong? Yue looked at her curiously. Jiang Zi said, A fierce-looking person came by today. He said his name was Zhao Manhu. Yue replied, He's the bully of our village. He often bullies people and has bullied me many times in the past. He didn't do anything to you, did he? Jiang Zi shook her head. But Jiang Xiao couldn't help but feel scared. Humph, he said for you to send my sister over to him. Xiao. Jiang Zi interrupted her mid-sentence. Yue understood that something had happened in between, but since Jiang Zi was unwilling to mention it, he wouldn't press further. However, Zhao Manhu was already on his mind, silently. Bullying him was one thing, but wanted to lay his hands on his wife. Damn it! Footsteps suddenly came from outside. Jiang Zi was startled and quickly grabbed Jiang Xiao's hand, both of them nervously looking towards the entrance. A graceful figure suddenly walked in. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Yue looked up and saw a girl with a youthful face, petite stature, but a curvaceous figure running towards him. She was the daughter of the village blacksmith Tai Ling. Ti Ling a bounced or her body swing charmingly, looking very pleasing to the eye. She held a bow and arrow in her hand, excitedly saying, Dummy, this is the improved bow and arrow I made as you requested. Take a look. Let me see. Yue hurriedly stepped forward to take the bow and arrow, examining them seriously. Tai Linger smiled and said, Dummy, you're really smart. By adding this notch, the arrows can be fixed more securely, and with this circular sight, the accuracy has improved a lot. I tried a few shots, and I hit every time. When Yue borrowed the bow and arrow from her, he casually mentioned some improvement suggestions. He didn't expect her to make them so quickly. Not bad, not bad. Did you make this yourself? Yue stepped outside and shot a few arrows at a mulberry tree, finding that all the arrows were embedded in the tree. Dummy, your archery skills are amazing. Tai Linger was very surprised. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao, who came out behind, were also completely stunned. Sis, brother-in-law really is skilled at archery. Yeah. Jiang Zi nodded emphatically, also very surprised. It's okay. Yue chuckled internally. After all, those 2 years as a conscript weren't for nothing. The main reason was that her bow and arrow were well made. Is that the reason? Tai Linger was a bit confused. This dummy had been locked up in the house reading and writing. How could he have practiced archery? For a moment, she doubted whether her bow was really well made. Yes, Linger, you're really skillful. Yue didn't expect that his casual suggestion would lead her to create such a good product so quickly. It was much better than many modern girls' craftsmanship. Hee. Tai Linger smiled happily, revealing a pair of cute dimples. Dummy, you practice first. I have to go back and make another set for my sister-in-law to hunt with. So I'll be leaving now. After saying that, she bounced away. Yue hurriedly called out, I haven't given you the money yet. No need. That bow will count as payment for the fish you gave me. Tai Linger turned around and smiled at him before running off. That girl. Yue simply took the bow and arrow and shot a few more arrows. Almost all the arrows hit the target with minimal deviation. Yue was quite satisfied for the moment. This drew Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao closer, curiously examining his bow and arrow. Just then, a gloomy voice suddenly rang out. "You dead dummy. I told you to send your wife over to me for a few days. Why haven't you sent her yet?" Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao quickly turned around, nervously looking at the newcomer. They saw a burly man with a few knife scars on his face, and a pair of lewd eyes glaring at them. Besides his fierce appearance, what was even more terrifying was the sharp sickle hanging from his waist. Yi Wei felt an inexplicable surge of anger. In recent years, Zhao Manhu had come to collect protection fees from the original owner dressed like this. He couldn't be bothered with small talk. Whoosh! An arrow shot out like a meteor, striking Zhao Manhu in the leg. "Ah!" Zhao Manhu cried out in pain. Looking at the arrow embedded in his leg, and then at the bow in Yi Wei's hand, he couldn't believe it. The usually timid bookworm in front of him actually dared to shoot him with an arrow. Jiang Zi quickly grabbed her sister's hand and ran behind Yi Wei. Zhao Manhu covered his injured leg and said viciously, "Good. You little brat have guts to shoot me with an arrow. Let's see if I don't chop you to death now." He drew out the sickle from his waist and slowly approached Yi Wei. Yi Wei stepped back, but his back was pressed against two soft masses, a strange sensation coursing through him. Chapter 5 Lousy has just started, and you're already scared to kneel? Yi Wei turned around and saw his sister-in-law covering her chest, her expression a bit strange. "Then I'll let you take another arrow." Yi Wei focused his mind and drew the bow again. Whoosh! Thud! This time, the arrow struck Zhao Manhu's wrist. With a clang, the sickle in his hand fell to the ground, the tip hitting his thumb and directly knocking off a nail. Pain surged from multiple places, causing him to convulse all over, and he finally cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Yi Wei stepped forward, kicked Zhao Manhu's sickle aside, and looked at him coldly. Zhao Manhu rolled on the ground in pain. "You idiot, you! You're dead." He immediately began to shout loudly. "Someone! Quick! Come here!" Soon, villagers nearby heard the commotion and rushed over to watch. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao were equally surprised. "Sister, will the man get taken to jail?" Jiang Zi was scared and began to tremble. Jiang Xiao glared at Zhao Manhu with a cold expression and said, "He dares." The village head Li Tai, along with the fool and the cripple, were also in the crowd. The village head frowned and stepped forward to ask, "What is going on?" Zhao Manhu immediately played the victim. "Village head, you have to stand up for me. This idiot just shot me with an arrow on purpose and now wants to kill me. You all quickly tie him up and send him to the yamen." The village head and the fool, cripple, and others did not find Yi Wei despicable. On the contrary, they applauded him in their hearts. Zhao Manhu had done a lot of evil in the village, and it was good for someone to teach him a lesson. But Yi Wei, this bookworm, had always been weak and afraid of trouble. It was hard for him to do something like this. Everyone looked at Yi Wei with doubt. "What? You want to play smart with me? A modern man?" Yi Wei sneered inwardly, deliberately widening his eyes with rage, causing the muscles on his face to twitch slightly with anger, and shouted, "Zhao Manhu, I, Yi Wei, have had enough of you. In the past, you bullied me, and that was one thing, but now you even want to humiliate my wife and sister-in-law. I will definitely trade my life for yours today." Saying this, he suddenly drew the bow, aiming the arrow straight at Zhao Manhu's face, as if he was about to shoot at any moment. The village head and villagers' expressions changed drastically and rushed forward to stop him. The village head reached out both hands to grab Yi Wei's arm. "Xiao Wei, don't be impulsive. If you kill him, you will be taken to behead. If you are beheaded, what will happen to your wives? Yes, young doctor, don't be impulsive." The fool, the cripple, and other villagers also rushed to hold Yi Wei's body, preventing him from taking any extreme actions. Jiang Zi, hearing the village head say that Yi Wei would be beheaded, was so scared that she knelt in front of him. "Sir, don't do anything foolish. We can't live without you." Jiang Xiaowu also anxiously said, "Brother-in-law, please stop. If something happens to you, what will we do?" Yi Wei still had a face full of anger, as if his rage had clouded his judgment. Zhao Manhu was completely dumbfounded. He thought that after his threat, this idiot would be scared to the point of wetting himself and kneeling in front of him, then offering these two women to him to beg for forgiveness. He never expected him to add fuel to the fire. The village head, seeing that Yue still wasn't calming down, was also anxious, and hurriedly shouted to the villagers, "Quick, help Zhao Manhu. Let him kowtow and apologize to Yue." The villagers were hesitant due to Zhao Manhu's previous intimidation. In the end, the village head took the lead, holding Zhao Manhu, making him kneel before Yue. Though Zhao Manhu felt a lot of resentment, seeing Yue's crazed appearance made him somewhat fearful. He ultimately chose to swallow his anger for the time being and lowered his head. Yue found it amusing. "I've just begun, and you're already scared to kneel? Then I won't let you off the hook now." Yue pretended to be angry and said, "If you want me to spare him, I really can't swallow this anger. Kowtow, quickly kowtow." The village head hurriedly urged the villagers to make Zhao Manhu bow repeatedly. Yue, with a stern face, said, considering the village head and the villagers, "If you want me to spare you, that's fine. But my wife and sister-in-law were severely frightened by you, and you must compensate them for their mental distress." Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Zhao Manhu stared at him with wide eyes. "You're dreaming." Yue pretended to move again, the bow and arrow slightly shaking in his hand. The village head hurriedly stopped Zhao Manhu. "Shut your mouth. Compensate immediately." Then he turned to Yue. "Xiao Wei, what do you want him to compensate?" Yue said without hesitation, "1 big goose, 2 tails of broken silver, 1 dough of rice, 2 dough of white flour, and 5 baskets of wild vegetables." He knew that with Zhao Manhu's usual misdeeds in the village, he could easily provide these compensations. Moreover, he had stolen a big goose from another village the night before. The crowd was in an uproar. No one expected Yue to demand such outrageous compensation. They had just heard that Yue had caught several big fish in Deepwater Creek. Now he was here to extort their village bully. It was like the world had turned upside down. No one expected that Yue had changed so much since getting married. Zhao Manhu's face turned red with anger as he stood up and shouted, "You're extorting me." Yue said nothing and drew the bow again. "If that's the case, then you can die." With a whoosh, the arrow shot out like lightning, grazing Zhao Manhu's cheek. Zhao Manhu, who had just stood up, turned pale with fright, his legs going weak, and he urinated on the ground. Yue quickly knocked another arrow, aiming it at his face, pretending to shoot again. The village head and villagers regained their senses and quickly pulled him back, turning to Zhao Manhu. "Are you going to compensate or not?" Zhao Manhu, trembling all over with fear, realized that if he didn't compensate, he would die. He no longer dared to refuse. "I'll compensate. I'll compensate." Soon the fool, the cripple, and other villagers ran to Zhao Manhu's house and brought back a big goose, a dough of rice, 2 dough of white flour, and other items. The 2 tails of broken silver were searched from his body. These items were all things he had stolen or robbed from other villagers. Zhao Manhu glared at Yue, wishing he could swallow him alive. The village head saw that the compensation had arrived and said to Yue, "Xiao Wei, let him go." Yue frowned. "Village head, how can I let him go? If I let him go, he definitely won't let me off." The village head turned to Zhao Manhu. "You promise? You will never cause trouble for Yue's family again?" I. Zhao Manhu was so angry he could hardly speak. The village head bluntly said to Yue, "Xiao Wei, if he comes to trouble you again, just shoot him dead. At that time, the whole village will testify for you, proving it was his fault, and the authorities won't dare to punish you. Yes, we'll all leave our fingerprints to testify." "Exactly. You can rest assured." Aunt Wang, the fool, the cripple, and others all patted their chests to guarantee it. After finally seeing the village bully being dealt with, everyone felt delighted, and they had a newfound respect for Yue, naturally wanting to protect him. "You all." Zhao Manhu trembled with rage. The village head angrily questioned, "Zhao Manhu, do you want to cause trouble?" If it weren't for the fact that he owed a debt to his mother for secretly getting involved with her on the mountain years ago and being captured by bandits, he would have led the villagers to drive him out of the village long ago based on his actions. Everyone glared at him. Chapter 6, Give a Kiss. Zhao Manhu gritted his teeth and finally nodded in agreement. Only then did Yue lower his bow, saying, "All right, I agree to let him go, but I won't treat his injuries. He can find a doctor from another village." The village chief nodded and hurriedly had the fool and the cripple help Zhao Manhu leave. How did the fool suddenly become so powerful? Is this really our village's fool? I didn't expect the bully Zhao Manhu to also be bullied, It's so satisfying. The villagers were all excitedly discussing this and returned home. At this moment, the blacksmith's daughter, Tai Linger, ran up from outside the crowd. Her face full of admiration as she said, "Fool, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to become so fierce right after getting married. This is nothing. This is not even anything." "Oh my." Tai Linger stared at him in awe. Yue asked, "Do you have something else?" Tai Linger then remembered the important matter and said, "Fool, my sister-in-law went hunting in the mountains today and saw a red-eyed wolf. She said it came from the Demon Mountain and specifically eats people. You mustn't go up the mountain recently." Got it. The original owner was also familiar with the matter of wolves attacking people in the village. Yue nodded and took Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao back to the house. As soon as they entered, Jiang Zi knelt in front of Yue again, crying, "My lord, it's all our fault that we've dragged you down." Jiang Xiao hesitated for a moment, but eventually knelt down as well. Yue hurriedly helped them up, saying, "Don't say that. You are my family. It's normal for me to protect you." Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao exchanged glances. Jiang Zi then reached in her underpants with one hand and took out a warm piece of cloth, seriously handing it to Yue. Yue was a bit surprised and opened the cloth, revealing a string of copper coins inside. He quickly looked at her. Jiang Zi said, "My lord, this 100 or so copper coins is what we sisters have saved. Although it's not a lot, it's all our savings. Please accept it. Consider my dowry for you." After he treated her younger sister's illness, fed them fish, and drove off the village bully, Jiang Zi gradually began to accept him as her husband in her heart. "I just got some money, right? You should keep this money for yourselves." Yue insisted on pushing it back. However, Jiang Zi and her sister knelt on the ground again, crying, "Please, my lord, you must accept it. If you don't accept it, we sisters will feel very guilty." Jiang Xiao also persuaded, "Brother-in-law, please accept it first. I'll ask you for money when my sister and I need to spend." Yue looked at the copper coins in his hand and then at them, feeling quite moved. "All right, then I'll accept it for now." Yue held back his tears and accepted the copper coins, helping them up. The moment he helped them up, however, Jiang Zi lowered her head in embarrassment, her ears turning red, but this time she didn't shy away. If wiping her face makes her so shy, then what if I wipe other places? Yue couldn't help but breathe heavily. "My lord, what? What are we going to do next?" Jiang Zi was still worried about Zhao Manhu. He definitely wouldn't let them off. Yue came back to his senses and said, "I just dealt with the village bully. For a while, he'll be like a toothless tiger and won't dare to come looking for trouble." Jiang Xiao asked with concern, "Brother-in-law, what about later?" "Don't worry. I will become very powerful before he comes looking for trouble again, and I guarantee he won't dare to touch us." Yue pondered. If he dares to act, then next time he will pay with his life. Becoming very powerful? Jiang Xiao felt a bit hopeful. After this day, Yue had completely changed her perception of him. Jiang Zi's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of something unusual as she said, "My lord, why don't you buy 2 more bows and arrows? My sister and I can practice too, so we can have each other's backs next time he comes." Yue's heart warmed, and he simply held her face and gave her a kiss on the forehead, saying, "Wife, you're really great." "My lord, you." Jiang Zi shrank her neck in embarrassment, her face turning beet red. Jiang Xiao, who was watching from the side, first panicked, but then started to laugh. "Sister, you." Seeing this, Jiang Zi became even more embarrassed and wanted to burrow into the ground. Yue was also quite surprised. He didn't expect that he would kiss her in excitement, but it was really sweet. Yue quickly said, "I want to go to Chaoxian tomorrow. Just got married, and the other party has already given a dowry, while his own home is bare. What can he give as a return gift?" He didn't give her a betrothal gift, which is hard for him to accept as a modern person. So he decided to take a trip to the county town tomorrow to see if he could buy some gifts for them as a marriage gift. Using their money to buy gifts would feel a bit stifling. But fortunately, he just got some money from Zhao Manhu. So using his money to buy gifts for them would completely relieve him of any psychological burden. "My lord, the road to Chaoxian is long, so you should sleep early tonight." Jiang Zi, feeling shy, hurriedly took the opportunity to tidy up the bedding. Soon, the sky turned completely dark. Yue, using the dim oil lamp, picked up a charcoal pencil and began to write and draw on a piece of grass paper at a simple wooden table. Memories from 2 lifetimes collided in his mind, and occasionally new and interesting ideas would pop up. But these ideas were fleeting, and he was afraid of forgetting them if he wrote them on the ground. So he wrote them on the grass paper. This way, he could check them anytime and also plan the next steps in advance. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu watched him from the side, their eyes filled with surprise. They didn't expect Yi Wei not only to be literate but also to write so beautifully, and his drawing skills were quite impressive as well. Sister, did you notice? Brother-in-law is a bit handsome. He really is different from other men. The two girls whispered about him. Upon closer inspection, they found Yi Wei had a scholarly aura and was quite charming. After working for a while, Yi Wei finally felt sleepy. He got up from the table, stretched, and planned to sleep on the floor for the night. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao ran over. "What are you doing?" Yi Wei asked. Jiang Zi pinched her clothes, lowering her face shyly, and said, "My lord, the floor is cold. You can't sleep on the floor." "It's fine. Then wherever you sleep, I will sleep there." Jiang Zi finally threw caution to the wind. Yi Wei was pleasantly surprised, but he could understand. After all, in the Yongxing dynasty, men were superior to women. Yi Wei then looked at Jiang Xiaowu. My sister is afraid of the dark. If I'm not by her side, she can't sleep." Jiang Xiaowu casually found an excuse. In fact, she still wasn't used to sleeping apart from her sister. After their home was raided last year, she and her sister had relied on each other and had never been apart since. Yi Wei felt warm in his heart. He grabbed their hands and pulled them into his embrace, holding them tightly. "It seems that this chaotic world isn't so bad. My lord, it hurts." After a while, Jiang Zi finally dared to move a little, crying out in pain. Jiang Xiaowu's face was so red it seemed like it might bleed as she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, what are you? What are you doing?" Although she was pretending to be fierce, her cute appearance was quite endearing. Only then did Yi Wei let go of them, but he held their hands and said, "Come on, let's go to bed and squeeze together." Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu's faces turned red again. Although Jiang Zi had prepared herself mentally, this was still the first time sleeping in the same bed with a man, so she felt quite awkward. Jiang Xiaowu was also nervous, even with her sister by her side. As soon as they lay down, Jiang Zi noticed Yi Wei's hand resting on her waistband, and it stubbornly stayed there. The heat from his hand was burning. At this moment, his hand suddenly moved. Chapter 7. The man-eating big bad wolf with an additional sister-in-law. It was clear that the wedding night would not happen tonight. Yi Wei noticed that the woman was even more nervous than he was, and he didn't dare to act recklessly. In the end, he held back and withdrew his hand. The bed was simply too small. Jiang Zi was sleeping in the middle, and it was very cramped with 3 people lying together. But it didn't mean it was uncomfortable. This was also the first time in Yi Wei's 2 lifetimes, since he had memory, that he was sharing a bed with women, and it was with 2 beautiful women at that. "No, I need to make the bed bigger tomorrow, so the 3 of us can be more comfortable." Jiang Zi felt reassured when she saw that Yi Wei didn't try to touch her in the dark. Jiang Xiaowu thought about her brother-in-law being in bed, and for some reason, she felt a bit secure inside. The 3 of them slowly fell asleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Yi Wei got up early, first killed the large goose, and then went to Tai Linger's blacksmith shop, but unfortunately, he could only buy a set of bows and arrows. He returned home and gave the bows, one from last night and one from the shop, to Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao respectively. "Wife, sister-in-law, you 2 practice archery today, and don't go up the mountain. If you encounter a wolf, attack. Just hide in the thatched cottage, and if there are bad people, shoot them with arrows." Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao nodded vigorously. "And that goose, you must finish it today. I might not be back until night." "Ah, husband, that goose is too big. We can't finish it at all. You take the goose legs with you." Jiang Zi hurried back into the house, wrapped 2 cooked goose legs in cloth, and stuffed them into his hands when she came out. Jiang Xiao also said, "Brother-in-law, if you don't take the goose legs, then we want to eat goose meat today." "All right, but if you can't finish 2, you can share one." Yi Wei simply picked up 1 goose leg and started eating, handing the other one back. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao exchanged a glance, both feeling warm inside, and then accepted it. After finishing the goose legs, Yi Wei asked, "Is there anything you want to buy?" Jiang Zi glanced at her younger sister's tattered clothes and shoes, hesitated for a moment, and finally shook her head. As the eldest daughter, She always wanted her sister to have good food and clothing, but it was clearly not the right time now. Brother-in-law, if you have extra money, buy my sister some clothes. Her clothes are all torn. Mine can still be worn for a few more years, Jiang Xiaowu said thoughtfully. Sister. Jiang Zi's nose tinged with sadness, and tears welled up in her eyes. Yue nodded and turned to leave. Jiang Zi opened her mouth to tell him not to buy clothes, but in the end, she didn't say it. When her husband brought the clothes back, she would take them apart and remake them smaller for her sister to wear. The extra fabric could also be used to make her a pair of underpants. After walking for a while, Yue entered the blacksmith shop. At this time, Tai Linger was focused on modifying a bow. When she saw Yue come in, her eyes lit up. Dummy, come look. I've added 2 notches to the bow, so it can shoot 2 arrows at once. Yue looked at the bow Tai Linger modified and found that she was indeed clever. So he took out the crossbow sketch he had drawn last night and handed it to her. Tai Linger took the sketch and was instantly dumbfounded. Dummy, did you draw this? Ooh, Yi nodded. Oh my god. Tai Linger looked at him in shock. In her eyes, such a complex and ingenious design could only come from a genius. How could this bookworm come up with it? Yue had handled many weapons in the army, and he didn't expect that it would come in handy in this chaotic world as well. Take your time to study it. I'll be going first, Yue said. Tai Linger nodded repeatedly, her eyes still glued to the sketch. Just as Yue was about to walk out of the shop, Tai Linger finally reacted and hurriedly chased after him. Dummy, wait for me. I also need to go to Chaoxian to stock up. Yue glanced at her, but didn't say much. Having a well-endowed little girl as company on the way was just right to relieve boredom. On the way, the villagers saw them and began to tease. Oh, Xiao Linger and the little doctor are going out together. Where are they going? Didn't the dummy just marry a beautiful woman? Why is he with Xiao Linger? The dummy isn't thinking of taking a concubine so soon, is he? Tai Linger's face instantly turned red to her ears, looking very embarrassed. Yue didn't react much to these remarks, but watching Tai Linger's shy appearance, he found it quite amusing. This girl was too cute when she was shy. Oh no, dummy, look, it's a big bad wolf. Tai Linger suddenly widened her eyes, pointing at the swaying black figure on the mountain in the distance, her whole body tensing up unconsciously. Yue looked in the direction she was pointing and saw a gray wolf at the edge of the mountain. He was instantly delighted. According to his memory from this life, he knew that a wolf could sell for quite a bit of copper coins. Quick, Linger, go get the bows and arrows. He quickly envisioned using this wolf to improve life for his wife and sister-in-law. Okay, Tai Linger replied briskly and turned around like a gust of wind toward the blacksmith shop. Soon, Tai Linger came running back, panting, holding 2 sets of bows and arrows. One was an old-fashioned one, with a somewhat worn bow body. The other was the one modified under Yue's guidance, with added notches and a circular sight. Her hair was a bit messy, beads of sweat were on her forehead, and her expression was very tense. Here, dummy. As soon as she arrived, she handed the modified bow and arrow to Yue. Yue took the bow and arrow without saying a word and sprinted toward the big bad wolf. Dummy, be careful. My sister-in-law said that these red-eyed big bad wolves love to eat human flesh the most. Tai Linger shouted from behind, hurriedly quickening her pace to catch up. The big bad wolf, which usually roamed the mountains, had even eaten human flesh and was very ferocious. When it saw someone running toward it, instead of being afraid, it opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and let out a low growl, lunging toward Yue. Its eyes flashed with a fierce bloodthirst, and its fur bristled. Its whole body shot forward like an arrow. Yue quickly knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and aimed, all in one smooth motion. With a whoosh, the arrow shot out like a meteor, but unfortunately missed the wolf's head. The wolf, startled, sped up and quickly closed the distance to Yue. Yue forced himself to remain calm and knocked another arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He fired 3 arrows in quick succession, and finally, the 3rd arrow hit the wolf in the leg. The wolf yelped in pain, rolled on the ground, but quickly struggled to stand up, glaring viciously at Yue. Yue pressed his advantage and shot another arrow, which struck the wolf's vital head with a thud. Hit! The big bad wolf swayed a few times and finally fell to the ground, motionless. By this time, Tai Linger had arrived, and seeing the fallen big bad wolf and Yue unscathed, She couldn't help but pat her large chest. You scared me to death. She cautiously scanned the surroundings. And when she saw no other wolves, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yue pulled the arrows out of the wolf and was about to carry it away when he saw a limping man coming over. He was carrying a bundle of firewood on his back and had something large in his hand. When he got closer, Yue's eyes lit up instantly. The thing in his hand was actually a large Ganoderma, the size of a fan. The Ganoderma was brightly colored, emitting a faint glow under the sunlight. Dingya, you're really amazing for hunting a man-eating big bad wolf. The limping man glared at the wolf with fierce eyes. In the original owner's memory, the limping man had lost one leg to the big bad wolf. Tai Ling quickly shook her head. I don't have that kind of ability. It was hunted by dummy. Hunted by dummy? The limping man instinctively didn't believe it. But then he remembered how he had caught a big fish in the deep water creek yesterday and had shot the village bully Zhao Monhu, forcing him to pay a large compensation last night. Only then did he look at Yue a bit more. He didn't expect that after Dummy got married, he had completely changed. Tai Ling was momentarily taken aback, smiling foolishly at him. When Yue turned his gaze towards her, their eyes met, and her heart felt like it had exploded. Her face suddenly turned bright red, and she hurriedly lowered her head. This little girl was too charming. Yue noticed her face was both red and tender. If it weren't for the presence of others, he would have definitely taken a grab. Want to squeeze some water out. The limping man looked at Yue, who was examining the wooden lump in his hand, and suddenly asked with a laugh, Brother Days, do you want this wooden lump? Chapter 8, Striking It Rich. Yue's gaze finally returned from Tai Ling to the Ganoderma lucidum. Since the other party had spoken, Yue was not polite and put down the wolf, taking the mushroom to examine and smell it. The cripple laughed and said, How about you give me 10 copper coins, and I'll sell you this wooden lump? How much? Yue thought he must have misheard. The cripple laughed and said, If you think that's too expensive, then just give me 5 copper coins as a labor fee. I spent a lot of effort to get it. A copper coin could buy a slightly larger steamed bun, and the villagers here generally ate only one meal a day, spending nearly a copper coin each day. A large Ganoderma like this would sell for several thousand in modern terms. Yue simply said, Then it's 10 copper coins. He was afraid the cripple would backtrack, and quickly took out 10 copper coins and handed them over. Big brother, you're really nice. How about this? I won't take advantage of you, and later I'll bring some firewood to your house. Okay, then I want to be polite. Yue couldn't help but laugh in his heart. No need, this is what I should do. The cripple waved his hand, hurriedly shouldered the firewood, and left in a hurry, as if afraid Yue would change his mind. Buying his wooden lump for 10 copper coins. What a fool. At this moment, Tai Ling leaned over, looking at the item in Yue's hand, feeling a bit angry. You really are a bookworm, spending 10 coins to buy this useless wooden lump. Yue smiled. This is no ordinary wooden lump. It's Ganoderma, a very precious medicinal material. What is Ganoderma? Can fill your stomach? No, but it can be sold for money. Can it be sold for money? Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Yue didn't want to explain further. Tai Ling, however, remained skeptical, shaking her head in the end. If it's really that valuable, why haven't I seen you looking for it before? Because I didn't understand before. Yue could only smile. At noon, Yue, carrying the big wolf, arrived with Tai Ling at the gate of Chaoxian City. High and thick city walls stood on both sides. At the city gate, 2 soldiers stood guard with long spears, looking serious. A short line of people moved slowly forward to enter the city. Since hunters often brought their catches to sell in Chaoxian, few paid much attention to Yue carrying a wolf, and those who didn't care much. Meanwhile, many people didn't recognize the Ganoderma in Tai Ling's hands, so it didn't attract much attention either. Yue and Tai Ling moved along with the line. Tai Ling curiously looked around and quietly said, Big fool. This county town is really lively. Yue sighed. I've seen even livelier cities. When it was their turn, a soldier scanned the 2 of them and, after checking their identification, asked, What brings you to the city? Tai Ling replied, Sir, we came to sell goods and also to stock up. The soldier nodded slightly and waved them through. Once inside the city, the streets were bustling with crowds, the sounds of vendors calling and people chatting blending together, creating a lively atmosphere. Shops lined the streets, displaying a wide variety of goods. There were colorful silks, exquisite handicrafts, and snack stalls emitting enticing aromas. Pedestrians moved about, some selecting items they liked, others haggling with the vendors. Under Tai Linger's guidance, Yi Wei carried the wolf he had hunted along with the precious Ganoderma, heading toward the market. At the market, the crowd was even denser, with various stalls arranged in an orderly manner. They arrived at an area dedicated to purchasing game and medicinal materials. Yi Wei placed the wolf and the Ganoderma in a prominent position, quickly attracting the attention of many. A burly man with a full beard was the first to approach, crouching down to examine the wolf closely. He felt the smooth fur with his rough hands and checked the wounds on the wolf. Tai Ling quickly began to promote, "Sir, this wolf is quite good. The fur is smooth and the meat is firm. It's definitely a quality product." The bearded man continued to examine the wolf without speaking. Tai Linger added, "Sir, it's not easy to hunt gray wolves in this area. We spent over 10 days and ruined several bows and arrows to catch it." The bearded man looked up and asked, "How much?" Tai Linger looked at Yi Wei, who countered, "How much will you offer?" The bearded man held up 8 fingers. "I'll give you 800 copper coins. This price is something most people can't offer." Yi Wei and Tai Linger were delighted. This price was 200 higher than their expected 600. For a family in their village, the normal monthly expenses wouldn't exceed 100 copper coins. So 800 would last them a year. Yi Wei nodded deal. The bearded man paid, and his men directly carried the wolf away. After a while, another elderly man in a long robe noticed the large Ganoderma in front of Yi Wei. His eyes lit up as he carefully picked up the Ganoderma, examining it from every angle. Tai Linger quickly said, "Sir, such a large wild Ganoderma is rare. Its color and texture are top-notch." Yi Wei was a bit impressed with this girl. She had just asked him about the characteristics of Ganoderma, and now was promoting it so well. She truly had a talent for business. He asked, "What is the price?" Tai Linger glanced at Yi Wei and smiled. "Sir, why don't you make an offer first?" The old man said, "How about 300 copper coins?" Tai Linger's eyes lit up, and she looked at Yi Wei. Yi Wei responded, 500 copper coins. I want to sell for less." Tai Linger was a bit surprised. The old man said, "Young man, 500 copper coins is too high. It's worth that price." Yi Wei had just walked through a nearby apothecary and knew that this kind of Ganoderma sold for at least several times that price, which is why he dared to quote such a price. The old man pretended to ponder and finally said, "All right then, 500 it is." Yi Wei and Tai Linger exchanged smiles. The old man paid and directly took the Ganoderma away. "Yui, I didn't expect you to make so much money at once. You struck it rich." Tai Linger looked at Yi Wei, filled with admiration and envy. Yi Wei organized the copper coins he had received, split them in half, and handed them to Tai Linger. "Linger, this half is for you. I owe you for your help this time." Tai Linger quickly waved her hand. "Big fool, the wolf was hunted by you, and the Ganoderma was bought by you. I can't take your money. Linger, please don't decline. If it weren't for you spotting the wolf and helping me get the bow and arrows, I would have been able to hunt it so smoothly. Take it, or I'll get angry." Yi insisted. Tai Linger looked at him, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, "All right then, but I'll take it myself." She reluctantly accepted 30 copper coins from him. This girl is really interesting. Yi Wei felt a bit touched. Afterward, Yi Wei went to the pawn shop to exchange the copper coins for smaller silver pieces for easier carrying. Just as he came out of the pawn shop, Tai Linger reminded him, "Big fool, come find me here once you've finished shopping. I'll be waiting for you." Yi Wei looked around and nodded. "Okay, you take care." "Got it," Tai Linger replied and turned to leave. Yi Wei turned around and walked towards the shops along the street, thinking about buying gifts for his wife and sister-in-law, and unconsciously quickened his pace. The market was bustling, with shouts and laughter blending together. He arrived at the various goods lining the street, glancing at one item after another, and before he knew it, he had bought a large sack full of things. Soon, Yi Wei, carrying a large sack, arrived outside the pawn shop where he had agreed to meet Tai Ling. He waited and waited, but did not see her figure. Could something have happened to Linga? He couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Just then, he heard her voice coming from a leather shop ahead. Yi Wei hurriedly quickened his steps. "Boss, I really just need these few coins. Can I owe you for now? I'll bring it back in a few days." Chapter 9. The wolf pack enters the village. Little girl, this won't do. The shop is small and the profits are thin. We never extend credit. How about you accompany me for a drink, and I'll consider this money a gift to you. Inside the shop, Tai Linger erupted in anger. What kind of person are you? Yue quickly stepped forward, protecting Tai Linger behind him, and coldly glared at the shopkeeper. How much? I'll pay for her. The shopkeeper, seeing Yue's righteous demeanor, dared not be reckless and quickly stated the price. Yue took out his money pouch, pulled out a piece of broken silver, and handed it to the shopkeeper. After leaving the leather shop, Tai Linger felt a bit embarrassed. Silly, I made you laugh. I'll pay you back when we get home. It's nothing, Yue replied. What did you buy? So many things. Tai Linger then noticed he also had a large sack. Some daily necessities for my wife and sister-in-law. Oh my, silly, you spoil your wife too much. She must be so happy to be your wife, Tai Linger said, looking at the countless women's items in his sack with envy. After exiting the city gate and walking for a while, Yue took out 2 still warm buns from his package and handed one to Tai Linger. You must be hungry. Have a bun first. Tai Linger took the bun, looked up, and met Yue's gaze, her face instantly flushing red like a ripe apple. Thank you, silly. She quickly lowered her head and took small bites of the bun. This girl is too sensitive, Yue thought, finding her shy demeanor very amusing, and a smile crept onto his face. The two chatted as they walked toward the Wild Beast Ridge village. By the time they returned to the village, the sun had already set. As Yue and Tai Linger were walking, they passed by Aunt Wang's thatched cottage when suddenly a frantic voice came from inside. Little doctor. Linger, hurry back inside. A wolf pack has entered the village and is attacking people. Yue and Tai Linger were both startled. Linger, you go to Aunt Wang's house first. As soon as Yue finished speaking, he ran directly toward his thatched cottage. Along the way, the sounds of many children crying echoed from the village, and occasionally shouts from villagers could be heard in the distance. Yue vaguely saw some wolf shadows lingering outside some villagers' homes, but he couldn't think too much about it and ran home. Upon reaching home, Yue dropped the large sack and found the thatched cottage was eerily empty, with no sign of his wife or sister-in-law. On the ground lay a bow and arrows scattered chaotically, alongside bloodstains and clear wolf paw prints. Something has happened. His heart sank, and a chill shot from his feet to the top of his head. Without thinking further, Yue quickly picked up the bow and arrows and rushed out. Not far away, a piercing scream sliced through the air. Yue raced toward the sound and saw the village chief's son, Li Fuxing, surrounded by 3 large gray wolves, holding a wooden pole and desperately trying to fend them off while backing up to a peach tree. His face was pale, filled with fear, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, Li Fuxing stumbled over a protruding rock and fell to the ground. At that moment, one of the large gray wolves seized the opportunity and lunged at Li Fuxing, its bloody mouth aimed at his neck. In a critical moment, Yue drew his bow and shot an arrow that flew like lightning, hitting the wolf in the head. The wolf twitched a few times and fell silent. The other 2 wolves were immediately startled. Li Fuxing was left stunned on the ground. Quick, climb a tree. Yi shouted excitedly. Li Fuxing finally snapped out of it, scrambling up the nearby peach tree, gasping for air, with tears still on his face. However, the other 2 gray wolves suddenly became aggressive and turned to pounce on Yue. Yue quickly knocked an arrow and shot, but only grazed one wolf. He hurriedly shot a second arrow. Puff! One of the gray wolves was hit in the head and fell. But at that moment, Yue reached for his quiver and found it empty. Oh no! The remaining gray wolf opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and charged at him like a mad beast. Yue turned to run, but in his panic, he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Damn it! He struggled to get up, but felt a sharp pain in his ankle. As the gray wolf lunged at him, Yue's heart raced. I'm finished. Just then, whoosh, an arrow flew like a shooting star, striking the gray wolf in the neck. Yue opened his eyes to see Jiangzi rushing over, bow in hand. Jiangzi looked anxious and quickly knocked another arrow, shooting at the gray wolf's head. How? The gray wolf finally collapsed and lay still. Wife! Yue was both surprised and delighted. Jiangzi ran to his side, crouched down, and urgently asked, Are you okay, my lord? Yue shook his head, quickly looking her up and down, relieved to see she was unharmed, and asked anxiously, "What about my sister-in-law?" Jiangzi replied, "Don't worry, my sister is fine. You're both okay, but the bloodstains and these arrows." He lifted the bow in his hand. Jiangzi hurriedly explained, "When I heard the wolf pack had entered the village to attack people, I quickly told my sister to climb a plum tree outside. She was too panicked to remember her bow and arrows. The bloodstains at home are from when I shot a wolf. I saw you from the tree and hurried over. So that's how it was." Yue grabbed her hand and pulled her into an embrace, holding her tightly as if he wanted to embed her into his body. Just then, village chief Li Tai arrived with some villagers, including the fool and the cripple, all holding torches and weapons, rushing over. Upon seeing the 3 wolves that had been shot, they were all taken aback. "Dad!" At that moment, Li Fuxing on the peach tree called out excitedly, "Fuxing!" The village chief reacted and ran over with a loud shout. A group of villagers immediately followed with torches and weapons. "Let's go." Yue retrieved the 2 arrows from the wolf and placed them in his quiver, holding the bow as he turned to leave with Jiangzi. Reflecting on what had just happened, Yue couldn't help but glance back at Jiangzi. "My lord, are you hurt?" Jiangzi noticed his expression and became very anxious, scanning him over. Yue, through the dim night, looked at her alluring red lips and couldn't help but lean in, kissing her directly. Jiangzi was taken by surprise, instinctively stepping back 2 paces. Her face turned beet red, reaching all the way to her ears. "Wife, thank you for saving me just now." Yue thought that if it weren't for her, he would have already been eaten by the wolves. Jiangzi felt her heart racing from his gaze and shyly said, "My lord, it's what I should do." Since she had recognized him as her husband, she would do everything to protect him. Yue looked at her soft little mouth, his steps unconsciously moving closer, his lips slowly approaching. Jiangzi was overwhelmed with shyness but didn't dodge, just as she saw Yue about to kiss her. She suddenly noticed many pairs of glowing green eyes approaching in front of them. "My lord, look ahead," she exclaimed in surprise. Yue turned to see not far ahead. Less than 100 meters away, there were over 10 wolves quickly surrounding them. Several of the wolves had blood on their mouths, looking terrifying. Damn it! Chapter 10, The Wolf King. Yue discovered that the 2 of them had very few arrows left, and the village chief and his group had not yet arrived. With just the 2 of them, they simply could not eliminate this pack of wolves. Yue and Jiangzi stood back to back, their bodies slightly trembling in the dim moonlight. "Shoot quickly." As the wolf pack approached, Yue shouted decisively, "Jiangzi nodit vigorously." Yue's bowstring was taut from excessive force, his knuckles turning white, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead, pooling at his chin. Jiangzi also breathed heavily, occasionally turning her head to check the surroundings. "Be careful," Yue suddenly shouted, and at the same time, he flicked his wrist, releasing an arrow with a sharp whistle, accurately shooting down a snarling wolf. "Awoo!" The wolf let out a mournful howl, struggling a few times on the ground before falling silent. Jiangzi was not to be outdone, quickly knocking an arrow and drawing her bow, her movements fluid and seamless. 2 arrows flew, one after the other, and another wolf fell with a howl, its crimson blood gushing out and spreading across the ground, emitting a pungent smell. In the blink of an eye, Jiangzi's quiver was empty, and Yue had only 1 arrow left. The wolf pack, however, surged forward like a tidal wave, growing increasingly frenzied. Pairs of glowing green eyes flickered in the darkness, eerie and terrifying like ghostly flames, with hungry growls echoing back and forth. Yue's mind raced, and suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. That's right, the Wolf King was the leader of this pack. As long as they took down the Wolf King, the rest of the wolves would surely scatter without a fight. Yue's gaze suddenly locked onto a giant wolf behind the pack. Upon confirming it was the Wolf King, he gritted his teeth and charged directly into the wolf pack. "Sir!" Jiangzi gasped in shock, her face pale, and without thinking, she followed suit. Just as Yue was about to engage the wolves in close combat, he suddenly turned, using the momentum from his run to gather all his strength into his right arm. Whoosh! The arrow shot out like a meteor, piercing through the air towards the Wolf King's throat. "Awoo!" The Wolf King let out a piercing scream, its massive body crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The pack of wolves, seeing this, froze like startled birds, then scattered in panic, disappearing into the depths of the darkness. Jiangji's eyes turned red, her legs weakened, and she threw herself into Yi Wei's arms, crying, "You reckless fool. If anything happens to you, how will I and my sister live?" Her body trembled slightly, and her hands clutched Yi Wei's clothing tightly. Yi Wei gently wiped away her tears and planted a comforting kiss on her forehead, saying, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. We're safe now. You idiot. Don't throw your life away." A crisp female voice suddenly rang out. Yi Wei and Jiangji turned to see a tall, curvy beauty striding towards them in the darkness, followed by a tall, thin man. Yi Wei recognized at a glance that the beauty was Qin Mei Yin, the sister-in-law of Tai Ling Er. Qin Mei Yin, having hunted for years, exuded a wild charm, her wheat-colored skin glowing healthily under the moonlight, and her tight, leather top accentuated her impressive curves. Following her was her younger brother, Qin Xiaolong, who looked youthful but held his bow and arrow tightly, scanning the surroundings warily. "I'll take you home for a good hug," Qin Mei Yin teased with a smile, glancing at Yi Wei. Qin Xiaolong stifled a laugh beside her, his eyes filled with mischief. Yi Wei's cheeks flushed slightly, and he did not retort, instead pulling Jiangji towards the wolf they had just shot to retrieve the arrow. "Stop. You didn't shoot the wolf, so why should you take the arrow?" Qin Xiaolong stepped forward, glaring and questioning. Yi Wei raised an eyebrow and replied, "If we didn't shoot it, did you?" Qin Xiaolong's face turned red with anger, shouting, "You idiot, you're quite mouthy. Do you believe I can shoot you with one arrow?" He pretended to draw his bow, but was stopped by Qin Mei Yin. "Xiaolong, don't be reckless." Qin Mei Yin turned to Yi Wei with an apologetic expression, saying, "My brother has a quick temper. Don't take it to heart." Yi Wei shrugged and continued to retrieve the arrow, reminding Qin Xiaolong, "You better be careful." Being impulsive, 1T saw the problem. "Sister, they won't take the arrows," clearly trying to claim the wolves. Qin Xiaolong stomped his foot in frustration, his face full of defiance. Qin Mei Yin was also puzzled, but ultimately chose to remain silent and did not stop Yi Wei. In her view, it was hard to believe that Yi Wei and Jiangji could kill these three wolves. After Yi Wei and Jiangji retrieved their arrows, they turned to leave. Qin Xiaolong complained angrily, "Sister, you should have shot that idiot in the foot earlier to teach him a lesson. He is too full of himself." Qin Mei Yin shot her brother a glare, saying, "He is not a wild rabbit or wolf. Don't just shoot arrows at will. What if someone gets hurt?" Qin Xiaolong pouted, "If he were a wild rabbit or wolf, we could sell it." Just then, village chief Li Tai hurriedly arrived with his son, Li Fusheng, and a group of villagers. The villagers held torches, their faces illuminated by the flickering firelight, revealing anxious expressions. Upon seeing the three wolves on the ground, everyone praised Qin Mei Yin and Qin Xiaolong, saying, "Mei Yin, thanks to you and Xiaolong, we got rid of three wolves. Mei Yin is getting better at hunting. These three wolves are big and fierce. Others wouldn't have been able to handle them. Xiaolong is impressive too, looking fierce just like his brother-in-law." "You didn't shoot these wolves, did you?" Qin Mei Yin asked in surprise. The village chief and his group, having just arrived, naturally shook their heads in denial. Could it really be the idiot? Qin Mei Yin murmured to herself, her eyes filled with doubt. Qin Xiaolong scoffed, "Impossible. It must have been brother-in-law who shot them. Brother-in-law is a skilled hunter. How could this idiot do it?" Li Fusheng then asked in confusion, "Was the idiot here just now?" "They must have come to take the arrows, clearly trying to claim the wolves brother-in-law shot." Qin Xiaolong added fuel to the fire. Li Fusheng frowned, contemplating, maybe these three wolves really were killed by the idiot. "I saw him shoot down three wolves just now and save my life. If it weren't for him, I would have been eaten by wolves. Him? He is powerless and has never even touched a bow. How could he kill a wolf?" Qin Xiaolong sneered, a hint of mockery on his face. Li Fusheng's face turned red with urgency as he shouted, "I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, I can't help it." Qin Mei Yin and Qin Xiaolong exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from over 500 meters to their right. The crowd's expressions changed drastically. Qin Mei Yin exclaimed, "Oh no, it sounds like my husband." Without another word, she rushed towards the source of the sound. Qin Xiaolong and the village chief followed closely behind. Yi Wei and Jiang Ji hurried back to the plum tree, but the tree was empty, and Xiao was nowhere to be found. Xiao Wu, Jiang Ji cried out anxiously, searching frantically. Her voice carried a sob, sounding particularly desolate in the silent night. Suddenly, she slipped, spotting a shocking pool of blood on the ground, and her vision went dark as she nearly fainted. Chapter 11, I'm Not Going Anywhere. The two rushed towards the thatched cottage, which had its door slightly ajar, but the inside was empty. Jiang Zi was in tears, her voice trembling as she said, "Sir, my sister won't be in trouble, right? I'm so worried about her." Her hands trembled unconsciously, and her eyes were filled with fear. Yi Weiqiang pretended to be calm and comforted her. "Don't panic. Let's search a little more. Xiao Wu is so clever. She won't be in trouble." They searched house by house, calling out Jiang Xiaowu's name, but all they received in response were the howling winds and the distant cries of wolves. Suddenly, Jiang Zi's eyes brightened as she picked up a tattered shoe from the ground, crying out, "This is Xiao Wu's shoe. I wouldn't mistake it." Her body shook violently, tears blurring her vision. She trembled as she searched frantically around. When she saw the pool of blood and bones ahead, Jiang Zi's vision went black, and she fainted. Yi Wei quickly supported her, and after confirming she had only fainted, he looked towards the pile of bones. Seeing some scraps of cloth and white hair on the bones, Yi Wei breathed a sigh of relief. It was clearly not Jiang Xiaowu's. He picked up Jiang Zi and hurried back home. Along the way, the cries of villagers and the howls of wolves intertwined, creating a chilling atmosphere. Under the moonlight, shadows could occasionally be seen fleeing, unsure if they were wolves or frightened villagers. Upon returning to the cottage, Yi Wei found the door locked from the inside. "Sister-in-law," Yi Wei called anxiously. A petite figure moved behind the crack of the door, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. The door opened, and Jiang Xiaowu, with tear-stained cheeks and a pale face, exclaimed, "What happened to my sister? Is she hurt?" Her cries woke Jiang Zi, who hurriedly got off Yi Wei's arms and embraced Jiang Xiaowu tightly. The sisters held each other closely, weeping uncontrollably. Yi Wei pushed them into the house, locked the door, and held them both in his arms. After an unknown amount of time, the sisters' cries gradually subsided. Just as Yi Wei was about to go out to check the situation, Jiang Zi tightly grasped his hand. Her voice trembling, "Sir, don't go out. I'm scared. It's too dangerous outside." "Okay, I'm not going anywhere." Yi Wei looked at the dry firewood in the room, recalling that it had been delivered by the cripple earlier that day. He decided to start a fire. The three of them huddled closely together, spending a long night illuminated by the firelight. The next morning, Yi Wei was awakened by the commotion outside. He lifted his head from Jiang Zi's chest, only to feel his thigh numb from Jiang Xiaowu's weight. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu also woke up one after the other, looking at the extinguished fire in each other, both feeling a sense of relief at having survived. Those wolves were really big. The wolf skins could definitely fetch a good price. Outside, the voices of Li Fuxing and the cripple could be heard talking. Yi Wei opened the door and saw 6 large gray wolves laid out in the clearing, with villagers surrounding them tightly. Upon seeing Yi Wei, Li Fuxing hurried over, handing him a bow and arrow, gratefully saying, "Daisy go, my life is yours from now on. Whatever you need, just tell me. If it weren't for you, I would have already been wolf food." Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu, hearing the noise, also came out of the house. "Hello, sisters." Li Fuxing grinned at them. Jiang Xiaowu's cheeks flushed red. She stepped on Li Fuxing's foot and quickly ran back into the house. Li Fuxing winced in pain, holding his foot and grimacing. "The wolves are gone?" Yi Wei asked. Li Fuxing nodded. "Yes, they left, probably scared off by us." "How about the villagers?" Yi Wei asked again. Li Fuxing and the cripple exchanged a glance, their expressions serious. 3 people were eaten by the wolves, and 1 was taken away. "Who was eaten?" Yi Wei asked anxiously. Li Fuxing's voice was low. "Old man Yo, that fool Wang Dachuan, and the hunter Tai Ergo." Tai Ergo was eaten too? Yi Wei was stunned, his brows tightly knitted. Tai Ergo was known in the village as a tough guy. He never expected that he would meet such a fate. Li Fuxing nodded gravely. "Last night, Qin Sa and Tai Linger were crying their hearts out. Tai Ling even fainted from crying. With Tai Ergo gone, What will they do in the future? Tai Ergo was Tai Linger's brother and Qin Meiyan's husband. The cripple sighed heavily, patting Yi Wei's shoulder. Daisy go from now on. Only the two of us will remain in the wilderness Beast Ridge. We don't know what will happen in the days to come. Yi Fronit. Shifting his gaze from the wolf carcasses to Li Fuxing, which child was taken away. Li Fuxing's face was filled with sorrow. He sighed heavily and said, "It was the eldest son of Sun Ping next door, that fool. He just turned 10 this year." Sun Ping said that last night the child suddenly had a stomach ache and rushed out in a panic, only to be taken away by the wolf. Yi Wei's heart twisted in pain. After the original owner's parents died, Old Man Nyo had treated him quite well. He still remembered him. Old Man Nyo's wife had passed away early. One son died in battle, and the other was killed by bandits. Originally, he had a little grandson to provide some comfort, but last year, the grandson also died of illness. Now, even he had fallen victim to the wolves. That fool and Tai Ergo also had extremely tragic backgrounds. Thinking of this, Yi Wei's eyes turned slightly red, and he murmured, "Why can't people just live in this world?" Xiao Wei. A call broke Yi Wei's thoughts. He looked up to see village chief Li Tai rushing over with more than 100 villagers. Everyone was in tattered clothes, patched upon patches, and most were skinny, as if a gust of wind could blow them over. Only the village chief and a few villagers looked somewhat flush. Yi Wei instinctively scanned the crowd and noticed that Tai Linger, Qin Meiyan, and the bully Zhao Manhu were not among them. Village chief Li Tai's expression was grave. His brows knitted into a shape. He said loudly, "Villagers, the wolf pack is still lurking in Wulong Mountain, and they might come into the village again tonight to harm people. We need to immediately form a wolf fighting team and take turns patrolling the village tonight." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Yi Wei, his eyes full of trust. "Xiao Wei, you made great contributions last night by fighting the wolves. You'll be the captain of the team." The villagers' eyes all turned to Yi Wei, and for a moment, discussions erupted. Xiao Wei is capable. First, he caught the big fish, then taught that village bully a lesson. And last night, he killed 6 wolves in one go. Exactly. Having him as the captain makes us feel secure. Yi Wei was slightly taken aback, hesitating for a moment before finally nodding firmly. "Okay, I will not let everyone down," the village chief said. "Xiao Wei, then you can pick some villagers to form your team." "All right." Yi Wei nodded and scanned the crowd. Everyone was looking at him. "Fuxing, cripple, you come with me." Yi Wei directly selected his team members, his gaze landing on 3 young men. "You 3 come along too." Fuxing was so excited that his face turned red. He hopped over to Yi Wei's side. "All right. Daisy, following you is bound to be right." The cripple also grinned and limped over. The 3 young men stood tall, their eyes filled with pride. Subsequently, the village chief quickly formed 3 more wolf fighting teams. He patted his chest and announced loudly, "Team 2, I will lead. Let's work together and make sure those wolves do not harm our villagers again." Just then, a heart-wrenching cry broke out. Everyone turned to look, and they saw Tai Linger running over, disheveled and stumbling. Her eyes were red and swollen, her voice completely hoarse, mumbling something indistinctly. Chapter 12. "We will do as you command." Seeing this, Yi Wei hurriedly stepped forward, placing his hands on Tai Linger's shoulders. "Tai Linger, don't panic. Take your time to speak." Tai Linger gasped for breath, finally regaining her composure, and with a trembling voice said, "My sister-in-law and the others went up the mountain to take revenge on the big gray wolf." "What?" The crowd was stunned, their eyes wide. The village chief's face turned pale, and he asked urgently, "Which direction did they go?" Tai Linger pointed with a trembling hand towards Wulong Mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, the village chief waved his hand. "Villagers, follow me. We must bring them back safely." Yi Wei felt anxious and quickly ran back to the house to fetch his bow and arrows. Jiangzi's eyes turned red as she rushed into Yi Wei's arms, holding him tightly and trembling as she said, "My lord, the mountain is dangerous. You must be careful." Yi Wei gently stroked Jiangzi's hair, kissed her forehead, and softly reassured her, "Don't worry, I will come back safely. You and Xiao Wu stay at home. Don't run around." Jiang Xiao Wu came over, tugging at Yi Wei's arm with tears in her eyes. "Brother-in-law, you must come back alive. We are all waiting for you." Yi Wei smiled and nodded, turning to leave the thatched cottage. Jiangzi and Jiang Xiao Wu followed closely behind. their eyes filled with worry and reluctance. Yui's gaze fell on the wolf carcass, frowning slightly. If these wolf bodies were not dealt with quickly, they would soon stink. Jiang Zi and Jiang Shao noticed his unusual expression, exchanged glances, and stepped forward to ask, "My lord, what is wrong? Help me apply salt water on the wolf bodies to prevent them from smelling. I'll come back later to sell the wolves. We can make a good amount of money." Yi explained it. Jiang Zi shook her head helplessly. "We have no salt at home. We used it all up. We had fish the day before and goose yesterday. I have some in my big sack," Yue said, then turned to leave. Jiang Zi and Jiang Shao hurried back to the thatched cottage to get the salt. When they opened the big sack and saw the dazzling array of clothes, shoes, jewelry, daily necessities, and a large bag of silver and copper coins inside, they were stunned. "Sister, brother-in-law has struck it rich. We can live a good life from now on," Jiang Shao Wu exclaimed, jumping up and down with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Jiang Zi's eyes brimmed with tears, and she nodded slightly. "Yes, we will get better and better." Soon, Yue arrived at the foot of the mountain and saw Tai Linger, who was ready to charge up the mountain with her bow and arrows. Yue quickly called out to her, Tai Linger." Tai Linger stopped, turned around, her eyes red, her face filled with pain and anger. "Fool! I want to take revenge for my brother. He died so tragically. If you want revenge, go back and make a crossbow. Ye patiently persuaded her. You gathered most of the materials yesterday in Chaosian, and you've already asked me about the production process. A crossbow is much more powerful than a bow and arrow. With a crossbow, our chances of killing wolves are much greater." Tai Linger hesitated, biting her lip and clenching her fists. Yue continued, "If you go up the mountain like this, not only will you be unable to kill the wolves, but you might also end up getting hurt. What will your sister-in-law do if something happens to you? How can we explain to your brother in the sky?" After hearing this, Tai Linger finally nodded slowly in agreement. "Fool, I'll listen to you, but we still need hardwood to make the crossbow body." Yue said, "I'll find some. You go back and prepare the crossbow mechanism and bowstring. Let us divide the work and prepare as quickly as possible." Tai Linger nodded and turned to leave, but then she turned back to remind him. "Fool, you must be careful. I can't lose you again." Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes filled with concern. Yue felt a warmth in his heart and nodded in response. "Don't worry, I will be careful. And you too." Only then did Tai Linger turn and run off. Watching Tai Linger leave, Yue took a deep breath, gripping his bow and arrows firmly, his gaze determined as he walked towards the mountain. After walking for about half a stick of incense, Yue saw Li Fuxing, the cripple, and 3 other young men standing in a hollow in the mountain, eagerly waiting. Their figures looked somewhat thin under the mottled shadows of the trees. When they saw Yue approaching, their eyes instantly brightened, and they hurried towards him. "What are you doing here?" Yue frowned slightly. Li Fuxing scratched his head and smiled foolishly. "My dad said to wait for you to give orders, so we're just waiting here for you." Yue scanned the group and then asked, "Where are the others?" They all followed the team arrangements and went up the mountain. Li Fuxing said, while pointing towards the winding mountain path. Yue nodded slightly, his gaze deep in thought. After a moment, he said, "Follow me." Upon hearing this, the 5 of them immediately followed behind Yue. But after walking for a short distance, they began to feel puzzled. Yue was not heading up the mountain, but was circling around the forest. Although they were confused, the 5 trusted Yue and didn't ask further. Before long, Yue stopped in front of a cluster of plants and reached out to pick some mugwort, devil's plant, and buttercup. This mugwort has a strong smell that can interfere with wolves' sense of smell. The whole devil's plant is poisonous. Its special irritating components will make wolves avoid it. The buttercup contains strongly irritating juice, which can also serve as a powerful weapon to drive away wolves. As Yue patiently explained, he handed over the plants. "You all recognize these 3 plants. After this, we will split up to find more." Li Fuxing and the other 2 young men took the plants and examined them. The mugwort's leaves were deeply divided and feather-like, with a gray-white fuzz on the underside, giving off a special fragrance. The devil's plant had radiating leaves, with long petioles and tubers resembling flat balls. The buttercup had 3-part compound leaves, with bright yellow flowers. With samples in hand, these 3 plants weren't hard to identify. "Brother Fool, we will do as you command," Li Fuxing promised, patting his chest. The other two young men nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Yi Wei instructed, "After searching this area, wash them clean and find a ventilated place to dry them. I will need them before dark." Li Fuxing nodded in acknowledgement and, along with the two young men, rushed into the woods to look for herbs. Yi Wei then took the cripple and another young villager to a tree suitable for making the crossbow. This tree is of moderate thickness and tough wood. It's perfect for making the crossbow body. "Cut this tree down and take it to the blacksmith shop for Tai Ling," Yi Wei instructed the two. The cripple and the young villager exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, then took out their machetes and began chopping at the tree. The sound of chopping echoed through the forest. Yi Wei turned to leave and continued walking up the mountain. In the dense forest, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting scattered spots of light. Yi Wei moved through the woods for a long time without encountering other villagers. Just then, a red-eyed big gray wolf suddenly leaped out from the bushes ahead. It bared its teeth, growling low, its hungry gaze fixed on Yi Wei. Yi Wei was startled and quickly nocked an arrow. But before he could shoot, two more big gray wolves sprang out of the grass, surrounding him in a fan shape. The three starving wolves, emaciated and seemingly mad with hunger, lunged towards Yi Wei. Chapter 13 Fool. "Please save my sister-in-law." Quickly, Yi Wei took a deep breath and decisively shot an arrow. Whoosh! Due to the distance, the first arrow missed, flying past the wolf's ear. Fortunately, the second arrow accurately hit the head of a wolf, which let out a miserable howl and fell to the ground. Yi Wei pressed on, shooting the third arrow immediately, which hit another wolf in the neck, causing it to convulse in pain on the ground. The last hungry wolf became more ferocious, and as Yi Wei moved his bow and arrow, he couldn't help but retreat. Suddenly, the hungry wolf leaped high and pounced directly at Yi Wei. "Now's the time!" Yi Wei shouted loudly and decisively released the arrow. The arrow struck the wolf's mouth and pierced through the back of its head. Yi Wei couldn't dodge in time and was knocked to the ground by the wolf. Fortunately, the wolf died on the spot. Still feeling a bit shaken, Yi Wei hurriedly crawled out from under the wolf's corpse, scanning the surroundings warily for any other hungry wolves. After a while, he heard footsteps coming from behind. Turning his head, he saw the cripple and the young villager approaching. The two were astonished to see Yi Wei unharmed, along with the three wolf corpses lying on the ground. "Brother Fool, you are too amazing." The cripple's eyes widened in admiration. Yi Wei retrieved his arrows from the wolf corpses and said to the two, "You guys have cut the wood. Hurry down the mountain. There might still be wild wolves in these mountains." The cripple and the young villager nodded in agreement and quickly helped Yi Wei carry the wolf corpses. Each carried one on their shoulders, while they lifted the third one with both hands. Yi Wei watched them leave and turned to continue up the mountain. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu stood in front of the thatched hut, their hands still wet with the salt water used to treat the wolf corpses. Their gazes suddenly fell on the three wolf corpses being carried by the cripple and the young villager, and their expressions shifted from confusion to shock. "Where did these wolves come from?" Jiang Zi's voice trembled slightly as her gaze darted between the wolf corpses and the two men. The cripple set down the wolves, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and spoke with a hint of admiration. "Sister-in-law, Brother Fool shot these wolves on the mountain. He single-handedly took down 3 ferocious wolves. Incredibly impressive." "What?" Jiang Xiaowu's eyes widened with disbelief. "Brother-in-law killed 3 wolves by himself? Did he get hurt?" Jiang Zi instinctively took a step forward, her hands subconsciously gripping the hem of her clothes. The cripple laughed and reassured them. "You two sisters can rest easy. Brother Fool is perfectly fine." The young villager chimed in with a smile. "When we arrived, Brother Fool had just dealt with the wolves. Not a single hair was harmed." Jiang Zi's eyes instantly turned red, tears welling up. She had been anxious, fearing for his safety. But now hearing that he was not only safe, but had also killed 3 wolves, the tension in her heart relaxed, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Jiang Xiaowu initially felt shy, but soon became excited, her face flushed and her eyes glistening with tears rolling down her cheeks. The cripple looked at the sisters' emotional expressions and comforted them with a smile. "Sister-in-law, Brother Fool is not only skilled with the bow, but also very strategic. He had us cut wood for the crossbow and even went to find herbs to drive away wolves. He was very well prepared. All right, we need to get back to work." With that, They turned to leave. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu stood there for a long time, still in a daze. I hope the gentleman stays safe, Jiang Zi murmured after a while. Jiang Xiaowu smiled and said, Sister, brother-in-law is truly remarkable. Jiang Zi looked at her thoughtfully and finally pulled her into the house. Xiaowu, since the gentleman is so good, why not marry him when you reach the appropriate age? Huh? Jiang Xiaowu's eyes widened in shock, her face instantly turning red. Sister, what are you talking about? What's wrong with marrying him? Jiang Zi patiently explained. The gentleman is kind and responsible. Following him, we can have a good life and never be separated. Jiang Xiaowu blushed deeply, stomped her foot, and complained, Sister, why are you suddenly bringing this up? After speaking, she turned like a startled deer and ran out of the house. Jiang Zi followed her outside, calling out, Sister, I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it carefully. I'm still young. I won't marry a stinky man. Jiang Xiaowu shouted as she ran away. Jiang Zi laughed and said, Your brother-in-law is not like other men. Meanwhile, Yue was moving through the forest. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled light on the ground. Suddenly, he spotted Huang Moncong, the woodcutter, carrying a large bundle of firewood and preparing to head down the mountain. Huang Moncong frowned, mumbling to himself, Strange, how did I lose the group? Huang Bo, are you going down the mountain? Yue quickly walked over, asking with concern. Huang Moncong looked up and smiled wryly. Yeah, I was picking up firewood and lost track of time, so I decided to head down and take the firewood home first. As he spoke, he pulled out something the size of a radish from his pocket. Yue's eyes widened in surprise. It was a giant ginseng. The ginseng had long, thin roots, a faint golden yellow skin, and the texture on its body was dense and clear, indicating it was quite old. Yue couldn't help but stare in amazement. I'm really hungry. I should eat something to fill my stomach. He reached for the ginseng to shove it in his mouth. Don't! Ye Hurriedi shouted, rushing forward to grab Huang Moncong's hand. Huang Bo, you can't eat this. This ginseng smells good. How can it not be edible? Huang Moncong grumbled. It really can't be eaten like that, Yue said, snatching the ginseng to examine it, and his eyes instantly lit up. The ginseng's main root was plump, and its top was long and slender, with tight texture, indicating it was at least 20 to 30 years old. In modern times, it would certainly be extremely valuable. Huang Bo, how about you name a price and I'll buy it from you? This ginseng is worth a few coins, right? If you want it, just give me a few copper coins. 10 copper coins? Yue's heart raced. 10 copper coins will do. I dug up this ginseng with difficulty. So let us agree on 10 copper coins, but remember, it's a one-time deal, no takebacks. As he spoke, Huang Moncong wore a strange smile. All right. Yue quickly took out 10 copper coins and shoved them into his hand. Fool, thank you. You're welcome. Huang Bo, I'll take my leave now. Huang Moncong quickly turned to leave, mumbling as he walked away. Fool is just a fool. Yue watched his departing figure and laughed. I've struck it rich again. He then carefully tucked the ginseng into his pocket. However, the ginseng was too large to hide well, and seeing no one nearby, he decided to stash it in a tree hollow nearby. Just as he hid the ginseng, a pained moan drifted through the air. What sound is that? Is it a woman? Yue followed the sound and found Qin Meiyin, the huntress, lying in a dense thicket, clutching her chest, her face pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Sister Qin, what happened to you? Yue asked with concern. Qin Meiyin weakly raised her head, and, upon seeing Yue, a glimmer of hope crossed her eyes. Fool, come in quickly. Please save my sister-in-law. I was bitten by a poisonous insect. My chest hurts so much, I can't move. Without hesitation, Yue dove into the thicket, squatting beside her to check her body, eventually focusing on her tightly held left chest. Sister Qin, where were you bitten? Here. She weakly patted her left chest, intentionally pulling down her collar. Through the collar, Yue could see a noticeable swelling on her left chest, surrounded by skin that had taken on an unusual bluish-purple color. Chapter 14. Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. I'm here just then. A venomous insect happened to fall in, and as I swatted it away, it bit me. You're a doctor. You must have a way to treat sister-in-law, right? Qin Meiyin bit her lip, moaning in pain as she spoke, lacking the imposing demeanor she had when scolding him last night. All right then, Sister Qin, bear with it. Yi Wei could only gently untie the clothing over Qin Meiyen's chest. He was trying to take advantage of her. He just couldn't completely remove it, as it would make it difficult to suck out the venom from that insect. But in this life and the next, it was Yi Wei's first time doing such a thing, inevitably causing his mind to wander, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Ouch, fool, where are you touching? Qin Meiyen suddenly shrank back, glaring at him. Sister Qin, if you're shy, I can call someone else. Yi Wei wasn't going to indulge her, standing up as if to leave. Ah, fool, don't go, come back quickly, sister. Sister will let you touch. Qin Meiyen hurriedly called out. Yi Wei was the only doctor in the Savage Beast Ridge and was a fool, which was why she dared to call him. If it were any other villager, she would rather be poisoned to death than speak up. Yi Wei said, Sister Qin, then don't shout at me anymore. I can't stand the pressure. Okay, sister will listen to you. Qin Meiyen had no choice but to nod, but just thinking about what was to come made her face flush uncontrollably. Yi Wei then crouched back down, seeing the bite on her chest was quite serious, and he suppressed his restless heart, saying, I'll help you squeeze out the venom first. Yi Wei tore a small piece of clean cloth from his clothes, used both hands to squeeze on her wound, and wiped the extracted venom away with the cloth. Qin Meiyen lay in the grass, feeling both itchy and painful, and there was a strong and unusual sense of pleasure that made her tremble all over, her pale face turning incredibly red. With each squeeze, blackish-purple venom seeped out. Then, Yi Wei leaned down and sucked out the venom with his mouth, quickly spitting it out. After finishing, Yi Wei immediately stood up and said, Sister Qin, wait here. I'll go find some herbs for you. Qin Meiyen had already turned her face away, as if she could no longer face anyone, only responding in a mosquito-like whisper. After searching around, Yi Wei finally found half a lotus, 7-leaf flower, and purple flower ground beetle. Half a lotus can clear heat and detoxify, promote urination, and reduce swelling. 7-leaf flower can expel toxins, fight cancer, and relieve pain. Purple flower ground beetle can cool the blood and reduce swelling, and is remarkably effective for insect bites. Using these 3 herbs together would definitely heal her poisoning. Yi Wei hurried to the nearby stream, rinsed his mouth with the water, and then cleaned the 3 herbs. After a while, Yi Wei ran back to Qin Meiyen's side, crushed the 3 herbs, applied them to her wound, and then helped her adjust her clothing. Sister, how do you feel? Yi Wei asked with concern. Qin Meiyen's complexion had softened a lot, and she immediately felt that the itch and pain had subsided, saying, Much better, fool, it's all thanks to you. There's still some herbs here. Take them back and crush them to apply for a couple more days. Yi Wei helped her up. Qin Meiyen took the extra herbs from him and hurriedly put them in her pants pocket. Remembering the scene just now, her face flushed again. Fool, don't tell anyone about what just happened. You can't tell your wife either, understand? By the end, her tone carried a warning, and her eyes regained their former sharpness. Sister Qin, don't worry. Protecting patient privacy is my duty as a doctor. Yi Wei recalled the earlier scene and felt a thrill of fear. Just then, a wolf howl pierced the sky, the sharp sound echoing through the mountains and forests. Both Yi Wei and Qin Meiyen were startled. Immediately after, they saw some wolves rushing towards them from all directions. Awoo! The lead wolf howled at the sky, and the pack echoed in response, their deep growls sending chills down one's spine. Yi Wei's expression changed drastically as he pulled Qin Meiyen and ran. Sister Qin, run. But Qin Meiyen hadn't slept all night, and after being so worried last night, coupled with being bitten by the venomous insect, her body felt as heavy as lead. After just a few steps, she was gasping for breath. The wolf pack was closing in. Fool, don't worry about me. I'd rather die and keep my husband company in the underworld. Qin Meiyen bit her lip and called out, not wanting to run anymore. Sister Qin, what foolish words are you saying? Yi Wei squatted in front of her and simply picked her up on his back. But he hadn't gone far before the wolves came rushing in, surrounding the grove and cutting off their escape route. Yi Wei stayed, put with Qin Meiyen on his back. Qin Meiyen struggled to get down and said, Fool, let me down quickly. Your brother Ergo is gone, and it's meaningless for me to live. I'll lure the wolves away. You run fast. What about Tai Ling? What about your brother? Yi Wei shouted at her. Qin Meiyen's pretty face changed, and tears filled her eyes. Yue suddenly noticed the poplar tree behind her, immediately pushing Qin Meiyin towards it, shouting, "Sister Qin, quickly climb up, we can both survive." Qin Meiyin finally came to her senses, hurriedly turning around and using all her strength to climb the tree. But her hands felt weak, and her whole body felt as heavy as a mountain. Even with all her might, it was hard to climb up. Fortunately, Yue suddenly supported her hips, pushing her up with force, then holding her legs and lifting her higher. Qin Meiyin felt his hands touching her, causing unusual sensations throughout her body, but it was effective, and in no time she had climbed up the tree. "You come up quickly." Just as she got into position on the tree, Qin Meiyin called out to Yue. Seeing several wolves about to pounce, Yue quickly shot 2 arrows, taking down 2 hungry wolves. However, at that moment, the pack of hungry wolves came rushing in. Yue hurriedly hung his bow around his neck, jumped up on a stone about half a meter high, and grabbed onto a tree branch as thick as an arm. Below him, 3 hungry wolves lunged at him with bared fangs. Fortunately, Yue lifted his legs, and they couldn't reach him, which prevented them from biting him. Yue quickly climbed up the tree trunk, while Qin Meiyin also grabbed his clothes to pull him up. After some effort, Yue finally sat on a tree branch as thick as a thigh. The wolf pack prowled below the tree, some wolves frantically digging at the ground with their paws, while others howled at the 2 people in the tree, their voices rising and falling. Qin Meiyin was hungry and thirsty, feeling weak and dizzy, her voice trembling as she said, "Fool, sister might not last much longer." Yue took a few deep breaths and quickly reassured her, "Don't be afraid. Sister, I'm here." He swiftly took out his bow and arrows, shooting at the wolf pack. Not wanting to waste arrows, Yue aimed for the wolves' heads, only shooting when he was 100% confident. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thud, thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, several wolves fell to the ground. After finishing his arrows, Yue looked towards Qin Meiyin. Seeing this scene, Qin Meiyin felt a surge of joy in her heart and hurriedly handed her quiver to him. Given her current condition, she couldn't even draw the bow. By the time Yue finished shooting, he had already killed more than 10 wolves below. The injured wolves howled in agony, mostly dead. The remaining dozens of hungry wolves were either backing away with their tails between their legs or howling angrily at Yue and Qin Meiyin, still unwilling to leave. Yue's brow furrowed, sweat beading on his forehead, his gaze fixed on the nearly empty quiver. The howls of the pack surrounded them like an invisible net, trapping him and Qin Meiyin in the tree. Just then, his eyes suddenly brightened. Chapter 15, You're going to get rich. By the way, I don't have arrows, but I can make them. Yue quickly snapped off a branch about 2 fingers thick from his side. Seeing this, Qin Meiyin also drew a sharp dagger from her waist and handed it to him. With the dappled light filtering through the leaves, he began to carve arrows. The dagger clashed against the branch, making a rustling sound, in which shavings fell like snowflakes. Soon, a simple branch arrow took shape. Yue placed the arrow on the bough, aimed at a fierce wolf clawing beneath the tree, and with a whoosh, the arrow shot out with a sharp wind sound, hitting the wolf's belly. Howl! The fierce wolf let out a mournful howl and rolled on the ground in pain. Success! Yue was overjoyed. This fool doesn't seem so foolish after all. Qin Meiyin smiled slightly and stared at him in a daze for a moment. With a successful example, Yue's movements became even faster, shooting one branch arrow after another at the pack of wolves. Under his fierce counterattack, one wolf after another fell. Blood pooled beneath the tree, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Seeing this, the remaining wolves began to waver, whispering to each other and letting out whimpers. The lead wolf stood on a rock, howling to the sky as if to rally morale. But Yue had an arrow aimed right at its head. At the moment the lead wolf fell, the remaining hungry wolves immediately panicked, tucking their tails and fleeing in all directions like defeated soldiers. However, some hungry wolves occasionally looked back, their blood-red eyes flashing with unwillingness. But when Yue shot an arrow at them, it scared them so much that they dared not look back again. After the wolf pack left, Yue felt completely drained, slumping against the branch with his face resting on Qin Meiyin's thigh, falling into a faint sleep. He didn't move for quite a while. Qin Meiyin looked at his sweaty profile and, for some reason, felt a bit embarrassed, not daring to move. This was the second man, apart from her husband, who had touched her. After a while, Yue regained some strength and lifted his head, seeing that he had dampened a large area on her thigh. He felt a bit embarrassed. Qin Meiyan shrank her leg, but didn't say anything. Yue turned his head to look down. Fortunately, the hungry wolves did not come back. Don't go down yet. Those wolves are very cunning. They might ambush you, Qin Meiyan urged as she saw him trying to climb down the tree. Yi nodded, agreeing to wait a bit longer. After a while, although there were no signs of the wolves, the two still didn't dare to come down from the tree easily. They occasionally watched their surroundings with vigilance, not daring to breathe loudly. Qin Meiyan suddenly asked, "Fool, what were you thinking just now? Weren't you afraid of dying?" "Of course. Who isn't afraid of death?" Yi repeated. "Then why did you carry me? If you had run away, you could have escaped. If I ran away, what would happen to you, Sister Qin?" Yue looked at her. Qin Meiyan choked up, unable to respond. She thought that apart from her husband, no one else would care for her like this. She didn't expect this fool to be so concerned about her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at him again. "Sister, what are you looking at? Did you find out that I'm handsome?" Yue asked with a smile. "You." Qin Meiyan was startled and quickly turned her face away, realizing that she had been staring at him in a daze. Yue looked at her blushing face and also fell into a daze. Strange, Sister Qin has been married for 3 years. Yet she is still so shy like a young girl. She blushes at a tease. By the way, she has been married for 3 years and hasn't gotten pregnant. Could it be that Tai Ergo's body isn't working? After an unknown amount of time, a faint shouting sound came from afar. "Qin Meiyan. Meiyan." The voice echoed in the quiet mountains, startling a few birds. Yue and Qin Meiyan recognized it was the villagers' voices, and their eyes brightened at the same time. Yue hurriedly shouted back, "We're here. We're here." To help the villagers find them faster, Yue snapped off a branch and knocked on the tree trunk. The thumping sound echoed into the distance. Soon, the shouting grew closer, accompanied by the sounds of hurried footsteps and branches crashing, as the village chief, Li Tai, arrived with a group of villagers. When the villagers saw Yue and Qin Meiyan safe in the tree and the dead wolves scattered on the ground, they all showed expressions of surprise. Following that, several villagers pushed over a nearby stone. Yue easily jumped down onto the stone and then supported Qin Meiyan's legs and helped her down from the tree. The two were then assisted to the ground by the villagers. However, as soon as they landed, Qin Meiyan began to tremble all over, her legs weak. Yue quickly supported her waist. Qin Meiyan, momentarily too flustered to think about much, tightly clung to one of his arms. "Quick, eat a pancake, quick, drink some water." The village chief hurriedly handed food to Qin Meiyan. Qin Meiyan grabbed a thin pancake and a water bottle and started eating voraciously. "Sister." At that moment, Qin Xiaolong rushed over. Seeing Yue holding his sister, his face suddenly turned angry, and he clenched a hard fist, rushing forward to confront him. "Fool, what are you doing to my sister?" "Xiaolong, stop." Qin Meiyan was startled and quickly blocked him, saying, "It was the fool who saved me. Don't act recklessly. He can save you? Sister, are you confused? What can this fool do for you?" Qin Xiaolong instinctively doubted. Qin Meiyan's face turned red with anger. Glancing at Yue and then back at him, saying, quickly apologized to him. "Without him, I would have been eaten by the wolves." Only then did Qin Xiaolong notice the dead wolves all over the ground. Seeing Qin Meiyan's cold expression, he reluctantly mumbled to Yue, "Fool, I'm sorry." After saying that, he helped Qin Meiyan and excitedly said, "Sister, how did you kill so many wolves? You're so brave. Those wolves were all killed by the fool." "No way, he killed all of them?" "Yes, all the wolves were killed by him. I fainted from hunger earlier and had no strength to shoot wolves." At this point, Qin Meiyan looked at Yue with a strange expression. The experience earlier was enough for her to remember his kindness for a lifetime. Qin Xiaolong snorted coldly, but said nothing as he helped her down the mountain. However, after walking a couple of steps, Qin Meiyan thought of something and ultimately returned to Yue's side, saying, "Fool, don't forget what you promised me." Yue remembered the treatment he promised her and couldn't help but look at her left chest. This glance made Qin Meiyan's cheeks turn red. Qin Xiaolong happened to notice this scene, and in anger, he clenched his fist, glaring fiercely at Yue. But Yue completely ignored him. "Did you hear that? Seeing that Yue didn't respond and kept staring at her, she couldn't help but stomp her foot. Only then did Yue nod and smile, saying, "Sister Qin, rest assured, I will fulfill my promise." "Well, that's good, and thank you for what you did earlier." Qin Meian glanced at him strangely before turning to leave. After eating a little food, her strength had recovered considerably, and she no longer needed support. When the villagers learned that more than 20 wolves had been killed by Yue alone, they exchanged glances and then all gave him a thumbs up. "Xiao Wei, you're amazing. Brother Fool, you're getting better and better. Dr. Yi, you've killed so many wolves, you're going to get rich." Yue breathed a sigh of relief and directly said to the village chief, "Chief, let's hurry down the mountain. We need to be cautious in case the wolf pack comes back." Upon hearing about the fierce wolves, everyone calmed down. Everyone quickly carry the wolves down the mountain. Under the village chief's command, everyone helped carry the wolves down the mountain. I've lived more than half my life and have never seen anyone kill so many wolves in one go. Indeed, I never expected a wolf-slaying hero to emerge from our Wild Beast Ridge. Now our Wild Beast Ridge is going to be famous. The villagers carried the wolf down the mountain while discussing Yue with excitement, completely lifting the gloom from last night when several villagers were eaten by wolves. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, Yue sneaked back to the tree he had been at before, took the ginseng from the tree hollow, tucked it under his clothes, and then quietly followed the villagers down mountain. Chapter 16. The Great Hero Who Fights Wolves. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu stood in front of the thatched cottage, their gaze piercing through the thin mist towards the direction of Wulong Mountain. Jiang Zi furrowed her brow, her hands unconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothes. "Sister, why hasn't the gentleman returned yet?" Jiang Xiaowu sighed softly. "Sister, you've already asked many times. Brother-in-law is very capable. He will definitely be fine." But Jiang Zi's brows remained slightly furrowed. "I just can't settle my mind." At that moment, Aunt Wang rushed over like a gust of wind from a distance, her steps frantic and her eyes filled with terror. She ran too quickly, stumbled, and fell to the ground, scraping her knee, but she paid no attention to the pain and shouted at Jiang Zi. Xiao Wei was eaten by wolves. Jiang Zi was about to help Aunt Wang up when she heard this, and her whole body froze instantly, her face turning pale, her eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Jiang Xiaowu widened her eyes, stepped forward, and shouted, "Aunt Wang, you mustn't talk nonsense. How could brother-in-law be eaten by wolves?" Aunt Wang got up from the ground, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and said urgently, "I'm not talking nonsense. I just saw Qin Xiaolong coming down the mountain, and he said it himself. He even said he saw Xiao Wei being eaten by wolves." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaowu trembled slightly, the color drained from her face, and she stood dumbfounded on the ground. Jiang Zi's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, tears pouring out like a flood. She covered her face with her hands and cried out in despair, "Without the gentleman, how are we sisters supposed to live? No, the gentleman must still be alive. I have to find him." With that, Jiang Zi stood up, her steps unsteady as she rushed into the house to grab a bow and arrow, turning to dash outside. Jiang Xiaowu and Aunt Wang, seeing this, hurried to stop her. Aunt Wang grabbed Jiang Zi's arm, crying, "The hungry wolves are lying in wait on the mountain. If you run up there, you'll be eaten by wolves. The gentleman would never leave us behind. I have to find him." Jiang Zi struggled to break free from their grasp and continued to run forward. Jiang Xiaowu immediately chased after her, shouting, "Sister, if you're going, then I'm going with you." Jiang Zi suddenly stopped, turned around to look at Jiang Xiaowu with determination in her eyes, and shouted, "You go back quickly." Jiang Xiaowu gritted her teeth and said firmly, "Wherever you go, you go. I won't go back if you don't." At that moment, a child of about 10 ran over from a distance, shouting joyfully, "Your family has produced a great hero who fights wolves." Following that, a group of children rushed over like little tornadoes, excitedly shouting with flushed faces, "Xiao Wei is amazing. I heard people say those big gray wolves are terrifying, but Xiao Wei shot them down one by one, just like shooting scarecrows." A thin little boy panted, his face full of admiration. Not only that, Xiao Wei even fought the wolf pack up close, taking down several wolves with his bare hands. So impressive. That's right. Another boy jumped up, gesturing wildly. In the end, when the lead wolf tried to run away, Xiao Wei dashed up and directly twisted its head off. They excitedly chattered, surrounding Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu, unable to stop talking. Soon, many villagers came rushing over, some of them shouldering wolves. The old and young, along with the village women, gathered around, congratulating them and chattering about how Yi Wei had killed more than 20 wolves. One by one, the villagers brought the wolves, and the pile of wolf carcasses in front of the thatched cottage grew higher and higher. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao looked at the scene before them, hardly believing their eyes, as if they were in a dream. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared ahead. Jiang Xiaowu's eyes lit up, and she excitedly shouted, "Sister, it's brother-in-law." Jiang Zi fixed her gaze on that person, froze for a moment, and after realizing it, she put down the bow and arrow and rushed forward. "Gentlemen." Jiang Zi ran up, nervously scanning Yi Wei from top to bottom. Seeing that he was safe, she grabbed his hand, tears streaming down her face, and finally couldn't help but collapse into his arms, crying, "Brother-in-law." Jiang Xiao also rushed forward, tears in her eyes as she looked at Yi Wei, her expression full of joy and relief. Yi Wei gently patted Jiang Zi's back, comforting her. It's okay, I'm back now. Why are you crying like this? Did someone bully you?" Jiang Zi sniffled, her shoulders trembling slightly, and with a choked voice said, "Gentlemen, just now Aunt Wang came and said that Qin Xiaolong saw you being eaten by wolves." Jiang Xiaowu chimed in angrily, her little face full of indignation. "Brother-in-law." Aunt Wang was so certain, she almost swore an oath. It scared sister so much that she almost went up the mountain to find you. Damn it! Yi Wei gritted his teeth in anger, secretly noting this debt in his heart. "Qin Xiaolong, I'll settle this with you later." Yi Wei gently stroked Jiang Zi's hair, soothing her. "It's all right. I'm fine. Don't cry anymore, or you won't be pretty." Jiang Zi calmed down at this moment, hurriedly ran into the house to bring a bowl of water, and handed it to Yi Wei, saying, "Gentlemen, drink some water to moisten your throat." Yi Wei took the water and drank it all in one go. Jiang Zi then turned back into the house, fetched a wet towel, carefully wiped Yi Wei's face, and gently patted the dust off him. Next, Jiang Zi moved a stool for Yi Wei to sit down, then brought over a steaming bowl of white rice and handed it to him. "Gentlemen, eat some rice quickly, you must be starving." Yi Wei simply sat down and took a few bites of rice. The aroma of the rice wafted through the air, and the surrounding villagers swallowed as they smelled the fragrance. Jiang Zi didn't cook much rice, so it was tea enough for everyone. Seeing this, she hurriedly called her sister to bring out a water bucket and bowls, saying, "Everyone must be thirsty. Help yourselves to water." Half a bucket of water was quickly finished, and everyone gathered together, their eyes fixed on the wolf carcasses on the ground, discussing animatedly. An old man stroked his beard and exclaimed, "So many wolves. Their skins are big and good. The fur traders from Chaoxian will definitely fight for them. This way, that fool can make a fortune." The firewood collector, Huang Monsong, rubbed his hands together, his face full of envy. "Absolutely. One wolf can be traded for at least 500 one. Calculated like this, that fool will definitely get rich." The nearby women rolled their eyes, sourly saying, "The Jiang sisters are really lucky. Now they can eat well and live without worries for the rest of their lives." Others chimed in, "Maybe that fool will be so happy that he'll treat us to a good meal and improve our lives." Everyone chatted animatedly, the scene bustling with excitement, filled with various fantasies about Yi Wei's wealth. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao couldn't help but smile widely at the villagers' words. Just then, Yi Wei, who had just finished eating, walked over and naturally wrapped his arms around their waists. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao hadn't reacted yet when they saw Yi Wei's hands move down to their bottoms. Chapter 17. Little Doctor, how do you know so much? Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao shivered, both blushing as they turned away. Fortunately, the villagers were engrossed in conversation and didn't notice the scene. Otherwise, they would have been utterly embarrassed. Yi Wei was also a bit surprised. In the heat of the moment, he had made such a move. However, it seemed they weren't angry. After eating and regaining some strength, Yi Wei's gaze returned to the mountain of wolves outside. With the previous 9, there were now 37 wolves piled outside the house. Yi Wei frowned, pondering. Sending so many wolves to Chaoxian for sale was no easy task. It would be great to have a horse-drawn cart. He would have to make a few carts later. In Yi Wei's memory, only the village chief had a small wooden cart, but that cart was too heavy to be of any use. At that moment, village chief Li Tai walked over, patted Yi Wei on the shoulder, and said, "Yi Wei, hurry up and pick some people to help take the wolves to Chaosian for sale. We need to get back to the village before dark." In an instant, all the villagers gathered around, eagerly looking at Yi Wei. Clearly, the task of delivering the wolves was tempting, and they all wanted to participate. After thinking for a moment, Yi Wei said to the village chief, "Village chief, why don't you choose the people? You know the situation in the village better." The village chief didn't hold back and began picking people on the spot. There were less than 200 people in the entire village, and most of them were elderly, young, or women. To select 37 people, they would have to include a few women or older children. Just then, Li Fusheng, the crippled man, and 3 other young villagers rushed over. They stared at the pile of wolf carcasses outside, stunned. Yi Wei quickly asked the crippled man and Li Fusheng, "Fusheng, cripple, how did it go with the tree felling? Did you gather all the herbs?" The crippled man scratched his head and said, "That tree was already sent to Tai Linger with dog egg." Li Fusheng chimed in, "We also gathered those 3 kinds of herbs into several large bundles, all cleaned and now drying." He pointed to a few stones nearby where mugwort, Tian Nanxing, and buttercup were drying. The village chief stepped forward and said, "Adding Fusheng and the other 5, we have exactly 40 people." Yi Wei nodded and said, "Village chief, then please lead the villagers to set off." Village chief Li Tai immediately shouted, "Everyone, pick up the wolves and let's go." Saying this, he casually picked up a wolf and took the lead. Li Fusheng, the crippled man, and others hurried to help carry the wolves, quickly following the villagers toward Chaosian. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu then came to his side. Jiang Zi said, "Sir, we want to go too. Maybe we can help." Jiang Xiaowu also looked at him with anticipation. Yi Wei's gaze softened as he gently tucked a stray hair behind Jiang Zi's ear and said, "You have more important tasks. You need to stay in the village." "What task?" Jiang Xiaowu asked curiously. Yi Wei looked at the herbs drying nearby and said, "Lead the elderly, children, and the ants to make wolf-repelling medicine. This is crucial for protecting the village." After hearing this, everyone gathered around, discussing animatedly. An elderly man with graying hair stroked his beard and asked with confusion, "Xiao Wei, how do we make this wolf-repelling medicine?" Huang Monsong echoed, "Yes, please tell us quickly." Yi Wei scanned the crowd and then focused on the herbs on the stones, patiently explaining, "The mugwort, Tian Nanxing, and buttercup we collected are all good materials for repelling wolves. If we dry them and grind them into powder, the scent of mugwort can interfere with the wolf's sense of smell. Tian Nanxing is toxic throughout, and its irritating components will deter wolves from approaching. The juice of buttercup can also drive them away. If we mix them together, it will be enough to make the wolf pack not dare to enter the village." After hearing this, everyone nodded, their eyes filled with admiration. "Little doctor, how do you know so much?" a child asked, looking up in admiration. Yi Wei smiled and said, "Read more books and ponder more. Naturally, you'll understand." Jiang Zi couldn't help but smile foolishly at Yi Wei. Jiang Xiao also looked at him with complex feelings. "The herbs aren't dried yet. Everyone should go home and find some cloth to hold the medicine powder," Yi Wei instructed. The elderly, children, and women present nodded and quickly dispersed. Yi Wei led Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu into the house and gently locked the door. He carefully took out the ginseng from his inner pocket. The light fell on the ginseng, giving it a warm glow. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu's eyes widened instantly. "Sir, this is ginseng, right?" Jiang Zi's voice trembled slightly as she recalled. "I remember my father, when he was an official, received a ginseng from a minister, but it was nowhere near this size." Yi Wei gently held up the ginseng, examining it. "This ginseng is at least 20 to 30 years old, with stronger medicinal properties, and it's quite rare. It can greatly replenish vitality, promote fluid production, and calm the spirit. I was thinking of selling it for money, but now that the sale of wolves will cover expenses, you should keep it and drink ginseng water every day to nourish yourselves." Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu's eyes turned red. Jiang Zi choked up and said, "Sir, you just bought us a large sack of things last night, and now you bring such precious ginseng." Yi Wei reached out and gently embraced both of them, then hugged them tightly, speaking firmly, "We are a family. There's no need to be polite. In the days to come, I will ensure that you live better." Seeing Jiang Zi's slightly pouted lips, Yi Wei's heart stirred, and he quickly pressed a kiss on her. Jiang Zi's cheeks turned crimson, like blooming peach blossoms in spring, and her body softened, leaning against Yi Wei's embrace. "Sir, don't do this. It makes me uncomfortable." Jiang Xiaowu, however, instantly blushed and broke free from his embrace, quickly turning away. "I don't believe it." Saying this, Yi Wei tightly held Jiang Zi again and kissed her. Jiang Zi trembled all over, instantly becoming weak and gasping for breath. Yi Wei felt immensely proud. Just a couple of kisses made her so shy. If it came to the day they shared a room, who knows what would happen? His gaze fell on the narrow bed nearby, silently calculating. Once the wolf crisis is resolved, I must make a spacious big bed. Seeing Jiang Zi unable to handle it, Yi Wei finally released her, softly saying, "My dear, I'll be back before dark. You all stay home and make the wolf-repelling medicine and wait for me to return." He turned and stepped out of the house. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu follow behind, standing at the door, watching Yi Wei's departing figure. Jiang Xiaowu frowned, filled with doubt. Strange, wise brother-in-law, so capable. Logically, with such abilities, he shouldn't have been poor before. Jiang Zi withdrew her gaze and steadied her mind. "Let's not worry about that. We should quickly prepare the bag for the wolf-repelling medicine." After saying this, the two turned and went back inside. Yi Wei arrived at the blacksmith shop, where the fire blazed and sparks flew. Tai Ling Eva sweeting profusely, swinging the hammer in her hand up and down. The sound of the hammer striking was deafening. Her hair was soaked with sweat, sticking to her flushed cheeks, and her coarse short shirt was also drenched with sweat, clinging tightly to her back. Yui aprorochit, detailing the process of making the crossbow again. The trigger of this crossbow needs to be flexible, and the string must be tight to achieve maximum power. The wood at the trigger point must be smooth to reduce jamming, and the beast tendons of the string must be strong to ensure elasticity. Tai Linger listened while using tongs to pick up the red-hot iron block, placing it on the anvil to continue hammering, sparks flying like fireworks. She occasionally wiped the sweat from her forehead with her slender arms, nodding and saying, "Dummy, I understand all this. I will definitely finish it before dark." Yi Wei said no more, leaving the blacksmith shop and quickly chasing after the villagers. Since he wasn't carrying a wolf, his steps were light, and he soon caught up with the group. Along the way, villagers from other villages, seeing the large group carrying wolves, were stunned and gathered around. Chapter 18 Miss. This batch of wolves is strange. My goodness, so many wolves. How did you manage this? A villager gaped, his face filled with shock. Did you hire professional hunters? Another villager speculated. The villagers were anxious to return to the village before dark to fend off the wolf pack, so they simply responded a few words and hurried on. Upon reaching the gate of Chaosian, the soldiers guarding the gate and the townspeople entering and leaving the city were all stunned at the sight of this wolf-carrying team. "Did you all hunt these wolves?" A soldier exclaimed in admiration. "This must be worth a lot of money, right?" An old woman asked as she approached. Entering Chaosian, the townspeople cast astonished glances at them. "Which village is this so impressive? It must be a place that produces heroes. This is amazing." The surrounding discussions arose one after another. The village chief stood tall, and the villagers held their heads high, carrying the wolves with firm steps, filled with pride. Upon arriving at the market, Li Fuxing quickly rented a temporary stall for selling beasts. The villagers unloaded the wolves. In an instant, a crowd gathered around. "This wolf is really good. How much for one?" A fur merchant asked while stroking the wolf's pelt. "Can you make it cheaper?" A woman bargained. The scene was bustling with noise and excitement. In just half an hour, 37 wolves were sold, nearly 20 of them. The transaction prices mostly ranged between 600 and 800 copper coins, with the highest one selling for 850 coins. As time passed, the onlookers gradually lost interest and the crowd began to disperse. At this moment, a woman dressed in an elegant blue skirt walked over lightly, her gaze lingering on the wolves. Yi Wei and the villagers all focused their attention on her. Yi Wei examined the woman. She wasn't extraordinarily beautiful, but she was refreshing and pleasant to the eye. Her eyes were sharp, and facing the intense gazes of the crowd, she remained calm and unflustered. The woman asked, "Are you all from the same village?" Li Fuxing nodded quickly. "That's right, miss." "Then does your village have many hunters?" The woman asked again. "In this year of famine, no village could have too many hunters, or it would be difficult to survive." The cripple scratched his head and blurted, "Our village only has one hunter." The woman frowned slightly. "One hunter? How could he hunt so many wolves?" You might not believe it, but these wolves were indeed hunted by the same person. Before the cripple could finish his sentence, the village chief Li Tai hurriedly covered his mouth. Smiling apologetically, "He just loves to boast, miss. Don't take it to heart." Wang Fuxing also smiled and explained, "Miss, these wolves were hunted by our whole village working together. Recently, we have been troubled by a wolf problem, so we organized a wolf hunting team. It took a lot of effort to hunt so many wolves. Usually, we can't catch this many." A trace of disappointment flashed in the woman's eyes. Then she said, "I'll take all these wolves." The villagers were astonished, their eyes wide open. Yue stepped forward and asked, "What price?" 800 coins each, but you have to help me deliver them to the warehouse," the woman said. Yue thought for a moment and asked, "Is the warehouse far?" "It's about half a stick of incense away." "If we agree, I'll pay you now," the woman said, taking out a bag of shiny silver coins. Yue decisively said, "Deal." The woman paid promptly and turned to lead the way. Yue carried a large bag of money, following behind with the villagers carrying the wolves. After about half a stick of incense, they arrived at a courtyard called Jiucai Pavilion. The crimson main gate was extraordinarily imposing, with stone lions at the entrance appearing to tell tales of the owner's majesty. They placed the wolves in a cold storage room. After leaving the cold storage, they passed through an empty space in the backyard, through a garden and several storage rooms. Before exiting the grand courtyard, Yue looked back at this luxurious courtyard, with its pavilions and towers arranged in an orderly fashion, rockeries and pools complementing each other, and the intricate carvings shining brightly in the sunlight. He felt a surge of emotion. "I never expected such a grand residence to exist in this chaotic world." The village chief whispered, "If I had to guess, this should be the residence of the wealthiest family in Chaoxian, the Su family." Yue clenched his fist and silently vowed, "A month from now, I want to live in a courtyard like this." Wang Xinxiao came out and said to the village chief, "In the future, if you have goods, you can deliver them to Jiucai Pavilion. As long as the goods are good, we will offer the highest market price." Upon hearing this, the village chief and the others were overjoyed. "Besides wolves, we also accept bears, leopards, tigers, and other beasts," Wang Xinxiao added. After saying this, she turned and left. The crowd exchanged glances and then turned to leave. Wang Xinxiao hurried along, passing through a winding corridor and heading straight to the study. Inside the study, the fragrant sandalwood wafted through the air, and Su Yao, dressed in a snow-white long dress, stood tall like a cold plum blooming in the snow. She was focused on reading a book titled Detailed Analysis of the Chronicles of Commerce, which analyzes the wisdom and business strategies of ancient merchants, highly revered by merchants everywhere. Hearing footsteps, Su Yao slowly raised her head. "Miss, we have acquired this batch of wolves, a total of 19, Wang Xinxiao said respectfully, with a hint of seeking praise in her tone. Su Yao gently put down the book in her hand, a faint smile appearing on her lips. "Well done." Wang Xinxiao beamed, flattering her. "It's mainly because the miss is well informed that we could seize this batch of wolf goods." Just then, a steady sound of footsteps approached, and a house servant named Sun Yeren in a black robe quickly entered the study, his expression somewhat serious. "Miss, this batch of wolves is strange." Su Yao frowned slightly and asked softly, "Yeren, what is strange?" Sun Yeren stepped forward and cupped his hands. "These 19 wolves seem to have been killed by the same person. How is that possible? Who could shoot so many wolves at once?" Wang Xinxiao exclaimed in surprise, unable to help but refute. Su Yao's gaze sharpened as she stared at Sun Yeren and asked, "Did you see clearly?" Sun Yeren nodded heavily and said firmly, "Miss, I saw it very clearly. An outsider might not discern the details, but I have been in this line of work for many years, and I can tell at a glance from the wounds on these wolves that they were shot by the same person." Su Yao's brows furrowed tightly as she murmured, "For one person to kill so many wolves at once, that is too incredible." Sun Yeren continued, "I'm also surprised. Knowing that the Miss loves to recruit talented individuals, I came to report to you." Su Yao turned her gaze to Wang Xinxiao and asked, Didn't Tiu ask clearly about the source of the goods, whether it was from the same person? Wang Xinxiao was slightly taken aback and quickly replied, I asked. At first, a cripple said it was the same person who killed those wolves, but before he could finish, someone covered his mouth. Su Yao's eyes lit up, decisively ordering, you quickly go and invite them back. Anyone who can shoot so many wolves at once must be an extraordinary person. Understood, I will go and bring them back right away. After receiving the order, Wang Xinxiao turned and hurried away. Su Yao looked at Sun Yiren and said, where are the wolf goods? Take me to see them. In the cold storage? Just preparing to clean and dissect. The miss, please follow me. Sun Yiren turned and led the way. Su Yao followed closely behind. Chapter 19, You've Been Deceived. Meanwhile, in a deserted alley in Chaosian County, Yi Wei gathered the villagers. Previously, Yi Wei had invited everyone to drink tea at a roadside tea stall, and each person had at least 2 steaming meat buns. The villagers surrounded Yi Wei, their faces beaming with satisfied smiles. Yi Wei pulled out several strings of coins from his money pouch and began to distribute money to the villagers one by one. When the villagers saw Yi Wei giving out 101 at a time, they all showed surprised expressions. Xiao Wei, this is too much. An old man frowned and waved his hands. Yes, when we usually bring livestock to Chaosian, we only earn 20 or 30 when at most. This ISNT, right? Other villagers echoed. Yi Wei smiled and firmly placed the money into the old man's hands. Grandpa, if it weren't for everyone's help, I would have been able to sell so many wolves smoothly. Besides, we need to face the wolf problem together in the future. We can all earn money together. After Yi Wei's repeated persuasion, the villagers looked at each other and finally accepted the money. Xiao Wei, thank you so much. Yes, you're truly righteous. The villagers' expressions of gratitude came one after another, each face filled with smiles. Then, Yi Wei called the village chief aside and took out 201 from his pocket, handing it to the village chief. Seeing this, the village chief hurriedly declined. Yi Wei, I can't take so much. Yi Wei stepped forward and forcefully shoved the money into the village chief's hands. Village chief, you've worked so hard for the village. This amount is far from enough. In the future, we'll still need you to lead everyone in the village. Unable to refuse, the village chief had no choice but to accept the money and patted Yi Wei on the shoulder. Yi Wei, you are a responsible child and know how to be grateful. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. Yi Wei silently calculated in his heart. He had sold 37 wolves for a total of 26,271, after deducting the 200 when spent on treating the villagers. And the 4,101 he had distributed to everyone. He still had 21,961 left. Next, Yi Wei went to the money shop he had visited last time. He set aside a few 101 for pocket money and exchanged all the remaining coins for large silver ingots. These silver pieces were packed in small bags and tucked into his bosom. Although they were still bulging, they were much more convenient than the previous large bags of coins. Village chief, you all go ahead. I'll come shortly, Yi Wei said to the village chief and turned to leave. The village chief had no choice but to lead the villagers back first. With a large sum of money in hand, Yi Wei unconsciously straightened his back as he walked. Filled with confidence, earlier at the bun shop, Yi Wei had heard someone mention that there was a shop selling Tai Shir cakes that were very delicious. Although the price was high, it was said that Tai Shir cakes originated in the Shang and Zhou dynasties, made in memory of the Grand Tutor Wenzhong, and had been passed down through the millennia. The production process was complicated, requiring the selection of top-quality flour, honey, nuts, and other ingredients, and baked through multiple steps. The crust was crispy, and the filling was sweet, always a delicacy on the tables of high officials and nobles. Yi Wei immediately thought about buying some Tai Shir cakes to take back for Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao to taste. Yi Wei arrived at a high-end cake shop, which was beautifully decorated and filled with enticing aromas. Give me 20 Tai Shir cakes. Yi Wei walked into the shop and said to the staff. The staff and several customers in the shop looked at Yi Wei in surprise. One costs 10 won, so 20 would be 201. Are you sure you want that many? The female staff member asked incredulously. Yes. Yi Wei decisively handed over the 2 pieces of small silver he had prepared in advance. All right. The female staff member took the silver, weighed it, and politely packed the cakes for Yi Wei. After a while, Yi Wei walked out of the shop carrying the cakes. Behind him, the customers in the shop whispered to each other. Look at how shabby he's dressed. He's buying such expensive cakes. He's really trying to put on a show. Maybe he stole the money. Otherwise, how could he be so extravagant? A middle-aged man in a satin long gown sneered. Exactly. People like him love vanity. Who knows if he's buying these cakes to show off? A woman with painted cheeks chimed in, covering her mouth with a handkerchief as she laughed lightly. Damn, the people here are just like that. Yue thought to himself. Forget it. I'm happy today, so I won't argue with them. Yue ignored them, hurried out of the shop, and quickened his pace toward the city gate. Hey, wait. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Yue turned around to see Miss Wang, who had bought wolves earlier. Are you the one who just sold the wolves? Wang Xinxiao stepped forward to ask. Yue nodded and asked in confusion, Miss Wang, is there something you need? Wang Xinxiao took out 2 pieces of small silver from her bosom and handed them to Yue. I want to ask you something. Yue took the money and smiled. You ask. I'll tell you if I know. Who shot those wolves? Wang Xinxiao fixed her gaze on Yue. Yue was shocked. He hadn't expected her to ask this question. He thought for a moment and finally said, They were surrounded and killed by several wolf-hunting teams from our village. You're lying. The wounds on the wolves clearly came from the same person, Wang Xinxiao said firmly. Her eyes sharp. Yue was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected her to see through this. I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can go ask in Jiao village. Also, I'm in a hurry to return to the village to marry my wife, so I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Yue turned and walked away quickly. Wang Xinxiao chased after him for a few steps, but ultimately couldn't catch up. She thought. Since she knew the villager's origins, she could go to Jiao village to ask. Oomph. She snorted coldly and turned back. Yue saw that Wang Xinxiao wasn't following him anymore, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after exiting the city gate. This was a chaotic world where people devoured one another. Before he became strong, being targeted by someone with ulterior motives was definitely not a good thing. Yue casually tossed the 2 pieces of small silver in his hand, bitterly smiling. I just spent 2 pieces of small silver on cakes. And now this money is back in my hands. At that moment, Li Fuxing, the cripple, along with the young villager's dog Egg, Monkey, and Wildcat rushed over. Daizigu, it's so good to see you safe and sound, Li Fuxing said with a big smile. Yue asked in confusion, Why are you waiting for me here? Li Fuxing scratched his head and said, My dad was worried something happened to you, so he asked us to follow you to keep an eye on you. Yue then realized that since he was carrying a large sum of money, if someone targeted him, his life would be in danger. He said no more and hurried with the others towards the village. Fortunately, it wasn't long before they caught up with the village chief and the others. The anxious hearts of Yue and Li Fuxing finally settled down. The sun began to set. Wang Xinxiao walked briskly through the drooping flower gate, heading straight for the inner courtyard. Beads of sweat on her forehead and her hair slightly disheveled. Su Yao, dressed in a moon-white RU skirt with a graceful figure, was already waiting in the hall, gently waving a sandalwood fan in her hand. Miss, Wang Xinxiao hurried over, slightly out of breath. All the other villagers have left the city. I only found a young villager. That villager insisted that the wolves were killed by their wolf-hunting team, but I could see that he was evasive and clearly lying. Just as I was about to question him further, he ran away, but he left a village name. Su Yao raised her eyebrows slightly and spoke with a hint of mischief in her voice. What village? Jiao village, Wang Xinxiao replied. Hearing this, Su Yao couldn't help but chuckle lightly, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. You've been deceived. Jiao village is located on the plains, surrounded by water, and has no mountains at all. Where would the wolves come from? Chapter 20. Oh no, the wolf pack is coming into the village again. What a situation. Wang Xinxiao's. Her fists clenched. Goodness, I actually ran into a little scammer. It's infuriating that I even gave him 2 coins of silver. No, I must go get it back. With that, she turned to rush outside. Su Yao quickly raised her hand to stop her, her voice gentle, yet carrying a hint of authority. Forget it. He has already left the city. You won't catch up with him. Wang Xinxiao stomped her feet in anger, gritting her teeth. If I encounter that little scammer again, I will definitely cut off his tongue. Sun Yaren, who had been silent, frowned slightly and said, Miss, why would those villagers lie? Killing so many wolves single-handedly is an honorable deed. Su Yao lightly shook her sandalwood fan, her gaze deep, Perhaps they are afraid of being conscripted into the military. With the frequent wars these days, archers like that, once discovered, are likely to be forcibly recruited. Sun Yara nodded in understanding and clasped his hands. I see. Su Yao turned her gaze to Wang Xinxiao, a glint of calculation in her eyes. Next time they come, you can say my father wants to recruit that wolf-slaying hero as a son-in-law, and anyone who informs us will be rewarded with a silver tail. Wang Xinxiao's eyes lit up, clapping her hands in praise. Miss, this plan is brilliant, but I'm afraid of running into another scammer. Su Yao's expression turned serious, her tone stern. If you fall for it once, it's because the other party is cunning. If you fall for it twice, that's her negligence. Wang Xinxiao quickly lowered her head and respectfully replied, Yes, miss. I will be careful next time. Su Yao sighed lightly, her gaze looking into the distance. It is said that this time they brought 37 wolves. If one person killed them all, that person truly deserves to be called a divine archer. If I can recruit him as my personal bodyguard, my father won't have to worry about my safety all day long. Just then, a servant rushed in with a panicked expression and knelt down. Miss, the masteress' illness has relapsed, and it is very serious this time. He urgently wants to see you. Su Yao's face changed dramatically, and her sandalwood fan almost fell. Didn't we invite the divine doctor? The servant lowered his head, his voice trembling with tears. We did invite Dr. Hua, but he said the masteress' condition is critical and there is no cure. Prepare the carriage. Su Yao was anxious, her voice trembling. Yes. A nearby attendant responded and dashed away like an arrow. Su Yao clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, her forehead filled with anxiety and worry. After a moment, she quickly walked towards the direction where the carriage was parked. The evening glow in the sky gradually faded. The night fell like a large black curtain, slowly descending. The village chief looked up at the sky, his expression anxious, and shouted loudly, Hurry! It's getting dark. Everyone run. The villagers hurriedly moved, their shoes scraping against the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. As soon as they returned to the Beast Ridge village, everyone saw shadows of wolves moving in the distance by the mountains. These wolves were like black phantoms, lingering near the village, occasionally letting out a few low howls. Oh no, the wolf pack is entering the village again. Someone shouted in panic. The village chief decisively commanded, Everyone hurry back to get weapons and torches. Then find your respective team leaders to gather. In an instant, the villagers scattered like frightened sparrows, rushing towards their homes. In the blink of an eye, only Li Fusheng, the cripple, and the others, Dog Egg, Monkey, and Wildcat, remained, all staring at Yue. Yue maintained a calm expression and quickly made arrangements. Cripple, go check if Tai Ling HEIRESS crossbow is ready at the blacksmith shop. The cripple didn't dare delay and hurriedly limped towards the blacksmith shop. Then, Yue turned to Li Fusheng. Fusheng, come with me. After saying that, he led Li Fusheng and the others towards his thatched cottage. The last rays of the setting sun fell in front of a thatched cottage. At a glance, several large piles of dry herbs were neatly stacked on the ground. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu, along with the village's old and young women, were gathered together, fully focused on making wolf-repelling medicine. Jiang Zi held a sharp chopping knife, deftly cutting wormwood, southern star, and buttercup into small pieces. Beside her was a large, rough ceramic bowl, into which the cut herbs continuously fell. Jiang Xiaowu sat in front of flat stone, holding a sturdy wooden stick, concentrating on grinding the herbs in the bowl. With each pound, a strong, pungent herbal smell wafted up. An elderly man with white hair bent over, carefully sifting the herbal powder with a bamboo sieve to ensure its fineness. On the stone table beside him, several neatly sewn cloth bags were prepared to hold the medicine. Young village women were either using fans to shoo away the surrounding mosquitoes or responsible for proportioning the ground herbs. The children were also busy, their bright eyes helping to pass tools, their small figures weaving through the crowd. Jiang Zi urged everyone while cutting herbs. Everyone, move faster. Time is tight. The wolf pack could attack at any moment. Sweat trickled down her forehead, dampening her hair at the temples, but her hands did not stop. Just then, a sudden howl of wolves echoed from outside the village. A whoop! The sharp sound instantly silenced the scene. Everyone stopped their actions, their faces showing fear. The wolves are coming. A woman screamed, her face pale. Some women and old men abandoned their work, hurriedly grabbing their children and grandchildren, running towards their homes. Seeing this, Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu quickly rushed forward to stop them. Don't panic, we have wolf-repelling medicine. But the panicked crowd completely ignored them and continued to rush home. Soon, only Aunt Wang's family of 3 remained. Aunt Wang looked anxious, pulling her children and saying to Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu, "Girls, hurry and hide inside." Jiang Xiaowu straightened her back and said, "Aunt Wang, we have wolf-repelling medicine. We're not afraid." Aunt Wang frowned deeply. Worried, "Can you guarantee that the wolf-repelling medicine will definitely drive the wolves away? What if something happens?" Jiang Xiaowu was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to refute. Aunt Wang said no more and hurriedly left with her children. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu watched the departing crowd, their hearts anxious. With just the 2 of them, completing the remaining work to prepare the medicine was almost impossible. Oh, just then, another wolf howl came from outside the village, startling the 2. Jiang Zi gritted her teeth and decisively said, "Xiaowu, let us go back." Just as they were about to return, they heard movement nearby. The 2 were startled and turned around in fear, only to see Yi Wei striding towards them. It's brother-in-law. A glimmer of joy flashed in their eyes as they hurried to greet him. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao looked at Yi Wei with happy faces. Yi Wei's eyes were filled with tenderness as he looked at them. Jiang Zi anxiously said, "Sir, we've only completed half of the wolf-repelling medicine." Yi Wei glanced at the herbs beside him and then looked at her, saying, "It's okay." Then he turned to Li Fuxing and the others. "You guys, hurry up and help make the wolf-repelling medicine." "Yes, Brother Doi." Li Fuxing quickly led the team to help. Yi Wei took Jiang Zi into the house. Just as Jiang Zi was about to pour water for Yi Wei, he suddenly pulled her into his arms and gently kissed her on the lips. Chapter 21. The Moment of the Hunt. Jiang Zi felt weak all over, slumped in Yi Wei's arms, and suddenly noticed something hard in his embrace. She curiously asked, "My lord, what's in your arms?" Yi Wei smiled and took out a cloth bag, handing it to Jiang Zi. "Wife, I have a surprise for you." Jiang Zi opened the bag, her eyes instantly widening in shock. "There must be 20 taels of silver here." Yi Wei nodded with a smile. Jiang Zi exclaimed, "So much." Yi Wei tightly held Jiang Zi's hand, his tone firm. "This is just the beginning. I will earn more money in the future, so you can live a good life. You should hide the money well. It's not convenient for me to carry so much." Overjoyed, Jiang Zi quickly hid the money in a large sack under the bed, placing it with the money Yi Wei had brought back last night. Once the money was secured, she excitedly threw herself into Yi Wei's arms and kissed him on the lips. "My lord, you're amazing." Just then, the door was pushed open forcefully, and Jiang Xiao burst in. Seeing the scene before her, she was instantly stunned. Jiang Zi's face turned red as she resembled a frightened rabbit and hurriedly ran away from Yi Wei. Jiang Xiaowu came to her senses and shouted anxiously, "Brother-in-law, the wolves are coming." Hearing this, Yi Wei and Jiang Zi quickly took out their bows and arrows and rushed outside. They saw more than 10 wolves cautiously approaching, their tails dragging behind them. The moonlight cast a cold glow on the wolves. Li Fuxing and the others also picked up their carrying poles and sickles. Coming to Yi Wei's side, Yi Wei calmly ordered, "Fuxing, bring the wolf-repellent powder." Li Fuxing quickly fetched a bag of wolf-repellent powder. Yi Wei attached the powder to an arrowhead, pulled back the bowstring, and with a whoosh, the arrow shot toward the wolf pack like a meteor. With a bang, the powder exploded on the ground, and a pungent smell quickly spread. The wolf pack, startled, howled in pain and fled. Although the wolves ran far away, they did not leave, lingering nearby. However, it was clear that they were very afraid of the powder and dared not approach easily. "We did it!" Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao cheered in unison, their faces filled with joy. Yi Wei's expression remained serious. "They will come back soon. Everyone, keep preparing the powder." Li Fuxing nodded and, along with Dog Dan, Monkey, and Wildcat, continued to prepare the powder. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao wanted to help, but Yi Wei held their hands and brought them back inside. He asked with concern, "Have you eaten today?" Jiang Zi softly replied, "I had rice porridge and wild vegetables." Jiang Xiao nodded along. "I'm not hungry." Yi Wei frowned. "Why are you eating wild vegetables again?" He then remembered that they finished the goose meat yesterday, and there was no meat left at home. Yi Wei took out a bag from his pocket, and the moment he opened it, a delicious aroma wafted out. It turned out to be a whole bag of Tai Shi cakes. So fragrant. Jiang Zi's eyes lit up. Jiang Xiaowu excitedly said, "This is my favorite Tai Shi cake. Brother-in-law, you're amazing." If it weren't for her sister being present, she would have kissed him. The two girls immediately began to eat without reservation, stuffing the cakes into their mouths as they were really hungry. Jiang Xiaowu, while eating, handed one cake to Yi Wei. "Brother-in-law, you eat too." Yi Wei smiled and shook his head. "I've already eaten. You two enjoy." Jiang Xiaowu continued to wolf down the cakes, and soon devoured 3. Yi Wei watched her with a doting gaze. "Sister-in-law, eat slowly, don't choke." Jiang Zi sat beside them, taking small bites of the cake, but suddenly tears streamed down her cheeks. Seeing this, Yi Wei's heart tightened, and he asked with concern, "Wife, what's wrong?" Jiang Zi sobbed, her voice tinged with a cry. "My lord, you're too good to us." Yi Wei reached out his hand gently to wipe her tears. "We are a family. It's only natural for me to treat you well. Don't be polite with me in the future." After saying this, he lightly kissed Jiang Zi's forehead. Her cheeks instantly flushed, and she nodded slightly. Her eyes filled with happiness. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded from outside, coming closer. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Tai Linger rushed in, shouting, "Fool! The crossbow is ready." She was holding a crossbow in both hands. The bronze-colored crossbow glinted coldly, appearing especially sturdy under the light. Yi Wei quickly stepped forward, scanning the crossbow and asking, "What's the range?" Tai Linger confidently replied, "It can shoot about 150 steps, and it's accurate." Yi Wei calculated in his mind that 1 step is about 3 meters, so 150 steps is roughly 200 meters. "Let me try." Saying this, he took up the crossbow and walked briskly outside. Under the moonlight, the distant wolves looked like a group of black phantoms still lurking. Yi Wei aimed at a wolf, took a deep breath, and decisively pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, the arrow flew out like a meteor and struck the wolf's head from afar. The wolf howled and fell down. "I hit it." Tai Linge jumped up excitedly. The limping man who arrived next also looked delighted, clapping his hands in approval. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu, who had followed out, blushed with excitement. Li Fuxing and the others, who were preparing the powder, also cheered. Yi Wei quickly loaded another arrow, aimed again, and shot another wolf down. Another hit. Cheers erupted among the crowd. Yi Wei loaded arrows and shot one by one, each time hitting his target accurately. As several arrows were shot, the remaining wolves finally fled in panic. Yi Wei looked at the retreating wolves, nodding in satisfaction. Tai Linge, Qiang Ji, and the others were also filled with victorious joy. Just then, a series of howls echoed from the west, piercing the night sky. Yi Wei's expression turned serious, and he suggested, "Everyone, follow me." He held the crossbow and walked at the front. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu closely followed, tightly gripping their bows and arrows. The others held torches or wolf-repellent powder, following behind. They hurried toward the west side of the village. Soon, a pack of wolves suddenly charged out from behind a thatched hut. The wolves' eyes glinted fiercely, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced toward the group. Yi Wei and Jiang Zi did not hesitate and quickly released their arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 wolves fell to the ground. However, there were too many wolves, and their arrows could not stop the pack's advance. As the wolves closed in, Li Fuxing, Tai Linger, and the limping man hurriedly threw the wolf-repellent powder. The bags hit the ground and exploded instantly, filling the air with a pungent powder. The wolf pack, overwhelmed by the irritating smell, howled in pain and turned to flee. Yi Wei and the others seized the opportunity to chase them down, shooting down several more wolves. As he pursued the fleeing wolves, Yi Wei continuously loaded arrows and fired, the sharp arrows piercing through the wolf bodies, causing one wolf after another to fall in agony. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao also kept drawing their bows, their arrows streaking through the night sky and hitting their marks accurately. Li Fuxing and the others wielded their carrying poles and sickles, engaging in close combat with the charging wolves. Meanwhile, the wolf-repellent powder exploded repeatedly at critical moments, the pungent smell causing the wolf pack to retreat in fear. Chapter 22. You were so kind to me. More than 30 minutes later, only a few wolves were left fleeing in panic, while the rest lay dead on the ground, their blood staining the earth. Just then, the village chief, Li Tai, hurriedly arrived with a group of people. Upon seeing the scene before them, everyone was stunned. Speechless for a moment, Yi Wei quickly instructed Fu Sheng distribute the excess wolf-repelling medicine. Subsequently, everyone hurried towards the southern part of the village. After nearly an hour of fighting, the village of Wilderness Beast Ridge finally returned to calm. The moonlight illuminated the ground, revealing numerous wolf corpses, and the air was filled with the smell of medicine and blood. All the villagers gathered together. At that moment, Qin Meiyan and Qin Xiaolong returned, fully armed. Qin Meiyan, panting, said, "Village chief, there are no more wolves in the village." Upon hearing this, the villagers immediately cheered. "We managed to save the village this time. Thanks to Xiao Wei. If it weren't for his idea, some of us might have ended up in the wolves' bellies. That fool is amazing. That crossbow in his hands seems to have eyes of its own, hitting one wolf with each arrow. And the wolf-repelling medicine helped a lot, scaring the wolves away." The atmosphere was jubilant, and the villagers' faces were filled with the joy of having survived a disaster. The village chief sighed. "This time, we truly owe it to Xiao Wei's crossbow and the wolf-repelling medicine that we could drive away the wolf pack so easily." Aunt Wang wiped her tears, her voice trembling. "This is the first time I remember that a wolf pack entered the village without harming anyone." Qin Meiyan stared blankly at Yi Wei, a hint of admiration and peculiarity in her eyes. To her, Yi Wei's lean figure under the moonlight seemed exceptionally tall, his sweat-soaked clothes outlining his resolute silhouette, inexplicably attracting her gaze. Qin Xiaolong stood by, taking in the scene, a sour feeling rising in his heart, his hands unconsciously clenching, his nails digging deep into his palms. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward, his face full of disdain. "What is there to be proud of? If I had such a weapon, I could also drive away the wolf pack." Jiang Xiaowu retorted without hesitation, "If you're so great, why don't you go kill a few dozens of wolves?" Qin Xiaolong's face turned red, justifying himself, "But the wolves are almost all dead. Where am I supposed to find a dozen more?" Jiang Xiaowu sneered. "Then go kill some bandits. Don't the bandits from Poison Python Mountain come to the village every month to loot food and take away women? If you're capable, go kill a few bandits and see." Qin Xiaolong stubbornly said, "Fine, I'll go. If I kill the bandits, what will you do?" Jiang Xiaowu answered without hesitation, "If you can kill the bandits, I'll be polite to you from now on." Qin Xiaolong puffed out his chest. "Great. I'll go bring back a few bandit heads right now." With that, he turned and ran off. Qin Meiyan was startled and hurriedly chased after him. "Xiaolong, don't be impulsive." But Qin Xiaolong seemed not to hear, running off without looking back. Qin Meiyan had no choice but to quicken her pace to catch up. Talking about the bandits from Poison Python Mountain, the villagers' expressions turned heavy. "Sigh, in 5 days, those bandits will come to collect grain again. And every time they leave us stripped clean." Huang Montsong sighed helplessly. "Indeed, last year they even took away 3 girls. And we still don't know if they're alive or dead." Aunt Wang wiped her tears, her voice choked with emotion. "These bandits are ruthless. If we resist, they will definitely kill to silence us." The lame man spoke with fear and helplessness. Jiang Zi turned to Jiang Xiaowu and gently scolded, "Xiaowu, you shouldn't have let Qin Xiaolong go kill the bandits. What if something happens?" Jiang Xiaowu crossed her arms, pouting angrily. "Who told him to say at noon that my brother-in-law was dead, making us all anxious, and then just now he mocked my brother-in-law? I just can't stand his face." Jiang Zi sighed helplessly. "Even so, killing bandits is no joke. That's a matter of losing one's head." Jiang Xiaowu turned her head away, muttering softly, "He's just jealous of my brother-in-law. He can't stand seeing my brother-in-law being better than him." Yi Wei pondered for a moment, then turned to the village chief and Li Fuxing, instructing, "Village chief, remember to deal with the wolf corpses. Don't let them stink." "Got it. Don't worry. We'll handle it well." "Xiao Wei, you should take the people to rest first," the village chief said, immediately organizing the villagers to start collecting the wolf corpses. Yi Wei led Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu home. After walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned around, finding Tai Linger indeed looking at him. "Linger, come here," Yue called out. "Fool, I'm coming." Tai Linger's face lit up with joy as she quickly caught up with him. The moonlight spilled over the path of wilderness beastridge. Tai Linger followed behind Yue, the gravel crunching under her feet. Not long after, her stomach suddenly growled, the sound unusually clear in the quiet night. Tai Linger's face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly covered her stomach, not daring to lift her head. Yue stopped and looked at her with concern. "Linger, have you eaten today?" Tai Linger nodded slightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "I had a persimmon cake." "Only one persimmon cake for the whole day?" Yue frowned, his eyes filled with concern. "Your stomach is protesting, and you still say you're not hungry." Just as he finished speaking, Tai Linger's stomach protested again, making her face even redder, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Entering the thatched cottage, the dim yellow light flickered. Yue hurriedly picked up a bag containing the Tai Shir cake and handed it to Tai Linger. "Quick, eat something, don't go hungry." "Tai Linger a pizza die weaved here hence, stamlang, full, I really am not hungry." Yue pretended to be angry, sternly saying, "If you don't eat, don't think about helping me make crossbows in the future." Jiangzi gently touched Tai Linger's arm, softly urging, "Linger, don't be polite, eat quickly. This cake is delicious." Jiang Xiao also nodded vigorously from the side. "Linger, if you don't eat, you're not giving us face." Tai Linger's cheeks instantly flushed, her hands unconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothes. After hesitating for a long time, she slowly reached out her hand, cautiously picking up a piece of cake. "What kind of cake is this? It smells so good." "It's Tai Shir cake. Haven't you had it before?" "It's my favorite," Jiang Xiao said with a smile. Tai Linger's fingertips trembled slightly, her gaze lingering on the cake for a long time. She slowly brought the cake to her mouth and took a gentle bite, the soft, glutinous filling melting in her mouth. "This is actually Tai Shir cake." Tai Linger's voice was hoarse, filled with disbelief. "I've heard my sister-in-law mention it. This cake is something ordinary families can hardly eat even once a year." She held the cake in her mouth, reluctant to swallow, as if she wanted to memorize this precious taste. As she ate, her eyes gradually turned red, large tears welling up and eventually rolling down her cheeks. Yue panicked and quickly asked, "Linger, what is wrong?" "Tia Linger sobet I. I'm eating such a delicious cake for the first time. You are so kind to me." Chapter 23. Why don't you marry the official? Yue patted her shoulder and said seriously, "Thanks to the crossbow you made, I was able to hunt so many wolves to sell. And you have a share of the credit." Tai Linger quickly shook her head. "Don't say that. You idiot. Being able to hunt wolves is your own skill." Jiangzi smiled and stepped forward, teasing, "Linger, my official doesn't treat people well for no reason. Why don't you marry the official?" As soon as these words were spoken, Tai Linger's face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. Yue and Jiang Xiao were also surprised, their eyes wide open. Tai Linger stammered, I'm not of marriageable age yet." Jiangzi insisted, Soon, getting engaged is fine too." Tai Linger, nervous, didn't know where to put her hands and feet. "Marriage is a big deal. I need to consult my sister-in-law. Let's talk about it later." After finishing a master cake, Tai Linger stood up to leave. Jiangzi forced her to take another one. "Eat another one, don't go hungry." Tai Linger couldn't refuse. So, she had to tuck the cake into her bosom. "I still have materials over there, and want to go back to make another crossbow for my sister-in-law to hunt with." Tai Linger had just taken 2 steps away when she turned back to remind Yue, "Idiot, don't tell others the method of making this crossbow. It's a treasure." Yue nodded and suggested, "This crossbow is just the standard model. Do you want to try making a more advanced repeating crossbow? It can automatically load arrows, saving a lot of time." Tai Linger's eyes widened in disbelief. "There are such weapons in the world?" Jiangzi and Jiang Xiao were also dumbfounded. "Of course there is. I'll draw a sketch for you right now." Yue quickly walked to a table piled high with clutter, rummaged through a stack of old papers, and found a few sheets of scrap paper. He picked up a charcoal pencil from his side, rubbed the tip in his palm to make the strokes smoother. He pulled over a low stool, sat down steadily, and spread the scrap paper on the table, first lightly sketching the general outline of the repeating crossbow with the charcoal pencil. As the lines gradually became clearer, A complex and exquisite device came to life on the paper. To help Tai Linger understand better, Yue explained softly while drawing, "This is the bow arm. You should understand this." When drawing the key components, Yue deliberately emphasized the lines to make them more noticeable. After finishing the main structure, he also labeled the production steps in smaller text in the blank space next to it. Here we need to drill holes, and when installing the mechanism, it must be precise. Tai Ling Jiang Zi, and Jiang Xiaowu gathered around, their eyes glued to the charcoal pencil in Yue's hand. Tai Ling unconsciously leaned closer, her nose almost touching the scrap paper. When Yue put down the charcoal pencil, Tai Ling looked at the complete sketch, stunned and speechless for a long time before murmuring, "So it can be designed this way." Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu were also full of surprise, looking at each other with admiration for Yue. Tai Ling pointed at the mechanism on the sketch, asking curiously, "How does this part work? It won't get stuck, will it?" Yue patiently explained, "This mechanism is cleverly designed. After the arrow is shot, it uses the spring's elasticity to automatically push the next arrow into the firing position. As long as the materials are suitable and the craftsmanship is fine, it won't get stuck." During the explanation, Tai Ling listened intently and couldn't help but praise, "Idiot, you're a genius. I'll go back and make it right now." Yue walked Tai Ling to the door, reminding her, "Don't stay up late. You can make it tomorrow." Tai Ling agreed and ran off, disappearing into the night. Jiang Zi approached Yue, urging, "Official, hurry up and settle the marriage with Linger. If someone else gets there first, it will be too late." Yue was both amused and helpless. "Why are you still thinking about me, taking a concubine?" Jiang Zi said seriously, "Your intelligence can only be fully utilized with Linger. Besides, it's quite normal for men to take concubines now. Let us talk about it later. We haven't even shared a room yet." Jiang Zi's face instantly turned red, and she secretly glanced at Jiang Xiaowu, relieved to see she wasn't paying attention. When Yue returned to the room, he looked at the narrow bed and couldn't help but feel troubled. That night, the three of them squeezed together again. Just as Yue's hand reached Jiang Zi's thigh, she grabbed it tightly. Jiang Zi blushed and reacted strongly. Yue glanced at Jiang Xiaowu, who was fast asleep next to them, and had to retract his hand, whispering in Jiang Zi's ear, "Wait until tomorrow. I'll build a big house." Jiang Zi quietly responded, "Don't forget to take her then." Yue grinned, "I want it now." As he spoke, his hand pried open Jiang Zi's pants. Jiang Zi quickly grabbed his hand and kissed him. "Good official, don't do this. If little sister finds out, I'll be too embarrassed to face anyone. Then kiss me 10 more times, and I'll let you off tonight," Yue said playfully. Jiang Zi took a furtive glance at Jiang Xiaowu, seeing her turned away, unsure if she was asleep, and boldly began kissing Yue's face. The two eventually embraced and kissed. The next day, as dawn broke, the morning light fell on the wild beast ridge, draping the entire village in a layer of golden gauze. Yue and the villagers carried the wolves, heading toward Chaoxian. They had hunted a total of 45 wolves last night, 4 of which were killed by the villagers working together, leaving 41 credited to Yue. The group set out from Wild Beast Ridge, passing through a golden wheat field where the gentle breeze made the wheat waves roll. As they passed several villages, the villagers gathered by the roadside. An elderly man stroked his beard and exclaimed, "How did you hunt so many wolves again?" A young man enviously said, "Heavens, if only I had that skill, I wouldn't have to worry about marrying a wife." A village woman said, "With so many wolves, our Wild Beast Ridge village is going to prosper." Upon reaching the city gate of Chaoxian, the sunlight shone on the tall city walls, reflecting dazzling light. The soldiers guarding the city and the citizens entering and exiting the gate all cast surprised glances at the team carrying wolves, murmurs rising one after another. A soldier widened his eyes and exclaimed, "My goodness, did you take down a wolf den?" A vegetable vendor clicked his tongue in wonder. "If these wolves are sold, it'll be quite a profit." A little girl hid behind her mother, whispering, "So many wolves, it's so scary." After entering Chaoxian, passers-by stopped to watch. The village chief and his group walked with great pride, their feet seeming to fly. They didn't head to the market, but went straight to the Gathering Wealth Pavilion. From a distance, they could see the red-painted door of the pavilion, with 2 stone lions at the entrance, their claws bared. The lanterns at the door were embroidered with the words, "Gathering Wealth," gently swaying in the breeze. As they approached the Gathering Wealth Pavilion, Yue saw Wang Xinxiao standing in front of the courtyard. Remembering the scene from yesterday when he tricked her, he smiled, and, at that moment, she suddenly turned her face to look. Chapter 24. My own wife. I take care of her. Yue turned around to avoid her gaze. After thinking for a moment, he simply called a halt to the group and recounted what happened yesterday when Wang Xinxiao asked for directions. The village chief smiled at Yue and said, "Xiaowei, you wait at the tea stall for a bit. We'll come over once we've collected the money." "Sure." Yue nodded and watched them head towards the Gathering Wealth Pavilion. Just then, Wang Xinxiao received instructions from the young lady, learning that a large group of wolves had come to the county again, sent by the villagers from yesterday. So she arrived early to wait in front of the Gathering Wealth Pavilion. Seeing the crowd carrying wolves, she searched among them but didn't find the little trickster. Wang Xinxiao hurriedly asked, "Why isn't the person who collected the money yesterday here?" The village chief smiled apologetically and said, "He's not feeling well." Wang Xinxiao frowned, doubting. What a coincidence! Her gaze swept past the crowd towards the path they came from, saying, "You all come with me." The villagers followed. The village chief hurriedly led the villagers into the courtyard. In the cold room, the house servant's son, Yiren, examined the wolves. And Wang Xinxiao paid the village chief a high price of 800 won per wolf in one go. The village chief quickly expressed his gratitude and turned to lead the group away. "Stop!" Wang Xinxiao called out to them. The village chief chuckled and said, "Miss Wang, is there anything else?" Wang Xinxiao scanned the crowd and asked, "Who is the wolf-fighting hero?" The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Village Chief Li Tai laughed and said, "These wolves were hunted by the whole village together. If we're to speak of the wolf-fighting hero, it's everyone here." The villagers proudly puffed out their chests. Son Yiren snorted coldly, "You're talking nonsense. Most of these wolves, both yesterday and today, were killed by the same person. I can tell a glance." The crowd looked at each other, unsure how to respond. Wang Xinxiao explained, "Don't worry, we mean no harm. Our master has ordered to find a capable person to become a son-in-law. Whoever can tell us who the wolf-fighting hero is and where he is, we will reward him with a tael of silver." As she spoke, she produced a tael of silver with her slender hand. The villagers exchanged glances, and many of their eyes lit up. The village chief insisted, "Miss Wang, the wolves were truly hunted by our entire village." "Yes, that's right." Li Fuxing and the cripple also chimed in. "Exactly." Other villagers joined in, shouting. Wang Xinxiao and Sun Yiren were dumbfounded. The village chief said, "If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." After saying that, he led the group away from the Gathering Wealth Pavilion. In the cold room, the atmosphere became a bit tense. Wang Xinxiao frowned slightly, looking at Sun Yiren with a hint of suspicion in her tone. "Yiren, could it be that you misjudged this time? Those villagers don't look like they are lying." Sun Yiren shook his head, a strange glint passing through his eyes. "I wouldn't be careless about such matters. The wounds and hunting methods of the wolves from yesterday and today are highly consistent. It's impossible they were done by different people." After leaving the Gathering Wealth Pavilion, as they walked for a bit, the tense nerves of village Chief Li Tai and the others finally relaxed. But before they could go far, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Where's Sun Ping? Why can't we see him?" The village chief's expression changed, and he quickly asked everyone, "Where is Sun Ping?" The cripple scratched his head, looking confused. "That's strange. I remember he was right behind me just now. How did he suddenly disappear?" The village chief felt something was wrong and anxiously shouted, "Quick, let's go back and look for him." Saying this, he hurriedly led the villagers back to the Gathering Wealth Pavilion. Outside the cold room, Sun Ping was nodding and bowing, flattering Wang Xinxiao and Sun Yiren, saying, "You two, the one who collected the debt yesterday is our village's wolf-fighting hero. His name is Yue, and he is our village's doctor." Wang Xinxiao sneered inwardly, firmly believing that this person was making things up. How could that little trickster possibly be the wolf-fighting hero? Impatient, she waved her hand. "Enough, stop talking nonsense here, get out." Sun Ping, flustered and red-faced, said, "What I said is true, you two. You can't trick me. There's no way." Wang Xinxiao ignored him and exchanged glances with two house servants. The two servants immediately stepped forward to grab Sun Ping and forcibly pushed him out. Just then, the village chief and the others arrived at the courtyard, saw Sun Ping being thrown out, and rushed over to question him. "Where have you been? Did you go to report us? Be honest." Sun Ping's eyes darted around as he stammered, "I just had to go to the toilet and got lost. That's why I was thrown out." The crowd looked at him suspiciously. Seeing this, Sun Ping quickly raised his hand and swore, "If I'm lying, let the heavens strike me." The village chief glared at him fiercely, warning, "Sun Ping, if I find out you're playing tricks, you'll be in for it." After that, he led the group away. Wang Xinxiao and Sun Yiren, hearing the commotion outside, grew even more suspicious. Wang Xinxiao bit her lip and said, "I need to go to the Wild Beast Ridge village. Maybe I can find the Yue." Sun Yiren nodded in agreement. "This trip may be risky. Take two assistants with you and hurry back." Wang Xinxiao responded and turned to get her horse. Soon, the village chief and the others arrived at the tea stall from yesterday. This tea stall is located under an old locust tree by the roadside, with 8 slightly worn wooden tables placed haphazardly, still bearing tea stains. The owner is an old man over 50 with an oil-stained, twisted apron tied around his waist, skillfully brewing tea for the customers with a copper pot. The village chief cautiously handed a large bag of money to Yue, Xiaowei. This bag contains large silver ingots, easy to carry. Keep it safe. Yue took the bag of money, stuffed it directly into his bosom, and then shouted to the stall owner, "Boss, serve a tea and bring some buns." The village chief, worried, said, "The other side asked a lot of questions and even offered a tael of silver as a reward. They might be suspicious of you now." Li Fuxing chimed in, "Uncle Sun Ping just returned to the Gathering Wealth Pavilion. He might have gone to report and claim a reward." Upon hearing this, Sun Ping became anxious and jumped up. "I didn't tea. I can swear to heaven again." The crowd cast scornful glances at him. Yue said, "Everyone, eat first. Let us fill our stomachs before we talk." The village chief sighed deeply. "Xiaowei, I'm worried you'll be sent to the battlefield. Once you're on the battlefield, who knows what will happen? You might have to fight to the death." Yue found it amusing. It was still early to talk about the battlefield, and even if he did go, with his intelligence, he would eventually survive. Before Yue could respond, Li Fuxing patted his chest and said, "Brother Days, if you are sent to the battlefield, I'll go with you." The cripple also stated, "Xiaowei, if you go to the battlefield, I'll take care of your firewood from now on. We'll help take care of your wife, love her." Other villagers chimed in, shouting, "Who asked you to take care of my woman? I take care of my own wife." Yue looked at everyone and said, "Let us not talk about this for now. Everyone eat first. I'm going to buy some things." Yue went to the market, bought 4 roasted ducks, a bag of Taisher cakes, and some miscellaneous items, filling a large sack and carrying it back. As he approached the stall, he saw Wang Xinxiao and 2 men riding towards him from a distance. Just then, Wang Xinxiao suddenly turned her face to look at him. Chapter 25, "Young master, please help me." Yue quickly turned and walked away. That person looked a lot like that little con artist, but it couldn't be him. The little con artist couldn't be this handsome. It must be someone else. Wang Xinxiao withdrew her gaze and urged her horse to move on. When Yue heard the footsteps fading away, he turned around to see them rushing towards the city gate. Where could this girl be in such a hurry to go? Returning to the stall, everyone had already eaten and drunk their fill, and the village chief had settled the bill long ago. Yue called everyone to an empty alley from yesterday, handed out their wages, and even specially reimbursed the village chief for the tea expenses. Finally, Yue called Sun Ping aside and pretended to be angry, saying, "Uncle Sun Ping, I just went to Ju Kai Pavilion to inquire, and now you must tell me the truth. If you confess honestly, I will forgive you. Otherwise, I will have the villagers expel you from the village." Sun Ping was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he felt his knees with a thud. "Xiaowei, I was wrong. I never thought you would be sent to the battlefield. I was just thinking that if you became a son-in-law, you could enjoy wealth and honor. And I could also get a reward. I promise I won't dare do it again." The villagers, hearing the commotion, gathered around and learned of Sun Ping's actions, each one filled with righteous indignation. Yue was a bit surprised. "You want me to become a son-in-law?" "Yes." Sun Ping nodded heavily. Yue felt that this might be a good thing, but he also sensed something was off. The rich man's daughter couldn't be so ugly that she couldn't get married, right? Forget it, forget it. Thinking of how Sun Ping's son had just been taken away by a wolf, he said, "If there's a next time, I will not spare you." Sun Ping repeatedly bowed his head. "It won't happen again, absolutely not." Yi Wei took out 101 and threw it to him. Sun Ping looked at the money on the ground, paused for a moment, then picked it up with tears in his eyes. "Thank you, Xiao Wei." Yi Wei turned to the villagers and said, "I plan to build a brick house. Do you know whether a craftsman who can make bricks?" The crowd looked at each other, and someone said, "Many people in the village can build thatched huts, but no one can make bricks." The village chief pondered for a moment and said, "There's a Lu Yaoan in Huanghe town, known far and wide for his brickmaking skills. However, many people seek his help, so it might be hard to hire him." Yi Wei's eyes lit up. "I want to give it a try. Village chief, can you take me there?" The village chief nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll lead the way." Yi Wei immediately handed the large sack to Li Fuxing and the cripple. "Please help me take it home." The village chief also instructed all the villagers to return to the village first. Only then did everyone leave in groups. Yi Wei followed the village chief and set off for Huanghe town. To successfully hire Lu Yaoan, Yi Wei bought a bag of meat buns. Nearly an hour later, the two arrived in Huanghe town. Under the old elm tree at the town entrance, several children were chasing and playing, kicking up clouds of dust. Walking along the narrow stone-paved road, they passed by scattered thatched huts, with smoke curling up from the rooftops. Finally, the two arrived in front of a thatched hut, where a crowd had gathered outside, with intense shouting and cursing coming from inside. "Xiao Wei, don't leave yet. Let me find out what's going on," the village chief said as he squeezed into the crowd. Yi Wei, filled with curiosity, followed and began to ask the villagers nearby. It turned out that Lu Yaoan had gotten drunk last night and injured a man named Niu Mengzi from a neighboring village. Now, Niu Mengzi's three brothers, Niu Taihang, Niu Beishan, and Niu Gangtu, had come to the door, tying Lu Yaoan up. They demanded either 10 taels of silver in compensation or that he be sent to the authorities. The village chief squeezed out and summarized the situation. "Lu Yaoan is in a precarious position now. Should we just go back?" Yi Wei frowned and asked, "Are there any other brickmakers around here?" The village chief shook his head helplessly. "He's the best craftsman. But 10 taels of silver is clearly extortion." Yi Wei pushed through the crowd and saw a skinny man bound tightly, kneeling on the ground. Nearby, an old woman was coughing repeatedly. A pale-faced young woman stood next to her, and a frail little boy hid behind the young woman, timidly looking around. Surrounding them were several villagers holding knives and sticks, looking fierce. The village chief raised his hand, pointing at the bound man, and said to Yi Wei, "Xiao Wei, this is Lu Yaoan. Next to him are his mother, wife, and son, and over there on the straw mat is Niu Mengzi, who was injured by him." Following the village chief's finger, Yi Wei saw the man on the straw mat. His eyes were bruised, his face swollen like a steamed bun, and he looked very miserable. Niu Taihang stepped forward, crossing his arms, and shouted, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to pay up or not?" Lu Yaoan, with a bitter expression and a pleading tone, replied, "Brother Niu, I've spent all my savings these years treating my mother's illness. I only have a few coins left. I really can't pay more." Upon hearing this, Niu Beishan stomped his foot angrily and shouted, "If you can't pay, then you'll go to jail. Big brother, third brother, take them away." As soon as he finished speaking, Niu Taihang and Niu Gangtu rushed forward, each grabbing one, forcibly dragging Lu Yaoan's family of 4 out of the thatch hut. Lu Yaoan's family struggled desperately, crying out in heart-wrenching pleas, "Brother Niu, please give us more time. We really have no money." But the 3 Niu brothers were hard-hearted, ignoring their pleas as they dragged them away. "Wait!" Yi Wei could no longer watch and shouted loudly. The crowd turned to look at him in unison. Niu Taihang frowned and asked impatiently, "What do you want?" Yi Wei calmly took a step forward and said, "If you send him to the authorities, you 1T get a single coin." Niu Beishan, with his hand on his hips, scoffed, "So what? Does that mean my 4th brother was beaten for nothing?" Yi Wei replied unhurriedly, "I know him. Let me speak to him." Niu Taihang and Niu Beishan exchanged glances, hesitated briefly, and then did not stop him. Yi Wei and the village chief immediately stepped forward, carefully helping Lu Yaoan into the thatched hut. Lu Yaoan looked confused at the two of them and tentatively asked, "Are you the village chief of Huangshaoling?" The village chief nodded and quickly introduced Yi Wei to him, explaining their purpose for coming. After hearing this, Lu Yaowen sighed heavily. This year, I've been taking my mother around looking for doctors, and I haven't made any bricks. Now, with this incident, I really can't get away. Yi Wei patted Lu Yaowen on the shoulder and sincerely said, I can pay the compensation for you first, and I can also treat your mother. The village chief chimed in. Yi Wei is a skilled doctor in our village. Since he says so, it must be fine. Upon hearing this, Lu Yaowen's eyes turned red, and he knelt down with a thud, pleading, Young master, please help me. I am willing to work for you, to repay you. Yi Wei quickly helped him up and gently asked, How much do you think is appropriate for the compensation? Lu Yaowen smiled bitterly and said, Yesterday, being upset, I want to drink a bit and didn't expect to get into such big trouble. Now that I have to pay, I accept, but I can only pay up to 5 taels of silver. After saying this, he nervously looked at Yi Wei and asked, Do you have that much money? Yi Wei nodded confidently, took out 3 taels of silver from his money pouch, walked out of the thatched hut, and said to the 3 Nyo brothers, We will only pay 3 taels. If you agree, take the money. If not, just send him directly to the authorities. Chapter 26. Brother, I am quite capable Nyo Taihang. The 3 brothers and the villagers around them saw the shiny silver in Yi Wei's hand, and their eyes instantly lit up. Nyo Taihang pondered for a moment, reached out to take the silver, and shot Lu Yaowen a fierce glare, warning him, This time I'll let you off easy, but if you dare to provoke my brother again, next time, I won't be so merciful. After saying that, they helped Nyomingzi leave. The crowd hurried forward to help Lu Yaowen untie his ropes and support his mother, wife, and son. Lu Yaowen and his family once again knelt down to Yi Wei and Li Tai, bowing their heads. Yi Wei and Li Tai quickly helped them up. Lu Yaowen's family invited Yi Wei and Li Tai into their home, closed the door, and then served tea. Yi Wei handed them the meat buns he had bought, and Lu Yaowen's son's eyes lit up as he took the buns and devoured them ravenously. Yi Wei sat down beside the elderly woman to check her pulse. After a moment, he carefully inquired about some symptoms, and his expression became serious. Auntie, this illness is not simple. You have a weak spleen and stomach, deficient qi and blood, and also suffer from rheumatism and eye diseases. Lu Yaowen's family was stunned upon hearing this. The symptoms Yi Wei described matched the elderly woman's condition perfectly. Yi Wei continued, To completely cure Auntie's illness is not something that can be done overnight. It requires a gradual course of medication and adjustment. I will prescribe a few doses of medicine for her to take first. Lu Yaowen was extremely grateful, repeatedly thanking him. Lu's wife quickly brought paper and pen. Lu Yaowen's son, quite sensible, held a meat bun up to his grandmother's mouth. After Yi Wei prepared the prescription and was ready to leave, he asked Lu Yaowen, Master Lu, when would it be convenient for you to go to Huang Sholing village? Lu Yaowen was about to say in a couple of days when his wife and mother urged, Let's go now. We can't let our benefactor feel unappreciated. Huang Sholing isn't far from here. After hearing this, Lu Yaowen nodded in agreement. As they left the thatched cottage, Lu Yaowen asked Yi Wei, Yi benefactor, do you need any help? Our village has a master builder. If he helps, the construction will go more smoothly, but his wages are not cheap. The village chief curiously asked, How much is his daily wage? Lu Yaowen replied, 31. The village chief frowned, so expensive. In their village, the daily wage for building a thatched cottage was at most 10 won. Lu Yaowen explained his skills are excellent, and he works quickly. He is worth the price. Yi Wei said without hesitation, Money is not a problem. Hurry and call him over. Lu Yaowen quickly ran to fetch him. In a short while, he brought back a kind-looking middle-aged man. After the introduction, Yi Wei learned that his name was Zhou Shan. Following this, Lu Yaowen and Master Zhou accompanied Yi Wei and Li Tai on their way to Huang Sholing village. Passing by a bun shop, Yi Wei bought a bag of buns to stave off hunger on the road. After leaving Huanghe town and walking for a while, the surroundings gradually became deserted. At that moment, Yi Wei saw a large and a small beggar lying by the roadside ahead. They were disheveled and their clothes were tattered. Yi Wei looked closely and found that although the little beggar was dirty, her eyes were bright and spirited, showing a spark of intelligence. The little beggar noticed Yi Wei's gaze and immediately ran over, kneeling down with a thud, pleading, Brother, can you give us something to eat? My dad is about to starve. Yue felt pity and quickly took out a meat bun and handed it to her. The little beggar bowed her head to Yue, turned, and ran back to feed the adult. Yue was just about to check on them when the village chief held his hand, advising, Xiao Wei, it's a year of famine now, with refugees everywhere. You should take care of yourself first. Yue frowned and said firmly, we can't just watch them die. The village chief sighed helplessly. There are countless starving refugees in the world. Can you save them all? Yue replied resolutely, if I can save one, I will. Saying this, Yue stepped forward and handed several buns to the father and daughter. They knelt on the ground, greedily devouring the buns while continuously bowing their heads in gratitude. Yue watched them, feeling a pang of sorrow, and his vision blurred. Yue softly asked, why are you begging here? Do you have no land at home? The man, while eating the bun, choked up and said, there was an epidemic in the village and everyone died. The little beggar bowed to Yue again, crying, brother, please take us in. My dad used to be the carpenter in the village. Everyone called him Uncle Lu. He worked very quickly. Brother, I'm quite capable too. I can clean, gather wild vegetables, farm, and do anything. I only ask for a place to stay and a bite to eat. My dad and I can survive on half a steam bun a day. Hearing his daughter's words, the man couldn't help but plead with Yue as well. Yue looked at the father and daughter, who were starving and on the brink of collapse, and felt a sharp pain in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he said, all right, you can come with me. He calculated that today he had sold 41 wolves and earned a total of 32 taels of silver. After deducting the 3 taels he had compensated Lu Yaoan, he still had 29 taels left. This amount of money was more than enough to support this father and daughter. The village chief stepped forward, examined the father and daughter, and then asked a few questions. Seeing that they answered fluently, the village chief nodded slightly and said no more. Thus, the group continued on their way. The sun shone on the loamy road, and the group cast long shadows as they walked toward Huang Sholing village. Meanwhile, in Huang Sholing village, Wang Xinxiao and 2 assistants rode in slowly. The sound of hooves was particularly loud in the quiet village. Upon reaching the village entrance, one person stayed to look after the horses while Wang Xinxiao took another assistant, guided by Aunt Wang, toward Yue's small thatched cottage. Aunt Wang wore a big smile and enthusiastically said, Miss, the home of the wolf-slaying hero is right here. Saying this, she shouted into the house, Jiang Zi, Jiang Xiao. You have guests. Wang Xinxiao and her assistant stood in front of the thatched cottage, staring at the small, shabby house with disbelief. If he truly was the wolf-slaying hero, how could that kid live in such a broken place? It seemed this kid was definitely not a wolf-slaying hero. Inside, Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao were focused on making clothes for Yue. Hearing at Wang's call, they put down their work and came out together. Upon seeing Wang Xinxiao and her male assistant, they were momentarily stunned, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. Wang Xinxiao and her assistant were equally astonished, staring at Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao in a daze for a while, unable to regain their senses. They never expected that in this remote, desolate village cottage, there would be 2 such outstanding young women. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao had grown up in privilege, their skin as fair as snow and their demeanor elegant. If they were dressed in splendid garments, they would surely resemble wealthy young ladies. Aunt Wang smiled and introduced. These 2 young ladies came from the county and said they specifically came to find the wolf-slaying hero. Chapter 27. Little trickster, I've searched high and low for you. A trace of worry surged in Jiang Zi's heart as she softly asked, What do you want with my husband? Wang Xinxiao finally came back to her senses and asked, Is your husband named Yue? Jiang Zi nodded in confirmation, Yes, that's right. Wang Xinxiao smiled. We are here to discuss a partnership regarding wolf products. Could you please call him out? Jiang Zi calmly replied, My husband is not here. Not here. Wang Xinxiao's face was filled with doubt. Aunt Wang quickly explained, Xiao Wei is indeed not here. He went to Chaoxian to sell wolves early this morning. Wang Xinxiao snorted coldly, Nonsense. He is not in the wolf-selling team at all. As she spoke, she walked straight towards the thatched cottage with her assistant. Jiang Zi was startled and quickly blocked their path, questioning, What do you want to do? Jiang Xiao glared at the 2. Wang Xinxiao crossed her arms and sneered, If you don't let us in, he must be inside. In my opinion, this little trickster must be too embarrassed to see anyone. Jiang Xiaowu's face turned red with anger. She turned and ran back into the house, emerging with a bow and arrow, aiming the arrowhead at Wang Xinxiao and her assistant. Wang Xinxiao and her assistant turned pale with fright and retreated repeatedly. Jiang Zi hurriedly pulled her sister back, shouting, "Sister, don't be impulsive." Wang Xinxiao feigned calmness, saying, "We mean no harm. We just want to meet the great hero who hunts wolves." Jiang Zi took a deep breath and said, "My husband is indeed not here. If you want to see him, you can wait inside." "No need. We'll wait in the village." Wang Xinxiao had no choice but to leave. Jiang Zi did not insist. After waiting in the village for a while, the villagers who sold wolves returned one after another, but there was no sign of Yi Wei in the group. Time passed slowly, and the sunset bathed the entire Wilderness Beast Ridge village in orange-red light. Wang Xinxiao paced back and forth in the village, eventually getting back on her horse with two assistants, galloping towards Yi Wei's thatched cottage. Jiang Zi was in front of the house, and, seeing them return, quickly said, "I apologize. My husband sold the wolves and went to do other business. He will be back a bit later." Jiang Xiao also said, "How about you come in for a glass of water first?" Wang Xinxiao was a bit angry, but seeing their demeanor, she couldn't get mad. At that moment, Yi Wei returned with Lu Yaowen and others. "Sister-in-law, husband." Jiang Xiaowu and Jiang Zi both exclaimed in surprise as they rushed forward to greet him. As they approached, Jiang Zi looked concerned and gently said, "Husband, you finally came back." Jiang Xiaowu, feeling a bit wronged, added, "We thought something happened to you since you returned so late." "It's fine. I'll try to come back earlier in the future." Yi Wei comforted Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu by holding their arms, then turned to look at Wang Xinxiao and her companions. His gaze finally landed on Wang Xinxiao. Yi Wei noticed that this girl had delicate features. Although she wasn't as stunning as his wife and sister-in-law, her slender waist and curves in the light were quite alluring. He hadn't looked closely at her before, but now she seemed quite captivating. If she were to obediently serve him, it would be a pleasure. Yi Wei observed that despite her anger, there was a certain cuteness and wildness to her. Wang Xinxiao felt a bit flustered under Yi Wei's gaze, but still tried to maintain her composure. "Little trickster, I've searched high and low for you." Wang Xinxiao raised her voice, trying to mask her inner unease. Yi Wei smiled slightly. "Miss Wang, we meet again. You aren't here for that 2 coins of broken silver, are you?" Wang Xinxiao steadied herself and said, "My lady wants to see you." "Yi repeat. I thought it was you who wanted to see me. How annoying." "You." Wang Xinxiao's face flushed red, feeling as if she had suddenly been touched by a man, which made her feel quite strange. Wang Xinxiao quickly turned her face away and said, "My lady is eager for talent. Upon learning that you are a master archer, she wishes to befriend you. Please come with us." She didn't dare to meet his gaze directly. Yi Wei chuckled. "If your lady wants to befriend me, why doesn't she come herself? Are you sent to test me?" Wang Xinxiao's heart raced. This person truly lived up to his reputation as a trickster, able to guess their intentions so quickly. Her face turned pale and then flushed, and she boldly said, "Who told you to trick me before? My lady is the richest heiress of Chaoxian. Befriending her will only bring you benefits, not drawbacks." Yi Wei had already known about her identity, and he felt a bit tempted. My goodness, if this maid is so fresh and appealing, then her lady must be... Yi Wei blurted out, "May I ask what your lady looks like?" Coughing, he realized that this question was inappropriate and quickly changed his words. I'm not feeling well right now. Let your lady come another day." Wang Xinxiao was somewhat discouraged. "Kid, not many people can have my lady summon them personally. You. Don't be so ungrateful." As she spoke, she bit her lip. "Wow, so cute." Yi Wei thought that her fierce demeanor made him want to tease her. To see her reaction, Yi Wei took out 2 coins of broken silver from his pocket and said, "Here, this is for you. Please let your lady come." "You." Wang Xinxiao was a bit frantic at his action, but she maintained an air of pride, saying, "Then take care of your health. I'll bring my lady here later." She did not take the money and turned to mount her horse. The villagers saw this and quickly made way. As the sound of hooves faded, Wang Xinxiao's mood was complex. This little trickster seemed different from others, and she couldn't help but lose control in front of him. Her assistant cautiously said, "Sister Wang, this kid is too ungrateful." Wang Xinxiao came back to her senses and quickly shook her head. "Don't say that. He has his considerations. What should we do now? Go back and tell my lady to come tomorrow. The assistant was surprised. Is it really necessary for the lady to come? Yes, this guy is worth it. Wang Xinxiao thought, little trickster, I hope you won't disappoint my lady tomorrow. With that, she cracked the whip and galloped toward Xiaoxian. Yi Wei put away the broken silver and thanked the villagers. Tai Ling stepped forward curiously and asked, Idiot, I heard the villagers say the richest lord has taken a liking to you and wants to recruit you as a son-in-law. Is that true? Yes, Yi Wei nodded. Tai Ling had a strange look in her eyes. That's great. Idiot, now that you're the son-in-law of the richest man, don't forget about me. Her face flushed, and she quickly corrected herself. Don't forget about our villagers. Beside her, Qin Meiyan also looked at him with a dazed expression. Don't worry, I won't leave the village. Also, I don't like being a son-in-law. I only take concubines. As he spoke, he meaningfully glanced at Tai Ling and Qin Meiyan's quite impressive figures. His hands felt a bit itchy. Tai Ling and Qin Meiyan noticed the unusual glint in his eyes and quickly looked at their own bodies before looking back at him. Chapter 28 In my heart. You will always be the most important. The twilight hung over Beast Ridge Village like a huge gray cloth. Yi Wei hurriedly entered the house with Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu. Jiang Zi closed the wooden door with a creak. Seeing this, the villagers dispersed. Jiang Zi and her younger sister Jiang Xiaowu examined Yi Wei up and down as if he were a precious treasure they had retrieved. I'm really fine, Yi Wei said, feeling a bit uncomfortable under their scrutiny, and waved his hand with a smile. Jiang Zi furrowed her brows slightly, worry filling her eyes. My lord, will they come back? Jiang Xiaowu interjected, Of course they will. Those people won't give up until they achieve their goal. Jiang Zi bit her lip, her voice trembling. My lord, if you really become the son-in-law of a billionaire, will you abandon us? Jiang Xiaowu also stared at Yi Wei anxiously, her eyes flickering with unease. Yi Wei felt a warmth in his heart, stepped forward, and opened his arms to gently embrace the two. How could I? In my heart, you will always be the most important. Jiang Xiaowu's cheeks turned red, and she struggled slightly before quickly calming down. Do you swear? She asked, her voice small but insistent. Yi Wei raised his right hand without hesitation, his expression serious. I swear to heaven, as long as I'm alive, I will never abandon you. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu exchanged a glance, the gloom in their eyes instantly dissipating, replaced by uncontainable joy. At that moment, the door creaked open suddenly. Tai Ling burst in, and upon seeing the three of them in a close embrace, she froze in place, her eyes wide and her hand nearly dropping the crossbow. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu quickly broke free from Yi Wei's embrace like startled deer. Yi Wei smiled at Tai Ling. Linger, what's wrong? Tai Ling came to her senses and quickly raised the crossbow in her hand, excitedly saying, Fool, I finished making the crossbow. You have to try it. That fast. Yi Wei's eyes flashed with surprise as he quickly stepped forward to take the crossbow and examined it carefully. The craftsmanship of this crossbow was exquisite, every part polished perfectly, showing that Tai Ling had put a lot of thought into it. Yi Wei held the crossbow and strode out of the house. The crowd followed him, their eyes fixed on a weapon in his hands. Yi Wei stopped, aimed at a mulberry tree in the distance, and pulled the trigger in one smooth motion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 arrows streaked across the night sky like shooting stars, hitting the mulberry tree 200 meters away with precision. Yi Wei leaned in to take a closer look. The arrows were less than 3 centimeters off from his intended target. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu were stunned, unable to close their mouths. Jiang Xiaowu couldn't help but exclaim, This is amazing. Tai Linger looked at Yi Wei with anticipation. Fool, how is it? Linger, you did great. Yi Wei gave her a thumbs up, genuinely praising her. You must have put in a lot of effort to make this crossbow, right? Tai Linger beamed with pride. Of course. I stayed up all night last night and didn't rest at all today. Fool, how do you plan to thank me? Yi Wei thought for a moment and smiled. I'll treat you to roast duck and Taisher cakes, and I'll give you a new outfit and a pair of new shoes. How does that sound? Tai Linger was instantly stunned, her eyes wide, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Seeing this, Jiang Zi quickly pulled Tai Linger back into the house, took out a shiny roast duck from a bag of fragrant Taisher cakes, and a brand new set of clothes and shoes, handing them to Tai Ling'er. Tai Ling'er stared at the things in front of her, momentarily at a loss. After regaining her senses, she waved her hands. "Fool, I was just joking. How could I ask for so much from you?" With that, she turned and ran out of the house. Jiang Zi reached out to grab her, but was cleverly shaken off. Tai Ling'er ran to the door, turned back, and shouted at Yi Wei, "Fool, I'm going back to take a big nap. When I wake up, I'll make another crossbow for my sister-in-law." Before Yi Wei could respond, she dashed away like the wind. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu chased after her a few steps, but shook their heads helplessly and stopped. Yi Wei shot a few more arrows, and suddenly felt something bulky in his pocket, then put away the crossbow. He returned to the house with Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu, took out a bag of silver ingots from his pocket, and handed it to Jiang Zi. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu opened the bag and were instantly dumbfounded by the sight of the shiny silver inside. Jiang Xiaowu's jaw nearly dropped in surprise. "Brother-in-law, how come there's so much money again?" Yi Wei smiled and patted Jiang Xiaowu on the head. "There will be even more in the future." Jiang Zi came back to her senses, took the silver to the bedside, lifted the bedboard, and placed the silver into a large sack. Looking at the full sack of silver, her hands trembled slightly, and a hint of worry appeared on her face. "What's wrong?" Yi Wei stepped forward, concerned. Jiang Zi frowned, her voice trembling a bit. "My lord, there is too much money. I'm a bit scared. What if we attract the attention of bad people?" Jiang Xiaowu chimed in. "Today, I saw Zhao Manhu lurking outside, and it seemed like he wanted to sneak in while we were outside. It scared me and my sister so much that we didn't dare to leave even a step." Jiang Zi took a deep breath, trying to appear calm. "It's okay. As long as we don't leave the house, others won't dare to steal from us." Yi Wei's brows furrowed tightly. "His injury has healed so quickly?" Jiang Xiaowu nodded. "He's not fully healed yet, but he walks pretty fast with a cane." At that moment, there was a soft knock on the door. Qin Meiyan's voice came from outside. "Is Dr. Yi there?" Jiang Zi quickly stepped forward to open the door and saw Qin Meiyan standing outside. Yi Wei couldn't help but glance at her, noticing she was wearing tight clothing, her ample chest and long legs highlighting her curvaceous figure. Recalling the scene of treating her injury, his gaze unconsciously lingered on her chest for a moment. Qin Meiyan noticed Yi Wei's gaze, and a glimmer of something unusual flashed in her eyes. "Dr. Ye, I just saw Cheng Lang from Tugong village going to find Zhao Manhu with a knife. I'm afraid they might cause trouble for you tonight, so you should be careful." After saying that, she turned and quickly left, her beautiful figure soon disappearing into the night. Yi Wei, Jiang Zi, and Jiang Xiaowu rushed out of the door, watching the direction in which Qin Meiyan had left. Jiang Zi looked puzzled. "Who is this Cheng Lang?" Yi Wei's expression darkened. "He is a notorious bully from Tugong village." Jiang Zi frowned. "What does the bully from Tugong village want with Zhao Manhu in our village?" Jiang Xiaowu worriedly said, "They wouldn't be planning to rob us together, would they?" Jiang Zi shuddered in fear. Yi Wei felt a surge of anger. "It seems Zhao Manhu cannot be kept alive. I must eliminate him to avoid future troubles." Yi Wei turned and went back inside to get the crossbow. Seeing this, Jiang Zi hurriedly grabbed his hand, nervously asking, "My lord, where are you going?" "Nothing. Just going out for a bit. I'll be back soon." Yi Wei forced a relaxed smile, shaking off Jiang Zi's hand and striding outside. Jiang Zi watched Yi Wei's departing figure, filled with worry. Jiang Xiaowu comforted her. "Sister, brother-in-law is capable. He is a strong man. Nothing will happen to him." But Jiang Zi still frowned, her gaze fixed tightly on the direction Yi Wei had disappeared. Chapter 29. Next life, be a good person. The night was as dark as ink, thick and unyielding. Yi Wei crouched low, deliberately avoiding the main road of the village, choosing instead the rugged mountain paths. The moonlight filtered through the mottled leaves, casting shadows on his face, adding a touch of coldness to his demeanor. Soon, he arrived outside a large courtyard, which was the residence of Zhao Manhu, a big thatched house. Just as he approached the courtyard, a woman's piercing wail shattered the night sky, like a sharp knife stabbing straight into Yi Wei's heart. He furrowed his brows, cautiously observing his surroundings, and after confirming that no one was around, he carefully sneaked into the courtyard. At the moment he stepped into the yard, The woman's wailing abruptly ceased, followed by a man's lewd laughter. Hugo, your woman is really something. From now on, we'll like grasshoppers on the same rope. What do you say we do next? Yue recognized the voice as that of Cheng Lang, the bully from Tugong village. Then Zhao Manhu's voice followed. Lang Ge, calling you over is naturally to make a big fortune together. Cheng Lang's tone was filled with urgency. How to make it? Hurry up and tell me. Zhao Manhu chuckled, lowering his voice. Recently, our village has had a wolf hunting expert. I'm sure you've heard about it. Cheng Lang replied. I heard that your village recently hunted nearly 100 wolves, but I'm not clear on who did it. However, it's certain that many people in your village made a lot of money selling wolves. Zhao Manhu snorted coldly and said fiercely, the one who made the most money is that idiot Yue, the village doctor, that idiot who also shot me. Oh, it's him. Cheng Lang narrowed his eyes. Zhao Manhu continued. Lang Ge, tonight at midnight, after they fall asleep, we'll sneak in, slit his throat, and steal all his silver. Plus, he married a pair of beauties. If you still have the energy, you can have a taste. Upon hearing this, Yue's anger surged instantly. His hands clenched so tightly that his nails almost dug into his palms. Unable to contain himself any longer, he banged the door open. In the hall inside, Zhao Manhu and Cheng Lang were startled by the noise, their bodies instinctively trembling. Without saying a word, Yue swiftly raised his crossbow and aimed at Cheng Lang's body, shooting an arrow. Ah! Cheng Lang screamed, clutching his stomach, his face contorted in pain. Before he could recover, Yue shot another arrow at his head. With a piercing scream, Cheng Lang fell straight to the ground, blood quickly spreading around him. Only then did Zhao Manhu react, his eyes wide with terror as he turned to flee. But the arrow wound in his leg hadn't healed, and each step was accompanied by excruciating pain, so he couldn't move quickly. Yue wasted no time and shot another arrow at his back. Zhao Manhu fell forward, frantically clawing at the ground, trying to get up. Yue walked up to him, aimed the arrow tip at his head, and coldly said, Next life. Be a good person. Zhao Manhu's face turned ashen with fear, and he trembled as he pleaded, Idiot Ge, don't kill me, my woman will give you. But Yue showed no hesitation, shooting an arrow straight at his head. Zhao Manhu instantly fell silent, blood gushing out. Despite being in a chaotic world where killing wasn't rare, Yue still felt a bit dazed. His legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground. He looked at the two corpses before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Fortunately, these two were notorious for their evil deeds, which made him feel a little better. At that moment, a woman with a bruised face rushed out. Yue was startled and instinctively tightened his grip on the crossbow, watching her warily. The woman saw the dead bodies on the ground, her legs weakened, and she knelt down, repeatedly bowing to Yue, crying and saying, Thank you, benefactor, for killing these two evil men, avenging me. Yue slowly lowered the crossbow and gently asked, Who are you? What are you doing up here? The woman sobbed and replied, My name is Ma Dongmei. Zhao Manhu killed my whole family and abducted me here for his pleasure. Yue looked around, realizing there were no others in the big house, and guessed that the earlier wailing must have come from her. He calmed himself and said, Let's bury them first. Ma Dongmei nodded, stopping her tears. Zhao Manhu's new house was at the edge of the village, with no one living within hundreds of meters, and not far behind was Wulong Mountain, making it convenient for disposing of the bodies. Yue first extracted the arrows from both of them and found two large burlap sacks. Together with Ma Dongmei, they placed the bodies into the sacks. Due to their large builds and Ma Dongmei's smaller strength, Yue had to make 2 trips to carry the bodies up the mountain. Once on the mountain, the two worked hard to bury the bodies. Afterward, they hurried back to the courtyard to clean up the bloodstains. Once everything was taken care of, Yue let out a long breath and said to Ma Dongmei, Take care of yourself. But Ma Dongmei suddenly knelt on the ground, pleading, Benefactor, please take me in. I have no home now. Yue felt a pang of conflict. Keeping Ma Dongmei might raise suspicion about his connection to Zhao Manhu and Cheng Lang's deaths. After hesitating for a long time, he took out a few pieces of silver from his pocket and handed them to Ma Dongmei, saying, Take this money and find another way. With that, he turned and left. Ma Dongmei knelt on the ground, tears in her eyes, despairingly watching Yue's back. Yue walked for a while, but couldn't shake off the worry for Ma Dongmei. The more he thought about it, the more he felt pity, and in the end, he turned back to the courtyard. When he returned, he saw Ma Dongmei hanging from a peach tree in the courtyard. Damn! Yue was taken aback and rushed over to bring her down. Seeing her benefactor, Ma Dongmei burst into tears again, choking back her words. Benefactor? I have no family left in this world. Living is meaningless. Yue looked at her, his gaze firm. From now on, you can follow me. I will be your family. Ma Dongmei looked up, a glimmer of hope in her eyes, and seeing Yue's determined expression, she quickly knelt down again, crying and bowing her head. Thank you, benefactor. I will definitely serve you like a cow or horse. Yue reached out, gently helping Ma Dongmei up, and calmly said, Before I take you in, you need to help me with something. Ma Dongmei instinctively covered her chest with one hand, her eyes flashing with nervousness and unease as she looked at Yue timidly. After a moment, she bit her lip, her voice trembling. Young master, if you want. I'm willing to give it to you, but I'm not in good condition right now. Yue realized that Ma Dongmei misunderstood and quickly waved his hand, explaining, You've misunderstood. I want you to go to the village chief's house. He then laid out his plan for her. Before long, Ma Dongmei hurried to the village chief's house. With red-rimmed eyes, she cried to village chief Li Tai. Village chief. I don't know where Zhao Manhu has run off to. Hasn't he come back so late, and I'm so scared being alone in that big house. Can you send a few people to keep me company? Village chief Li Tai frowned, feeling uneasy. Zhao Manhu often committed evil deeds. If he moved into the chief's house without permission, it could cause trouble. Just as he was in a dilemma, Yue arrived. Chapter 30. Already buried in the back mountain of the village. Yue looked at the village chief, then at Ma Dongmei, and said, Village chief, my thatched hut has limited space, and I can't accommodate 4 people today. Do you know if there are any vacant houses in the village? I need to arrange for them to stay. Li Tai nodded and said, Then I'll ask the villagers to see who has a vacant house. Ma Dongmei hurriedly said, Let Yi Longzhong stay at my house. I have plenty of rooms. Yue pretended to hesitate. Is that really okay? I have some past grievances with Zhao Manhu. Ma Dongmei waved her hand and said eagerly, It's fine, he's not home, and he hasn't come back this late. He definitely won't return tonight. Yue looked at the village chief. The village chief nodded decisively, then let them stay for the night and see how it goes. It's too late to disturb everyone now. Yue felt secretly pleased, but maintained a calm demeanor. Since the village chief had arranged it this way, he would let them stay. Ma Dongmei quickly said, I'll go prepare the house. You hurry and bring them over. After saying that, she turned and left. Yue followed her outside. Once outside, Ma Dongmei looked at him with admiration and said, Benefactor, you are truly remarkable. Yue took out a crossbow from a concealed spot and said, It's all about taking action. You go prepare, and I'll bring the people over. With the village chief's backing, we'll become familiar with each other, and no one will suspect anything. Ma Dongmei nodded, took out 3 pieces of broken silver from her pocket, and handed them to Yue, saying, Benefactor, Zhao Manhu has hidden a lot of silver. I didn't dare to take it before, but now it all belongs to me. Here, take this broken silver back. All right. Yue took the broken silver and noticed the bruise on her face. Just as he was about to speak, she turned and left. Yue had no choice but to avoid the villagers and returned home in the dark. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao were standing at the door, anxiously looking around. When they saw Yue return safely, their tense hearts finally relaxed, and they displayed relieved smiles. Yue walked into the house and carefully put away the crossbow. Jiang Zi couldn't wait to ask, Sir, where did you go just now? As Yue organized his clothes, he replied, I went to Zhao Manhu's house. Jiang Zi's expression changed dramatically, and she exclaimed, What? Why did you go there? Yue's expression was serious as he said, I intended to just take a look around, but I overheard them discussing coming to our house to kill and rob us in the middle of the night. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao were startled. Jiang Zi asked anxiously, What do we do now? Should we go find the village chief? Jiang Xiao, however, suddenly said, You didn't act, did you? Ye repeat. I couldn't help it. I charged in and shot them dead with the crossbow. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao's eyes widened, momentarily speechless. After processing this, Jiang Zi hurried to the door, cautiously peering outside. After confirming there was no one outside, she locked the door and returned to Yui's side, asking, "Sir, did you really kill them?" Yue nodded. "They are already buried in the back mountain of the village." Jiang Xiaowu quickly asked, "Did anyone see it?" Yue said, "A woman named Ma Dongmei, who was captured by Zhao Manhu, knows about it, but she's on our side now. I've taken her in. By the way, I also brought some brickmaking craftsmen and carpenters back to the village. I'll arrange for them to temporarily stay at Ma Dongmei's house." After Yi Wei finished speaking, he went out again. The two women followed him to the door, watching as Yi Wei's figure gradually disappeared into the night before returning inside and closing the door. Jiang Zi looked tense and said to Jiang Xiaowu, "Sister, you mustn't tell anyone about what just happened. Do you understand?" Jiang Xiaowu nodded earnestly. "Sister, with Zhao Manhu dead, we can finally sleep peacefully." Jiang Zi nodded. After Yi Wei settled Lu Yaowen and the others at Ma Dongmei's house, he hurried back home. Inside, Jiang Zi first wiped his face and body, then brought warm water for him to wash his feet. Just as he was about to get into bed, he noticed that Jiang Xiaowu was looking at the bed, a bit shy. Seeing this, Yi Wei thought to himself, "Xiaowu can't possibly be embarrassed to sleep with me, right? They followed me, but there isn't even an extra room or bed, so it seems I really am a failure." He felt a wave of self-reproach. "Xiaowu, I'll arrange a room for you to sleep in the village tomorrow." He pondered whether there was a room available at Ma Dongmei's or if he could squeeze in with Tai Ling. "No, Yi." Jiang Xiaowu blushed, gripping the hem of her clothes, wanting to say something but hesitating. Jiang Zi glanced at her and immediately said, "Sister, you aren't scared, are you?" Jiang Xiaowu bit her lip and finally nodded, her face completely lowered, feeling utterly embarrassed. Jiang Zi recalled her sister's recent near-death experience, and with Yue having just killed someone, she hurriedly embraced her and said, "Sister, don't be afraid. I'm here with you. How about we let the sir sleep in the middle tonight?" Jiang Xiaowu actually had the same idea since Yi Wei brought her a sense of security, but he was her sister's man, and she couldn't bring herself to say it. "Sister, is that okay? What's wrong with that? When you reach marriageable age, you can marry your sir too." I'll talk about it then." Her face was flushed as she hurriedly climbed onto the bed and turned away. Yi Wei had thought Xiaowu would be bolder than his wife, but now it seemed she had a fiery personality but wasn't very brave, which might also be related to her age and experiences. "Sir, can you sleep in the middle?" Jiang Zi stepped forward, a bit pleading. He couldn't refuse such a request that involved the responsibilities of a man, so he immediately agreed. "All right, I'll sleep in the middle." Yi Wei climbed onto the bed and lay in the middle. Jiang Zi blew out the oil lamp and also climbed into bed, with two beauties on either side. The bed was too small. As he placed his hand on his stomach, he accidentally put it on Jiang Xiaowu's bottom. With that touch, Jiang Xiaowu felt like she was electrocuted, her body shuddering, and she almost dove under the bed. Why such a big reaction? Yi Wei was a bit surprised and quickly moved his hand back to his stomach. The three of them squeezed into a small bed, and with him in the middle, he felt that even breathing was somewhat ambiguous. Yi Wei was worried he might accidentally touch her bottom again, and that it would be bad if she fell to the floor. As he thought this, a wave of heat rose within him. Fortunately, after a long day of work, he finally fell into a deep sleep after tossing and turning until midnight. In the morning, Yi Wei got up early and found Li Fuxing and the crippled man, instructing them, "Fuxing, cripple, you two take Lu Yaowen and Master Zhou to find suitable brickmaking spots in the village." "Okay, Brother Dazi." The two accepted the order and hurriedly left. Then, Yi Wei took Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu to a nearby piece of wasteland, measuring and recording with them. However, Jiang Xiaowu's face looked a bit unnatural as she watched Yi Wei. After waking up early, she had realized that one of her legs was draped over Yi Wei's, one hand resting on his chest, and her face completely pressed against his side. Meanwhile, Yi Wei's hand had somehow slipped into the waistband of her clothes, gripping her belly band. Back at home, Yi Wei sat at the table, spreading out a piece of paper. He substituted the measured dimensions into the SAB formula and wrote out equations on the paper. Jiang Xiaowu moved a stool over and sat beside him. Yi Wei looked so handsome when he was serious. After a while, Jiang Xiaowu became like a little fangirl, staring at Yi Wei as he wrote and drew on the paper. Jiang Zi brought over ginseng tea and placed it on the table. Glancing at the string of characters and numbers Yi Wei had written, she couldn't help but curiously ask, "Sir, what are you writing?" At this moment, Jiang Xiao also reacted. Leaning in closer, Yi Wei put down the brush in his hand and looked at the two sisters with curiosity. He took a sip of the water and said, "This is the formula for calculating area. We measured the length and width of the wasteland, and with this formula, we can calculate the area. This way, when planning the layout of the house, we can clearly know the size of each room." Jiang Xiaowu was left in confusion, and Jiang Zi was momentarily perplexed too. But both girls suddenly had the thought that the man was quite impressive. Just then, a voice from outside called out, "Dr. Yi, are you home?" Jiang Zi quickly turned to open the door. Qin Meiyin walked in, swaying her curvy hips and slim waist, her gaze landing directly on Yi Wei. "Could it be that sister-in-law wants me to check again?" Yi Wei stepped forward, his eyes inadvertently glancing at her rather spectacular chest. Remembering their experiences on the mountain, he couldn't help but swallow hard and asked, "Sister-in-law, what do you need from me?" Chapter 31. "Sister-in-law, please help me." Qin Meiyin looked at Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao in the room and said, "Dr. Yi, can you come on talk?" Yi Wei thought that this matter must be avoided in front of outsiders and immediately followed her out. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao were curious and followed to the door but did not go any further. Yi Wei and Qin Meiyin arrived at a deserted open area, where the surroundings were quiet, only the gentle breeze rustling the leaves. Qin Meiyin stopped and stared intently at Yi Wei, directly asking, "Xiao Wei, did you kill Zhao Manhu and Cheng Lang?" Yi Wei was startled and thought, "Oh no, how does she know?" He maintained a calm facade and replied, "Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? Who has the ability to kill them?" Qin Meiyin's eyes were complex as she slowly said, "I saw you burying the bodies last night." Yi Wei's heart raced. Damn it, no one should have discovered it last night. Now it's over. However, he pretended to be calm and remained silent. Qin Meiyin continued, "I was worried that Zhao Manhu and Cheng Lang would come to rob you. So I went over there for a walk and happened to see you and Ma Dongmei carrying sacks to Wulong Mountain to bury the bodies." Yi Wei took a deep breath and honestly said, "Sister-in-law, if I hadn't killed them, they would have come to my house to kill me in the middle of the night. I did it to protect myself, and I don't regret it." Qin Meiyin slowly nodded and said, "Xiao Wei, they have committed many crimes and deserve to die. But Cheng Lang has two brothers at home. If Cheng Lang doesn't return for a long time, they will definitely come to the village looking for him. If they can't find him, they might report it to the authorities. Once the authorities catch Ma Dongmei, your killing will likely be exposed, and then you will be executed." Yi Wei found it laughable. He would never let that happen. After thinking for a moment, he deliberately said, "I'm so scared right now. Sister-in-law, please help me." Seeing him like this, Qin Meiyin straightforwardly said, "Xiao Wei, why don't we go kill them to eliminate future troubles? Besides, you don't need to worry. Cheng Lang's other two brothers also do bad things in Tagong village, and their reputation is as bad as Zhao Manhu's. Killing them would be doing the people a favor." Damn, sister-in-law is so fierce. Yi Wei was momentarily surprised and sized her up. Qin Meiyin looked at him with determination. He had saved her life on the mountain, and now that he was in trouble, she naturally wouldn't ignore him. Yi Wei nodded. If sister-in-law said to kill, then let us kill. Qin Meiyin looked at Yi Wei and asked, "Xiao Wei, killing is not a small matter. Are you not afraid?" Yi Wei's expression grew serious as he replied, "I am afraid, but for the safety of my family, I have no choice." Qin Meiyin nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right, tonight after dark. I'll wait for you under the old banyan tree at the village entrance. Sister-in-law will accompany you then, but this matter must only be known to you and me. No third person should know, including your wife." Yi Wei nodded solemnly, agreeing to sister-in-law's plan. Qin Meiyin turned and left, her figure disappearing into the morning light. Yi Wei watched her back, his gaze involuntarily falling on her curvy figure, feeling warm inside. He didn't expect sister-in-law to come to help him without hesitation. It seems there are still good people in the world. Not long after, Li Fuxing and a group of people with a disabled person hurried back. Li Fuxing looked joyful and shouted, "Daizige, we found a brick-making site." Soon, Lu Yaowen and Zhou Shan also rushed over. Lu Yaowen wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Benefactor, it's by the creek on the west side of the village." The clay and fine sand, there are good materials for making bricks, but it's a bit far from where you're building your house. But there's south no better place in the village. Yue decisively said, then let's start working immediately. He then turned to Li Fuxing and the disabled person, instructing, Fuxing, and you, cooperate with the two masters. Whatever they need, do your best to provide it. I won't skimp on your wages. Li Fuxing and the disabled person smiled and nodded, saying in unison, leave it to us. Lu Yaoan smiled and said, in that case, I'll make a list of materials for you to purchase, and we can start building the kiln to make bricks. Okay, Yue nodded. After Li Fuxing and Lu Yaoan left, the beggar father and daughter, Lu Jiang and Tao Tao, approached again. Young master, do you need me and my father to do anything? Tao Tao asked eagerly. Have you eaten? Yue asked, patting her little head. Yes, Sister Ma made a pot of rice porridge for everyone, and I had 2 big bowls. She replied. Yue smiled and nodded, saying, that's good. He then said to Lu Jiang, Uncle Lu, you can wander around the village first to familiarize yourselves with the environment. If you need anything, come find me and my wife. Later, I'll let you work. Yes, young master, Lu Jiang replied respectfully. Yue then patted Tao Tao's little face before heading home. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu were waiting for him in front of the house. When they saw him return, they hurriedly approached. Jiang Zi looked nervous, worry evident in her eyes, and immediately asked, Sir, what did Sister Qin want from you? Is it related to Zhao Manhu? Jiang Xiaowu followed closely, lowering her voice and urgently saying, Brother-in-law, she didn't see you do anything last night, did she? The 2 women stared intently at Yue, their eyes revealing anxiety. Yue was startled. He didn't expect them to be so clever and guess it right away. However, he forced a relaxed smile and casually said, she came to me about a private matter, asking about some anti-itch medicine. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu exchanged glances, and their tense nerves quickly relaxed. Jiang Zi revealed a relieved smile, realizing the truth. Jiang Xiaowu also patted her chest and said, you scare me to death just now. Yue secretly sighed in relief. It's better that they don't know about this. He needed to think of another excuse to go out tonight. Just then, the woodcutter Huang Monsong was walking over with something in hand, his face full of smiles. Yue focused and saw that he was holding a ginseng root, and quickly went up to ask Uncle Huang, what is this? Huang Monsong smiled, so broadly his eyes squinted into slits, saying Xiao Wei Gu, do you still want this ginseng? As he raised the ginseng, Yue enthusiastically said, let us talk inside. Saying this, he pulled Huang Monsong into the house. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu, full of curiosity, followed him inside. Yue took the ginseng and examined it closely. Although this ginseng was slightly smaller than the last one, its roots were long and clear, indicating it was quite old. Yue felt delighted, judging that this ginseng was at least 20 to 30 years old. Huang Monsong rubbed his hands and tentatively said, Xiao Wei Gu, how about you give me just 1 copper coin for this ginseng, Ninwen? Jiang Xiaowu, hearing this, widened her eyes in surprise and hurriedly leaned towards Jiang Zi, whispering, Sister, didn't you say ginseng is very expensive? Why is this one only 9 Wen? Jiang Zi quickly made a shushing gesture, signaling her to be quiet. Yue looked up at Huang Monsong and asked, Uncle Huang, are you sure you want 9 Wen? Huang Monsong smiled, saying, if you think it's too expensive, we can negotiate the price. Yue decisively said, no need, just 9 Wen. Saying this, he took out some spare copper coins and handed them to Huang Monsong. Huang Monsong accepted the coins, grinning from ear to ear, and said, thank you, Xiao Wei Gu. He turned to leave. Yue quickly called out to him, Uncle Huang, are there many of these in the mountains? Schabt 32 Linge. Why did you come here to take a bath? Huang Monsong scratched his head and said, it's not a lot, but if you search carefully, you can still find some. Why, do you still want some? Yue was secretly delighted, but on the surface, he remained calm and said, of course, I want as much as you have. Huang Monsong was so excited that his face turned red and said, good, that's great. I'll go find it right now. Huang Monsong turned to leave, and Yue followed him, reminding him, Uncle Huang, this stuff can't be exposed to the light. Remember to tuck into your waistband next time, and make sure to dig up all the roots. Huang Monsong nodded repeatedly, smiling. Lu Wei, I know. I won't let this meat lump see the light next time, and I'll make sure to dig up all the roots. Once Wang Monsong stepped out of Yue Wei's house. He shook his head and muttered to himself, "What a fool. This thing can't fill your stomach. He must have too much money to spend. Since that's the case, I can't be blamed for taking advantage of him." After saying that, he hurried towards Wulong Mountain. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao walked up to Yue Wei. Jiang Zi picked up the ginseng, examined it carefully, then smelled it, saying, "Sir, this ginseng looks great. If we take it to the county fair, it can sell for quite a bit, right?" Ye Yi nodded, saying, "It won't be less than several hundred won, but it's still too cheap. We should keep it for ourselves." Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao exchanged glances, speechless in surprise. Since their family was raided last year, several hundred won was astronomical for them. They didn't expect that after following Yue Wei for only a few days, several hundred won would become so insignificant. Yue Wei was secretly excited, wondering if there were really many medicinal herbs on the mountain. If there were, I could make a fortune. More importantly, if I gather various medicinal herbs, I can start treating people in the village. Thinking of this, Yue Wei couldn't contain his excitement any longer. He handed the ginseng to Jiang Zi to keep safe, took his crossbow, strapped on a quiver filled with 30 arrows, and prepared to head out. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao followed him to the door. Jiang Zi asked with concern, "Sir, where are you going?" Yue Wei replied, "I'm going for a walk on the mountain." Jiang Zi cautioned, "Sir, please be careful." Jiang Xiao added, "Brother-in-law, take care. Knowing that, you two should go back quickly." Yue Wei turned and left. After walking for a while, he entered the forest. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting mottled shadows on a moss-covered ground. A gentle breeze brought the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and occasionally, a few crisp bird calls could be heard in the distance. He followed the winding path, the dry branches and fallen leaves crunching softly underfoot. Since he had an appointment with Qin Meiyin to go to Tugong village at night, and there wasn't much to do in the village during the day, it was just right to wander around the mountain. Before long, Yue Wei saw Tai Linger looking around and then running toward a nearby stream. Just as he was about to call out to her, he noticed she was running very fast. What is this girl sneaking around in the small woods for? Yue Wei was curious and hurriedly followed her. Tai Linger reached the stream, hesitated for a moment, then jumped into the water without a second thought. Wow! Yue Wei was taken aback. He remembered that the stream was about as deep as 2 bamboo poles, and most villagers couldn't swim. If she jumped in recklessly like that, it would definitely be dangerous. Sure enough, the water surface soon echoed with splashes and Tai Linger's cries for help. Help! Help! Yue Wei couldn't care less about being discovered spying on her. He rushed forward in a panic. Just as he reached the stream, he saw Tai Linger's pale body struggling and sinking into the water, bubbles rising from her mouth. Yue Wei quickly set down his crossbow and quiver, looked around, and noticed a lot of green vines on a nearby tree. He swiftly tore off a vine, tied one into a tree on the bank, and tightly wrapped the other end around his waist. Yue Wei stepped on the rocks and dove into the water, swimming towards Tai Linger with all his might. Tai Linger was still struggling in the deep water, and it seemed she couldn't hold on much longer. As Yue Wei swam closer, he grabbed one of her wildly flailing hands, pushed off from a large rock on the bottom, and pulled her up rapidly toward the surface. Puff! As soon as he broke the surface, Yue Wei gasped for air. At that moment, Tai Linger, like a frightened water snake, clung tightly to him, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing his face in her chest. He could see her gasping for breath, her chest heaving heavily. Yue Wei's entire nose and mouth were blocked, and he immediately felt a sense of suffocation. But he had anticipated that a drowning person would lose their rationality when rescued. He fell for the vine around his waist and, using it, hurriedly swam toward the bank with Tai Linger. Once they reached the bank, Tai Linger grabbed onto the water plants at the edge and finally released Yue Wei. He supported her hips and lifted her legs, exerting a great deal of effort, and managed to get Tai Linger onto the shore. Then, he climbed up himself. Tai Linger knelt on the ground, continuously coughing and spitting out water. After a while, she finally recovered and quickly looked at Yue Wei, who was standing beside her. When she saw him staring at her, her little mouth pouted, and she hurriedly jumped into his arms. "You fool, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "You fool, I." Yue Wei pushed her away, looked at her body, and joked, "Linger, if you keep dawdling like this, the villagers will come by and see your backside. Tai Linger looked down and immediately shivered in fear. She hurriedly took a few steps back, instinctively covering her body with her hands, but her petite figure couldn't be concealed. Her face turned crimson, like a ripe apple, and seeing him still staring, she stomped her foot and scolded, "Don't look." After saying that, she quickly ran to grab her clothes, diving into the nearby bushes. Yi Wei watched her flustered appearance, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting. He didn't expect Linger to be so cute and her figure to be so good. Yi Wei tried hard to pull back his thoughts, not daring to think wildly. He quickly took off his shirt and wrung out the water. Before long, Tai Linger emerged from behind the bushes. When she saw Yi Wei's clothes were soaked, her eyes filled with guilt, and she said, "Fool, it's all my fault for making your clothes so wet." Yi Wei smiled and reassured her, "It's fine, it'll dry soon." "But why did you come here to take a bath?" Tai Linger lowered her eyes and quietly explained, "There were people in several shallow water areas down the mountain, and I couldn't find a quiet place, so I came here. I thought the water wasn't deep, so I jumped in. Who knew I couldn't touch the bottom? By the way, how did you see me?" Yi Wei laughed. "If I hadn't seen you, you would have drowned already." Tai Linger momentarily didn't know how to respond to him. Remembering something, she looked to the left and then back at him, asking, "Fool, do you have any urgent business right now?" Yi Wei looked up at the forest and said, "I was planning to go up the mountain to see if there are any medicinal herbs." Upon hearing this, Tai Linger recalled the Ganoderma Yi Wei had previously bought from the cripple and excitedly said, "There are medicinal herbs on the mountain. I saw some when I went hunting with my brother and sister-in-law before, but the mountain path is hidden. I can take you there. Just follow me." Yi Wei looked puzzled and asked, "Where to?" While nimbly gathering firewood, Tai Linger said, "I'll help you dry your clothes first." "Oh." Yi Wei glanced at his clothes, thinking there was no rush to find medicinal herbs, so he followed her. Before long, Tai Linger led Yi Wei to a nearby cave. The cave was filled with a damp atmosphere, and water occasionally dripped from the cave walls, making a crisp sound. Tai Linger started a fire in the cave, and the flickering flames instantly dispelled some of the chill. Yi Wei felt extremely uncomfortable being all wet. From a medical perspective, this could easily lead to rheumatism. He simply took off his clothes, leaving only a pair of small shorts. Chapter 33. Silly boy, I'm scared. As soon as Tai Linger's gaze touched Yi Wei, it felt like she had been scalded, and she quickly looked away. Her cheeks burned bright red. Even the roots of her ears flushed pink. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, and her head lowered even deeper, looking shy and adorable. Yi Wei noticed Tai Linger's embarrassment and intentionally took a couple of steps closer, teasing, "Don't you think I look just like a wild man from the mountains?" Tai Linger shook her head vigorously like a rattle. "No, not at all." Yi Wei pressed on, taking another step forward. "Then what do I look like?" Forced to take a step back, Tai Linger bumped into the cave wall. Her face was flushed as she stammered, I didn't look closely." Tai Linger reached out and snatched Yi Wei's shirt, turning around to sit by the fire to roast it. Yi Wei also took off his pants and moved closer to the fire to dry them. The atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. Suddenly, Tai Linger thought of something and quickly changed the subject, saying, "In 4 days, the bandits will come to collect food and capture women." "Silly boy, I'm scared." Yi Wei's attention was indeed drawn to the matter of the bandits. In his memory, whenever the bandits entered the village, they would always kill people to establish their power. If any household hid away, the bandits would burn down their thatched cottages and crops, searching the mountains and fields. Captured men would have their hands and feet chopped off, their tongues cut out, and bleed to death. Women would suffer the torment of dozens of bandits, living worse than death. Compared to those man-eating wolves, these bandits were 10 times more terrifying. Originally, Yi Wei planned to think of a countermeasure 2 days before the bandits entered the village, but after Tai Linger brought it up, those long-buried memories surged back, and his mood became heavy. Yi Wei took a deep breath, trying to shake off the negative emotions, and patted his chest, saying, "What is there to be afraid of? I'm here, aren't I?" Tai Linger raised her eyes, still carrying a hint of doubt. Yi Wei looked straight at her, his eyes firm. "Don't worry. I promise you'll be safe." Seeing Yi Wei's determined expression, Tai Linger finally nodded, revealing a smile. "Silly boy, with your words, I'm not scared anymore." Yi Wei said gently, "No need to be afraid. I will always protect you. Tai Linger remembered how Jiangzi had advised her to marry Yi Wei, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed. She glanced at Yi Wei's little underpants, her knees instinctively coming together, her heart racing, but she finally mustered the courage to say, "Silly boy. Take off your underpants, I'll help you roast them." She handed over her dried shirt. Yi Wei didn't hesitate, using the shirt to cover his lower body, taking off his underpants, saying, "I can roast them myself. Let me do it." Tai Linger snatched the underpants, her face red, saying, "Your pants aren't dry yet." Seeing this, Yi Wei didn't say anything further. After that, both of them fell silent. The only sound in the cave was the crackling of the burning firewood. Tai Linger's face was so red it seemed like it could bleed. After the underpants were roasted, she hurriedly handed them to Yi Wei, turning her back to him, urging, "Silly boy, hurry up and put them on." Yi Wei quickly got dressed, then extinguished the fire and walked out of the cave with her, heading up the mountain. Along the way, Tai Linger looked around like a vigilant little animal. Yi Wei curiously asked, "What are you looking for?" Tai Linger lowered her voice, saying, "I'm looking for that man-eating big bad wolf. Sister said they all fled from Wulong Mountain, and it seems to be true." Just then, a wild rabbit sprang out from the grass ahead. Yi Wei was quick and directly pulled the trigger on the crossbow. With a whoosh, the arrow shot out like a meteor, hitting the rabbit's head on the spot. "I hit it," Tai Linger cheered, jumping up like a happy little bird, and quickly ran over to pick up the rabbit. Not long after, a wild chicken appeared ahead. Yi Wei shot again, directly pinning the wild chicken to the ground. Tai Linger looked at him with admiration, praising, "Silly boy, your archery is really good." Yi Wei smiled back, "It's mainly because you made the crossbow well." Tai Linger's lips curled up, her eyes sparkling. "That's also because you gave me the sketch and taught me how to make it." After walking a bit longer, Yi Wei consecutively shot 4 wild rabbits, 3 wild chickens, and 1 fox. Tai Linger's eyes widened in surprise, puzzled. "What is going on? Why are there so many prey?" Yi Wei countered, "Were there few prey before?" Tai Linger nodded, sighing. "I heard Sister say that the prey in this area had basically been hunted out, and you had to go into the deep mountains to catch anything." Yi Wei looked ahead, secretly pondering. There wouldn't be tigers in the deep mountains, would there? In his memory, there were indeed tigers roaming in the deep mountains. Tai Linger seemed to have guessed his thoughts and laughed. "I know. Silly boy. It must be that the wolf pack retreated into the deep mountains and scared these little animals out." As soon as she finished speaking, another rabbit jumped out in front. If they continued like this, they wouldn't be able to carry so many prey at all. Just then, Qin Xiaolong rushed down from the mountain, looking panicked and pained. He had scrapes on his face, and his right hand hung weakly by his side like it was dislocated. Although he had a bow on his left shoulder, there were no prey hanging from his waist or back. Seeing Yi Wei and Tai Linger, Qin Xiaolong glared at Yi Wei with displeasure. Previously, he had been angered by Jiang Xiaowu and wanted to go to Julong Mountain to kill bandits, but his sister Qin Meiyin threatened him with death, so he had to spend his days hunting in the deep mountains to vent his frustration. Unexpectedly, he encountered a fierce tiger earlier and nearly lost his life. He had to throw all the prey he caught to the tiger to barely escape, and his right hand was injured as a result. Tai Linger, seeing this, asked with concern, "Qin Xiaolong, what happened to your hand?" Qin Xiaolong adjusted his right hand, snorting coldly, "It's nothing." As he passed by Tai Ling, he stopped and said, "There's a big tiger up the mountain. You should hurry and come down with me." After speaking, he continued walking down the mountain. Tai Linger turned pale with fear and hurriedly moved closer to Yi Wei, shouting at Qin Xiaolong, "Qin Xiaolong, you're not lying to me, are you?" Qin Xiaolong angrily shouted, "Believe it or not." Saying that, he quickened his pace down the mountain. Yi Wei shouted after him, "Where's the tiger?" Qin Xiaolong stopped, turned around, and coldly looked at Yi Wei. "Why should I tell you?" Yi Wei said slowly, "If you tell me, I'll help you treat your hand." Qin Xiaolong sneered, "With your little medical skills, can you even treat my hand?" Yi Wei's expression became serious, saying earnestly, "Your bone is dislocated, and your blood flow is severely obstructed. If you don't treat it soon, even if you manage to heal, that hand will basically be useless. In the future, don't even think about hunting. It will be difficult to even use chopsticks to eat." Actually, Yi Wei was just trying to scare him. Qin Xiaolong looked down at his right hand, feeling a sudden panic, his face revealing a worried expression. Tai Linger, Anxious as can be, quickly urged Qin Xiaolong, Qin Xiaolong. Just let silly boy treat you. He is really amazing. After spending these days together, Tai Ling increasingly felt that Yi Wei was like a genius, firmly believing that since he dared to say so, he must have the confidence to treat Qin Xiaolong's hand. Qin Xiaolong was unwilling, snorting coldly. Even if this kid can treat me, would he be so kind to help me? Tai Linger's brows furrowed in anger, saying, Qin Xiaolong, if you continue to be difficult with silly boy, I won't ignore you anymore. After coming to the village with his sister, Qin Xiaolong had treated Tai Linger like family. The weapons he used for hunting were all provided by her, and he had a good impression of her. Hearing her say this, although Qin Xiaolong was still reluctant, he snorted and said to Yi Wei, then hurry up and treat me. I don't have time to waste. Okay, but it has to be like this. Yi Wei pointed to the ground with one hand, deliberately putting on a cold face, and said, kneel down and beg me. Chapter 34. With you, I'm not afraid of anything. Qin Xiaolong stood there in anger. Tai Ling immediately criticized Qin Xiaolong. How can you ask someone to treat you when you're sick like this? Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to the fool. Say a few good words. Qin Xiaolong stubbornly replied, I won't. Tai Linger threatened. Then I won't talk to you anymore. And if your hand gets crippled, let's see how you hunt in the future. After saying that, Tai Linger quickly walked over to Yi Wei and turned to leave with him. Qin Xiaolong looked at his right hand, then at Tai Linger, struggling internally. Finally, he shouted towards Yi Wei, Kid, stop right there. Yi Wei couldn't be bothered with him. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Xiaolong walked up with a flushed face. Dr. Yi, I spoke too harshly just now. I'm always like this. Please don't take it to heart. This apology made Qin Xiaolong's face turn red, and his breathing became rapid. Good kid, if you can't treat my hand later, I'll make sure to beat you to death. He gritted his teeth and finally knelt down. Hee, you think you can play with me? You're still too young. Next time, if my wife or sister-in-law worries about me, I'll kill you. Yi Wei didn't waste any words and directly grabbed Qin Xiaolong's hand, pulling it sharply. Qin Xiaolong jumped up in pain, quickly drawing his waist knife and aimed to stab Yi Wei. What are you doing? Tai Linger reacted quickly and immediately shielded Yi Wei. Yi Wei calmly said, look at your right hand. Qin Xiaolong looked confused, then glanced at his right hand, only to find that he could move it. He tried lifting it and grabbing something, realizing that his right hand was basically healed. He stared at Yi Wei in disbelief. Yi Wei asked, where's the tiger? Qin Xiaolong was still a bit surprised but pointed ahead. In that direction, about 400 steps away. Yi Wei calculated quickly, knowing that one step was about 3 meters, so 400 steps would be about 520 meters. He took down the prey hanging from his waist and handed it all to Tai Linger. You go down a mountain with him first. Tai Linger tightly held Yi Wei's hand, worried. Fool, don't take risks. A big tiger is much scarier than a big gray wolf. Yi Wei's expression turned serious. Old Huang went up the mountain to gather herbs. He might still be over there. I need to go check it out. With a crossbow in hand, Yi Wei felt confident. Not to mention a fierce tiger. Even a group of them wouldn't frighten him. Qin Xiaolong mocked. You're going to be scared out of your wits when you see a big tiger, pissing yourself. Just going over there is like seeking death. Yi Wei shot him a glance. Do you think everyone is like you? Tai Linger frowned and said, Fool, you shouldn't go. I'm afraid. Yi Wei looked at her and said, It's fine. If you're worried, just wait here for me. Qin Xiaolong coldly snorted. Kid, aren't you afraid of dying? Yi Wei looked at him, smiled confidently. Don't worry, I won't die. Who knows, I might even bring the tiger back. After saying that, Yi Wei turned around and quickly walked away. Qin Xiaolong looked at Yi Wei's back and mumbled, Stupid fool, he's really a weirdo. No, I have to go too. Tai Linger hid the prey in the nearby grass, borrowed Qin Xiaolong's dagger, and was about to follow. Qin Xiaolong grabbed her hand. Linger, are you crazy? Tai Linger shook off his hand, determined. I can't just watch the fool get into trouble. After saying that, she quickly chased after Yi Wei. Qin Xiaolong gritted his teeth. Damn it, he finally followed as well. Yi Wei walked quickly for a while, and soon noticed Tai Linger and Qin Xiaolong following closely behind. Yi Wei helplessly said, Linger, why are you back again? Tai Linger asked with concern. Fool, do you want to go back? Yi Wei shook his head. Tai Linger said, Then I'll go with you. Yi Wei asked, Aren't you afraid of tigers? Tai Ling'er pretended to be calm. Not afraid. With you here, I'm not afraid of anything. Yue smiled. Silly girl. He then looked at Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong coldly snorted. If Ling'er gets into trouble, I will skin you alive. Tai Ling'er glared at him. You dare. Qin Xiaolong turned his face away. Yue suddenly saw a figure ahead and continued moving forward. Tai Ling'er and Qin Xiaolong nervously followed behind. After passing through a patch of grass, they saw a thin man. It was Huang Monsong. At that moment, Huang Monsong was excitedly crouched down, digging something that looked like ginseng. Yue was about to approach when his body suddenly stiffened. In the bushes ahead, a fierce tiger slowly poked its head out. This tiger was massive, over 3 meters long, with a shoulder height of more than a meter, weighing around 700 pounds. Its fur was brightly colored, with black and yellow stripes gleaming in the sunlight. Its sturdy limbs resembled iron pillars, and sharp claws dug deep into the ground, while a tail like a steel whip swung powerfully behind it. Its eyes, like copper bells, sparkled with fierce light, locking tightly onto Huang Monsong, then stealthily approached him, each step seemingly causing the ground to tremble slightly. Tai Ling'er and Qin Xiaolong were so frightened that they trembled all over, their legs going weak. Yet he focused intently, quickly raised his crossbow and aimed at the tiger. Just then, Huang Monsong dug up a long-bearded ginseng, his face beaming with joy, and then dug up a meat lump, looking like he'd strike it rich today. Roar. Suddenly, the tiger let out a deafening roar, its voice echoing like rolling thunder in the mountains, shaking the leaves off the trees and making the ground tremble slightly. Then, with a powerful push of its hind legs, it shot forward like a yellow flash towards Huang Monsong. Ah! Huang Monsong trembled all over and screamed, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud. At the same time, Tai Ling'er also opened her mouth to scream, falling heavily onto the ground. Yue decisively shot an arrow, which flew like a meteor, piercing directly into the tiger's head. Roar! The tiger felt pain in its head. Its massive body suddenly halted in front of Huang Monsong, letting out an angry roar. One paw slammed down, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Yue's face lit up with joy, and he shot another arrow. The tiger sensed the danger. Its massive body agilely twisted in the air, the arrow narrowly missing it. The tiger was thoroughly enraged, turning its head to lock onto Yue as it let out another earth-shattering roar. The entire forest trembled in response. It slammed its front paw heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and then quickly lunged towards Yue. Shit! Yue felt an overwhelming panic inside, quickly aiming his arrow at it and pulling the trigger. Thud! The arrow struck the tiger's front leg. The arrowhead sank deep into the tiger's muscle, and blood immediately gushed out. Roar! The tiger, in pain, stumbled, its fierce eyes fixed on Yue, filled with intense killing intent, and it roared angrily before pouncing towards Yue. Chapter 35. The big tiger was killed by the fool. Yue gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm, and decisively shot another arrow. With a thud, the tiger's right ear was hit. The tiger was hindered in its movement, shaking violently and letting out a piercing roar. The continuous blows made the tiger feel fear. It turned and fled, its massive body crashing into the surrounding trees, causing them to topple and making cracking sounds, before disappearing into the woods ahead. Yue quickly looked at Tai Ling. Ling, are you all right? Tai Ling'er was trembling all over, but still shook her head. Yue helped her up and ran to check on Huang Monsong. Tai Ling'er hurriedly followed. Huang Monsong was covering half of his face, gritting his teeth in pain. The tiger's claws had grazed his face, leaving half of his cheek badly mangled. Seeing this, Yue immediately commanded, Ling'er, you cover his face first. After saying that, he turned around to look for herbs. Tai Ling'er covered Huang Monsong's face, but the blood kept flowing, staining her hands red. Huang Monsong was howling in pain. Tai Ling'er was also anxious. Fortunately, Yue quickly returned with the herbs. He crushed the sanchi, dai, and zihua ditting with a stone, applied them to Huang Monsong's face, and then tore a piece of cloth from his own shirt to wrap Huang Monsong's face, leaving only his eyes, nose, and mouth exposed. Huang Monsong asked, Xiao Wei, what did you put on my face? Why does it not hurt anymore and is stopping the bleeding? Yue helped him sit up and said, Huangbo, Sanchi can relieve pain, Dai can stop bleeding, and Zihua Diding can clear the wound of heat and toxins, preventing infection from worsening. I still have a little left. You can let someone change the dressing for a few days when you go back. Huang Monsong was still in shock, scanning the surroundings with a trembling voice. Was that a big tiger? Yue's expression turned serious as he nodded solemnly. Huang Monsong's legs went weak, and he felt his knees, repeatedly bowing to Yue. Xiao Weigu, you just saved my life from the tiger and treated my wounds. From now on, my life is yours. Yue noticed a few old ginseng plants that had fallen beside Huang Monsong, and his eyes brightened. He hurriedly said, Huangbo, quickly pack your things. Remember to sell them to me after we go down the mountain. Huang Monsong quickly picked up the ginseng and stuffed them into Yi Wei's hands. Xiao Weigu, from now on, these are all yours. Whatever you want, I will give you. Yi Wei gently pushed Huang Monsong's hands away and said seriously, I can't accept your gift. Our friendship is one thing. Business is another. At that moment, Tai Ling, with a panicked expression, urgently shouted, Fool, it's bad. Qin Xiaolong went after the tiger. Yue had also noticed Qin Xiaolong chasing after the direction the tiger had fled, and he immediately said, Linga, you and Huang Bo go down the mountain first. I'll go check on him. After saying that, Yue tightened his grip on the crossbow and turned to run. Tai Ling, worried, called out loudly, Fool, be careful. Huang Monsong also shouted, Xiao Weigu, you must take care. Yue did not look back, responding loudly, Got it. His figure quickly disappeared into the woods. Only then did Huang Monsong carefully pack away the ginseng and herbs, shouting to Tai Ling, Linger, let's hurry down the mountain. Tai Linger gazed in the direction Yue had left, lost in thought. After Huang Monsong urged her several times, she finally came to her senses and followed him down the mountain. The two of them ran wildly, the dry branches and fallen leaves crunching under their feet. Sweat rolled down their foreheads, soaking their clothes. When they finally burst into the village, they were out of breath, their chests heaving heavily. Tai Linger shouted at the top of her lungs, The big tiger has eaten people. The fool and Qin Xiaolong are going to be eaten by the tiger. Everyone, hurry up the mountain to help. Huang Monsong, his face flushed, shouted loudly, The tiger is on the mountain. Xiao Weigu and Xiao Long are in great danger. The commotion instantly caught the villagers' attention, and they all rushed out from their homes and fields, their faces filled with fear and confusion. The village chief, Li Tai, heard the news and quickly rushed out of his house, tightly gripping a long knife. With a serious expression, he asked, What happened? Speak slowly. Tai Ling, anxious, spoke incoherently. Village chief, we encountered a big tiger on the mountain. The fool saved Huang Bo, but Qin Xiaolong chased after the tiger, and the fool followed him. Village chief Li Tai furrowed his brows tightly and decisively shouted, All able-bodied men, assemble immediately. We are going up the mountain to hunt the tiger and rescue Xiao Wei and Xiao Long. Soon, the young men of the village sprang into action. Sun Ping carried a sharp iron fork, its tines glinting. Li Fuxing held an axe with a sharp blade and a sturdy wooden handle, specially wrapped with coarse cloth to prevent slipping. The crippled man wielded a homemade steel knife, its blade broad and gleaming. Everyone quickly gathered with their weapons in hand. Hearing the news, Qin Meiyin said nothing and picked up her bow and arrow, leading the charge up the mountain with Tai Ling. Meanwhile, Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu heard the noisy shouts from the village and ran out of their house. Huang Monsong rushed over to the Jiang sisters, his face full of anxiety. Daughter, it's bad. Xiao Weigu went after the tiger. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu's faces instantly turned pale, as if struck by lightning. Their legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground. Jiang Zi quickly regained her composure, her eyes filled with determination. She jumped up, dashed into the house, and retrieved the crossbow. Jiang Xiaowu, trembling, picked up a bow, preparing to follow, but was stopped by Jiang Zi. Sister, stay and guard the house. Jiang Xiaowu thought of the silver stored inside and felt conflicted. Ultimately, she bit her lip and stopped in her tracks. With tears in her eyes, she watched her sister and the villagers' tiger hunting team rush up the mountain, thinking, brother-in-law, you must not be eaten by the tiger. On the mountain, everyone, armed with weapons, marched into the forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the crowd. Sun Ping walked at the front of the line, the iron fork scraping against the ground with a piercing sound. Li Fuxing gripped the axe tightly, his knuckles turning white. The crippled man vigilantly scanned the surroundings, ready to draw his steel knife at any moment. Jiangzi bit her lip, running anxiously while silently shedding tears. Just then, a rustling sound came from the bushes ahead. Village Chief Li Tai decisively ordered, "Everyone stop." However, Jiangzi, unable to pay attention to anything else, charged forward with a crossbow. At that moment, Tai Linger emerged from the bushes, supporting Yi Wei. Jiangzi's body jolted. She dropped the crossbow and rushed forward to examine Yi Wei from head to toe. All the villagers gathered around. Behind Yi Wei, Qin Meiyan was helping Qin Xiaolong out. Yi Wei smiled slightly at Jiangzi. "Wife, I'm fine." Jiangzi's eyes reddened as she threw herself into Yi Wei's arms, crying. The villagers breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them safe and sound. Tai Linger excitedly shouted, "Village chief, the big tiger was killed by the fool. Quickly organize the villagers to carry it back to the village." Village Chief Li Tai's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, "Was the tiger very small?" Tai Linger shook her head and said, "It was huge, bigger than 10 wolves combined." In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Village Chief Li Tai quickly said, "Where is it? Quickly lead us there." "Follow me," Tai Linger said, busy leading the crowd. Jiangzi picked up the crossbow, helping Yi Wei continue down the mountain. Qin Meiyan also helped Qin Xiaolong, heading down together. In the village, Su Yao was riding a white steed, leading Wang Xinxiao and others through the village towards Yi Wei's thatched cottage. Aim Su Yao, and I admire your archery skills. Along the way, village women, elders, and children cast curious glances at them. Su Yao asked the child, "Why are there no adults in the village?" The child shyly replied, "The adults all went up the mountain to hunt tigers." Su Yao frowned slightly. "Is there still a tiger problem in the mountains?" The child nodded. Su Yao turned to Wang Xinxiao and said, "I wonder if that wolf-hunting hero can hunt a tiger?" Wang Xinxiao shook her head and said, "Miss, tigers are more than 10 times stronger than wolves. If that person encounters a tiger, they will likely be eaten immediately." Su Yao nodded. Before long, the group arrived at Yi Wei's thatched cottage. Wang Xinxiao said, "We've arrived." Although Su Yao was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but show a surprised expression at the sight of the simple cottage. Su Yao asked, "Does that wolf-hunting hero really live here?" Wang Xinxiao replied with a smile, "Yes." Saying that, she dismounted to help Su Yao. Jiang Xiaowu heard the noise and came out of the house. Upon seeing them, her expression instantly turned cold. "You're not welcome here. Please leave." After saying that, Jiang Xiaowu went back inside to get her bow and arrow, aiming at Su Yao and the others. Wang Xinxiao and the 6 men immediately shielded Su Yao, pulling out their swords and raising their bows to aim at Jiang Xiaowu. Jiang Xiaowu felt a bit scared but still refused to back down, glaring at them. Su Yao quickly said, "I mean no harm. You should lower your bow." Jiang Xiaowu shouted, "I said, you're not welcome here. Leave quickly." Wang Xinxiao angrily scolded, "You are bold." Sun Yaring beside her also shouted, "Are you looking for death?" At that moment, Aunt Wang Jie heard the commotion and rushed over. Seeing this scene, she shouted loudly, "Someone is causing trouble in the village." Soon, village women, elders, and children gathered with machetes and other weapons. Aunt Wang Jie pointed at Su Yao and the others and said, "You dare to bully the woman of our little healer. We absolutely will not allow it." Huang Monsong also shouted, "Even if I risk my old bones, I will protect Xiao Weige's woman." The others began to shout as well. Su Yao did not expect that the wolf-hunting hero held such a high position in the villagers' hearts. She said, "Villagers, I, Su Yao, have heard that a great wolf-hunting hero has emerged from your wild beast ridge, and I came specifically to visit and befriend him. Please calm down." The crowd looked at each other. Huang Monsong stepped forward, frowning, and asked loudly, "Why did you bring so many people to befriend our Xiao Weiga? And they all have weapons drawn." Su Yao quickly signaled for Sun Yaring and the others to put away their weapons. Then her gaze fell on Jiang Xiaowu. Aunt Wang Jie also stepped forward and gently advised, "Daughter, let's wait for the village chief to return and talk then. Don't act impulsively." Jiang Xiaowu felt the cold gazes from Wang Xinxiao and the others, and her stubbornness was ignited, refusing to lower her bow. Wang Xinxiao, furious, shouted, "Aren't you going to put down your bow?" Without a word, Jiang Xiaowu shot an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow whizzed past Wang Xinxiao's face, and with a thud, it embedded itself in a nearby mulberry tree. Jiang Xiaowu quickly knocked another arrow and warned, "If you act fiercer, I will make you eat arrows." Wang Xinxiao never expected this little village girl would actually shoot an arrow. She trembled with anger and shouted, "You asked for this?" Saying that, she drew a knife from Sun Yiring's waist and charged at Jiang Xiaowu fiercely. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaowu felt a rush of panic. The surrounding villagers were also frightened by this sudden change, turning pale and backing away. Just as Wang Xinxiao was about to reach Jiang Xiaowu, a voice suddenly called out, "Stop!" Wang Xinxiao froze and quickly turned to look. Everyone followed the sound, and they saw Yi Wei and Jiang Zi rushing over in a hurry. Jiang Xiaowu's eyes brightened, and she shouted, "Brother-in-law." She ran forward, carefully examining Yi Wei from top to bottom, then looked at her sister Jiang Zi. Confirming they were safe, Jiang Xiaowu smiled happily. Jiang Zi, full of concern, asked, "Sister, are you okay?" Jiang Xiaowu shook her head, saying, "Sister, I'm fine." Jiang Zi looked at the crowd and asked in confusion, "What happened?" Jiang Xiaowu pouted and said, "They insisted on entangling with me, and I couldn't take it anymore, so I shot an arrow as a warning. I didn't expect that woman to be fearless and come at me with a knife." Yi Wei's gaze was suddenly drawn to Su Yao. What he saw was a woman of unparalleled beauty. Her skin was fair as snow, glowing softly in the sunlight, delicate and warm like mutton fat jade. Beneath her slender willow leaf eyebrows were a pair of spirited apricot eyes, a small nose, and two red lips that were naturally rosy. Her long, jet black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and she wore a light purple gauze dress that floated gently in the wind, resembling blooming violets. Compared to Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu, she was equally impressive. Yi Wei couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. It would be great if this woman could be his wife. Su Yao looked at Yi Wei's frail figure and felt greatly disappointed. Seeing Yi Wei's greedy gaze, she felt even more displeased. Su Yao asked, "Are you the wolf-hunting hero?" Yi Wei thought for a moment, then nodded and asked back, "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Su Yao smiled slightly and said, "I am Su Yao, and I admire your archery skills." She glanced at Sun Yiring, who understood and stepped forward, saying, "Hero Yi, I see your archery skills are quite remarkable. Could you demonstrate?" Yi Wei asked, "How should I demonstrate?" Sun Yiring took out a dagger from his waist, drew it, and pointed at the knife box, saying, "Can you shoot this knife box?" Yi Wei guessed that Sun Yiring wanted to throw the knife box into the air for him to shoot at. He felt a surge of joy in his heart. This was a perfect opportunity to show off and make these people stop bothering him. He steadied his crossbow and confidently said, "This is no problem." Su Yao and Wang Xinxiao's eyes lit up, and the surrounding villagers stretched their necks in anticipation. Sun Yiring said, "Then please demonstrate." Saying this, he threw the knife box into the air. The knife box traced an arc in the air, and everyone's gaze followed it closely. Yi Wei aimed at the knife box and shot an arrow. Whoosh! However, the arrow veered far off, shooting directly into the nearby grass. Sun Yiring picked up the knife box, looking at Yi Wei with confusion. The crowd also cast strange looks at him. Yi Wei scratched his head, pretending to be surprised. "How did I miss? I aimed perfectly." Then he shouted at Sun Yiring, "No, let's do it again. The wind was a bit strong just now." Sun Yiring looked at Su Yao, who slightly nodded. Sun Yiring threw the knife box into the air again. Yi Wei focused on the knife box, confidently saying, "This time it will definitely hit." Whoosh! He shot another arrow, but unexpectedly, the arrow veered even more wildly. The crowd exchanged glances, their faces filled with disappointment and confusion. Su Yao, filled with disappointment, asked, "Dr. Yi, how did you manage to hunt so many wolves before?" Chapter 37. Concealing Achievements and Fame. Truly remarkable. Yi Wei deliberately raised his voice and said, "A whole pack of wolves came rushing over, and I shot them down one by one. My aim was spot on at that time. Before long, they were all lying on the ground." Wang Xinxiao couldn't help but question, "With so many wolves coming at you, could you really shoot them down?" Yi Wei explained seriously, "I was up in a tree, and they couldn't reach me. How could I not shoot them?" Wang Xinxiao looked at Su Yao, who was greatly disappointed, and said, Dr. Yi, I have something else to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Yue smiled and said, Take care, come back when you have time. Su Yao smiled faintly without saying a word. With the help of her subordinates, she mounted her white horse. The others also mounted their horses and left together. Yue watched their disappearing figures and let out a long sigh. This woman was indeed impressive, but unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough yet and could only bear the loss. Jiang Zi stepped forward and smiled. Sir, you were deliberately shooting off target just now, weren't you? Yue blinked and said, If I didn't do that, how could I scare them away? Jiang Zi's smile widened. I knew it. Jiang Xiaowu, covering her mouth with laughter, said, Brother-in-law, you're so naughty, but I really like it. Hee hee. Before Su Yao's group could leave the village, she suddenly pulled the reins to stop. Su Yao looked at Sun Yeren and asked, Yeren, do you think he was deliberately shooting off target just now? Sun Yeren frowned, thought for a moment, and shook his head. Miss, it's possible, but it's hard to say. Wang Xinxiao interjected, Miss, in my opinion, that guy is definitely a fraud. Su Yao asked in confusion, What makes you say that? Wang Xinxiao angrily replied, He tricked me last time, and just now his eyes kept darting around you like he wanted to devour you. If he really had the skills, why wouldn't he perform in front of you to win your favor? Recalling Yi Wei's gaze earlier, Su Yao felt that he indeed had feelings for her. But why didn't he take the opportunity to get closer? It seemed that he was just not as skilled as he claimed. Su Yao sighed and said, Then it's fine. Just as she was about to whip the horse to leave, a sudden commotion erupted from the foot of the mountain on the left. Everyone looked over to see many villagers pouring out from the mountain. Sun Yeren said, Miss, I'll go take a look. After saying that, he whipped his horse and rode off. Before long, Sun Yeren returned with a joyful expression and excitedly said, Miss, it seems we were really tricked by that Dr. Yi just now. Wang Xinxiao smugly said, I told you he was a fraud. Su Yao asked, What do you mean? Sun Yeren smiled and said, He just hunted a big tiger. Huh? What? Su Yao and Wang Xinxiao exclaimed, their eyes wide with surprise. Wang Xinxiao said in disbelief, Impossible. Sun Yeren, could you really hunt a tiger? Sun Yeren shook his head. Naturally, I wouldn't have the confidence. Wang Xinxiao huffed, If you don't have the confidence, how could that little fraud do it? Sun Yeren chuckled. The villagers all say he did it. If you don't believe it, go ask. Wang Xinxiao thought for a moment and ultimately rode over. After some inquiries, she returned with a frown. Seeing Su Yao's questioning gaze, Wang Xinxiao could only say, Miss, that guy must have had some luck. He really did hunt a big tiger. Su Yao's lips curled into a smile as she said, This mister. He is not only skilled with a bow, but also conceals his achievements and fame. Quite remarkable. Come on, let's hurry back. With that, she immediately urged her horse back. Yi Wei and Huang Monsong were trading ginseng inside the house. At that moment, he had received 3 ginseng roots and paid Huang Monsong 30 coins. And both were quite pleased. Suddenly, a loud commotion of hooves came from outside, growing closer. A flicker of panic crossed Yi Wei's face as he hurriedly put down the ginseng and rushed out of the house. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao followed suit and rushed out too. Seeing Su Yao's group riding back, Yi Wei and the Jiang sisters were momentarily stunned. Jiang Xiao frowned and muttered, These annoying people. Why are they back again? Su Yao gracefully dismounted and walked up to Yi Wei with elegant strides. She clasped her hands in a respectful gesture and said, Sir, your great talent. I was just a bit rude. Just then, a commotion approached. Village Chief Li Tai was red-faced, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, accompanied by several strong villagers who were struggling to carry a large tiger. The tiger's massive body swayed slightly with their steps, its claws hanging limply, and its colorful fur was stained with dirt and blood. Make way! Make way! Li Tai shouted hoarsely, his voice rough from exertion. The surrounding crowd instinctively parted to clear a path. Brother Days, Li Fuxing shouted excitedly, You are amazing. This big tiger, so majestic, was taken down by you with just a few arrows. Admiration radiated from his face, and his sweat-soaked clothes clung tightly to him. The crowd, hearing the commotion, widened their eyes in disbelief. Aunt Wang Jie covered her mouth with both hands, exclaiming, Oh my God, is this really the tiger that Xiao Wei hunted? This is unbelievable. Old Man Ma, with a white beard, trembled as he said, "In my half a lifetime, it's the first time I've seen such a big tiger." And it was killed by Xiao Wei. First, he drove away the wolves, and now he has hunted a big tiger. Xiao Wei is truly the hero of our village. Children weaved through the crowd, laughing and playing, while the villagers chattered excitedly. The little girl Tao Tao, whom Yue had taken in, hopped over to him, tugging at his clothes and looking up at him, asking, "Young master, how did you kill the big tiger? Were you like a big hero in the stories? Really amazing?" Yue patted her head, looking at the lively scene before him, feeling distressed. His gaze unconsciously darted towards Su Yao and her group. "Damn, I finally managed to trick them into leaving. How did they run into the villagers carrying the tiger down the mountain?" But the villagers remained enthusiastic, surrounding Yi Wei with cheers and congratulations, solidifying the fact that he had indeed hunted the big tiger. Seeing Yi Wei silent, Su Yao thought he was upset with her and the others. After a moment of thought, she tentatively asked, "Mr. Yi, are you going to sell this big tiger?" Yi Wei came back to his senses and asked in confusion, "What? Miss Su, do you want to buy it?" Su Yao's lips lifted in a smile. "I'll offer 30 taels to buy it." In an instant, the crowd erupted in excitement. The layman's eyes widened, swallowing hard, and exclaimed, 30 taels? That's enough for my family to eat for a lifetime." Tao Tao covered her little mouth with both hands, her eyes filled with shock, her voice trembling. "A tiger is worth so much money. Young master is going to get rich." Old man Ma stroked his long beard, nodding repeatedly. "That's a big price. It seems Xiao Wei is going to make a fortune this time." Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Yi Wei was also surprised. He had sold 40 wolves for only 30 taels. But he didn't expect this one tiger to be worth so much. Wang Xinxiao stepped forward and said, "Little fraud, little sir, this is already the highest price. You won't find anyone willing to pay more for it." Yi Wei nodded. "The price is indeed good, but I'm not selling." Chapter 38. Treating Miss Su's leg. Wang Xinxiao was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide as she asked, "You're not selling?" Su Yao also showed an expression of surprise. Jiang Xiaowu jumped up happily from the side and shouted, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what my brother-in-law said?" Wang Xinxiao, unwilling to give up, continued to ask, "If you're not selling, then how are you going to deal with this big tiger?" Jiang Xiaowu answered, "First, of course, we roast the tiger meat and use the tiger skin to make clothes." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was instantly dumbfounded, and the scene fell silent, followed by a wave of discussions rising like tide. Li Fuxing scratched his head, looking puzzled. "Roasted to eat? Such a precious tiger, just like that?" Aunt Wang Jie stamped her foot and reproached, "What a waste. If we sold it for money, it would be enough to eat for a lifetime." Grandpa Ma shook his head repeatedly, heartbroken. "Such a waste, such a waste." Wang Xinxiao coldly sneered, crossing her arms, her face full of disdain. Su Yao felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. She had traveled far and wide, seen countless talented individuals, and everyone had always treated her politely. But here, she was repeatedly neglected. Su Yao took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and said, "Mr. Yi, I intended to befriend you, but I didn't expect my people to have an unpleasant encounter with you. I apologize here." Saying this, she slightly bowed. Wang Xinxiao and Sun Yaran frowned and called out, "Mississippi." Su Yao continued, "Since you are not interested in me, then we will take our leave." After saying that, she raised her proud head and turned to mount her horse. The others also mounted their horses, preparing to leave. Yue saw this and quickly shouted, "Miss Su, please stay." Su Yao turned to look at him, her eyes carrying a hint of coldness. All eyes were focused on Yue, filled with hostility. "Yi planet. Miss Su, you misunderstood. I'm not selling the big tiger to you, but I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you." Su Yao pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, "Do you mean?" Yue smiled and replied, "Miss Su, can you not understand my meaning?" Su Yao's eyes flickered, excitedly asking, "So, you mean you're going to give me this big tiger?" "Exactly." Yi nodded. In an instant, everyone was once again dumbfounded. Su Yao looked at the big tiger, then blankly at Yue, her heart suddenly racing with excitement, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. She secretly blamed herself in her heart. Strange, I can usually remain calm in front of anyone, Why is my mood fluctuating so much today? Jiang Xiaowu was also confused about Yi Wei's intentions, but she knew her brother-in-law was always clever, and it was normal not to guess him. Jiang Zi looked at Yi Wei with full anticipation, wanting to see what he would do next. Yi Wei's eyes, filled with smiles, were fixed on Su Yao, thinking since I can't avoid you, I might as well bind myself to you. Miss Su, may I invite you to my humble abode for a private talk? After saying that, without giving her a chance to refuse, Yi Wei turned and walked into the house. Su Yao glanced at his small thatched cottage, her eyes hesitating. But seeing he had already walked away, she could only respond, I would be glad to. She dismounted and followed him inside. Wang Xinxiao and Sun Yiren want to follow. But Su Yao turned back and shouted, you all stay behind. Wang Xinxiao and Sun Yiren looked worried, but Su Yao shut the door directly. Inside the house, Su Yao looked around, only to find there was not a single decent piece of furniture. The walls were mottled, and the tables and chairs were worn out, creating a scene that made one feel anxious. However, the house was very clean, spotless. Yi Wei sat at the wooden table at the front, seemingly calm as he looked at Su Yao, but in reality, he was a bit flustered inside. Could he manage such a high-class beauty? Su Yao adjusted her skirt, smiling slightly, and walked forward with elegant steps. Su Yao's eyes sparkled as she softly asked, may I ask what you wish to discuss with me privately? Yi Wei's gaze first landed on her exquisite face, then slowly moved down, fixing on her left thigh. Su Yao noticed his gaze and instinctively looked at her left thigh. Seeing Yi Wei staring intently at her leg, a surge of unnamed anger quietly ignited in her heart. Just as Su Yao was about to explode, Yi Wei said, Miss Su, your left leg is injured, right? Su Yao was taken aback, unable to help but ask, how did you know? Her left leg had been hit by a cart half a month ago and had not fully healed yet. But this injury was hidden, making it difficult for outsiders to notice. Yi Wei explained, I just noticed that when you dismounted, you didn't dare to put weight on your left foot, and when standing, your body leaned to the right, which indicated that your left thigh might be injured. After saying this, Yi Wei revealed a smile and teased, Miss Su, did you forget my identity? Su Yao then remembered that Yi Wei was a doctor. But then she thought, how skilled could a village doctor be? However, thinking of Yi Wei being a tiger-fighting hero, she couldn't help but smile again. Mr. Yi, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so remarkable that you could tell a glance about my leg injury. Indeed, half a month ago, I was hit by a cart, and although I've been applying medicine, it still hasn't fully healed. Yi Wei suggested, how about I check your pulse? Su Yao thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. All right. She had been worried that this leg injury would leave a lasting problem. And if Yi Wei had a way to treat it, that would be even better. Yi Wei gently held Su Yao's delicate white wrist, his fingertips touching her skin. Feeling soft to the touch, he placed 3 fingers on the pulse point on Su Yao's wrist, holding his breath and concentrating on sensing the subtle changes in her pulse. After a moment, Yi Wei released Su Yao's hand, his brows tightly furrowed, and with a serious expression said, Miss Su, from the pulse, your pulse is stagnant and not flowing smoothly, especially noticeable at the left joint, indicating a stagnation of qi and blood. Combined with my previous observations, it appears that multiple important acupoints, including the left leg's 3 meridians and foot Yangming meridian, have been damaged due to external injury, causing blood vessels to be harmed, obstructing the flow of qi and blood, resulting in stasis and leading to pain and difficulty in movement. The situation is quite serious. Su Yao's heart tightened, and she hurriedly asked, Mr. Yi, how is my leg injury? Yi Wei continued, Miss Su, may I take a look at your injury? Su Yao glanced at her left thigh, then looked at Yi Wei, feeling very conflicted. Seeing this, Yi Wei continued, your condition is already quite serious. If not handled properly, at best, your left leg may atrophy, and at worst, you might end up lame. Su Yao trembled in fright. She had never thought her left thigh injury could be so serious. Hearing Yi Wei say this, she even felt that the discomfort in her left thigh had intensified significantly. Yi Wei saw this and said again, Miss Su, if you don't trust me, just consider that I never mentioned this. Su Yao quickly said, Mr. Yi, it's not that I don't trust you, I just... Yi Wei nodded. I understand. Men and women should keep their distance, especially since your injury is in a private area. But you can rest assured, in the eyes of a doctor, there are only patients, not distinctions between genders. Su Yao's feelings were complex, She looked around the room, which, although simple, was still relatively clean. As long as the windows were closed, people outside wouldn't be able to see inside. Su Yao's eyes suddenly became determined as she looked at Yi Wei and said, "Mr. Yi, I trust your character. I will show you." Yi Wei said, "All right, you lie down on the bed and expose the injured area. I will check it now." After saying that, Yi Wei quickly walked to the window and closed it. This action caught the attention of Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu outside, who exchanged glances. Jiang Xiaowu asked in confusion, "Sister, why is brother-in-law closing the window?" Chapter 39. Mr. Yi, I didn't mean that. Jiang Zi thought for a moment and said, "Could it be that the gentleman is treating Miss Su?" After hearing this, Jiang Xiaowu also felt it made sense. However, Wang Xinxiao snorted coldly and mumbled to herself, "A small country doctor from a little mountain village treating a young lady. Isn't that a joke?" Inside the room, Su Yao lay on the bed, slowly pulling up her long skirt. In an instant, a pair of long, well-proportioned, beautiful legs were fully revealed, their skin whiter than snow, radiating a soft, sensual glow in the dim room. Above her knees, several alarming bruises were clearly visible, distributed along the path of the foot's 3 meridians, further accentuating the beautiful curves of her legs. Although Su Yao had mentally prepared herself, her face still flushed with shame, her heart racing. Blushing, Su Yao said softly, "Mr. Yi, please help me examine." She also thought to herself that if Yi Wei dared to take advantage of her, she would either cut off his hand or kill him directly. But in her heart, there was also a hint of expectation. If Yi Wei could indeed heal her legs, perhaps he could also save her father. Yi Wei focused his mind, walked to the bedside, and slowly lifted Su Yao's left thigh, preparing to examine it. Unexpectedly, Su Yao trembled all over as if she had been electrocuted, letting out a soft gasp. This gasp was heard by those outside, and everyone exchanged glances. Wang Xinxiao couldn't help but step forward to push the door, only to find it locked from the inside. She anxiously shouted, "Mississippi." Su Yao's face was burning with embarrassment, feeling shy. Yet, she still shouted towards the door, "No one can come in without my command." Wang Xinxiao had no choice but to reply, "Yes," then step back a few paces. Yi Wei quickly pulled his thoughts back, focusing his gaze on Su Yao's legs. Several prominent bruises were clearly distributed at the key acupoints of the foot's 3 yin and yang meridians, and these accumulated blood acted like stubborn barriers, blocking the meridians. No wonder her leg injury had not improved. Su Yao's voice trembled slightly as she asked, "Mr. Yi, how much longer do I need to wait?" Although Yi Wei no longer touched her legs, he was staring directly at them, which made Su Yao blush intensely, as if she were about to faint from the heat. Yi Wei spoke, "Miss Su, I've noticed a problem with your leg. I will treat you now, so don't move." After saying that, Yi Wei quickly walked to the dilapidated medicine box, rummaging through it for a silver needle. The original owner had read some medical books and had practiced acupuncture on his own. Although that bit of medical knowledge was not very useful to him, his silver needle could indeed come in handy now. Yi Wei lit an oil lamp and held the silver needle in the flame to sterilize it carefully. Then, he took out a piece of cotton cloth that he had bought from Chao Xian and had not yet used, before returning to the bedside. Seeing Yi Wei approach with a silver needle, Su Yao was slightly startled and asked, "Mr. Yi, do you know acupuncture?" Yi Wei replied teasingly, "What? Do you think I'm not worthy of knowing acupuncture in Miss Su's eyes?" Su Yao quickly explained, "Mr. Yi, I didn't mean that. Yi instrustet. It might hurt a bit when I insert the needle, so bear with it." Su Yao took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Yi, you can proceed. I'm ready." She had practiced riding since childhood and learned self-defense as she grew up, so she was not afraid of the pain of a needle prick. Yi Wei accurately targeted the acupoints blocked by the stagnant blood, such as the blood sea, San Yinjiao, and Zhu Sanli, decisively inserting the silver needle. Su Yao suddenly trembled all over, exclaiming, "Ah!" Outside, Wang Xinxiao and Sun Yaren were straining their ears, fully focused on listening to the sounds inside the room. Hearing this unusual cry, the two exchanged worried glances. Wang Xinxiao raised her hand to push the door, but hesitated for a moment before ultimately pulling it back. Yi Wei quickly released some of the stagnant blood for Su Yao, then covered her thigh with her skirt, saying, "Miss Su, you can get up and walk a few steps now." Su Yao frowned as she sat up and saw Yi Wei holding a blood-soaked piece of cotton cloth. Feeling a surge of surprise, But at the same time, she could clearly feel that the pain in her leg had significantly lessened after the needle was inserted. Suyao got out of bed and walked a few steps, excitedly discovering that the injury on her left leg had indeed improved a lot. She looked at Yi Wei in disbelief and asked, "Mr. Yi, how did you do that?" "My leg is almost completely better," Yi Wei explained. "Your leg had poor blood circulation, and I just helped you clear it. Naturally, it feels much better now. By the day after tomorrow, your leg will be fine." Suyao asked again, "Will I need to take medicine or apply any ointment?" Yi Wei shook his head. "No need. Just eat lightly for the next 2 days and avoid intense exercise." Suyao was half convinced, but thought to herself that 2 days would pass quickly, and she would see for herself if her leg injury improved. Yi Wei felt secretly pleased. After this treatment, he and Suyao had laid a foundation for their relationship. Before long, the two of them walked out of the room. Wang Xinxiao and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Suyao was safe and sound. The sharp-eyed Wang Xinxiao immediately noticed the lingering blush on Suyao's cheeks and was puzzled when Suyao instructed, "Qiao Qiao, bring me my silver pouch." Wang Xinxiao had no choice but to comply, quickly running to the horse to fetch a bulging pouch. Suyao said, "Give Mr. Yi 50 taels." Upon hearing this, not only were Jiang Zi and the villagers present stunned, but Wang Xinxiao's group was also taken aback. Wang Xinxiao frowned, wanting to say something but hesitating. "Mississippi." Yi Wei asked, "Miss Su, why are you giving me so much money?" Suyao explained, "Mr. Yi, I have never had the habit of taking things for free. So if you want to give me that tiger beast, I must pay you 30 taels, and the other 20 taels will be for treating my illness just now." Yi Wei did not refuse, saying, "Miss Su, since you put it that way, then you can give me 30 taels first. As for the 20 taels, wait until your injury is confirmed to be healed in 2 days, and I will have the villagers deliver the tiger beast to you." Suyao looked at him for 2 seconds before finally nodding with a smile. "Then it's settled, Mr. Yi." Suyao signaled to Wang Xinxiao, who was somewhat reluctant but still took out a 10-tael and a 20-tael silver ingot from the pouch and handed it to Yi Wei. Yi Wei accepted the silver and stuffed it directly into his pocket, smiling as he said, "Miss Su, then I won't be polite." Suyao looked at him deeply, clasped her hands together, and said, "Mr. Yi, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. I'll come back in 2 days. Go slowly on the way." Yi nodded. Suyao turned to mount her horse, and Wang Xinxiao quickly helped her up, then mounted her own horse behind. A group of people surrounded Suyao, gradually leaving under the watchful eyes of Yi Wei and all the villagers. "Gentlemen, I want to give you something now. Come with me." Jiang Zi stared at Yi Wei's face for a moment, and when he looked over, she hurriedly grabbed his hand and pulled him into the room. Chapter 40. The official is awesome. Jiang Zi hurriedly locked the door and rushed to close the window. Her anxious behavior immediately aroused the curiosity of those outside, who exchanged glances. Jiang Xiaowu furrowed her brow tightly and couldn't help but mutter, "What are my sister and brother-in-law up to?" The nearby village women, upon hearing this, covered their mouths and laughed. One of them teased, "Look at this girl, she's so nervous, afraid someone will steal her man." Another village woman said, "This fool is fighting wolves and tigers, not to mention being the daughter of a wealthy family. I bet all the women in the world have their eyes on him." The earlier village woman shouted at the door, "Jiang Zi, you better keep a close eye on your man. Who knows when some woman from the village might steal him away." Jiang Xiaowu immediately shot a glare at everyone, her brows raised, and said sternly, "If anyone dares to say anything bad about my sister and brother-in-law again, I'll smash your mouths." The village women, seeing her fierce expression, promptly shut their mouths. Inside, Jiang Zi had just pulled Yi Wei to the bedside. Just moments ago, an impulsive thought surged in her heart, wanting to give herself to Yi Wei. But the chatter of the village women and her sisters shouting felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly calming her down. Yi Wei, however, was stirred up, feeling a rush of heat in his lower body, his whole being restless. Jiang Zi felt both frightened and shy under his burning gaze. Her cheeks flushed red, and she stammered, "Official, tonight." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Wei pressed his lips against hers, pushing her down onto the bed and reaching for her pants. Jiang Zi quickly grabbed his hand and pleaded, "Official, can we wait until tonight? I'm afraid of scaring my sister." Her cheeks were as red as the beautiful evening clouds, and her eyes glistened with tears, resembling morning dew on flower petals. Evoking sympathy, she bit her lower lip lightly, trembling slightly like a frightened little deer. Yue looked at her captivating appearance, and his heart tightened. His gaze unconsciously softened, and the heat in his eyes was now filled with tenderness. He raised his hand gently to wipe away the tear that was about to fall from her eye. Then, he slowly leaned down and kissed her lips, a kiss filled with endless gentleness and restraint. "Then let us wait until tonight," he said with a hint of helpless indulgence, gazing deeply at Jiangzi before reluctantly getting off her. Standing aside, Yue still couldn't take his eyes off Jiangzi. "Thank you, official," she said as she got up, returned his kiss, and hurriedly adjusted her clothes. Yue handed her the 30 taels of silver he had just received. Jiangzi took the silver, then gave him a peck on the cheek, smiling as she praised, "You're really awesome, official." She quickly walked to the bed, lifted the bedboard, and carefully placed the money into a sack. However, when she turned her head, she found Yue staring intently at her backside, and her face instantly turned bright red with embarrassment. She felt both happy and shy, quickly dodging his gaze and running to open the window and door. The crowd saw them come out so quickly and thought they probably hadn't even had time to take off their clothes, concluding that they were hiding the silver. Thinking about how Yue had just made 30 more taels, many village women shot disapproving looks at their useless men. Jiang Xiao stepped forward, curiously asking, "Sister, what were you and brother-in-law doing in there?" Jiang Zi's face turned as red as fire as she stammered, "Nothing, just hiding the silver." Jiang Xiao complained, "You could have hidden it later. Why the rush?" Yue looked at Jiang Xiao and unconsciously glanced at the small bed beside them. How were the three of them going to manage tonight? They couldn't possibly ask the sister-in-law to help, could they? At that moment, the village chief Li Tai entered with several villagers, saying, "Xiao Wei, I need to discuss something important with you." Yue quickly stepped forward, and Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao curiously followed. Yue asked, "Village chief, what is it? By the way, I still need your help to send that tiger beast to Chaoxian." The village chief smiled and said, "I've already sent Sun Ping and Ma Chao when they return. Just remember to pay them for their work." Yue nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, village chief." The village chief waved his hand, his expression serious. "Xiao Wei, in 4 days, the bandits from Duxiang Mountain will come to the village to steal grain and women. You should teach your wife and the others how to disguise themselves, so they won't be taken." Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao exchanged glances, panic written all over their faces. The village chief pointed to the villagers beside him and introduced, "Niopa and Ma Yi have more experience. You can listen to their advice." Niopa looked Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao up and down, saying, "These two girls are delicate and tender. They obviously can't do hard work, so the bandits probably won't be interested. I think they don't need to disguise themselves." Before Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao could breathe a sigh of relief, Aunt Wang Jie retorted, "How could they not be interested? The bandits don't have the same taste as us. The more delicate and tender, the more they like them." Ma Yi agreed. "In my opinion, disguising is safer." Niopa continued, "Then they should smear ash on their faces, add some dung and urine, and that should work." Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao were left dumbfounded. Aunt Wang Jie added, "These two girls' hair is too noticeable. It's best to shave it all off." Nearby, Aunt Tianju supplemented, "It would be best to scratch their faces with their nails to create some scars to scare the bandits away. Then they wouldn't dare to take them." Jiang Xiao's face turned red with anger as she shouted, "You want me and my sister to smear dung on ourselves and cut off our hair? Over my dead body." After saying that, she angrily stormed out of the house. "Sister." Jiang Zi hurriedly chased after her. Niopa sighed, "Why is this girl so unreasonable? Hair will grow back. A little stink and pain is better than being taken by bandits and toyed with until we die." The villagers nodded in agreement and then retreated from the house. The village chief stepped to the door and said to Yue, "Xiao Wei, you should talk to your wife and the others." Yue asked, "Village chief, have you thought about resisting?" The village chief turned to leave, but paused at this question. Looking back at Yue in surprise, "You want to resist the bandits?" Yue nodded firmly. The villagers who had just exited the house were left dumbfounded upon hearing this. Aunt Tianju said, "Xiao Wei actually wants to resist the bandits. Isn't that courting death?" Nyopa added, those bandits are worse than wolves. If you anger them, they definitely kill everyone in our village. The crowd agreed one after another. Yue took the crossbow and handed it to the village chief. The village chief took the crossbow, examined it closely, and asked excitedly, "Can this thing shoot tigers?" Yue nodded. "You could try it outside." The village chief remembered Yue using the crossbow to hunt wolves and felt eager. He stepped outside, aimed at a mulberry tree over 100 meters away, and with a whoosh, the arrow struck the thick trunk. The village chief praised, "Good bow." Yue explained, "This is a crossbow. You can pull this mechanism and then pull the trigger." The village chief noticed the mechanism on the crossbow and pulled it hard, then looked at Yue. Yue nodded, signaling him to pull the trigger again, releasing another arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow flew past the mulberry tree and landed over 200 meters away. The village chief was taken aback, relieved that there were no villagers nearby. Yue snatched the crossbow back from the village chief and shot 3 arrows in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 arrows shot straight into a peach tree 170 meters away. The village chief exclaimed, "Great shooting." The nearby villagers couldn't help but applaud. Tylinger bounced over, smiling, "Village chief, this crossbow is pretty good, right?" The village chief nodded to her, glanced at the crossbow, and finally shook his head, saying, "Having just 1 or 2 of these crossbows is far from enough." Yue asked, "What if we make 10? The village chief's eyes brightened. But he quickly shook his head again and said, "Still not enough." Yue then asked, "What about 30? The village chief stared at him with wide eyes. Chapter 41. Treating Dongmei's Wounds. Yue continued, "When the time comes, I will soak all the arrows in medicine, ensuring that as soon as they draw blood, they can instantly take down a fierce tiger." Aunt Tianju expressed her concerns, saying, "Every time the bandits come to the village, there are at least 40 or 50 strong men with bows and swords. Their presence is no less than a small army. Your crossbow is good, but I fear there aren't many in our village who dare to truly fight them." Yue replied, "As long as the village chief agrees to resist the bandits, I will also invite reinforcements." The village chief asked, "Where will you find reinforcements?" Aunt Tianju, Aunt Wang Jia, and others looked at Yue curiously. Yue said, "The richest family in Chao County, the Su family." Everyone was once again dumbfounded, with the richest man, old Master Su, offering a generous reward for him to be a son-in-law, and the rich young lady personally visiting to befriend him. It seemed that inviting the Su family for support was not impossible. The villagers exchanged glances, and the village chief turned to Tai Linger, asking, "Linger, can you make 40 crossbows in 4 days?" Tai Linger glanced at Yue and nodded heavily, saying, "If the fool says he can, then he can." The village chief looked at Yue and said, "Xiao Wei, I can agree to let the villagers help you make the crossbows. But let me be clear. If the Su family support hasn't arrived by the night before the bandits come, I won't be able to convince the villagers to resist." Yue thought to himself that they should make the crossbows first, and he would find a way for the rest later. He nodded firmly, saying, "Don't worry, chief. The support will definitely arrive a day early." The village chief immediately shouted to Li Fuxing, the cripple, and others, "Call everyone in the village here." Li Fuxing and the cripple quickly ran off. Many children nearby also rushed to various places in the village, shouting loudly. Soon, except for the 12 people who took the tiger to Chao County, basically everyone in the village, young and old, had arrived. Among them were Qin Meiyan, Qin Xiaolong, and the 2 masters Yue invited, the beggar father and daughter he took in, as well as Ma Dongmei and others. For a time, everyone was discussing the matter of resisting the bandits. Clearly, Li Fuxing and the cripple had already mentioned it to everyone. The village chief shouted, "Everyone quiet." Instantly, everyone fell silent. The village chief said, after discussing with Xiao Wei, Tai Linger, and others, "We have decided to drive the bandits from the poisonous Python Mountain who come to collect grain and capture village women out of the village in 4 days." An elderly man with gray hair frowned and sighed. "The bandits are all ruthless. How many of us old and young in the village can stand against them?" Another old man said, "What if the resistance fails? If the bandits retaliate, the whole village will be finished." A young wife, holding a young child, with red eyes and a choked voice, said, "We are orphans and widows. If the bandits really come in, how will we survive?" I'm afraid we won't even be able to protect the children. Among the crowd, a few young men were excited, clenching their fists and eager to try. Li Fuxing shouted, "What are you afraid of? We have Brother DUI here. He can fight wolves and tigers, and he will definitely lead us to drive away the bandits." Have we been enduring this in silence, just to escape a calamity? The cripple echoed, "That's right. This time, let's follow the fool and fight the bandits. It's better than watching them take our grain and village women." However, doubts soon drowned out the enthusiastic shouts. A middle-aged man, with a worried expression, shook his head and said, "Even if Yi Wei has the ability, the bandits are numerous, and with our few people and a few bows and arrows. How long can we hold out? What will we do if it implicates the whole village?" Just then, Qin Xiaolong suddenly shouted, "Everyone shut up! Fighting the bandits is a good thing. Why are we arguing?" Everyone, wary of Qin Xiaolong's temper, instantly fell silent. The village chief continued, "Don't worry, everyone. When the time comes, we will not only make this big crossbow, but Xiao Wei will also invite a team of 20 men to support us in fighting the bandits." At once, everyone looked at Yi Wei. After the incidents of fighting wolves, fighting tigers, and the rich young lady from Chao County coming to befriend him, most people had considerable trust in Yi Wei. Since he advocated driving away the bandits, perhaps he really could succeed. Qin Meiyin said, "Village chief, we should have done this long ago." Qin Xiaolong looked at Yi Wei, his expression complex, and finally shouted, "What do you need us to do? Just say the word." In an instant, the other villagers responded as well. The village chief looked at Yi Wei, a look of satisfaction on his face. Yi Wei nodded as well. The village chief turned to Tai Linger and said, "Linger, what materials do you need to make the big crossbows? Just tell us." Tai Linger nodded and quickly listed the required materials. Immediately, the villagers split into 3 groups and began to take action. One group went up the mountain to find the timber and mulberry wood for making the crossbows. Another group went to Chao County to buy various necessary materials. And the last group followed Tai Linger to assist her. Dongmei. Just as Ma Dongmei was about to go to Tai Linger, she was called by Yi Wei. Ma Dongmei nervously asked, "Young master, what do you need me to do?" "Come with me," Yi Wei said as he directly led her to an empty space behind the house. Yi Wei looked at her and asked, "Dongmei, is your injury better?" Ma Dongmei instinctively glanced at her legs and then looked up nervously at Yi Wei. Seeing that she was thinking wrong again, Yi Wei couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for this poor girl and said, "I just noticed you were walking awkwardly. It wouldn't be that your injury has worsened, would it?" Ma Dongmei didn't expect Yi Wei to care about her so much, and her nose tinged with tears as she choked out, "Young master, I." She was both shy and touched, unable to find words. Yi Wei simply said, "I roughly understand your situation. I'll go find some herbs to reduce inflammation and swelling, and you can apply them to the injury when you get back." He glanced at Ma Dongmei's pants and turned to leave. Ma Dongmei watched Yi Wei's departing figure, tears streaming down like a bursting dam. She raised her hand to wipe her tears and hurriedly chased after him, saying, "Young master, I'll go with you." Yi Wei nodded slightly, and the two began to walk up the mountain together. The mountain path was rugged, and with each step Ma Dongmei took, her brows knitted tightly, her teeth biting her lower lip, and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Yi Wei saw her limping and swaying as if she might fall at any moment, and he quickly reached out to support her, saying, "Dongmei, your injury is so severe, and the mountain path is difficult to walk. Let me help you." Ma Dongmei instinctively avoided Yi Wei's hand, forcing a smile. "Young master, no need. I can manage. I don't want to trouble you." Yi Wei frowned slightly, his tone firm. "Don't be stubborn. If you fall like this, your injury will get worse." Ma Dongmei still stubbornly shook her head, her determination mixed with a hint of inferiority. "Really, I don't need to. I can walk slowly." Yi Wei, feeling helpless, could only slow his pace and walk alongside her, occasionally casting concerned glances. In the mountain forest, the branches and leaves were lush, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of light. Yi Wei, already familiar with the area, quickly found several kinds of herbs. As he picked them, he patiently explained to Ma Dongmei, "This dandelion has the effect of clearing heat and detoxifying, reducing swelling and dissipating knots. This purslane is quite effective for external injuries and inflammation." Ma Dongmei lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, wanting to say something but hesitating. Yue noticed her unusual behavior and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Do you have any difficulties?" Ma Dongmei's face instantly flushed red, and after hesitating for a long time, she murmured, "Young master, about last night. I can't face these injuries." Upon hearing this, Yue's face turned hot, and he began to feel awkward. After all, it involved the other person's privacy, and as a man, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed and hesitant. Ma Dongmei saw the difficulty on his face and thought he disagreed. Her eyes turned red, and her legs weakened as she was about to kneel down. "Young master, I feel very distressed just thinking about what happened last night. Please, you must help me. I really can't handle the wounds by myself, and there are injuries on my back that I can't reach." Yue saw this and quickly reached out to support her, saying, "Don't do that. I never said I wouldn't help you with your wounds." A hint of surprise flashed in Ma Dongmei's eyes, and she quickly thanked him. "Thank you, young master." Yue took back the herbs from her hand and said, "Let's go back and take care of it now." "Okay, young master, follow me." She hurriedly led the way. Yue quickly followed behind, holding the medicine in his hand. Even if he was seen by the gossiping village women, he would have a reasonable explanation. After all, he was the only doctor in the village, and it was completely normal for him to go to treat someone. Chapter 42. Young Master. I can't accept it. Yue and Ma Dongmei walked down the winding mountain road, heading back to the village. "Idiot." Suddenly, a clear voice broke the tranquility. Tai Linger bounced over like a cheerful little deer, holding a bulging sack in her hand. "Finally found you. This is your catch. I'm returning it to you now," Tai Linger said, panting, her face beaming with a bright smile. Yue took the sack, opened it, and inside were the 4 wild rabbits, 3 pheasants, and 1 fox he had caught earlier. The fur of these animals was shiny, and they looked plump and fresh. Tai Linger wiped the sweat from her forehead and explained, "Idiot, there were too many people earlier, so it was hard to bring them out. That's why I'm delivering them to you now. By the way, I still have to hurry back to work on the crossbow." She turned to run away. Yue quickly called out to her, "Linger, you've helped me so much. How can I let you go back empty-handed? Here, at least take 3 of the animals back with you." Tai Linger hesitated for a moment, then finally took out a wild rabbit from the sack and said, "Idiot, just 1 is enough. You keep the rest." After saying that, she ran off with the rabbit like a gust of wind. This girl. Yue watched Tai Linger's departing figure and smiled helplessly. He then walked over to Ma Dongmei with the sack. He took out a pheasant from the sack and handed it to her, saying, "Dongmei, you have an injury. This pheasant is nutritious. Take it home to help you recover." Ma Dongmei repeatedly waved her hands, refusing. "Young master, I can't accept it. You've already helped me so much. How can I take your things?" Yue insisted, pushing the pheasant into her hands, and said earnestly, "Don't refuse. Your body needs nutrition to heal quickly." Ma Dongmei's eyes turned red. Her lips trembled slightly, and finally, her legs went weak. She was about to kneel and bow to Yue. "Young master, your great kindness. I can never repay in this lifetime." Yue felt a pang in his heart and quickly reached out to support her. "Please don't do this. Don't be so formal in the future. Take these herbs with you. Wait for me at home, and I'll come over to help you with your injury." Ma Dongmei wiped away a tear, nodded, and turned to leave with the pheasant and herbs he had given her. Yue watched Ma Dongmei walk away, then took the sack and strode towards his home. Upon returning home, he found the door tightly shut and knocked on it. "Wife, I'm back." Inside, there was a flurry of footsteps, and soon the door creaked open. Jiangzi's face was slightly flushed, her hair a bit disheveled. When she saw Yue, her eyes instantly sparkled with surprise. "Husband, you're finally back." As she spoke, she reached out to take the sack from Yue's hands, her movements eager. After taking the sack, Jiangzi quickly turned and placed it aside, then hurriedly brought a stool for Yue. "Husband, please sit and rest." She then swiftly walked to the stove, picked up a kettle, and poured a bowl of water for Yue, handing it to him with both hands. "Husband, drink some water to quench your thirst." After Yue drank the water and returned the bowl to her, he opened the sack and said, "Wife, you should see what's inside." "Husband, what is it?" Jiangzi leaned in to look and was surprised to find 3 wild rabbits, 2 pheasants, and 1 fox inside. Her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Husband, how did you get so many catches again?" We still haven't finished the roast duck and the Thai cakes at home. As she sorted through the game, she felt secretly delighted. While others might struggle to have meat even once a year, ever since she and her younger sister married Yue, they almost had meat to eat every day. Plus, the family's savings were increasing, and they couldn't spend it all. These are the catches from when I was out hunting tigers. I can't just throw them away, Yue said, supporting her waist and looking around. Whereas your younger sister, Jiangzi, while sorting and organizing the game, replied, she went to help Tai Linger with the crossbow. I was worried about our money being stolen, so I stayed home to guard it and prepare dinner. Without saying another word, Yue turned and locked the door, then pounced on Jiangzi like a hungry beast. Before Jiangzi could react, Yue's lips were raining down on hers. He tightly wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her with such force it felt like he wanted to meld her into his body. Jiangzi felt her head spin, her cheeks instantly flushed, resembling the brilliant sunset clouds, her ears turning red. Under Yue's relentless advance, Jiangzi stumbled back, instinctively pushing against Yue's chest, trying to find some balance. But her center of gravity faltered, and she accidentally fell onto the bed. Her hair became disheveled, enhancing the allure in her eyes, her lips slightly parted, exuding a different kind of charm. The temperature in the room suddenly rose, and an ambiguous atmosphere quickly spread through the air. Wife, let us share the same room now. Yue pressed down on her, reaching to pull off her pants. Jiangzi's face turned red, and she tightly grasped his hands, her voice trembling. Husband, my sister could come back at any time. Please hold on a little longer. Tonight, I will definitely do as you wish. Seeing the determination in Jiangzi's eyes, Yue hesitated, but then felt his entire body trembling uncontrollably due to desire. In the end, his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Jiangzi was startled and quickly got up from the bed to help him, nervously inspecting him from head to toe. Husband, what is wrong? Are you hurt? Yue felt a wave of weakness wash over him and then remembered that he had only eaten 2 bowls of porridge and 1 roast duck leg since morning. After a day of diving to save someone and hunting tigers, his energy had long been depleted. He weakly said, Wife, I'm starving. Hurry and bring me the Thai cakes so I can fill my stomach first. Jiangzi quickly got up and fetched the Thai cakes in a bowl of water. Yue wolfed down 2 cakes and drank a few sips of water, finally feeling a bit better. Husband, how are you now? Feeling better? Much better. Just then, Jiangzi's stomach suddenly growled. Yue looked at her belly with concern and asked, Wife, did you not eat anything for lunch or this afternoon? Jiangzi smiled a little shyly and said softly, I'm not hungry. Having 1 full meal a day is already very good. Yue stared at her, realizing this, and then firmly said, Wife, from now on, we must have 3 meals a day, and each meal must include meat. Jiangzi was taken aback, unable to imagine such a life after they had been raided. Seeing Yue's insistence, she finally nodded, All right, I will follow my husband. Yue stood up and said, I'll go slaughter a chicken now. Tonight we will have ginseng chicken soup. Jiangzi's eyes lit up instantly, excitedly saying, Great, then I'll go boil water. She then shyly added, Husband, I'm just worried that 1 wild chicken won't be enough to eat. Yue replied, Then let us eat 2. Jiangzi nodded with a smile. Eating 2 chickens, especially ginseng chicken, was something she hadn't even dared to imagine since they were raided. In no time, Yue processed 2 wild chickens, chopping the meat into small pieces and placing them into a basket. After washing his hands, Yue looked at Jiangzi, his heart racing, and simply wrapped his arms around her from behind. Chapter 43, Scrapes. Jiangzi's body stiffened, and her cheeks instantly flushed, resembling a ripe apple, beautiful and tempting. She felt both shy and delighted, tightly gripping Yue's hand, playfully pouting. My lord, why are you here again? Yue kissed her cheek a couple of times before letting her go, saying, My wife, I need to step out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Before leaving, he mischievously pinched Jiangzi's bottom. Jiangzi, blushing furiously, chased after him like a startled rabbit, shouting, My lord, remember to bring my sister back to eat chicken. Yue responded with a smile. Got it. He then strode out of the house. Yue looked up at the sky. The sun was about to set. Remembering his appointment with Sister Qin that evening, He quickened his pace towards Ma Dongmei's house. Soon, he suddenly spotted the figures of two men ahead. After observing them for a moment, he quickly deduced that they didn't seem like villagers from Huang Shouling, but rather like the two brothers of Cheng Lang from Tuogong village. Yi Wei's heart sank. He hurried his steps toward Ma Dongmei's house. From a distance, he saw Ma Dongmei standing in front of the large courtyard, looking anxious and glancing around from time to time. Upon seeing Yi Wei, her eyes brightened, and she hurried over, speaking urgently. "Young master, come inside to talk." Yi Wei followed Ma Dongmei through the yard and entered the house. Once inside, he noticed that Master Brick and the pair of father and daughter he had taken were not there. Ma Dongmei then led him into a side room, quickly locking the door behind them, her voice trembling slightly. "Young master, just now, Cheng Lang's two brothers came looking for someone. I told them I hadn't seen anyone, but they didn't believe me and threatened to report to the authorities. I managed to give them 2 pieces of silver to send them away, but I'm worried they will come back tomorrow." So it was them. Yi Wei scoffed internally and comforted her. "Don't worry, they won't come back tomorrow." Ma Dongmei looked at him in confusion and asked, "Why?" Yi Wei's gaze was firm as he replied, "Because tonight I will send them to reunite with Cheng Lang." Ma Dongmei was slightly startled when she heard this, looking at him with an inexplicable tension and worry in her heart, saying, "Young master, won't this be too risky?" Yi Wei smiled gently and reassured her, "Don't worry, I have it all figured out. By the way, let me get you some medicine first." Ma Dongmei came to her senses and said, "I already prepared the medicine. Young master, wait for me." After saying that, she quickly went out and soon returned with a bowl of herbal paste made from several kinds of herbs and a clean cloth. Yi Wei took the bowl and the cloth, smelled the medicine, which had a strong scent but was quite suitable, and said, "Then let's apply it directly. You lie down first." Ma Dongmei's cheeks flushed. She glanced at him and quickly averted her gaze, her heart racing like a small rabbit. However, she still locked the door again, slowly walked to the bedside, her hands trembling slightly as she began to undress. The dim light in the room quietly outlined the silhouettes of the two. Yi Wei's gaze inadvertently fell on Ma Dongmei's face, where he saw a bruise, like an abrupt mark, marring her original beauty. "Dongmei, let me start by wiping your face," Yi Wei said, picking up the small clean cloth, lightly dipping it in the medicine, allowing the liquid to seep through the fabric. He stepped forward, interrupting Ma Dongmei's motion of undressing. As the wet cloth touched her cheek, her body shivered slightly. Yi Wei asked with concern, "Does it hurt a lot?" Ma Dongmei bit her lower lip, her voice as small as a mosquito's, a little. After hearing this, Yi Wei softened his grip, but Ma Dongmei's body still trembled uncontrollably. While enduring the pain, she secretly raised her eyes to look at Yi Wei. In the dim light, she suddenly realized that Yi Wei's profile was chiseled, his gaze focused and gentle, strikingly handsome, making it hard for her to look away. After wiping her face, Ma Dongmei's fingers trembled slightly as she slowly unbuttoned her shirt, then removed her undergarment. In an instant, her bruised upper body was exposed to Yi Wei's eyes. "Damn!" Yi Wei was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with shock and pity. Ma Dongmei, seeing his gaze, blushed deeply and quickly turned away. As she turned, the long whip marks on her back came into Yi Wei's view, resembling ugly centipedes on her fair skin. Yi Wei then realized that Ma Dongmei had a graceful figure, her curves exquisite. Without these distressing injuries, she would undoubtedly be a gentle beauty. But it was precisely because of this beauty that she had caught the eye of the bully Zhao Manhu, becoming an object of his wanton amusement. Yi Wei picked up the wet cloth and carefully wiped her back wounds. Each touch made Ma Dongmei tremble in pain. After finishing her back, Yi Wei softly indicated, "Turn around, I'll help you with the wounds in front." Ma Dongmei hesitated for a few seconds but still turned around, nervously looking at Yi Wei. She found that Yi Wei's eyes held only seriousness and concern, without a hint of disgust or greed. This respect stirred an inexplicable gratitude in Ma Dongmei's heart. "These wounds were from when you tried to escape, right?" Yi Wei asked tentatively. Ma Dongmei's eyes instantly filled with panic, as if he had touched the deepest pain in her heart. After a moment of silence, she gently nodded, tears welling up in her eyes, as if they were about to overflow. Yi Wei, seeing this, dared not press further. After finishing the wounds on her chest and abdomen, He gently said, "Put your shirt back on." Ma Dongmei put her shirt back on, feeling less tense for a moment, then removed her long pants, revealing her legs, which were also covered in scars, as if they had been severely pinched. Her legs were slender and long, with skin as white as snow. But these scars were like poisonous tumors, making one feel heartbroken. "You should lie down," Yue said softly. "Okay," Ma Dongmei obediently lay down on the bed. However, during the process of treating her wounds, her body continued to tremble, tears swirling in her eyes. Yue worried that she might recall the unbearable events from the previous night and might think of taking drastic measures. He quickly comforted her. "In the future, come visit my house more often. My wife and sister sometimes get bored at home. You're around the same age, so you'll definitely have things to talk about." Ma Dongmei nodded slightly. Her voice choked. "I will, young master." Yue carefully wiped the wounds on her legs several times, his gaze inadvertently sweeping to her small undergarment, then back to her face. Ma Dongmei clenched her small fists, her body trembling like a sieve, tears bursting forth like a dam breaking. She cried out in desperation, "Young master, please help me again." Yue could see that she still could not face that trauma directly and needed his help to take action. Chapter 44. Meeting with Sister Qin. Yue took a deep breath, his chest slightly rising and falling, trying to calm the emotions surging within him. He slowly reached out his hand, with a hint of hesitation in his movements, but ultimately helped Ma Dongmei. However, despite having mentally prepared himself beforehand, when the shocking injury with swelling and inflammation came into view, an uncontrollable rage surged up from his chest. His eyes instantly became sharp like an eagle, his brows tightly knitted together, and his jaw clenched unconsciously. It was easy to imagine that if the external injury was already this serious, the internal condition would likely be even worse. After applying the medicine, Yue said softly, "Your injury is quite serious. I'll come back tomorrow to apply the medicine again." Ma Dongmei put on her long pants, struggled to get out of bed, and attempted to kneel before Yue. Yue reacted quickly, firmly supporting her with both hands. "With your injury like this, you mustn't move around for the next few days." Ma Dongmei's eyes were filled with tears, her eyelids reddened, and she nodded, her gaze filled with gratitude. "Young master, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do." Yue continued, "Eat that chicken tonight to nourish your body, and I'll come back tomorrow." Just as he was about to leave, Ma Dongmei suddenly called out to him, "Young master, what you said last night, does it still count?" Yue was taken aback for a moment. The scene of taking her in last night quickly flashed through his mind, and he nodded without hesitation. "Of course it counts. We are family." Ma Dongmei looked at him with a complex expression, her eyes intertwining feelings of shyness, gratitude, and anticipation, and finally softly called out, "Husband." Yue was instantly frozen in place, as if struck by a spell, his feet seemingly nailed to the ground. Seeing this, Ma Dongmei's cheeks flushed bright red, almost as if they could bleed, her head lowered almost to her chest. "I'm sorry, young master, I called you wrong." Yue felt strange, reaching out to hold Ma Dongmei's hand. "You focus on recovering, we'll talk about other things later." Ma Dongmei's eyes were red, her voice slightly choked. "Young master, from now on, I am yours in life and yours in death." Yue lifted her chin, his gaze gentle as water. "Then recover well, and let me see the beautiful you." Ma Dongmei's cheeks were hot, like a ripe apple, and she nodded. "I'll go eat that chicken right away." Yue smiled and said, "Then I'll be leaving first." As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed he suddenly remembered something. His steps paused, and with a hint of teasing and anticipation in his gaze, he looked at Ma Dongmei. "By the way, call me husband one more time for me to hear." Ma Dongmei was momentarily stunned, her cheeks instantly burning red, her eyes filled with shyness and confusion. She slightly parted her lips, but due to her shyness, her voice got stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Yue looked at her like this, the smile on his lips deepening, and he no longer urged her. Turning around and walking away with a light step, Ma Dongmei stood there, her gaze following him intently, not moving her eyes for a long time. As soon as Yue entered the hall, he saw Tao Tao boiling water by the stove. Although Tao Tao was young, she exuded an understanding beyond her years. She had 2 little braids, and her eyes sparkled like stars twinkling in the night sky. Upon seeing Yue come out of the room, Tao Tao's eyes lit up instantly, running over like a joyful little deer. Young master, what are you doing here? Yue reached out to touch her little face, which felt soft. I came to see you all, but I have to go back now. Tao Tao obediently said, Young master, we are all doing well. Sister Dongmei is really good to us. We have food and shelter here, so you don't need to worry too much. Yue patted her head again before turning to leave. Yue arrived at Tai Linger's blacksmith shop, and from a distance, he could hear the sound of clanging metal. He called out to his sister-in-law Jiang Xiaowu while checking on Tai Linger's progress on making crossbows. Indeed, Tai Linger was exceptionally clever. She assigned simple tasks to the villagers while focusing on tackling the difficult problems herself. To prevent her techniques from being stolen, she had even found a secluded corner to secretly conduct the key steps. Currently, many parts had already been made, and at this speed, making 10 crossbows by tomorrow night was not a problem at all. Linger, your progress is really fast. Ye acclaim it. Tai Linger wiped the sweat from her forehead, her face beaming with pride. Of course, just look at who I am. But the things you asked me to do, I will definitely do well. When Yue returned home, the 2 wild chickens and a ginseng were quickly devoured by Yue, Jiang Zi, and Jiang Xiaowu. Even the bones were gnawed clean, and not a drop of soup was left. The night was as dark as ink, thick and suffocating. Yue saw that it was completely dark outside, took out the crossbow, slung the quiver over his shoulder, and said to Jiang Zi, Wife, I'm going out for a bit. Jiang Zi hurriedly stepped forward, her eyes filled with worry, her hands unconsciously gripping the hem of her clothes. Where are you going? Jiang Xiaowu also said beside her, brother-in-law. The villagers said there's a man-eating snake on the mountain tonight. You mustn't go up there. Yue nodded in response. Got it. After saying that, he turned and left. Jiang Zi chased out of the house, calling after Yue, Sir, be careful outside, and remember to come back early. My sister is going to sleep at Tai Linger's place tonight. I'll be waiting for you at home. After saying that, her cheeks flushed, looking charmingly shy. Yue felt a rush of heat rise in his lower body, suppressing it before saying, I will be back soon. After saying that, he hurried away. Yue quickly arrived at the large banyan tree at the village entrance, aided by the weak moonlight. The surroundings were silent, and Sister Qin's figure was nowhere to be seen. Thinking that Sister Qin would arrive soon, Yue felt a bit of urgency and slipped into the nearby forest to relieve himself. Just then, under the mottled moonlight, Yue inadvertently caught sight of Qin Meiyin squatting next to a rock not far away. In an instant, Yue's eyes widened. His heart began to race uncontrollably, and blood rushed his face. Qin Meiyin noticed someone and suddenly turned her head. Their eyes met, and she screamed in panic. Get away! Yue then snapped back to reality. His face flushed, even his ears turned red. He hurriedly stood up, his steps unsteady, nearly falling over. Not daring to look again, he ran off in a panic, his mind replaying the earlier scene, filled with embarrassment and a strange feeling. After a moment, Qin Meiyin came out holding a crossbow. Their eyes met, and both awkwardly looked away, a hint of embarrassment lingering in the air. Yue quickly noticed that her crossbow was the same as his, presumably just made for her by Tai Linger. Qin Meiyin approached, her expression tense, her eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Xiao Wei, you mustn't tell anyone about what just happened. Yue hurriedly replied, Sister, I didn't see clearly. Qin Meiyin shot him a glare. What? Do you want to see clearly? Yue joked, if sister is willing. I would like to see clearly. Qin Meiyin's cheeks instantly turned red, and she pinched his waist. You little brat. Ah, sister, spare me. Yue cried out in pain. Don't make a scene. Qin Meiyin lowered her voice, her expression serious. Tonight, we are going to kill someone, and we mustn't be seen by anyone. Yue quickly nodded. Whatever sister says to do, I will do it. Qin Meiyin said, Good, follow me. Let us try to return early. After saying this, she turned and ran out. Yue followed closely behind. He noticed that Qin Meiyin was extremely fast. Her body as light as a swift leopard, and he had to exert all his strength to keep up. Suddenly, Qin Meiyin came to an abrupt stop, and Yue, unable to control himself, bumped into her back, instinctively wrapping his arms around her. Chapter 45. Xiao Wei, I like you. Qin Meiyin let out a soft hum, a strange glint flashing in her eyes. but she quickly turned around and covered Yi Wei's mouth, signaling him to stay quiet. Blushing, she pulled Yi Wei behind a few trees. Yi Wei's mind kept replaying the wonderful sensation from moments ago, his heart racing uncontrollably and his breath quickening. Just then, a pair of figures appeared ahead, a man and a woman. By the moonlight, Yi Wei recognized them as villagers Sun Ping and his wife Yang Yuegui. He overheard Yang Yuegui whispering, "It's a pity we can't act tonight. If we succeed, we would be rich tonight." Sun Ping hesitated, saying, "Yuegui is what we're doing, right? Xiao Wei's family is quite good." Yang Yuegui shot him a glare. "Sun Ping, don't back out now. Once we get those 20 taels, we'll never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of our lives." Sun Ping continued, "But can't we leave them a way out?" Yang Yuegui sneered. "Do you think that's possible? If they had bad luck, it's their own fault. Everyone is poor, so who told them to suddenly get rich?" As they spoke, the couple walked toward the village. Yi Wei trembled with anger, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, ready to chase after them. Qin Mian tightly held his arm, pulling him back. "We need to deal with Cheng Xiong first. Cheng Bao is the priority. We'll deal with them later." Yi Wei never expected that Sun Ping and his wife could be so treacherous, especially Sun Ping, who had knelt before him in Chaoxian, swearing he wouldn't betray him, only to turn around and betray him in an instant. Seeing that he was still angry, Qin Mian softly comforted him. "Xiao Wei, there are indeed some bad people in the village, but most are good, like me. Your sister-in-law will never scheme against you." Yi Wei suppressed his anger toward Sun Ping and his wife and couldn't help but ask, "Sister-in-law, why are you willing to help me kill?" The moonlight fell on Qin Mian's face, outlining her delicate yet resolute features. She looked at Yi Wei softly and said, "Xiao Wei, had you forgotten? Back on the mountain. If it weren't for you saving me, I would have been eaten by wolves long ago. I have always remembered your kindness. Now that you're in trouble, how can I stand by and do nothing?" Yi Wei looked at her beautiful face and couldn't help but tease, "I thought sister-in-law liked me." Qin Mian's face turned red, and she nodded, laughing. "Yes, Xiao Wei, I like you. You are outstanding. You know medicine, can design crossbows, and help the villagers drive away the wolf pack, saving my brother from danger. How can I not like you?" At this point, Qin Mian's face turned even redder, and she hurriedly stopped. "All right, Xiao Wei, let's talk about this when we get back to the village. We need to focus on the task at hand." "Je vis mood liegt in it." And he nodded, "I'll listen to sister-in-law." Qin Mian began to run again, and Yi Wei followed closely behind. Once they sneaked into Tuagong village, Qin Mian led Yi Wei to a thatched hut and whispered, "Let's deal with Cheng Bao first, then we'll take care of Cheng Xiong." "Ye Yi nodded." Qin Mian asked, "Are you scared?" Yi Wei firmly shook his head. "With sister-in-law here, I'm not afraid." Qin Mian said, "I'll take action in a moment. These bullies are as bad as wolves. Killing them won't burden my conscience." Yi Wei looked at the door of the thatched hut, and Qin Mian looked over as well. At that moment, a woman's voice came from inside. Qin Mian's face turned hot, and she shouted to Yi Wei, "Quick, cover your ears." Yi Wei laughed, "Sister-in-law, I'm not a child. If you can't stand it, just cover your ears." Qin Mian was flustered and didn't know what to do, wanting to walk away but feeling scared. Just then, a man's low growl came, followed by complete silence inside the hut. Yi Wei felt a mix of emotions. He hadn't expected Cheng Bao to have a family. If he killed him, wouldn't that woman become a widow? However, this sympathy quickly faded. He would never let this bully go. Soon, the door creaked open, and a woman rushed out, tightly clutching a bag of rice, panic-stricken. In the moonlight, her hair was disheveled, her tattered clothes were messy, and her eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. Cheng Bao chased closely behind her, lunging forward with his stout arms like a vice, blocking Lu Saw's path. "Lu Saw, where are you rushing off to? And stealing my rice?" Cheng Bao was burly, with a face full of meat, his triangular eyes glinting with menace, exuding a nauseating aura. Lu Saw anxiously said, "Bao Ge, my husband and child haven't eaten for 2 days. Let me take some food back. I promise I'll be back to serve you soon." Cheng Bao scoffed, his thick lips curling. "No way, unless you come back to serve me. If you do a good job, then I'll consider it." Lu Saw fell to her knees, begging, "Bao Ge, please, if I don't take food back soon, they really might starve to death. I promise I'll be back to accompany you." Cheng Bao impatiently replied, "Stop with the nonsense." He stepped forward, snatching the bag of rice with one hand and grabbing Lu Sa's hair with the other, dragging her back into the hut. Lu Sa cried out and struggled, flailing her arms, but was violently thrown inside. Cheng Bao snarled, "Lu Sa, if I don't get my fill tonight, you can forget about leaving." Just as Cheng Bao was about to close the door, 2 arrows shot in like lightning, precisely nailing him in the head. Cheng Bao didn't have time to scream before he collapsed to the ground. Lu Sa turned her head and, terrified, curled up on the ground. After a moment, seeing the bag of rice beside Cheng Bao, she hesitated but eventually ran over to grab it and hurried away. At this time, Qin Meiyan was pulling Yue Wei's hand, running wildly. Soon, the two arrived at another thatched hut. Yue Wei looked at the hut and then at Qin Meiyan's hand, which she still held tightly. Her fingers were slender, and her palm was soft. Qin Meiyan said, "This is Cheng Xiong's house." Noticing the silence inside, Qin Meiyan continued, "You wait here. Sister-in-law will go in and take a look." Qin Meiyan released Yue Wei's hand, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her rapid breathing from running. She bent down, her feet moving as lightly as a cat, tiptoeing silently toward the door. "Sister-in-law, be careful," Yue Wei whispered. Qin Meiyan nodded and continued forward, reaching the door. She pressed her ear against the wooden door, not hearing any sound. She gently pushed, and the door slowly creaked open. Qin Meiyan sidled in, and Yue Wei readied his bow, keeping a close watch on her. A strong smell of alcohol wafted through the air inside, causing her to frown. Using the faint moonlight coming through the window, she surveyed the room. In the corner, there was a rickety wooden bed, and a table beside it was cluttered with several wine jars. Her gaze swept across the room, but she found no one. Qin Meiyan stepped back outside. "Xiao Wei, there's no one inside." Her breath was slightly hurried, and her voice carried a hint of relief. Just then, from a nearby house, faint sounds of a woman could be heard. Qin Meiyan turned her head, her brows furrowing, and her face flushed again as she scolded, "You men, always thinking about these things at night." Yue Wei's lips curled into a teasing smile. "Sister-in-law, what else can the villagers do at night if not this?" Qin Meiyan replied irritably, "Can't you just sleep peacefully? I haven't done anything with ergo for 3 years either." Halfway through her sentence, Qin Meiyan suddenly realized she had let something slip, her face turning bright red, panic evident in her eyes. She hurriedly admonished, "Xiao Wei, you must not tell anyone about this when we get back to the village." Upon hearing this, Yue Wei felt a strange sense of joy, his gaze sweeping over Qin Meiyan as various thoughts flashed through his mind. No wonder sister-in-law hadn't shown any signs of pregnancy. It turned out ergo's thing was ineffective. Who's there?" At that moment, a fierce man's shout suddenly echoed. Chapter 46. Straying into Snake Mountain, Yue Wei turned his face alertly. In the darkness, a tall figure slowly emerged. He was large and muscular, with a face full of flesh that looked even more ferocious in the dim light. His eyes glinted with a fierce light, exuding a chilling ruthlessness. He held a crude bow and arrow in his hands. The arrowhead aimed steadily at Yue Wei and Qin Meiyan, the bow tightly gripped by his thick fingers, the bowstring slightly taut, ready to unleash. Yue Wei and Qin Meiyan instantly reacted, quickly turning their crossbows towards him. As the distance closed, Qin Meiyan caught a glimpse of the man's face in the faint light. She couldn't help but call out in excitement, "It's Cheng Xiong." Cheng Xiong's lips curled into a strange and somewhat wicked smile, a grin that made one shiver. He spoke in a mocking tone, "So it's the beautiful hunter from the Beast Wilderness Ridge. I didn't expect the beautiful Qin to be unable to sleep tonight, just like me, and come out to hunt." As he spoke, his lecherous eyes brazenly scanned Qin Meiyan's body, lingering particularly long on her ample bosom. His gaze filled with greed and desecration. Qin Meiyan focused intently on the arrow in his hand, her eyes filled with vigilance, her body slightly tense, always ready to respond to any sudden situation. Just as the tension in the air reached its peak, Yue Wei acted decisively, abruptly firing his crossbow. With a whoosh, an arrow shot like lightning, piercing Cheng Xiong's chest. Cheng Xiong never expected that the opponent would dare to shoot him, letting out a scream as his body fell backward. Seeing this, Qin Meiyan quickly stepped forward and shot another arrow, hitting Cheng Xiong's head. Cheng Xiong instantly went silent, completely lifeless. Qin Meiyan looked at Yue Wei, letting out a sigh of relief as her tense body relaxed slightly. Just then, a sudden clamor of gongs echoed from afar. It was clear that the villagers had discovered the recently killed Cheng Bao and were beginning to gather. Qi Meiyin and Yi Wei exchanged glances, realizing the situation was dire, and turned to flee. Suddenly, a voice shouted ahead. There's a commotion over by Changxiong. The killer is likely over there. Villagers, hurry up and catch the murderer. In an instant, noisy sounds erupted from all directions. Yi Wei and Qi Meiyin couldn't help but stop and look around. Xiao Wei, we're surrounded by the villagers. Qi Meiyin exclaimed anxiously. Yi Wei felt as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, an old man hurriedly ran over. He was hunched with a slightly bent back, a face full of wrinkles, disheveled gray hair, and wearing a coarse linen garment patched with many repairs and faded from washing. Qi Meiyin and Yi Wei instinctively pointed their crossbows at him. The old man, seeing this, quickly shouted, "You two heroes, hurry and come hide in my house." After shouting, he turned and ran back. Yi Wei and Qi Meiyin exchanged a glance. Seeing the villagers were about to arrive, they had no choice but to follow him. They arrived at a very simple, thatched hut. Inside was empty, with no one else, and Yi Wei and Qi Meiyin stood by the door listening to the commotion outside, each able to hear the other's heartbeat. Soon, the sound of many villagers' footsteps came from outside. Through the crack of the door, they could see a group of villagers rushing over with various weapons. The leader asked Uncle Tian, "Did you see the murderer?" Uncle Tian raised his hand and pointed to the right, saying, "I just heard a scream and ran out and saw a figure running that way." Upon hearing this, the village head urgently shouted, "Quick, chase!" A group of villagers swiftly ran in the direction pointed by Uncle Tian. Yi Wei and Qi Meiyin both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After the villagers ran far away, Uncle Tian returned to the hut. He looked at Yi Wei and Qi Meiyin and suddenly knelt down with a thud, saying, "Thank you, heroes." Yi Wei and Qi Meiyin were taken aback. Qi Meiyin hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. Uncle Tian's voice trembled as he said, "My 2 sons and daughters-in-law were killed by the Changxiong brothers. Now that you have killed them, it can be considered revenge for my deceased sons and daughters-in-law." After hearing this, Yi Wei and Qi Meiyin felt both surprised and a sense of comfort, and the tension they had been holding on had finally eased. Uncle Tian wiped away the tears on his old face and continued, "While they haven't returned yet, you 2 heroes should hurry and leave." Qi Meiyin quickly took out a piece of silver and stuffed it into the old man's hand. However, the old man refused to accept it, saying, "Girl, I don't want your money. Just go with your husband." Qi Meiyin frowned, wanting to say something, but was pulled by Yi Wei to go outside. The two exited the thatched hut and ran frantically in another direction. After escaping the village, they plunged into a mountain. As they ran wildly through the mountain, a chilling aura suddenly enveloped them. Yi Wei then noticed the towering ancient trees around them, their branches and leaves intertwined, blocking out the moonlight completely, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was filled with a damp, decaying smell, and the occasional low growl of unknown animals could be heard. After walking a bit further, Qi Meiyin suddenly grabbed Yi Wei. He then realized there was a python, as thick as a thigh, lying across the ground in front of them. The python was covered in dark brown scales, glinting coldly in the weak light. Its eyes resembled a pair of ghostly green flames, eerie and terrifying as it raised its head, flicking its forked tongue, making a hissing sound as if warning intruders. Qi Meiyin anxiously said, "Xiao Wei, we've strayed into Snake Mountain. We need to escape." Saying this, she pulled Yi Wei and they ran wildly. Yi Wei remembered the existence of Snake Mountain, rumored to have man-eating snakes as thick as water barrels, and most people dared not venture here lightly. Unexpectedly, he and Qi Meiyin had just fled in panic and ended up here. For a moment, he was running even faster than Qi Meiyin. At that moment, Qi Meiyin stepped into a small stone pit with her left foot, twisting it sharply, causing her body to uncontrollably lurch forward and fall to the ground. "Ugh!" she cried out in pain, her face instantly losing color as cold sweat trickled down her forehead. She tried to move her left foot, but the excruciating pain made her tremble, rendering her unable to exert any force. Yi Wei quickly stopped, ran back to help her up. "Sister, are you okay?" However, Qi Meiyin discovered that her left ankle was in agonizing pain, and she couldn't walk at all. Just then, she heard a rustling sound behind her, which was the hissing of the python, instantly chilling her spine. She hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Wei, I twisted my foot. You have to carry me down the mountain." Yue had no time to think, quickly squatting down and saying, "Okay." Then he carefully lifted Qin Meiyin onto his back. He tightly held her legs with both hands, securing her on his back. For a moment, Qin Meiyin's body pressed closely against him. After running a few steps, Yue felt two soft masses on his back. And recalling something, an unusual sensation quickly spread throughout his body, making his heart race and his breathing quicken. But in this critical moment, he could only suppress the turmoil within him and run with all his might. Qin Meiyin also felt heat on her face. Her late husband had never carried her like this. Yet unexpectedly, this man was now doing so. However, due to the pain in her foot and the tension, she had no time to think about anything else. Yue carried Qin Meiyin and ran fiercely, but encountered a python as thick as an arm blocking their way. Yue circumvented it from a distance and continued to run. Once they exited the mountain, Yue was already drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Qin Meiyin said, "Okay, put me down." Yue found a spot and gently set her down. Qin Meiyin sat on a stone, looking at her left foot, then glancing at the road ahead. They were still quite far from the Beast Wilderness Ridge, and she clearly couldn't walk back like this. She looked at Yue and asked Xiao Wei, "Do you know how to treat feet? Please check on my foot." Chapter 47, Framing the Fierce Tiger. Yue gasped for a while before saying, "Sister-in-law, let me take a look first." He squatted down, gently picked up Qin Meiyin's left foot, carefully removed her cloth boot, and then took off her cloth sock. Under the moonlight, a fair and smooth little foot appeared. Yue stared at her foot, momentarily lost in thought, and even felt a ridiculous impulse to take a bite. Qin Meiyin's face turned red, and she said, "Stop looking, my feet are smelly." Yue leaned in to smell, saying, "Not smelly, very fragrant." "You." Qin Meiyin's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned even redder. After examining her foot, Yue gently held Qin Meiyin's ankle, slowly pressing his thumb on her sprained area, feeling the condition of the bones and muscles. While pressing, he asked, "Sister-in-law, does it hurt here?" "A little." "How about here?" "Ah, it hurts, that really hurts." Qin Meiyin exclaimed, her face flushed. Yue confirmed her condition and said, "Sister-in-law, it's not a big problem, bear with the pain." As he spoke, he held her ankle with both hands, found the right angle, gently rotated it, and then suddenly exerted force to twist it. With a light crack, Qin Meiyin let out a pained sound, but immediately felt the discomfort in her foot disappear. Yue put her cloth sock and cloth boot back on, saying, "Sister-in-law, try taking a few steps." He quickly supported her to stand up. Qin Meiyin gently applied force on her foot and found that the severe pain was gone. She took a step and started walking. Although there was still a slight ache, it was clearly not a problem anymore. She looked at Yue and exclaimed, "Xiao Wei, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so amazing. But why didn't I see you being so capable before you got married?" Yue smiled and said, "Before getting married, I was just a little boy." Qin Meiyin casually asked, "And now?" Yue straightened his back and confidently said, "Of course I'm a fierce husband." Qin Meiyin smiled and teased, "What can a skinny board like you do that's fierce?" As soon as she finished speaking, her own face turned red. Yue laughed and said, "If I'm fierce or not, sister-in-law, do you want to give it a try?" Qin Meiyin was momentarily stunned, then pretended to be angry and said, "All right, you silly boy, you dare to tease your sister-in-law." Saying this, she pinched his waist. Yue laughed and pleaded for mercy. "Sister-in-law, spare me, I was wrong, but I still dare next time." The two playfully returned to the edge of the village. Qin Meiyin said, "Let's part here. You should avoid the villagers and hurry back. Don't let your wife worry." Yue nodded, looking at her sexy little mouth, and smiled, "Sister-in-law, how about a kiss goodbye?" Qin Meiyin's face changed, and she shyly exclaimed, "You're bullying me again." She pinched him again, and, seeing him wince in pain, she was satisfied and walked away. Yue watched her walk away, then turned to take another road. However, at the moment he turned, his expression instantly turned cold, and he whispered, "Sun Ping and his wife, I want your lives." Yue tried to avoid the villagers' houses and eventually arrived outside Sun Ping's thatched cottage. At this moment, the house was quiet. Killing them now might attract the villagers' attention, but he was confident he could leave before the villagers arrived. As for what would happen next, he would deal with it when the time came. Yue made up his mind and was about to kick the door when Qin Meiyin rushed over. Sister-in-law Yu. Yue was surprised. Qin Meiyin hurriedly pulled Yue to a tree nearby, nervously looking around. Yue asked in confusion, Sister-in-law, why did you come here? Qin Meiyin saw that there was no one around and said, when I turned back and saw you taking this road, I guess you're coming to find Sun Ping and his wife. Yue gritted his teeth and said, these two tumors, if I don't kill them, my heart won't be at ease. Qin Meiyin advised, if you kill them now, the officials will definitely come to the village tomorrow to arrest people. Even if they can't find you, they might trace back to you secretly supplying villagers to make crossbows. You can make a few, but if you make so many at once, if the officials accuse you of rebellion, they will take you and your wife to execution. Yue had realized this problem today, but hadn't thought much about it. After she mentioned it, and recalling Sun Ping's betrayal, he couldn't help but be more cautious. Yue said, Sister-in-law, I definitely can't let Sun Ping and his wife go. Qin Meiyin boldly suggested, all right, tomorrow I'll lure them up the mountain to Chopwood. You come over then, and we'll work together to kill them, bury them on the spot, and frame it on the fierce tiger in the mountains. Yue asked, are there still fierce tigers in the mountains? Qin Meiyin nodded and said, there are at least 2 in the deep mountains. Yue thought for a moment and said, okay, then I'll follow your lead, sister-in-law. Qin Meiyin breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Xiao Wei, then you follow behind us to the mountain early tomorrow. I'll find a chance to cooperate with you. Also, before killing them, we need to find out their schemes against you, so you can be prepared. Yue also thought of this and gratefully said, Sister-in-law, thank you, you're really good to me. Qin Meiyin smiled and said, Xiao Wei, don't say that. You just treated my foot. Yue recalled the scene from earlier, nodded with a smile, and teased, but to be honest, sister-in-law, your foot really is fragrant. Qin Meiyin's face flushed, and she scolded, fragrant? You don't eat it. Yue said, then I'll eat it now. Saying this, he squatted down and was about to hug her leg. Qin Meiyin was startled and hurriedly dodged his hand, nervously stopping him. All right, stop messing around. Let's hurry up. After the earlier experience, Qin Meiyin was still uneasy about Yue, so she directly accompanied him back. But before they reached Yue's house, Qin Xiaolong ran over from the front. Qin Meiyin was quite surprised. Brother, why are you here? Qin Xiaolong said, Sister, you didn't come back so late. I was worried about you, so I came to find you. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Yue's face. She was afraid her brother would start arguing with him again, so she hurriedly grabbed his arm and said, Brother, let us go home. But Qin Xiaolong said to Yue, Wei Ge, I was wrong before. He paused and then said, if you need anything from me in the future, just let me know. Yue was somewhat surprised and looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Qin Xiaolong met Yue's gaze, his eyes firm, showing no signs of backing down, as if to express his determination to change. Qin Meiyin breathed a sigh of relief, a smile of comfort appearing on her face. Brother, that's right. Yue nodded and said, all right. He then looked at Qin Meiyin and said, Sister-in-law, I'll head back first. Qin Meiyin nodded, feeling quite happy. Yue then walked straight towards his home, thinking about how Jiangzi deliberately sent her sister away tonight to wait for him at home. He walked faster and eventually broke into a run. Wife, your husband is back. Chapter 48, Kill Sun Ping and his wife. The night was deep, and Yue hurried back to his home, directly knocking on the door. Darling, your husband is back. With a creak, the door swung open, and Jiangzi's charming figure appeared before him. Yue's expression momentarily froze as he saw Jiangzi had carefully styled her hair, with a few strands cascading down her fair cheeks, adding to her allure. She was wearing a brand new long dress that he had bought for her, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. Jiangzi's cheeks turned slightly red as she softly said, Husband, you're back. Why did you come in? I was getting anxious waiting. Yue finally regained his senses, stepped into the house, and quickly scanned the room, confirming that his sister-in-law was indeed not there. He hastily put away the crossbow in his hand, then turned to gaze affectionately at Jiangzi. Jiangzi lightly moved her feet, locked the door, then walked to the table, poured a bowl of water for Yue, and gently said, Husband, drink some water first. Yue took the bowl and drank it in one go. As he set the empty bowl down, Jiangzi was already standing in front of him. Seeing Yue's dazed expression, she couldn't help but tease, Husband, Why don't you want me? Yue swallowed hard and replied eagerly, I want you. I want you right now. After saying that, he gently cupped Jiangzi's face with his hands, slowly leaned in, and tenderly kissed her. Jiangzi immediately shyly returned the kiss. And as they kissed, she felt her legs go weak and involuntarily fell into Yi Wei's embrace. Yi Wei took the opportunity to lift her up and strode toward the bed. By the dim light of the oil lamp, Yi Wei carefully examined Jiangzi's face and body, sincerely exclaiming, Darling, you look so beautiful tonight. Jiangzi blushed under his heated gaze. After all, tonight was their special day, and she dared not be careless. Husband. Yi Wei leaned down and kissed her lips. Wait a moment, husband. She hurriedly pushed him away shyly, then got up to retrieve a piece of white cloth that had been prepared in advance, carefully laying it on the bed before lying back down on it. Her eyes were filled with affection as she softly said, Husband, aren't you coming up? Yui, as if waking from a dream, quickly replied, Darling, I'm coming. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Yi Wei slowly awakened, his gaze landing on the vibrant red stains on the white cloth, recalling the enchanting wedding night from the previous evening. A wave of indescribable satisfaction surged within him. At that moment, Jiangzi gently pushed the door open and entered, seeing that Yi Wei was already awake. A hint of shyness flashed in her eyes as she softly said, Husband, I left you some porridge and rabbit meat. You should eat first. Yi Wei smiled and said, Darling, come here for a moment. Jiangzi walked halfway, but suddenly stopped, her face turning red as she asked, Husband, what do you want? Yi Wei lifted the blanket and was about to get out of bed to catch her. Jiangzi was frightened and hurriedly dodged outside. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully said, Husband, I'm not feeling well. Please wait until tonight. Yi Wei chuckled and said, Then I'll give my darling a massage. Jiangzi stamped her foot and said, Husband, I'm ignoring you. After saying that, she closed the door, blushing furiously as she quickly walked away. Yi Wei opened the door slightly, watching Jiangzi's nervous retreating figure, noticing that her legs seemed a bit unsteady with each step. He couldn't help but laugh, recalling the craziness of last night. After all, this was their first wedding night in 2 lifetimes, and it was only natural that they were fiery and passionate, exhausting themselves multiple times. No wonder his wife was so afraid of him. Yi Wei collected his thoughts and then remembered. Right, his sister-in-law was probably already on the mountain. Remembering the agreement with Sister Qin from last night, he immediately returned to the bedside and put on his clothes. As Yi Wei finished eating and stepped outside, he noticed Jiangzi wandering outside. Yi Wei smiled and asked, Darling, why aren't you coming in? Jiangzi replied, I was just about to come in. She caught sight of the crossbow in Yi Wei's hand and asked, Husband, are you going hunting? Yi Wei nodded, yes. Jiangzi quickly reminded him, then hurry up, but be careful, don't come back too late. Seeing that Jiangzi seemed a bit afraid of him, and recalling last night's events, Yi Wei couldn't help but chuckle. Just as he was about to leave, Jiangzi said again, Husband, Xiao Wu is still with Ling Er, call her back to eat. Yi Wei nodded and stepped away. Jiangzi watched Yi Wei's figure gradually disappear, her face heating up as she thought of last night. Suddenly remembering something, she hurried back to her room to tidy up the stained white cloth. Finally, she sighed in relief, took out the crossbow, and began practicing her archery. Yi Wei arrived at the blacksmith shop, where it was bustling with people, lively and energetic. The roaring furnace fire illuminated the faces of the crowd, sparks flying, accompanied by the sound of clanging metal. Villagers were using bellows, strenuously pumping to make the fire burn even hotter. Some were carefully selecting suitable wood and metal materials, handing them to those responsible for forging. Others were focused on polishing the already shaped crossbow parts, striving for every surface to be smooth and flawless. Tai Ling Er was weaving through the crowd, looking around and guiding the villagers. Yi Wei first called his sister-in-law back and then found Tai Ling Er, asking, Ling Er, can we finish the task today? Tai Ling Er patted her large chest and assured him, Don't worry, fool, we will definitely forge 10 crossbows before dark. Yi Wei asked again, Is there enough material for the crossbow body? Tai Ling Er nodded, Yes. And my sister-in-law led a group up the mountain to cut timber early this morning. Yi Wei continued to inquire, Who did she take with her? Tai Ling thought for a moment and replied, she took Qin Xiaolong, the cripple, Fuxing, and Sun Ping and his wife. After hearing this, Yue nodded and turned to leave. As he came out of the blacksmith shop, Yue looked at the distant mountains, his expression instantly turning cold. Sun Ping, Yang Yue, I want your lives. After saying that, he quickened his pace toward the mountain. After walking for a while up the mountain, Yue suddenly stopped. The vast Wulong Mountain was complex and winding, and he momentarily didn't know which direction to go. Just then, he saw Li Fuxing carrying a log down the mountain. Yue hurriedly stepped aside, and after Li Fuxing walked away, he followed the direction he had just come from. After walking for a while, a small gray rabbit suddenly poked its head out from the bushes. Yue saw it, raised his hand, and shot an arrow, which accurately hit the rabbit's head. He walked over, pulled out the arrow, then tied the rabbit with a grass rope and hung it at his waist, continuing to hurry up the mountain. After a long time, Yue saw a wild chicken scurrying through the grass, but at this moment, his mind was entirely focused on the plan with Sister Qin to kill Sun Ping and his wife. So he had no intention of hunting and walked straight up the mountain. Not long after, he saw the cripple carrying another log down the mountain. Yue hit again, and after the cripple left, he followed the path he had taken downwards. Sister Qin is really detail-oriented and smart. She had them go down a mountain, clearly guiding him. Soon, Yue saw several villagers up ahead, including Qin Meiyin, Qin Xiaolong, and Sun Ping and his wife. Yue quietly moved behind a tree, deliberately letting Qin Meiyin see him. Qin Meiyin had been paying attention to the movements below the mountain, and when she turned around, she saw Yue. Her heart stirred, and she decisively said to everyone, Xiaolong, let's split up. Uncle Sun, Aunt Yue, you come with me. Chapter 49, Su Yao returns. Upon hearing this, Yang Yue complained with a reluctant expression, we have to go up the mountain again? I'm exhausted. I might as well go down a mountain and help Tai Linger with the crossbow. Qin Xiaolong immediately got angry. You've come this far, and you won't even carry something down? Aren't you ashamed? Yang Yue scoffed. What is there to be ashamed of? I'm going down. As she said this, she turned to leave the mountain. Qin Meiyin quickly said, Yue, come with me. I'll hunt a rabbit for you in a bit. Yang Yue's eyes lit up. Really? Qin Meiyin nodded. However, Yang Yue pressed on, no way. This task is too hard. I want 2 rabbits, otherwise I'm going down now. Qin Xiaolong, furious, rolled up his sleeves and shouted, You, Yang Yue, do you believe I'll beat you up right now? Yang Yue refused to back down, placing her hands on her hips and retorting, You, Qin Xiaolong, come at me if you dare. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Qin Xiaolong was about to charge at her when Qin Meiyin quickly pulled him back and advised, Calm down, Xiaolong. She then turned to Yang Yue and said, All right, I'll hunt 2 wild rabbits for you. Yang Yue was finally satisfied. Now that's more like it. Qin Xiaolong gritted his teeth in anger. Yang Yue, just wait. I will definitely beat you up one day. Yang Yue stuck out her tongue at him and laughed. Oh, I'm so scared. Qin Xiaolong was left speechless with rage. Qin Meiyin said to Qin Xiaolong, Xiaolong, don't get angry. We have work to do. Qin Xiaolong snorted and took the remaining 3 villagers to another place. Qin Meiyin then led Sun Ping and Yang Yue further up the mountain. Yue followed closely behind. After walking for a while, Yang Yue impatiently complained again. Why haven't we arrived yet? How much longer? Qin Meiyin replied, We're almost there. Just keep up. Yang Yue persisted for a bit longer, but then plopped down on the ground, saying, I can't go any further. If there are no suitable woods here, let's go down. But you can't skimp on those 2 wild rabbits you promised. Qin Meiyin looked around, saw that the area was secluded and there was no one around, and said, Then let us stop here. Sun Ping looked around and questioned, Where is there any suitable wood for making crossbows? At that moment, Yue stepped out from behind and coldly said, Sun Ping, Yang Yue, your time is up. Sun Ping turned around and saw Yue aiming a crossbow at them. Instantly terrified and trembling all over, Yang Yue stood up from the ground, fear written all over her face as she looked at Yue and stammered, Idiot, what are you doing? Yue coldly snorted, What do you think I'm doing? Yang Yue seemed to realize something, her face turning pale with fright. Just as she was about to hide behind Qin Meiyin, she noticed that Qin Meiyin was also holding a crossbow, aiming directly at them, her expression as cold as ice. Yue stepped forward, saying coldly, "Die." Yang Yuegui opened her mouth to scream, but Yue was quick, shooting an arrow straight into her mouth, and with a thud, the arrowhead pierced through the back of her skull. Yang Yuegui instantly collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Sun Ping was so scared that his legs went weak, and he fell to his knees, immediately soiling himself in fear. Yue aimed the arrow at him, and Sun Ping quickly bowed his head and pleaded for mercy. Wei Ge, it was all her idea. That shameless woman wanted to get her brother to steal your family's silver. Yue coldly said, "Tell me the truth." Sun Ping hurriedly continued, "Her uncle is a rogue, knows some thieves, and this shameless woman wanted them to steal your family as silver, promising them 20 taels of silver after they succeeded." Qi Meiyan asked, "When will they act?" Sun Ping trembled as he replied, "At midnight tonight. They will arrive at our village, and I will go with that shameless woman to meet them." After saying that, he repeatedly bowed his head and pleaded, "Wei Ge, Meiyan Jia, please spare my life. I promise I won't tell anyone about this when I return to the village, and I can help you deal with Yang Zue tonight." Qi Meiyan asked again, "How many people are coming?" Sun Ping answered. Yang Zue said he couldn't handle alone and needed to find 2 more people. They should be coming with 3 people tonight. Qi Meiyan looked at Yue, signaling with her eyes. Yue glared at Sun Ping, angrily saying, "Sun Ping, I gave you a chance, but you didn't teach HEIRESS it. Now go to hell and accompany your woman." Sun Ping's face was filled with terror as he was about to plead again, but Yue directly shot an arrow at his head. Sun Ping fell to the ground, dead. Qi Meiyan scanned the area, squatted down to check, and confirmed that both were lifeless. She hurriedly said, "Wei, let us dig a pit and bury them." Yue nodded in agreement. They found a very secluded spot near the mountain wall, picked up a hoe and shovel, and began to dig. Before long, they had dug a pit about 1.5 meters wide. They carefully removed the arrows from their heads, then tossed the bodies into the pit and began to fill it with dirt. Next, they meticulously cleaned up the bloodstains on the path. After finishing all this, Qi Meiyan said solemnly, "Wei, only you and I can know about this. We must not tell a third person." Yue firmly replied, "Sister-in-law, don't worry, I know." Qi Meiyan looked at him a few times and then said, "You should hunt a few more animals. When we go down the mountain, say you found a group of fierce tigers. I'll say I saw 2 tigers too when I come down. And when everyone realizes Sun Ping and the others are missing, they will naturally think they were eaten by the tigers." "Sister-in-law, you're clever." Yue nodded and was about to leave when Qi Meiyan caught up with him, her expression serious as she said, "Wei, since we know they will arrive at the village at midnight, let us wait for them under the banyan tree at the village before midnight." Yue looked at her, feeling a bit moved, thinking, "Sister-in-law, you're so good to me." "Don't say that." Qi Meiyan felt shy under his gaze and urged, "Hurry up, be careful on the way, and don't actually encounter any tigers." "You too, sister-in-law." Yue wanted to hug her, but ultimately didn't dare, turning and leaving. Qi Meiyan watched him walk away, then looked around to ensure there were no problems before turning and heading into the forest on the other side. At the village entrance, there was a sudden commotion of horse hooves. Su Yao, wearing a purple dress, looked beautiful and noble as she rode a white steed, followed closely by Wang Xinxiao and a group of subordinates, entering the village in a grand manner. The dust kicked up by the hooves immediately caught the attention of the children left behind in the village, who stopped to watch. "It's them again. They must be here to find Idiot Ge. Quickly tell Idiot Ge to come." The children chattered among themselves, and someone ran off. After scanning the crowd, Su Yao headed straight toward Yue's house. Jiangji was practicing archery in front of the house when she heard the children's report and immediately turned her gaze forward. From a distance, Su Yao spotted Jiangji, and her face lit up with joy. She dismounted and casually handed the reins to a subordinate beside her. Wang Xinxiao and the others also dismounted and stood behind Su Yao, walking forward with her. "Miss Jiang, we meet again." Su Yao clasped her hands in greeting, a faint smile on her lips, having already figured out Jiang Ji and Jiang Xiao Wu's identities. Jiang Ji smiled and said, "Miss Su, you must be here to find my man, right?" Su Yao's face slightly flushed as she hurriedly asked, "May I ask where the gentleman is now?" Her beautiful eyes quickly scanned the door behind Jiang Ji. Chapter 50 Sister-in-law, Danger Below, Jiang Zi said. "He just went up the mountain to hunt." Su Yao and the others followed her gaze and looked at the towering mountain not far away. Su Yao asked, "When will he be back?" "It's hard to say. He might be back soon or not until evening." Zhang Zi guessed at her intent. Su Yao looked at the mountain ahead. A strange glint flashed in her eyes, and she smiled slightly, saying, "Then let's go up the mountain to find him." "Miss, there are many wild beasts up there, I'm afraid." Wang Xinxiao hadn't finished speaking when Su Yao raised a hand to interrupt her. "Xiao Zhu and Xiao Li will stay to watch the horses. The rest come with me up the mountain." She left 2 subordinates to watch the horses and took Wang Xinxiao and the other 8 subordinates directly toward Wulong Mountain. Zhang Zi watched them go. They came to find the officer, which should not be a bad thing. Yi Wei walked deeper into the mountains. At this moment, he raised his hand and shot an arrow, the sharp arrow whistling through the air, hitting a wild bird perched on a tree. The wild bird, with its colorful feathers, shimmered in the sunlight, now flapping its wings weakly before falling straight down. Yi Wei quickly approached, picked up the wild bird, and casually hung it at his waist. At this time, he already had 4 wild rabbits and 2 wild chickens hanging at his waist with this wild bird. His haul was quite impressive. All right, it's about time to head back. Yi Wei made up his mind, and just as he turned to go down the mountain, a heart-rending cry from a beast came from afar. Yi Wei listened carefully and thought, "It sounds like a pig's cry. It must be a wild boar." Yi Wei couldn't help but feel delighted. His luck was good, and he would soon have pork to eat. He hurried toward the direction of the sound. Ow! The wild boar's cries continued. Yi Wei crouched low, keeping his body as low as possible, his eyes sharp. Suddenly, he heard a violent struggle ahead, along with the angry and pained grunts of the wild boar. Yi Wei's spirit lifted instantly, and he quickened his pace, almost jogging toward the source of the sound. While hurrying, he vigilantly observed the surrounding trees and bushes to guard against any hidden dangers. As he got closer, Yi Wei slightly turned his body, using a sturdy tree trunk nearby as cover, and slowly poked his head out to check the situation. He saw a majestic leopard tightly clinging to a massive wild boar. The leopard was agile, its body covered in black spots the size of coins, and under the sunlight, its golden fur seemed to shine with a glow, its muscles bulging with power as it moved. The wild boar it had bitten was as large as a small hill, its coarse black mane standing upright, 2 long tusks protruding from its mouth, glinting coldly. At this moment, it was struggling desperately, letting out a tragic cry, taking advantage of the situation. The leopard bit through the wild boar's throat, blood gushing out. Seeing this, Yi Wei carefully aimed his crossbow at the leopard. He took a deep breath and decisively shot an arrow, which struck the leopard's head with a whoosh. The leopard swayed and fell to the ground, convulsing. Got it! Yi Wei felt ecstatic and was about to step forward to finish it off when suddenly, a powerful beastly pressure surged toward him. He was startled and looked up to find a large tiger glaring at him not far away. The tiger was robust, with a prominent king-like symbol on its forehead. Its striped fur both beautiful and imposing, its strong limbs resembling iron pillars. It seemed this tiger had also been attracted by the commotion of the wild boar. Yi Wei had no time to think. He raised his hand and shot an arrow. The tiger let out a roar and lunged at him, and Yi Wei's shot went wide. Seeing the tiger pounce closer, Yi Wei hurriedly shot another arrow, which whizzed past the tiger's neck. Damn it! In his panic, while retreating, Yi Wei accidentally tripped over a stone, falling backward. At that moment, the tiger leaped high, pouncing toward Yi Wei. He wanted to shoot again, but realized he didn't have time. The shadow of death loomed over him. However, just then, with a puff, an arrow shot like lightning into the tiger's head. The tiger's body paused in midair before crashing down like a mountain, its mouth hovering near Yi Wei's face. Hot breath hitting him as it convulsed a few times. Yi Wei, still in shock, saw a figure rush forward and shoot another arrow into the tiger's head. When he focused, he realized it was Qin Meiyan who had arrived. At that moment, Qin Meiyan, with her graceful figure, her slender waist supporting her large bosom, quickly ran to Yi Wei's side, hurriedly helping him up. Xiao Wei, are you okay? Qin Meiyan examined him from head to toe, her eyes filled with concern. Yi Wei, feeling scared, instinctively threw himself into Qin Meiyan's arms, excitedly saying, Sister-in-law, I almost lost my life just now. Thank you. Thank you for coming to save me. Seeing he was not seriously hurt, Qi Meiyin felt somewhat relieved. She worried that there might be other beasts nearby, and quickly pulled Yue aside, asking, "How did you end up in this deep mountain? There are many fierce beasts here. I usually don't dare to come." Yi explained it. "I just heard the wild boar screaming, so I came up." "Sister-in-law, why did you come too?" Qi Meiyin said, "I couldn't rest easy about you, so I followed. Fortunately, I came, but you're indeed impressive to have hunted a leopard. Leopards are usually hard to catch, but now with the tiger around, it's a good opportunity to talk about Sun Ping and his wife." Yue nodded, finally calming down. The two then descended the mountain, and after walking for a while, Qi Meiyin suddenly asked, "By the way, I heard Linger say you sold quite a bit of meat last time. Do you still need any?" Yi Wei's eyes brightened, and he quickly said, "Yes, I wonder where sister-in-law has some." Qi Meiyin said, "Come with me." She turned and walked with a sway in her hips, and Yi Wei immediately followed. Soon, Qi Meiyin brought Yi Wei to the edge of a cliff. Yi Wei looked down and saw a withered tree below, surprisingly growing a fire spirit mushroom the size of a hat. This fire spirit mushroom had a unique shape, its umbrella cap a bright fire red, with delicate patterns on the surface and slightly curled edges, exuding a mysterious aura. The mushroom stem was thick and short, firmly rooted in the deadwood. Judging by its appearance, it was at least 100 years old, if not more. It was fortunate that it grew on this cliff, and many villagers didn't recognize its value. Otherwise, it would have been picked long ago. Seeing Yi Wei's expression, Qi Meiyin said, "I'll go down and pick it." Yi Wei quickly stopped her. "Sister-in-law, it's dangerous down there. I should go instead." The two found several vines nearby, and just as Yi Wei was tying a thick rope to a tree, he saw Qi Meiyin tying the other end around her waist. Yi Wei's face froze. He saw her tight hunting outfit outlining her figure perfectly, her long straight legs and curvy rear exuding a different kind of charm. Chapter 51. There's a fierce tiger on the mountain. Yi Wei quickly reacted and said, "Sister-in-law, let me go down." He stepped forward to untie the vine around her waist. However, Qi Meiyin grabbed his hand and said, "With me here, you don't need to take the risk. I'll tie that meat lump up, and you can pull it up first." After saying that, she threw another vine down, the other end of which was tied to a tree. Then, Qi Meiyin placed all her belongings aside, bit down on a short knife, crouched down, and carefully began to climb down. Yue had no choice but to put down his prey and crossbow. Lying on the ground, nervously watching her, Qi Meiyin was very agile. Although it was dangerous, she managed to navigate without incident. In the blink of an eye, she reached the large racer mushroom. She steadied herself, took the knife from her mouth, and began to dig into the deadwood. As time passed, after a while, she finally managed to remove the large racer intact. Qi Meiyin bit the knife again, pulled the suspended vine over, tied it to the racer, and then nodded to Yi Wei above. Yi Wei hurriedly began to carefully pull the large racer up. As soon as the racer was pulled up, Yi Wei smelled a strong aroma of the mushroom and was immediately excited. Suddenly, a painful scream came from below. Yi Wei was startled and quickly looked down. He saw Qi Meiyin holding a green snake as thick as a thumb. The snake was entirely emerald green, resembling a small stick carved from jade. Its scales glimmered coldly in the sunlight, and its triangular head was raised high, with eyes the size of green beans flashing with fierce light. There were also bite marks on the side of Qi Meiyin's neck. The bite marks were small yet deep, and the surrounding skin had begun to turn slightly purple, with two tiny puncture wounds clearly visible. Yi Wei immediately recognized it as a bamboo leaf viper and anxiously shouted, "Sister-in-law, come up quickly, that's a poisonous snake." Qi Meiyin forcefully threw the bamboo leaf viper away, but immediately felt a sharp pain in her neck, and her body began to feel very uncomfortable. As she climbed halfway, she felt a wave of weakness wash over her, and her hands and feet were losing strength. Seeing this, Yi Wei hurriedly grabbed the vine, turned his back, and used one shoulder to carry it while stepping on the protruding rocks to run forward, using the pole to lift Qi Meiyin. Qi Meiyin bit her lip, holding tightly onto the vine, and with Yi Wei's pull, she stepped on the cliff and quickly climbed up. As soon as she reached the edge of the cliff, she felt the surroundings darken, her body heat up, and weakness enveloped her, but she still hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Wei, quickly save me." Yi Wei quickly helped her sit against a rock and saw that the small wound on her neck had turned black. He hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, let me help you suck out the venom." Saying this, Yue leaned forward and decisively began to suck the blood. Qin Meiyin's eyes widened as she felt a strange sensation spread from her neck, causing her legs to tremble uncontrollably. Yue spat out several mouthfuls of black blood, and when he finally saw her blood turn back to a normal color, he said, "Sister-in-law, you rest for a moment. I'll go find some antidote herbs." Yue turned and ran off, pushing through layers of weeds, urgently scanning every corner. Suddenly, he spotted a few half-leaf plants with long oval leaves and tiny serrations on the edges. He quickly picked them and also found a 7-leaf flower with upright flower stalks and 7 leaves at the top not far away. While heading back to Qin Meiyin, he chewed the 2 types of herbs in his mouth, and their juices mixed with his saliva, releasing a faint fragrance. When he returned, he directly applied the chewed herbs to Qin Meiyin's wound. The cool sensation of the herbs immediately penetrated the skin around the wound, and Qin Meiyin felt somewhat relieved. After that, Yue found a plant with long leaves like snake tongues, blooming with small white flowers, which was the white flower snake tongue grass. He kneaded the white flower snake tongue grass into a ball and handed it to Qin Meiyin, saying, "Sister-in-law, take this herb back and brew it in water to detoxify your body." Qin Meiyin took the herbs and stuffed them into a cloth bag she carried. Yue asked with concern, "Sister-in-law, how do you feel now?" Qin Meiyin replied, "I feel a bit better, but my hands and feet are still weak, and I have no strength." Yue said straightforwardly, "Then I'll carry you down the mountain." Saying this, he picked up the prey and rapier, slung them over his back, grabbed Qin Meiyin's belongings and crossbow, and then lifted her up. Although it wasn't the first time he carried her, her soft body pressed tightly against his back, and the faint fragrance on her body lingered at the tip of his nose, causing Yue's heartbeat to involuntarily quicken. Qin Meiyin suddenly said gratefully, "Xiao Wei, thank you." Yue hurriedly replied, "Sister-in-law, you're too polite. If it weren't for me wanting that rapier, you wouldn't have gone down." Qin Meiyin quickly said, "That has nothing to do with you. It was my own carelessness that caused me to encounter that poisonous snake." After walking for a while, a tiger's roar suddenly came from ahead. Both of them were startled. Yue froze and nervously said, "Sister-in-law, there's a tiger ahead. Is there another way down the mountain?" Qin Meiyin glanced around and shook her head helplessly. Other routes would take a long detour, and there might be other ferocious beasts as well. "You wait here. I'll go deal with the tiger and then bring you down." Yue put her down and was about to step forward, but Qin Meiyin grabbed the back of his clothes. Yue turned to look at her, and Qin Meiyin, with a worried expression, said, "I'll go with you." Yue thought that she should be fine with the crossbow, so he freed one hand to support her as they moved forward. Soon, through a clump of bushes, they saw the figures of 2 large tigers ahead. Both Yue and Qin Meiyin were shocked. They hadn't expected there to be 2 fierce tigers. Qin Meiyin leaned close to Yue's ear and said softly, "Xiao Wei, let's each take one. Aim for the tiger's head and try to get a lethal shot." "Okay." Yi nodded. At that moment, Yue aimed his crossbow at the distant tiger, while Qin Meiyin aimed at the other one. They exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious, and then shot simultaneously. Whoosh! Yue's arrow struck the head of the tiger, causing it to collapse on the ground, convulsing. However, Qin Meiyin's arrow missed because the tiger suddenly turned its head, flying past one of its ears. The tiger was enraged and let out a furious roar, charging toward them. Qin Meiyin, trying to pull back the bowstring, found her hands too weak to draw it back. Seeing the tiger pounce closer, she became anxious. At that moment, Yue shot another arrow, which hit the tiger's head with a thud. The tiger fell to the ground, convulsing. Yue quickly followed up with another arrow, finally putting it down for good. Suddenly, Qin Meiyin's legs went weak, and she was about to fall. Yue quickly reached out to support her. "Sister-in-law, let us go." Yue picked her up and hurried down the mountain, fearing that there might still be ferocious beasts nearby, not daring to look back. Not far down the mountain, Su Yao and a group of people were standing in an open area. Wang Xinxiao frowned, looking up at the misty mountains, and urgently advised, "Miss, there are fierce tigers on the mountain. These beasts are extremely ferocious. If they come down, we will have a hard time defending ourselves. We should leave quickly." Chapter 52. This is my wife. Su Yao's beautiful eyes were fixed on the mountain, revealing a hint of reluctance. She turned to Sun Yiren beside her and asked, Yiren, with your skills, can you drive away a fierce tiger? Sun Yiren exchanged glances with the 7 guards nearby, each of their faces unusually serious. Sun Yiren shook his head slightly and said in a heavy tone, Miss, the strength of the tigers on the mountain is unknown, and the environment is complex. The risk is too high, and we cannot guarantee your safety. Su Yao sighed lightly and said helplessly, Then let's go down the mountain and wait. Just then, some sounds came faintly from the mountain, like heavy objects stepping on branches. Everyone instantly became tense, and the guards quickly surrounded Su Yao, hands on their knife handles. Ready for action. Wang Xinxiao widened her eyes, staring intently in the direction of the sound, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. As the noise approached, a figure gradually became clear. Su Yao focused her gaze and exclaimed in surprise, It's Mr. Yi. As everyone saw the newcomer, they relaxed their tense nerves slightly. Yi Wei looked at the group at the foot of the mountain with surprise and said, Miss Su, how did you come up the mountain? Su Yao, feeling that her legs had basically healed early that morning, couldn't wait to come over, smiling as she stepped forward and said, Mr. Yi, let's talk when we get back to the village. Her gaze fell on the woman on Yi Wei's back, and she asked with concern, Is she okay? Yi Wei replied, My sister-in-law was just bitten by a venomous snake, but I've already taken care of it, and she's fine now. Wang Xinxiao stepped forward anxiously and asked, Is there a big tiger up there? Did you encounter it? Yi Wei replied calmly, Not just one, but 3 in total, and there's also a big leopard. Upon hearing this, Su Yao and her companions were instantly alarmed. Wang Xinxiao and Sun Yiren quickly protected Su Yao again, and Wang Xinxiao urged urgently, Miss, hurry down the mountain. This situation is too dangerous. Sun Yiren also said seriously, We can barely ensure the safety of the miss against 1 tiger. If 3 tigers and a leopard attack together, the miss will undoubtedly be in danger. Seeing this, Yi Wei quickly said, You don't need to worry. Wang Xinxiao, filled with anxiety, raised her voice, Tigers and leopards are ferocious beasts that bite at sight. How can we not worry? Yi Wei smiled slightly and said, They can't move. How can they eat people? Everyone looked at him in confusion. Su Yao had a faint guess in her heart, but felt it was too unbelievable and shook her head. At this moment, Qi Meiyan on Yi Wei's back slowly spoke. Those 3 tigers and 1 leopard have already been hunted by Xiao Wei. Yi Wei hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, don't say it like that. We hunted them together. Everyone was stunned, looking at them with disbelief. Wang Xinxiao, filled with suspicion, exclaimed, How is that possible? If you say you hunted 1 tiger, maybe with your strength it could be done, but how can you handle 3 big tigers plus a leopard? Yi repeat calmly. If you don't believe it, you can go up and take a look. Wang Xinxiao looked up at the steep mountain path, then at the determined Yi Wei, gritted her teeth, and finally said, If we're going to look, then let's go. Yiren, you come with me. After saying that, she steeled her courage and led Sun Yiren and 4 guards up the mountain, but she was cautious with every step, vigilantly observing her surroundings. Su Yao, furious, stayed behind with the remaining guards, anxiously waiting. After a while, Wang Xinxiao and her group hurried back down. Su Yao quickly approached and asked, How is it? Wang Xinxiao nodded vigorously, panting, and said, It was 3 big tigers and a big leopard, plus a big wild boar. Su Yao turned to Yi Wei, her eyes full of admiration, and smiled, Mr. Yi, you truly are a master archer. Sun Yiren and Wang Xinxiao exchanged glances, both showing a hint of shock and doubt. At this moment, as they looked at Yi Wei, their eyes held more respect and curiosity. Yi Wei smiled and said, Miss Su, let's talk more as we go down the mountain. He adjusted Qin Meiyan on his back and turned to head down the mountain. The group exchanged glances, and Su Yao said, Let's hurry up. They then protected her as they went down. After a while, back in the village, Qin Meiyan quickly said, Xiao Wei, put down my sister-in-law. Yi Wei then set her down and asked with concern, Sister-in-law, how do you feel? Qin Meiyan moved her body and said, Much better. She looked up at Su Yao, her eyes flashing with complexity, and then said to Yi Wei, Xiao Wei, you go ahead with your business. I'll go call the villagers to carry down the tigers and the leopard. Yi nodded, okay. Qin Meiyan turned and walked away with a steady gait. Yi Wei looked at Su Yao and then noticed she was wearing a long dress today, the hem fluttering gently in the breeze like a blooming white lotus. Her complexion fair as jade, and her eyes like a clear spring. Su Yao felt a bit shy under his gaze, regained her composure, and said to Wang Xinxiao, give Mr. Yi the silver. Wang Xinxiao cheerfully complied, taking out 2 silver ingots of 10 taels, each from her pouch, and handed them to Yi Wei with both hands. Then I won't be polite, Yi Wei said as he accepted the silver, his gaze on Su Yao, a slight smile on his lips as he said, Miss Su, you didn't come to find me just to give me silver, did you? Su Yao nodded gently, her expression serious as she said, Mr. Yi, let's talk inside. Ye replied, alright. He then led them home. After walking a short distance, a group of villagers and children surrounded them. The children had sparkling eyes, filled with curiosity, asking, Xiao Wei Ge, I heard from Sister Qin that you killed a big tiger again. Xia Yi. Did you also kill a big leopard this time? Xiao Wei Ge. Hurry and tell us how you killed that big tiger and big leopard. Everyone spoke in unison, eagerly questioning Yi Wei about his adventures in hunting the tiger and leopard. Yi Wei casually answered a few questions. Soon, they could see Qin Xiaolong leading more than 20 villagers, many of whom were carrying shoulder poles and ropes, energetically heading up the mountain. Jiang Zi, who was anxiously waiting in front of the house, looked exceptionally beautiful in her attire, her skin delicate as snow. Upon seeing Yi Wei return, her eyes lit up, and she rushed toward him like a joyful little bird. Sir, you're back. She scanned him and, seeing he was safe, noticed the prey hanging at his waist, instantly beaming with joy, saying, I just heard from the village children that you killed a tiger again. Yi Wei smiled and nodded. Yes. Jiang Zi, full of admiration, exclaimed, Sir, you are truly amazing. Su Yao stepped aside and laughed, saying, Miss Jiang, your sir has hunted 3 big tigers and 1 big leopard in one go. Jiang Zi glanced at her and then looked back at Yi Wei. Her eyes filled with even more joy, but she couldn't help but shoot a glance at Su Yao filled with a hint of confusion. Yi Wei noticed Jiang Zi's thoughts and, fearing she might overthink his relationship with Su Yao, promptly introduced, Miss Su, I haven't introduced you yet. This is my wife. Jiang Zi. Chapter 53, Su Yao's Plea. Su Yao politely nodded, her gaze lingering on Jiang Zi for a moment, assessing the woman who meant so much to Yi Wei. Upon hearing Yi Wei's introduction, Jiang Zi felt a wave of sweetness in her heart, her face beaming with a happy smile as she hurriedly stepped forward to take the crossbow and quiver from Yi Wei's hands and brought them inside the house. After a while, she also took down the game hanging from Yi Wei and that large Ganoderma and placed them inside. Yi Wei followed Jiang Zi and said, Wife, I need to have a private chat with Miss Su in the house. Jiang Zi looked at Su Yao and gently said, All right, you two talk. After saying that, she turned and stepped out of the house. Only then did Su Yao walk into the house. Yi Wei casually locked the door and closed the window before turning to Su Yao. Su Yao looked at the bed, recalling how he treated her leg yesterday, and her face instantly flushed. In Yi Wei's eyes, she appeared even more delicate and charming. Yi Wei asked with concern, Miss Su, how is your leg recovering? Do you need a checkup? Su Yao gently shook her head, her tone firm as she said, No need, it's almost healed. Mr. Yi, I came to ask you to look at my father's illness. He is currently suffering from terminal illness and is very weak. As she spoke, her voice choked, and her eyes became slightly red. Yi Wei's expression became serious as he asked, What are the symptoms? Please tell me in detail. Su Yao steadied her emotions and slowly said, My father has been feeling extremely fatigued lately, short of breath after just a few steps, suffers from severe night sweats. Often soaking his clothes, his appetite has decreased significantly. He has no desire to eat anything, and he is becoming increasingly emaciated. He often experiences unbearable abdominal pain, has a pale complexion, purple lips, and also suffers from dizziness and other symptoms. Yi Wei pondered silently, realizing that her father was suffering from insufficient qi and blood, both yin and yang deficiencies, exhibiting various signs of deficiency, and there might also be signs of poisoning. Yi Wei instinctively glanced at the large Ganoderma beside him, and an idea struck him. This century-old Ganoderma is perfect for replenishing vital energy, balancing yin and yang, improving weakness, detoxifying, and restoring bodily functions. Yi Wei asked, Haven't you found some good doctors to treat him? Su Yao replied with a choked voice, We've consulted everyone we could, but all these famous doctors said my father's illness is already beyond treatment. At this point, tears overflowed from her eyes, and the crystalline droplets slid down her cheeks, making her appear even more pitiful. Yue sighed and said, "In that case, I can't guarantee that I can cure your father." Upon hearing this, Su Yao fell to her knees with a thud. Seeing this, Yue quickly reached out to help her up and said, "Miss Su, what are you doing?" Su Yao looked up with hope and said, "Mr. Yi, please. I beg you to take a look at my father. As long as you do your best, I won't blame you if he can't be cured." Yue's mind turned. Thinking this was a good opportunity to ask her for help against the bandits at Poison Python Mountain, and said, "All right, then I'll go with you." Su Yao quickly wiped her tears, smiling through her sobs, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi. When will you set off?" Yue's expression grew serious as he replied, "Your father's condition is so serious. The sooner we treat him, the better. Let's go now." Su Yao looked at Yue with tearful eyes, filled with gratitude. Once outside, Su Yao turned to Yue and said, "Mr. Yi, please sell me those tiger and leopard beasts." Yue answered without hesitation, "Sure." Su Yao turned to Wang Xinxiao and said, "Bring me 120 taels of silver for him." Wang Xinxiao's eyes flashed with surprise, but she nodded, yes. She quickly took out a silver pouch, retrieving 2 50-tael silver ingots and 2 10-tael ingots, and handed them to Yue with both hands. Yue accepted the silver, then called Jiangzi back into the house and closed the door behind them. The village children watched this scene with wide-open mouths, as if they could fit 3 chicken eggs inside. Yue handed the silver ingots he had just received to Jiangzi, then also gave her the 20 taels he had just obtained. Jiangzi looked at the heavy silver in her hands trembling slightly, her eyes sparkling with surprise and emotion. Yue said, "Wife, that tiger was hunted by me and Qin Sa together. I need to give her 60 taels later." Jiangzi nodded vigorously, "All right." She walked to the bedside, crouched down, and carefully hid the silver in a pouch under the bed. After hiding it, Jiangzi returned to Yue's side, took his hand, and asked, "Husband, did Miss Su just ask you to treat her father again?" Yue gently squeezed her hand and said, "Yes, her father is seriously ill, and she asked me to take a look." Jiangzi's heart tightened as she asked, "Are you going to the county now?" Yue gently embraced her, kissing her petite lips, and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely be back before dark." Jiangzi returned the kiss, saying, "Husband, I'll wait for you tonight. Xiao won't be coming back to sleep tonight either, so you must come back. I'm afraid without you at home." Yue smiled and kissed her again, until her face turned rosy, like a ripe apple, even more beautiful and charming. Jiangzi noticed Yue's hand becoming restless and quickly grabbed his hand, playfully scolding, "Husband, come back tonight." Yue had no choice but to suppress his desire, took the Ganoderma, and exited the house with her. Yue turned back to Jiangzi and instructed, "Wife, when the villagers bring down the game, let them divide the wild boar, and then have them send the 3 tigers and 1 leopard to Miss Su in Chaoxian." Jiangzi obediently nodded, "Husband, don't worry. I will do as you say." Yue then turned to Su Yao and said, "Miss Su, let's go." Su Yao looked at Yue and asked, "Mr. Yi, can you ride a horse?" Yue honestly shook his head. Su Yao then called over Sun Yerong and said, "Yerong, you take Mr. Yi." Sun Yerong respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, please." Yue then mounted the horse with him, and the group galloped away directly out of the village. Jiangzi stood in place, staring blankly at Yue's departing figure, her nose feeling a bit sour. Thinking that her husband would return before dark, her mood improved a little. She hurriedly picked up the crossbow beside her and began to practice archery seriously. The group rode swiftly, raising clouds of dust as they raced through the mountain roads. Along the way, Sun Yerong noticed a bulging cloth bag slung over Yue's shoulder, and with a slight sniff, he caught a faint medicinal scent, curiously asking, "Mr. Yi, what's in that bag? It smells nice." Yue glanced at the bag and replied, "Ganoderma." Sun Yerong suddenly understood. He had noticed the large Ganoderma hanging at Yue's waist when he descended the mountain earlier and thought it was remarkable. He couldn't help but praise, "Mr. Yi, not only is your archery skill excellent, but your medical skills are also impressive. You truly are a remarkable person." Yue humbly replied, "You're too kind, but my strongest skill is still martial arts." Sun Yerong was almost certain he had misheard, surprised as he said, "Mr. Yi, You also know martial arts? Chapter 54. Treating Old Master Su. Yue smiled and said, I practice Taizu Chongquan, Tai Chi, Xingyi, and I have some knowledge of Baji as well, and I also understand a bit about Bagua. Sun Yiren's eyes widened in disbelief. But he was still skeptical and wondered if Mr. Yi could elaborate on the essentials of these martial arts. What's so difficult about it? Yi replied. Taizu Chongquan is vigorous and powerful, with strong practical combat applications. Tai Chi uses softness to overcome hardness, like using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Xingyi emphasizes the 3-body stance. Baji strikes fiercely and explosively. Bagua involves circling and changing hands, with agile and versatile body movements. Sun Yiren listened with excitement, his voice trembling as he said, Mr. Yi, your skills are truly impressive. I'll have to consult you more in the future. Yue nodded in agreement. In his previous life, Yue had always enjoyed martial arts since childhood, learning many techniques from martial arts films. During his 2 years as a conscript, he mastered over 10 practical killing techniques. However, his body in this life was still quite weak, and he feared he might not be able to exert much strength at the moment. Before long, the group entered the streets of Chaosian, and passers-by on both sides turned to look, including vendors, well-dressed townsfolk, and rural folks in tattered burlap. After passing through a street, they could see a large mansion ahead. The imposing vermilion gate stood tall and majestic, with 2 stone lions at the entrance, their mouths wide open. A plaque hung high above the door, inscribed with the 2 characters Su Fu, written in a vigorous and powerful style. Su Yao dismounted and handed the reins to her subordinate, then quickly walked to Yue's side. She moved gracefully, like willow catkins dancing in the wind, and respectfully said, Mr. Yi, please this way. Yue nodded and followed her. After passing through the courtyard and the hall, a young male apprentice rushed over, looking panicked, and hurriedly called out, Miss Su, Old Master Su is not doing well. You should see him one last time. Su Yao's fair face instantly turned pale. Her once lively eyes now filled with fear and worry. She was so frightened that she didn't even bother to lift her skirt and hurriedly ran ahead. Yue realized the urgency of the situation and closely followed Su Yao. However, just as Yue was about to enter a room, he was stopped by the apprentice. The apprentice frowned, sizing Yue up with a hint of suspicion, and said, You can't go in. Yue quickly explained, I was invited by Miss Su to treat Old Master Su. The apprentice looked Yue up and down, and with a tone of disdain said, No need, my grandfather. The divine Dr. Hua is inside. After saying that, the apprentice turned and entered the room. Yue, worried about Old Master Su's condition, didn't he hesitate at all and followed him into the room. Upon entering, he saw Su Yao immediately rush to the side of a sick man on the bed, her eyes turning red instantly, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, Father, what happened to you? Please wake up. Standing by the bed was an elderly man wearing an ancient-style robe, his beard white but neatly groomed, his face exuding the calmness and authority of a physician. This must be the divine Dr. Hua. Besides him, there were several burly male servants standing nervously nearby, as well as a few female servants holding towels and medicine bowls, all looking anxious. Lying on the bed, Old Master Su's face was nearly black with pallor, devoid of color, and he appeared extremely weak. His breath, so faint it seemed he could disappear at any moment. When the apprentice saw Yue enter again, his face filled with anger as he shouted, Why are you here again? He then turned to the servants and yelled, Quickly, throw this person out. 2 servants stepped forward immediately, reaching out to push Yue. Just then, Su Yao shouted, Stop. She rushed forward, her tear-streaked eyes filled with hope and pleading as she looked at Yue and said, Mr. Yi, please save my father. At that moment, the apprentice, divine Dr. Hua, and the servants all looked at Yue with strange expressions. The apprentice hurriedly said, Miss Su, there are many frauds these days. Many people impersonate doctors to deceive others and rob them of their money. You must be careful. Just then, Old Master Su on the bed suddenly began to convulse violently, followed by a continuous cough, the sound filled with endless weakness. Seeing this, divine Dr. Hua quickly shouted, Xiao Mu, quickly give Old Master Su the medicine. Hurry. The apprentice called Xiao Mu hurriedly responded, rushing to fetch a bowl of medicine to administer to Old Master Su. Yue stared at the medicine, furrowing his brows, and loudly called out, "Stop! If that medicine goes down, old Master Su will definitely lose his life." Everyone was startled by Yue's shout and turned to look at him. Xiao Mu sneered. "Do you even know what this medicine is? Do you know what illness old Master Su has? How dare you speak so recklessly?" Yue remained calm and said, "That's a medicine for treating cold poison. It should contain aconite, wujuyu, and dried ginger, but old Master Su does not have cold poison." Hearing Yue's words, Divine Dr. Hua slightly frowned, his gaze shifting to old Master Su's mouth, and said, "Old Master Su's lips are purple, his tongue is bluish, and has a white greasy coating, with clear bite marks on the edges. Based on these symptoms, it clearly matches the manifestation of cold poison. Could it be?" A hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Xiaomu also questioned, "If it's not cold poison, then what is it?" Yue didn't say much, quickly stepped forward, grasped old Master Su's wrist, and felt his pulse. He then gently opened old Master Su's clothing to examine his chest closely. He noticed a few dark spots on old Master Su's chest that were easily overlooked if not examined carefully. These spots were dark in color with indistinct borders. Combining this with what Su Yao had said earlier, he began to form a judgment in his mind. After a moment, Yue turned to Su Yao and asked, "Miss Su, did your father take any elixirs before falling ill?" Su Yao paused slightly, lowered her head in thought, as if suddenly remembering something, and said, "My father did have dealings with a Taoist and asked for an elixir, but he had already fallen ill before that." Yue then asked, "Did he have any improvement after taking the elixir?" Su Yao shook her head and said, "No, instead, his condition worsened." Yue's expression grew serious as he said, "Based on old Master Su's symptoms, pulse, and the reaction after taking the elixir, he is very likely suffering from heavy metal poisoning. Those so-called elixirs are often made with lead, mercury, and other heavy metals, which accumulate in the body, disrupt the circulation of qi and blood, and damage organ functions. We need to quickly use 3 taels of raw licorice and half a pound of mung beans to brew a decoction." Xiao Mu, unconvinced, shouted, "Do you even know what raw licorice and mung beans do? Can they cure this illness?" Yue looked at him, his gaze sharp. Raw licorice can clear heat and detoxify, harmonizing various medicines, while mung beans can counteract poisons like lead, arsenic, and other toxins. Combined, they can alleviate the toxicity in old Master Su's body. Xiaomu opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but was glared at by Divine Dr. Hua. Su Yao quickly instructed the servants, "Hurry, go do it. 3 taels of raw licorice, half a pound of mung beans. Don't delay for even a moment." One servant responded and hurried away. Yue then asked, "Miss Su, do you have any magnets?" Chapter 55. Seeking help from Su Yao. Su Yao hurriedly said, "You can go find him." Yue replied, "Then find him quickly." Su Yao rushed to send a servant to do it. A servant immediately dashed out. Yue then asked, "Do you have silver needles?" Xiaomu mocked from the side, "You little brat actually know acupuncture?" Yue glanced at Xiaomu, but ignored him. Dr. Hua hesitated for a moment and said, "I have silver needles in my medicine box. If you're confident, I can lend them to you." Yue directly said, "Bring them here." Dr. Hua quickly asked Xiaomu to fetch them. Although Xiaomu looked reluctant, he turned around and brought back a row of silver needles. Yue took the silver needles, first boiling them in hot water for disinfection to ensure they were sterile. He then accurately located the Zhongwan, Zisanli, and Neiguan acupoints on Mr. Su and quickly and precisely inserted the needles. The Zhongwan acupoint is the source point for the stomach, which can strengthen the spleen and stomach and relieve water retention. The Zisanli acupoint is an essential point for healthcare, which can regulate the body's immunity and enhance disease resistance. The Neiguan acupoint is effective for regulating heart function and relieving chest tightness and palpitations. After inserting the needles, he applied modern needle manipulation techniques to invigorate the acupoint's qi and blood through methods of tonification and sedation. Before long, Mr. Su began to sweat profusely, with previously lifeless features gradually showing some color. Su Yao noticed her father's condition had clearly improved a little. At that moment, a servant brought over a bowl of licorice mung bean soup. Yue said, "Quick, make him drink it." Su Yao hurriedly took it, holding the bowl with her delicate fingers and carefully feeding her father the soup. After drinking it, Mr. Su's complexion improved significantly. Just then, another servant hurried over with a magnet. Yue took the magnet, feeling somewhat anxious, unsure if this method would work. He had only seen it in medical books before and had never tried it. He then placed a magnet near the Shanzhong acupoint on Mr. Su's chest, which is where the body's ancestral qi converges. As soon as the magnet approached, Mr. Su's previously weak and erratic breath seemed to change slightly, and his breathing gradually stabilized. As time passed, the darkness on Mr. Su's face slowly faded, and his originally pale complexion began to regain some color. After a while, the furrowed brow of Mr. Su gradually relaxed, and his eyes slowly opened as he weakly said, "Yao Yao." Seeing this, Su Yao quickly grabbed her father's hand tightly. Her eyes filled with joy and concern. "Dad, I'm here." Dr. Hua hurriedly stepped forward to check Mr. Su's pulse and felt the changes in his pulse. After a moment, a look of relief appeared on his face. "Miss Su, rest assured, Mr. Su's condition has stabilized." Su Yao's face was filled with excitement as she anxiously asked, "Dad, how are you?" Mr. Su replied, "Much better." He then looked at Dr. Hua and praised, "You truly are a miraculous doctor. I've really been given a second chance at life." Dr. Hua quickly waved his hand and said, "I can't take credit, Mr. Su. The one who treated you is this young brother." Only then did Mr. Su shift his gaze to Yi Wei, examining him closely. Su Yao hurriedly introduced, "Dad, this is Yi Wei, a remarkable person I specially invited to help you." Mr. Su's expression showed respect as he said, "Thank you, Master Yi, for saving me. I, Su, will never forget your great kindness." Yi Wei replied, "Mr. Su, your poison hasn't been completely resolved yet, and your body is too weak. You still need to rest well, take your medicine on time, regulate your diet, and avoid overexertion." Mr. Su nodded, slowly closed his eyes, as if peacefully falling asleep. Seeing her father was okay, Su Yao let out a long sigh of relief and couldn't he help but look at Yi Wei, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Dr. Hua looked at Yi Wei, his eyes full of appreciation, and said, "Young brother, you truly are a living immortal." Yi Wei humbly replied, "Dr. Hua, you flatter me. I merely have a little knowledge of medicine and happen to be in the right place at the right time." Dr. Hua excitedly said, "It's rare to see someone so young with such excellent medical skills. I would like to invite you to my Hua Chaodang for a gathering." Yi Wei glanced to the nearby medicine boy. The medicine boy, Xiao Mu, looked awkward. Dr. Hua immediately reacted and called out. Xiao Mu quickly apologized to Brother Yi. "Grandpa, Xiao Mu was unwilling, but seeing his grandfather glare at him, he frowned and knelt on the ground, bowing his head. "Yi, Master Yi, I have offended you before. I hope you can forgive me." Yi Wei casually said, "Get up." Xiao Mu said, "Thank you, Master Yi." Dr. Hua smiled and asked, "Brother Yi, is it convenient to go to my place for a gathering now?" Yi Wei didn't expect the old doctor to be so enthusiastic, as if he must befriend him. But he clearly felt it was not appropriate at that moment and said, "Dr. Hua, I am not convenient today, but I will definitely visit you when I have the chance." A trace of disappointment flashed in Dr. Hua's eyes, but he smiled and said, "Young brother, don't forget, I'll be waiting for your esteemed presence at Hua Chaodang." After Dr. Hua finished speaking, he took the medicine boy and left. Yi Wei then wrote a prescription for Su Yao, saying, "Miss Su, give your father this medicine for 3 more days to detoxify, and then prepare this century-old Ganoderma for Mr. Su to nourish his body." As he spoke, Yi Wei opened a large cloth bag he was carrying, took out a large piece of Ganoderma, and finally handed half of it to Su Yao, putting the other half back in a cloth bag. Su Yao took the prescription and Ganoderma, tightly gripping them with her slender fingers, carefully examining the prescription and Ganoderma, then looking at her father lying on the bed, and finally handed the prescription and Ganoderma to a nearby servant to handle. Su Yao and Yi Wei walked out of the room together. Just as they stepped out, they saw Wang Xinxiao walking toward them. Su Yao said to her, "Xinxiao, quickly get 100 taels from Mr. Yi." Wang Xinxiao looked at Yi Wei in surprise, nodded, and was about to leave. "Wait." Yi Wei hurriedly called out to her, saying, "Miss Su, I want to accept the money for now. Can I ask you to help me with something?" Su Yao straightforwardly said, "Mr. Yi, please speak. I will definitely help you as long as I can." Yi Wei said, "Seriously, we need to talk privately." Su Yao glanced at Wang Xinxiao and the servant and said, "Come with me." She turned and walked away. Yi Wei followed behind her. They entered a living room, and Su Yao casually closed the door, her graceful figure revealing elegance as she turned, causing Yue to glance at her deeply. Su Yao looked at Yue and asked, "Mr. Yi, please speak." Yue's expression turned serious as he said, "Miss Su, in 3 days, the bandits from Poisonous Python Mountain will come to our village to collect grain and abduct women. I want you to help drive away the bandits." Su Yao's beautifully arched brows slightly furrowed as she replied, "Mr. Yi, those bandits are very fierce. Even the officials can't handle them. How do you expect me to help you drive them away?" Yue said earnestly, "I need you to provide me with 20 capable fighters. At that time, our villagers will arm themselves, and with your people, it will be more than enough to drive away the bandits." Su Yao still looked worried, saying, "I've heard that those bandits are extremely brutal, killing without mercy. Can your villagers really deal with them along with my 20 servants?" Yue firmly nodded. "Miss Su, please trust me. I would never joke about such matters." Su Yao looked at Yue, her eyes complex, but she saw the unwavering determination in his gaze. Chapter 56. The deserters block the road. Su Yao finally nodded. "All right, I'll help you. When do you need the people?" Yue smiled slightly and said, "Thank you. Miss Su, please send the people to my village before dark tomorrow, so I can command them." Su Yao thought of something, looked at him with an odd expression, and said, "Mr. Yi, but after the matter is accomplished, you must promise me one thing." Yue replied, "What is it?" Su Yao said, "After it's done, I want you to stay at my residence for 3 days and treat my father." Yue thought to himself that if he were away from home for 3 days, his wife would probably be very worried, but it wouldn't be appropriate to refuse her. Seeing the inexplicable request in Su Yao's eyes, he eventually nodded. "All right, I agree." Su Yao smiled happily, her smile like flowers blooming in spring. "Mr. Yi, then I will wait for your successful return at my residence." "Good," Yue replied with a smile. The two of them left the room, and Su Yao directly called Sun Yiren to see Yue off, escorting them to the gate of the residence. Yue followed Sun Yiren onto the horse, looking at Su Yao. Su Yao's eyes showed a hint of reluctance, but she still said, "Take care, sir. I will wait for your return." "You too." Yi nodded. Sun Yiren urged the horse, taking him away directly. Su Yao watched their retreating figures, and a hint of inexplicable feelings surfaced in her eyes. Riding out of the city gate, seeing that it was still early, Yue simply said to Sun Yiren, "Brother Sun, could you teach me how to ride?" Sun Yiren was very willing upon hearing this. "Of course, Mr. Yi. Look at this reins, you can't hold it too tightly. Just rest it loosely in your hands and control it with subtle strength. Then the horse will feel comfortable. If you pull too hard, it will resist and won't want to go forward." As Sun Yiren spoke, he demonstrated. Yue watched seriously and held the reins similarly, but the horse just swayed in place and didn't move forward. Sun Yiren laughed and said, "Mr. Yi, try gently squeezing the horse's belly with your legs. The pressure should be moderate to give it a gentle signal to go." Yue followed his instructions, and the horse indeed started to move slowly. Yue became excited. It really works. Then, Sun Yiren had Yue try to control the horse while he sat behind to assist. At first, Yue was a bit clumsy and the horse moved unsteadily. But as he kept trying, he became more adept and the speed increased. When they reached the foot of a mountain, 3 men suddenly rushed out from the bushes by the roadside, blocking their path. Sun Yiren's expression instantly turned tense as he said, "Mr. Yi, it's deserters. Run." These 3 deserters looked disheveled and ragged. The leader had a scarred face, with a long scar running diagonally from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, looking particularly menacing. He wore a tattered military uniform full of patches. He tightly gripped a long gun in his hand, the tip of which was rusty but still gleamed coldly, making one shiver. To his left stood a tall, skinny man with a beard resembling a bamboo pole, his cheeks sunken, and his bloodshot eyes revealing madness and greed. He firmly held his long gun, ready to attack at any moment. To the right was a short man, sweat dripping down his dirty face, leaving streaks of mud. He was panting heavily, his eyes showing a hint of fear, but was compelled by his companions to put on a fierce appearance. They quickly surrounded Yue and Sun Yiren. The scarred leader shouted fiercely, "Get off the horse and leave the horses and money behind, or we'll take your lives." Yue and Sun Yiren had no choice but to dismount. Just as Sun Yiren was about to plead for mercy, Yue coldly snorted and said, "You dare rob me? Do you know who I am?" In an instant, all eyes were on Yue. The scarred leader looked at Yue with a hint of suspicion and asked, "Who are you?" Yue remained calm and asked back leisurely, "Have you heard of the bandits of Poison Python Mountain?" The three deserters exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with a hint of panic. The scarred man licked his dry lips and said, "We three brothers passed through here and heard that the bandits here are quite fierce. But we have never seen them in person." "What do you mean, young brother?" Yue straightened his back and pretended to be profound, saying, "I am the fifth-ranking hero of the Poison Python Mountain Bandits. You can call me Fifth Master." The three deserters exchanged another glance, their expressions filled with bewilderment. Sun Yiren, standing aside, was equally astonished, his eyes wide open as he looked at Yue. The bearded tall man, puzzled, shouted, "I heard that the bandits of Poison Python Mountain are all martial arts masters. Since you are Fifth Master, your skills must be quite high." Yue extended his hand. "Give me the gun." The bearded man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately threw the long gun to him. Yue reached out to catch it. The long gun was heavy, and his arm instantly went numb, but he gritted his teeth and held on tightly. Yue took a deep breath, and the scene of training with his comrades years ago flashed in his mind. It was in a special training camp in the army, where he spent time with a comrade skilled in marksmanship, who taught him a complete set of Yang family pear blossom gun techniques. At this moment, Yue, pushing through his weak body, decided to demonstrate this set of gun techniques. He steadied his stance, and the long gun trembled in his hands. First, he performed the immortal points the way, the long gun piercing straight into the air, the movements appearing slow, yet containing immense power. Next was searching for the snake in the grass, the gun tip darting like a nimble snake's tongue, swiftly weaving through the air, drawing sharp arcs. Then came White Snake Spits Out Tongue, with a gun tip thrust forward at an incredible speed. During the movements, his steps varied between sliding and stepping, coordinating with the gun techniques. Sun Yiren and the three deserters watched in rapt attention, dazzled by the performance. As he finished, Yue turned around and executed mount-high presses down, thrusting the long gun down onto a rock. With a loud crash, the rock shattered, sending debris flying and shocking everyone. Yue released his grip, and the long gun stood firmly in the ground. At this moment, Yue felt he had exerted too much force, his body feeling light, as if he could not stand, and he staggered back several steps before barely stabilizing himself. Fortunately, the three deserters were all focused on the shattered rock and did not notice his unusual condition. Yue silently cursed in his heart, "Damn, this body is too weak." But on the surface, he remained calm and shouted loudly, "Aren't you going to scram?" The three deserters were startled again. The scar man hurriedly said, "Fifth Master, we were blind and have offended you. We will leave now." With that, they grabbed their long guns and hurriedly ran into the forest. Yue let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sun Yiren looked at him with admiration and said, "Mr. Yi, please accept my knee." With that, he immediately knelt down. Yue looked at him and said, "What are you doing?" Chapter 57. When will you marry Miss Su Yao? Sun Yiren said sincerely, "Mr. Yi, I, Sun, have never submitted to anyone in my life, but this time I am completely convinced by you. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to ask." Yue was worried that the deserter would return, so he quickly said, "That's fine. Just take me back to the village first." Sun Yiren then stood up respectfully and said, "Yes, Mr. Yi, please mount the horse." Yue's body was still a bit weak, so he let Sun Yiren carry him on horseback. The horse galloped away, and the sun gradually set, painting the sky in shades of orange and red. In front of a house, Jiangji stood like a blooming flower, tall and graceful. She was dressed in clean clothes, her skin as white as snow, glowing with a faint blush in the sunset, making her look even more charming. At this moment, she held a crossbow, her gaze focused on a small target drawn on a mulberry tree 100 meters away. She took a deep breath and then decisively released the arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow hit the target accurately. She cheered excitedly, "I hit it again." Just then, the sound of hooves came closer. She instinctively turned her gaze and saw a horse stopping not far ahead. Sun Yiren dismounted and carefully helped Yue down. Upon seeing Yue, Jiangji's face instantly lit up with a smile. "My lord," she exclaimed, gracefully moving forward, "you're back." She skillfully took the cloth bag containing the spiritual mushrooms from Yue's waist. Sun Yiren looked at the arrow stuck in the mulberry tree and admired. No wonder you are the wife of a sharpshooter. Your archery is impressive. Jiangji's face flushed slightly, and she shyly replied, You flatter me. I'm just playing around. Sun Yiren smiled and said, Even playing around is so accurate. If you were serious, wouldn't you be even more formidable? Yue laughed and said, Brother Sun, it's getting dark now. Let's stay in the village for the night and head back tomorrow. Sun Yiren quickly replied, Mr. Yi, you can just call me Xiao Sunday. I still have to deal with the three-headed tiger beast and the leopard beast. I need to go back. Yue nodded and said, That's fine, but you need to eat well before you leave. He turned to Jiangji and called, Wife, go get some food. Jiangji obediently nodded, her gentle demeanor warming his heart, and she turned to go inside. Sun Yiren patted his stomach and asked, Is there any wine? Just a sip of rough wine to refresh myself would be nice. Yue was a bit surprised. In this wilderness, where would he find wine? But he smiled and said, The wine just ran out. Sun Yiren laughed. What a pity, but it's no problem. Before long, Jiangji came out holding a bag of unfinished taisha cakes. Sun Yiren took the bag and said in surprise, I didn't expect, mister, you to have taisha cakes. You really have good taste. Yue said, If you like them, take the whole bag. Sun Yiren declined, That won't do. I can't finish it all. Saying this, he took 2 taisha cakes and handed the bag back. Jiangji quickly said, It's fine, you can eat more. I have plenty at home. Sun Yiren looked at Yue, who said, If you can't finish it, just take it with you on the road. There were still several taisha cakes in the bag, more than enough for him to eat. Seeing Yue say this, Sun Yiren didn't refuse, saying, Mr. Yi, then I won't be polite. Yue looked at Sun Yiren and said seriously, Brother Sun, tomorrow your young lady will send a group of people to help me drive away the bandits. I hope you can come too. Sun Yiren, who was biting into a taisha cake, paused for a moment upon hearing this, but quickly regained his composure and said, All right, I will definitely come tomorrow. Yi nodded, saying, It's getting dark, so I won't keep you. Brother Sun, safe travels. Sun Yiren replied, Mr. Yi, we will meet again tomorrow. He mounted the horse and squeezed its belly with his legs, making the horse gallop away. However, his expression unconsciously became serious. He knew the bandits of Poison Python Mountain were formidable. Confronting them was like an egg hitting a stone. Did this person not understand this? But why did the young lady agree to him? At this moment, Yue's mind was entirely on the wine. In his memory, no one in the entire village knew how to brew wine. And the wine he had drunk in the county and town was of very low alcohol content and terrible taste. Suddenly, a crazy thought flashed through Yue's mind. If I could brew a good-tasting, high-proof 5-grain wine, wouldn't that be a way to disrupt the wine industry? With this thought, Yue excitedly ran into the house, took a charcoal pencil, and started writing on some grass paper. However, he knew that the immediate priority was to deal with the bandits from Poison Python Mountain, and once that was resolved, he could then figure out how to use this wine to make money. Seeing Yue so excited, Jiangji felt very happy as well. She locked the door and hurriedly prepared a large bowl of rice for Yue, then took a large basin of steaming wild boar meat from the pot. The wild boar meat was enticing, and after being stewed, the skin had a glossy reddish-brown color. The lean meat had clear marbling, and the rich aroma made one's mouth water. Jiangji said, My lord, you must be very hungry. Eat some meat quickly. Yue looked at the fragrant wild boar meat, and saliva instantly filled his mouth. He put down the charcoal pencil and reached for a piece of pork to bite into. The moment it entered his mouth, the meat's aroma filled his mouth. The meat was tender and juicy. The lean part had a good chew, but was not tough, while the fatty part melted in his mouth, spreading the fragrance of fat on his taste buds, making him feel immensely pleased. As Yue ate rice with big bites of meat, he looked at Jiangji and asked, Wife, why aren't you eating? Jiangji swallowed, turned to the side, her shy demeanor looking even more beautiful, and said, My lord, you eat first. I'm not hungry yet. I'll eat later. Yue asked in confusion, Is there no rice left? Jiangji hurriedly replied, There's still some in the pot. I'll serve you more after you finish. Yue said, Then bring it over now. Jiangji responded, Yes, and went to get a bowl, serving a generous portion of white rice beside Yue's bowl. Yue said, bring over a pair of chopsticks. Jiang Ji looked at him in surprise, and Yue urged, hurry. Jiang Ji had no choice but to turn back to fetch the chopsticks. Yue said, sit down and eat with me. Jiang Ji hurriedly said, my lord, I'm really not hungry. Yue placed a large piece of meat into her bowl and said, even if you're not hungry, you have to eat this. It's an order. My lord, Jiang Ji's eyes turned red, tears welling up. Looking at her pitiful appearance, Yue's heart softened and said, wife, please sit down and eat with your husband. Only then did she sit down to eat rice and meat with him. After eating a piece of meat, Jiang Ji hesitated and asked, my lord, when will you marry Miss Su Yao? Chapter 58. Someone is following. Yue looked at her in confusion. Jiang Ji hurriedly said, if you marry Miss Su Yao, I am willing to be your concubine. Yue frowned and asked, why do you want to be a concubine? Jiang Ji lowered her head and said, Miss Su is beautiful and rich. If you marry her, she will definitely help you, unlike me, who will only drag you down. Yue stopped using his chopsticks and asked, if I really marry her, won't you be sad? Jiang Ji shook her head, no. Yue stared at her. You can't lie to me. Jiang Ji hurriedly said, I'm not lying, sir. You can take 3 or 4 wives. That's your ability. I will only be happy for you, as long as you don't sell me and my sister. Yue quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her to sit on his lap. Jiang Ji's cheeks instantly flushed a bright red, like a stunning sunset, spreading to her ears. She slightly lowered her head, her hands unconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothes. Her shy and alluring appearance made Yue's heart race. Yue said, wife, how could I bear to sell you? And you mustn't say such things about yourself anymore. Even if I really marry someone else, you will always be my first wife. Jiang Ji's nose soured, tears glistening in her eyes as they rolled down her fair cheeks, making her look even more enchanting. Really? Sir, you aren't lying to me? Yue affirmed, yes, I'm not lying. Jiang Ji's tears flowed even more freely. She wiped her tears and said, sir, then you should hurry and marry Miss Su, Sister Qin, and Tai Ling Er, and also my sister and Dongmei. Yue found it amusing, wife. It's not that I want to marry, it's that they are willing to marry me. Besides, our bed is so small. How will everyone sleep if I bring so many people back? Jiang Ji followed Yue's gaze to the bed. A hint of shyness flashed in her eyes. She slightly bit her lip, her cheeks blushing again. Then you should have Lu Jiang make a bigger bed tomorrow. Yue helplessly said, let's talk about that after we deal with the bandits. By the way, has my sister eaten? Jiang Ji nodded. She ate at Tai Ling Er's place tonight. According to you, that big wild boar has already been distributed to the villagers, and Ling Er also has meat. Yue said, that's good. Then you should eat more meat too. Only then did Yue let her return to her seat, and he added a large piece of meat to her bowl. Jiang Ji quickly said, sir, I can't eat that much. Yue pressed the meat he was about to take back into her bowl with his chopsticks, saying, even if you can't finish it, you have to eat it. The more you eat, the more motivated I'll be to go hunting. Jiang Ji softly replied, got it, sir. During their conversation, Yue also learned that Tai Ling Er had already made 10 crossbows, and according to the situation, making 30 crossbows before the bandits arrived was no problem at all. As soon as they finished eating, Yue took Jiang Ji's hand and walked towards the bed. Wife, now that I'm full, I have the strength to work. Jiang Ji glanced at the bed, her fair cheeks instantly reddening to her ears. She slightly lowered her head, her voice as small as a mosquito. Sir, it's not fully dark yet. I'm afraid people passing by will hear us. Let's come back later. Yue asked, is my sister coming back? Jiang Ji gently shook her head. She's working at Tai Ling Er's place tonight, and will sleep there. She won't come back. Yue smiled. Then let's do it now. I have things to do tonight. Saying this, he bent his arms and lifted Jiang Ji, placing her on the bed, and he followed closely behind. Jiang Ji initially struggled a bit, but ultimately submitted to him. Yue looked at her with concern, asking, does it still hurt? Jiang Ji blushed, first lightly nodding, then quickly shaking her head. It hurt just now, but it doesn't hurt now. Ye similit ganti. That's good. He leaned in slightly and kissed her lips. Jiang Ji was taken aback at first, then shyly responded, her hands unconsciously wrapping around his neck. After some tender moments, Jiang Ji lay on the bed, exhausted as if she might faint. The dim oil lamp illuminated her face. which was now so red it seemed like it might bleed. Yue lay beside her, eyes closed and motionless. Suddenly, the sound of the second watch echoed through the village, the sound especially clear in the quiet night. Yue suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of alertness flashing in his gaze. The second watch was at the time of the pig. Yang Wei and his group were planning to act at the time of the rat, so he had to sneak to the village head during this time to ambush them. Yue quickly got out of bed and put on his clothes. He reached for the crossbow hanging on the wall, and just as he was about to leave, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If the door wasn't locked, it might allow bad people to break in. Thinking this, he put down the crossbow and hurried back to the bedside. Looking at the sleeping Jiang Ji, his eyes were filled with tenderness, and he gently kissed her cheek. Then, his hand playfully reached under the covers, lightly tickling her body. Jiang Ji was awakened by this sudden action, her sleepy eyes opening. And with a hint of pleading in her voice, she said, "Sir, I can't anymore. You should find someone else." Yue found it amusing and softly said, "Who can I find?" Jiang Ji continued to plead, "Sir, I really can't anymore." Yue extended a finger and lightly scratched her nose, saying, "Okay, then I'll go find someone now. Come on, close the door." Jiang, upon hearing this, instantly became more alert, her eyes filled with surprise and tension. "Sir, are you really going out to find someone? It's so late. Who will you find?" Yue was organizing his quiver while saying, "I can't sleep. I'm just going out for a stroll." Saying this, he strapped on his quiver, picked up the crossbow, and prepared to leave. Jiang Ji saw this and quickly got up to put on her clothes. When she noticed Yue's gaze on her, her cheeks flushed again, and she shyly exclaimed, "You quickly turn around." Yue smiled helplessly and had to turn away. Jiang Ji quickly dressed, walked to Yue's side, her eyes filled with worry. "Sir, it's dangerous outside so late." Yue reassured her, "It's fine. I'm not sleeping anyway. If I encounter a wild beast, then I'll just hunt it for some game." Jiang Ji was still worried, but she had to comply. "Sir, then be careful, come back early." Yue opened the door, took a step out, and turned back to say, "Wife, sleep peacefully. I'll knock on the door when I come back." Saying this, he didn't forget to kiss Jiang Ji on her little mouth before turning to leave. Jiang Ji stood at the door, watching Yue's figure gradually fade away, feeling a vague sense of unease, but also fearing that bad people would suddenly break in. She hesitated for a moment, then finally locked the door. She raised her head, pressed her hands together, and sincerely prayed towards the sky for her husband to return safely. After doing all this, she walked back to the bedside, lay down, but her eyes still gazed towards the door. Yue left home and had not gone far when he heard footsteps quietly approaching from behind. He felt a chill in his heart. "Damn it, who is following me?" Chapter 59. Can you hold me? As he turned around a bend in the road ahead, he quickly darted behind a sturdy tree. He swiftly raised his crossbow, aiming back, the arrow tip glimmering coldly in the moonlight, exuding a fierce aura. Before long, the silvery moonlight poured down, and a delicate figure slowly swayed into view. As the distance closed, Yue recognized the visitor. It was Ma Dongmei. She appeared anxious, her gaze darting around urgently, her footsteps hurried, as if searching for something. Yue stepped out from behind the tree and gently called, "Dongmei, why aren't you asleep this late?" Ma Dongmei was startled by the voice. Her already lowered head dipped even further, her cheeks instantly flushed red. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Young master, I can't sleep." Yue looked at her. A pang of guilt surged in his heart. He remembered that he had promised to apply medicine for Ma Dongmei today, but had forgotten due to attending to the old Master Su. He glanced up at the sky, estimating that it was still early, and asked with concern, "Have you applied medicine to your injury?" Ma Dongmei hadn't applied any medicine at all. All day long, she had been waiting for Yue from sunrise to sunset, yet he never appeared. In desperation, she could only wander outside Yue's house, feeling empty inside. Strangely, even just listening to the sounds of Yue and Jiang Zi occasionally drifting out from the house brought her an inexplicable warmth. The moment she saw Yue come out, she couldn't help but follow him. Now, facing Yue's inquiry, she gently shook her head and whispered, "No." Yue felt deeply apologetic and said, "I was supposed to apply it for you, but I lost track of time attending to old Master Su. I'll apply it for you now." Do you have a medicine ready? Ma Dongmei quickly nodded, her voice tinged with joy. Yes, I prepared the medicine again this afternoon. Yue took a step closer and said, Good, then I'll apply it for you now, but let's be quiet so no one hears us. Ma Dongmei was so excited she could hardly contain herself, hastily saying, Young master, come with me. With that, she turned and hurried away, and Yue closely followed behind. At this time, most of the villagers had already fallen asleep, and the surroundings were quiet and silent. The two deliberately took a longer route, trying to avoid places where people might be, heading towards Ma Dongmei's house. Ma Dongmei was anxious, her footsteps growing more hurried. At that moment, she slipped and lost her balance, about to fall backward onto the ground. Yue reacted quickly, rushing forward and wrapping his arms around her waist, securely holding her in his embrace. Ma Dongmei looked up, her gaze meeting Yue's, and in an instant, her cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple. She stammered, Thank you, young master. After a moment, she calmed herself slightly and continued to lead the way. Yue smiled and said, It's nothing, just be careful. Before long, they arrived outside Ma Dongmei's standalone courtyard. Standing at the door, Ma Dongmei felt both nervous and excited. She carefully pushed the door open and quietly stepped inside. Yue stood at the courtyard entrance, hesitating. Entering a woman's bedroom alone at night was risky. If someone saw him, it would be hard to explain. But then he thought his wife Jiang Zi wouldn't mind, and if anyone said anything, he could always just marry Dongmei. With that thought, he hid the crossbow and quiver carefully in a concealed patch of grass outside the courtyard, then confidently followed her inside. Crossing the courtyard and stepping into the main hall, the two walked straight into a bedroom. As soon as Ma Dongmei entered the room, she quickly turned around and gently bolted the door. She turned to face Yue, her heart racing, her whole body trembling slightly with nervousness. In the dim light of the oil lamp, Yue spotted a bowl of medicine on the wooden cabinet beside the bed. He approached, carefully examined the medicine, confirmed it was correct, and said to Ma Dongmei, Let's get started. Ma Dongmei nodded slightly, slowly turning her back to him, her hands trembling as she loosened her top and undergarment. In an instant, Yue's gaze was drawn to her, seeing her exposed back and shoulders. Though there were still some lingering scars, the smooth lines still exuded a unique beauty. Amidst the intersecting scars, her originally delicate skin could be vaguely seen, revealing a mix of vulnerability and resilience. Yue picked up a clean cloth, gently dipped it in the medicine, and carefully began to apply it to her back. With each stroke, he was extremely gentle, afraid of causing her pain. After finishing her back, Ma Dongmei slowly turned around to face him. Her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment, her eyes evasive, and her hands instinctively covered her body. Seeing this, Yue first wiped her face. He noticed that her facial injuries had healed quite a bit, and the contours that had been somewhat blurred by the injury were gradually becoming clearer. In the dim light, Yue could see the gentle grace between her brows and eyes, reminiscent of a delicate woman. After wiping her face, Yue's gaze followed Ma Dongmei's hands as they nervously moved away, landing on her chest and abdomen. Despite the scars, her slender waist and gently rising chest still outlined a captivating curve. The scars did not detract from her beauty. Instead, they added a unique flavor to her overall appearance. Yue first applied medicine to the injury on her waist, then moved on to her chest. The recovery was good. In a few days, the swelling would completely subside. Ma Dongmei nodded slightly and, under his gaze, shyly removed the remaining clothing. Yue's gaze swept over her legs. Although there were scars, the long lines still glimmered under the light, radiating youthful vitality. Her proportionate calves and rounded knees, coupled with the scars, did not diminish the overall beauty of her legs. Faced with Yue's gaze, Ma Dongmei felt her face burning, her expression a mix of shyness and an indescribable complexity. After applying medicine to her lower body, Yue said, I'll apply medicine for you again tomorrow. After that, we could do it every 2 days. I believe you'll improve day by day. Ma Dongmei looked up, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, young master. Yue smiled back. You're welcome. I'll come again tomorrow. After saying this, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Ma Dongmei hurriedly stepped forward, blocking his path, and asked, Young master, do you need me to do anything for you? Yue paused and asked in return, "What can you do?" Ma Dongmei looked earnest and pleaded, "I can do whatever a village woman can do. If I can't do something, I can learn. Let me help you with some work. Otherwise, I won't know how to repay you." Yue thought for a moment and asked, "Are you willing to kill?" Ma Dongmei was startled by this question. Fear flashed in her eyes, but she quickly nodded firmly. "I am." Yue said, "All right, come to my house tomorrow and practice archery with my wife. We'll kill the bandits together then." Ma Dongmei quickly nodded. "Okay, I'll go find the lady tomorrow." As Yue stepped forward to open the door again, Ma Dongmei suddenly reached out and tightly grasped his hand. Yue looked at her in confusion and saw that Ma Dongmei had her head lowered, her face full of shyness and urgency. After hesitating for a long time, she finally whispered, "Young master, can you hold me?" Chapter 60. Killing with Sister-in-Law. Yue thought about how she had not fully recovered from her emotional trauma, and he quickly extended his arms to hold her tightly. Ma Dongmei leaned her face against his neck, her body slightly trembling, as if, at that moment, she wanted to melt away all her inner pain and chill in this embrace. But soon, she pulled away from Yue, tears in her eyes, and said to him, "Thank you, young master." Yue gently pinched her chin and said, "Don't call me young master, call me husband." Ma Dongmei stared at him blankly. Her eyes filled with surprise and emotion, but then she immediately shook her head and stepped back, saying, "I don't deserve it." Yue followed her, gently cupping her face, and suddenly kissed her lips. Ma Dongmei's eyes widened in an instant, her whole being completely stunned, as if time had stopped at that moment. Yue released her and said, "Take care of yourself. You'll get better in the future." After saying that, he opened the door and walked out. Ma Dongmei stood dazed on the ground, and when she came to her senses, she hurriedly chased after him, watching as he took a crossbow and left. She gazed at Yue's retreating figure, tears streaming down her face, trembling all over, murmuring, "Husband, I will listen to you. I will listen to everything you say. Even if you want to eat my flesh in the future, I will give it to you." Yue tightened his grip on the crossbow, hurrying towards the old banyan tree at the village entrance. Before he reached the banyan tree, suddenly, a figure sprang out from behind a pile of stones and pulled him behind the stone. A familiar scent of a woman wafted into his nose. Yue turned his head to see that it was Qin Saw who was holding his arm. Under the moonlight, Qin Meiyan's face appeared particularly sensual and tender, her skin seemingly radiating a soft glow. Yue's heart stirred, and he suddenly felt an urge to kiss her. However, Qin Meiyan looked nervous and lowered her voice. "Xiaowei, don't speak. Yang Waizue and his men are coming." Yue instantly came to his senses and followed her gaze, peering out through a crack in the stones. In the distance, 3 figures were sneaking towards them. They had knives and clubs at their waists, and their faces were tightly covered with black cloth, looking just like thieves. The tall man on the left appeared impatient, shouting loudly, "Waizue, didn't you say your sister and brother-in-law were waiting here? Why can't we even see a ghost?" His sharp voice echoed far into the quiet night. Yang Waizue rolled his eyes and showed a hint of annoyance, saying, "How would I know? They probably overslept. Let's go find them in their house." After saying that, he led the 2 others to the right path. The shorter man couldn't help but ask, "Waizue, did that guy Yue really marry 2 beautiful women?" Yang Waizue's mouth curled into a smirk as he replied, "Is there any doubt?" The tall man's eyes instantly flashed with a lustful light, grinning. "Then we must enjoy these 2 girls well later, but don't kill them in one go." As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, his face full of greed and lewdness. Just then, a whoosh sounded, and an arrow shot through the night sky like a meteor, accompanied by a fierce wind, and it pierced straight into the back of the tall man's head. He didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Yang Waizue and the short man froze in place, their eyes widening in terror as if they had seen a ghost. The shorter man's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, his mouth agape, but unable to make a sound. Before they could regain their senses, another whoosh sounded, and a second arrow accurately struck the shorter man in the head. His eyes widened with endless fear and unwillingness as he fell to the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Yue and Qin Meiyan sprang out from behind the stones like cheetahs. Qin Meiyan, dressed in a fitted black outfit, accentuated her curvy figure, her full breasts rising and falling rapidly with her hurried breaths. She held a crossbow, her gaze sharp as a hunting leopard, shouting, "Yang Waizue, tonight is your death day." Yang Waizue's legs went weak, and he fell to his knees, raising his hand high, trembling. "Don't kill me. I don't want to die." Qin Meiyin scanned the surroundings, saw that there was no one else, and then said to him, "Carry the dead body to the mountain." Yang Waizue eagerly nodded, scrambling to get up and hurriedly going to lift the short man's corpse. Qin Meiyin raised her eyebrows and shouted, "Carry that one." Yang Waizue was momentarily stunned, but quickly turned around to lift the tall man's body. Qin Meiyin looked at Yi Wei, her eyes like water, softly saying, "Xiao Wei, let's follow." As she spoke, she reached out her delicate hand to help lift the short man's body, just as Yi Wei's hand grasped it. Qin Meiyin felt a strange current coursing through her body from their touch. She instinctively turned her face to look at Yi Wei. Yi Wei was also looking at her, and at the moment their eyes met, he softly said, "Sister-in-law, let me handle it." Qin Meiyin's face instantly flushed, but fortunately, the thick night concealed her embarrassment. She gently bit her lip, casting a seductive glance at Yi Wei. Just as Yi Wei was about to lift the body, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind. The two turned around instantly to see Qin Xiaolong approaching quickly with a bow and arrow in hand. Qin Meiyin reproached, "Xiaolong, why did you come?" Qin Xiaolong, a bit embarrassed, said, "Sister, I was worried about you, so I came along." He then looked at Yi Wei. "Wei go, let me carry it." Before Yi Wei could respond, Qin Xiaolong had already lifted the body and followed Yang Waizue. Yi Wei was pleased to see the change in Qin Xiaolong's attitude towards him. He quickly helped Qin Meiyin clean up the blood and followed closely behind. In a very secluded spot halfway up the mountain, they found that a 2-meter square pit had already been dug. Surrounded by dense, deep woods, the trees were tall and sturdy, their branches and leaves intertwined, casting a heavy shadow. This place was indeed quite good. Qin Meiyin swayed her waist as she approached the pit, saying, "I was bored in the afternoon, so I dug this pit." Yi Wei praised, "Sister-in-law, you are really thoughtful." Yang Waizue and Qin Xiaolong threw the dead body into the pit. Suddenly, Yang Waizue, like a mad wolf, lunged at Qin Xiaolong from behind, brandishing a short knife to choke Qin Xiaolong's neck, shouting crazily at Yi Wei and Qin Meiyin, "Put down the crossbows." Yi Wei and Qin Meiyin instinctively aimed their crossbows at him. However, Qin Meiyin's face instantly turned pale, her voice trembling. "Don't hurt my brother." Saying this, she was about to lower her crossbow. Yi Wei's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he shot an arrow. The arrow shot like black lightning, piercing into Yang Waizue's right eye, the tip coming out of the back of his head. Yang Waizue's body swayed and fell into the pit. Qin Xiaolong was so frightened that his face turned white as a sheet. He slowly turned his face to look at Yang Waizue in the pit, then at Yi Wei, still immersed in immense shock. Qin Meiyin quickly stepped forward, concerned for Qin Xiaolong, anxiously asking, "Brother, are you okay?" Qin Xiaolong shook his head slightly, his voice still trembling. "Sister, I'm fine." He then looked at Yi Wei. Yi Wei's face was calm, saying, "Let's bury him quickly." After saying that, he turned to leave. Qin Xiaolong quickly said, "Sister, you go back with Wei Ge to see if everything is all right. I can bury them." Seeing that her brother was indeed fine, Qin Meiyin finally breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Then I will come back with Xiao Wei in a while." After saying that, she quickly chased after Yi Wei. When she caught up to Yi Wei, Qin Meiyin stared at it blankly. Through the flowing moonlight, she noticed Yi Wei's side profile was distinct, handsome, and resolute. Chapter 61. Devotion. Yi Wei seemed to sense something and turned to look at her. Qin Meiyin, however, was like a startled deer, suddenly turning her face away and lowering her head. Suddenly, Yi Wei reached out and grabbed her hand, pulling her to the side with force. Qin Meiyin was startled but realized that if it weren't for Yi Wei's pull, she would have crashed into the tree in front of her. Yi Wei asked with concern, "Sister-in-law, what are you thinking about?" Qin Meiyin looked at Yi Wei, feeling her heart race, as if it would leap out of her throat. She softly said, "Xiao Wei, you were really brave just now and very calm." She thought to herself that if it weren't for Yi Wei decisively shooting that arrow earlier, The consequences would have been unimaginable. Yue smiled slightly and said, "Sister-in-law, Xiao Long is your brother. It's normal to be anxious. But it's nothing to worry about. By the way, how's the bite on your neck? Let me take a look." As he spoke, Yue stepped forward to carefully examine the bite mark on her neck. Qin Meiyin tilted her head slightly, her long neck fully exposed to Yue's gaze. Its graceful lines radiating an indescribable charm. In the moonlight, the small bite mark on her neck appeared to have healed significantly. Qin Meiyin recalled the moment Yue sucked the snake venom from her, feeling both grateful and a strange affection blossoming within her. Under Yue's gaze, her face felt hot, as if it were on fire. Yue suddenly buried his nose in her neck and inhaled deeply, saying, "Sister-in-law, you smell so good." Qin Meiyin shivered. Her cheeks instantly flushed like a sunset, and the redness spread to her ears. Instinctively, she took a step back, anxiously looking at Yue. Once she regained her composure, she reached out and gently pinched his waist. Yue cried out in pain and grabbed her hand. Qin Meiyin felt a rush of emotions and quickly pulled her hand back, scolding, "Xiao Wei, stop messing around." After saying this, she hurriedly ran down the mountain. Yue quickly followed her. The two returned to the place where they had just killed someone, carefully examining the area. Finding no unusual traces left behind, they continued up the mountain. As they reached the top, Qin Meiyin seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly took out a small cloth pouch from her bosom, handing it to Yue. "Xiao Wei, you can't take these 60 taels. I'm giving them back to you." Before dark, Jiangzi had given the silver to Qin Xiaolong to pass on to her. Qin Meiyin never expected that Yue would earn so much money and that his wife would send half of it to her. Yue quickly opened the pouch and said, "Sister-in-law, this is what you deserve." However, Qin Meiyin insisted seriously, "Xiao Wei, don't say that. If you hadn't saved me, I would have been bitten to death by that poisonous snake. Besides, my family has also received quite a bit of wild boar meat from you." Saying this, she forcefully shoved the pouch of money into Yue's hands. 60 taels of silver was not a small sum. Yue thought about how much money he would need to brew wine after driving away the bandits and decided to accept the money. He cupped Qin Meiyin's face in his hands and kissed her directly on the cheek. Qin Meiyin's face instantly turned red, and she widened her eyes to look at him. Stammering, "What are you doing, you silly boy?" Yue was also surprised by his own action, not expecting that in a moment of excitement he would do something he had always wanted to do. He hurriedly explained, "Sister-in-law, you are so good to me. I have no way to repay you, so I can only devote myself to you." Qin Meiyin was startled and stepped back, saying, "You silly boy. What are you talking about?" Yue pressed on, "What's wrong? Does sister-in-law not like me?" Qin Meiyin's expression froze, unsure of how to respond. Yue stepped forward, taking her hand, and said, "Since sister-in-law likes me, why avoid it?" Qin Meiyin was extremely nervous and quickly said, "Silly boy, stop messing around. It won't be good if my brother sees us." Just then, the sound of footsteps came from the mountain. Hearing the noise, Qin Meiyin quickly pulled her hand back and turned to look. She saw Qin Xiaolong coming down the mountain. Qin Meiyin hurriedly asked, "Xiaolong, is it buried well?" Qin Xiaolong nodded and said, "It's buried well, but I found a jade pendant on them." As he spoke, he stepped forward and handed the jade pendant to Yue. In the night, the jade was emitting a faint glow, clearly not an ordinary piece of jade. Yue said, "This jade can be worth quite a bit of silver." Qin Xiaolong's eyes brightened as he replied, "That's great. Wei Gu, you keep it." Yue asked, "What, you don't want it?" He estimated that the pendant could be pawned for 10 taels of silver. Qin Xiaolong shook his head and said, "I don't want things from dead people." He then glanced at Qin Meiyin and said, "Sister, you two chat. I'll head back first." Without waiting for their response, he turned and went down the mountain. Qin Meiyin watched his retreating figure and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Xiao Wei, Xiao Long has changed a lot. In the past, if he saw any other man looking at me, he would have gone after him. Now he actually—" She looked at Yue, momentarily at a loss for words. Yue stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind. Qin Meiyin was genuinely startled, her body instantly tensing up, and she hurriedly grabbed his hand. "Silly boy, what are you doing? Let go of me." Yue released his hand and asked, "Sister-in-law, you don't want my silver, and you don't want my body, so what do you want from me?" Qin Meiyin's ears turned red with embarrassment, and she gently patted his face, scolding, "You little brat, If you do this again, sister-in-law will eat you. Saying that, she pretended to bite the air, looking like she was going to eat him, and then turned and ran down the mountain. Yue laughed and shouted, "Sister-in-law wants to eat me? I'm so scared, come on. I'll let you eat me now." He chased after her. Qin Meiyin ran away, giggling, and when she reached the edge of the village, she grabbed Yue's hand and said, "All right, silly boy, stop messing around. It won't be good if we wake the villagers." Yue asked, "Sister-in-law, do you really want to eat me?" Qin Meiyin smiled and said, "I was just joking, but you should hide the silver well. With so much silver now, everyone in the village will be thinking about it, so you need to be careful." Yue nodded seriously. Qin Meiyin said, "I'll head back now. I'll find you again tomorrow." After saying this, she turned and ran away. Yue was puzzled, wondering what his sister-in-law wanted to find him for tomorrow. He didn't think too much about it and headed home. When he reached his doorstep, Yue seemed to remember something and turned to look back. He saw a graceful figure in the distance, appearing particularly beautiful under the silvery moonlight. Qin Meiyin smiled at him, but then turned and hurried away. Yue felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that sister-in-law was worried about him and had secretly followed him home. He couldn't help but recall the moment he was almost eaten by a tiger on the mountain, and it was she who had rushed over to save him. Feeling a surge of warmth, Yue silently thought to himself, "Sister-in-law, you are so good to me. Let me protect you for the rest of my life." As he walked further away, Qin Meiyin turned back and saw Yue still standing there, hurriedly waving her hand to urge him to go inside. Only then did Yue knock on the door. Jiangzi opened the door, quickly coming forward to help him take the crossbow, then closed the door behind him. Qin Meiyin stood there in a daze, thinking, "Xiao Wei, sister-in-law will come and find you tomorrow. I'll give you a surprise then." Chapter 62, I Like You. The next day, Yue slowly woke up. In a daze, he heard the sound of pots being washed. He opened his eyes and saw his wife, Jiangzi, standing in front of the stove, her figure light and graceful. She held cooking utensils in both hands, carefully washing an iron pot, and then cautiously poured the cleaned rice into it. Yue tiptoed over and gently wrapped his arms around Jiangzi's waist from behind. Jiangzi shivered slightly and whispered, "Husband, did I wake you?" Yue took a deep breath near her delicate neck and sincerely praised, "Wife, you smell so good." Jiangzi's face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple, and she playfully scolded, "Husband, stop it, I still need to cook porridge." Only then did Yue release his hands and smiled, saying, "Wife, don't make porridge anymore. Eating porridge won't give you strength. From now on, we'll have plain rice as our staple food 3 times a day." Jiangzi frowned slightly and asked with a hint of worry, "Husband, won't that be too extravagant?" Yue waved his hand dismissively, speaking firmly, "We must eat well. After all, we have plenty of silver to spend." Jiangzi nodded slightly. "All right then. I'll cook plain rice." Yue smiled, "Let me help." Jiangzi quickly grabbed his hand, saying, No, if you're tired, just sleep a bit longer. I'll call you when the food is ready." Yue gently kissed her rosy cheek before turning to leave. After a while, the food was served on the table. Yue picked up a bowl and quickly ate 2 big bowls of fragrant rice, along with a large bowl of pickled wild boar meat and a rabbit leg. The game he had hunted earlier was carefully cured with salt by Jiangzi. Although the taste couldn't compare to fresh meat, it had its own unique flavor. After eating and drinking his fill, Yue went straight to the blacksmith shop. At that moment, outside the blacksmith shop, the sun was shining on the ground, and the dust rays danced in the light. Some people were focused on their work, the tools in their hands flying up and down, while a few others huddled together, chatting quietly. Compared to the initial enthusiasm, they had clearly relaxed a lot. Jiang Xiaowu's keen eyes spotted Yue, and her face instantly brightened as she cheerfully called out, "Brother-in-law, you're here." Yue smiled and walked over, gently placing his hands on her shoulders. Jiang Xiaowu was wearing a light-colored cloth dress, and through the dress, he could feel her small shoulders. The moment Yue's hands rested on her shoulders, Jiang Xiaowu shivered slightly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she lowered her head, looking like a startled little rabbit. Yue asked with concern, "Sister-in-law, have you had breakfast?" Jiang Xiaowu sweetly smiled and replied, "I have. What about you, brother-in-law?" At that moment, Tai Linger walked out from the inner room. Today she wore a moon-white short shirt paired with green cloth pants, perfectly showcasing her curvaceous figure. Her chest was quite impressive, while her waist was extremely slender, delicate as a fairy. Upon seeing Yi Wei, her eyes flashed with surprise as she said, "Silly boy. You're here, come in." Yi Wei followed her into the inner room. Tai Ling'er casually closed the door behind them. In front of the room were neatly arranged 10 crossbows. The room was somewhat dimly lit, with only a few beams of light coming in through the window, illuminating the neatly arranged crossbows. Yi Wei stepped forward and picked up one of the crossbows, inspecting it carefully. The crossbow was polished smooth and even, every joint fitting perfectly, and the bowstring was taut and resilient, clearly crafted by a master. Yi Wei couldn't help but exclaim, "This craftsmanship is exquisite. It looks great." Tai Ling'er walked beside him, her expression serious as she said, "Silly boy, after we drive away the bandits, you must destroy all these crossbows." Yi Wei looked at her in confusion. Tai Ling'er explained, "If these crossbows fall into the villagers' hands and everyone goes hunting in the mountains, the game will be quickly depleted. Moreover, the government has strict regulations on such crossbows. If we are caught making so many, it will be a big problem." Yi Wei smiled. "When the time comes, I'll set up a weapons cache and hide everything well." Tai Ling'er nodded slightly. "That's good. After all, it would be a pity to destroy these crossbows." Yi Wei looked at the fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, shimmering in the dim light, slowly sliding down her fair cheeks and dripping onto her slightly heaving chest. He couldn't help but reach out and gently wipe it away with his finger. Tai Ling'er's face instantly flushed red, and she flusteredly said, "Silly boy, I can wipe it myself." Her suddenly reddened cheeks resembled the evening glow, stunningly beautiful, with a hint of shyness and confusion in her eyes, making her even more alluring. Yi Wei couldn't help but swallow hard, grabbing her hands, but then noticed something and looked at her hands. He saw that her palms had developed several blisters. Yi Wei felt a pang of heartache. Tai Ling'er chuckled, "It's fine. Once I finish making the crossbows and have nothing to do, my hands will recover." Before she could finish, Yi Wei hugged Tai Ling'er tightly and softly said, "Ling'er, you've worked hard." Tai Ling'er stiffened, not moving. Her heart raced suddenly, like a rapid drumbeat, and her face turned as red as fire. Tai Ling'er softly said, "Silly boy, I'm fine, you don't need to worry." As she spoke, she tried to break free from Yi Wei's embrace, but he held her tighter, crossing his arms around her back. Tai Ling'er felt extremely shy and playfully scolded, "Silly boy you." Yi Wei, fearing to scare her, slowly loosened his grip, gazing deeply into her eyes and seriously saying, "Ling, I like you." Tai Ling'er thought she had misheard, and when she looked up to see Yi Wei's passionate and sincere gaze, she was immediately overwhelmed with embarrassment, hurriedly saying, "Silly boy, I need to get busy." With that, she dashed to the door and fled like a frightened deer. Yi Wei watched her retreating figure, feeling that she was incredibly adorable. After a while, Yi Wei came out of the blacksmith shop and saw the village chief, Li Tai, walking towards him with a strange expression. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew, stirring up some dust on the ground. He looked Yi Wei up and down and asked, "Xiao Wei, when you went up the mountain to hunt the tiger yesterday, did you see the Sun Ping couple?" Yi Wei shook his head, puzzled, and asked back, "No, why?" The village chief stared directly into his eyes and slowly said, "They probably got eaten by the tiger." Yi Wei pretended to be shocked, saying, "No wonder when I was hunting the tiger yesterday, I saw some leftover human bones. They must be theirs." The village chief then asked, "Where are the bones?" Yi Wei rubbed his nose and said, "I already threw them off the cliff. By now, they're probably taken away by crows and eagles." The village chief's expression was complicated as he said, "That Zhao Manhu also seems to have disappeared. We haven't seen him for days." Yi Wei pretended to guess. "Village chief, could he have been eaten by the tiger too?" The village chief frowned, uncertainly saying, "That shouldn't be the case. Wasn't he injured? Would he really go up the mountain?" Yi Wei analyzed, "It's hard to say. I heard Dome say that Zhao Manhu was clamoring for meat before he left, so he might have gone up the mountain looking for meat." The village chief sighed and waved his hand, saying, "Let them be. Xiao Wei in a couple of days. The bandits from Poison Python Mountain will come to collect grain and abduct village girls. Are you really confident you could drive them away?" Chapter 63, Winning the Hearts of the People. Yi Wei nodded firmly, confidently saying, "Village chief, you can rest assured, we will definitely succeed." The village chief looked at him, but his expression showed some worry. Yue simply pulled him aside, took out the jade pendant he had obtained the night before, and placed it in his hand. The village chief looked at the jade pendant in his hand, his eyes widened in surprise. Xiaowei, where did this jade pendant come from? If you take it to the county town, it could be worth more than 10 taels of silver. Yue casually replied, I found it here. It's a gift for you. A gift for me? The village chief was even more stunned and hurriedly tried to return the jade pendant to Yue. Xiaowei, you should take it back. This is too precious. Yue pushed his hand back, sincerely saying, Village chief, please accept it. I have many things to ask for your help with next, and besides, I'm not sure on money right now. The village chief hesitated, saying, but this is too valuable. Yue smiled and said, Village chief, this is just the beginning. If everything goes smoothly from here on, money will come pouring in like a strong wind, more than you can count. The village chief opened his mouth, looking at Yue, suddenly realizing that the Yue before him had already undergone a transformation. He glanced around to see if anyone was paying attention and decided to tuck the jade pendant away. The village chief said earnestly, Xiaowei, just tell me what you need me to do now. Yue nodded and said, Village chief, please call 10 villagers here. The crossbows are ready, and they need to practice first. The village chief patted his chest in assurance. Leave it to me. I'll go call them right away. After saying that, he turned and quickly left. Before long, the village chief returned with 10 villagers in tow. The sun hung high, illuminating everyone's figures. Yue scanned the group and noticed that among them were the village chief's son, Li Fuxing, and the cripple. Yue nodded and said, Go into the blacksmith shop and bring out the crossbows. Let us practice. The village chief hurriedly led everyone into the blacksmith shop to fetch the crossbows, reminding them as they walked, Everyone be careful, don't break the crossbows. Soon, each of the 10 villagers had a crossbow and took out the bowstring. Tai Lingner came out and patiently taught them some basic operation methods. After practicing for a while, the villagers began shooting arrows at a nearby tree. Li Fuxing was the first to shoot, and the arrow flew out with a swoosh, grazing the tree trunk and landing in the dirt beside it. He excitedly shouted, I hit it. The cripple also aimed diligently, but the arrow went off course, landing some distance away from the tree. Other villagers shot arrows that went high or low, and for a moment, arrows flew towards the tree, some sticking into the trunk while others fell by the roots, creating a lively scene. At first, everyone was enthusiastic, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. But before long, a half-gray-haired villager suddenly stopped, fear evident on his face, saying, Village chief, I'm scared of fighting with the bandits. I don't want to die. Li Fuxing immediately retorted, If we don't fight, we'll have to hand over grain and women. The villager shrank back, saying quietly, Handing over grain and women is better than losing my life. Exactly, that makes sense. Several villagers nearby nodded in agreement. The village chief became anxious and raised his voice. We have crossbows now, what are we afraid of? The half-gray-haired villager helplessly replied, But we are too few, and we have never fought with the bandits before. We have no experience. Another bald villager added, Those bandits kill and burn. They are ruthless. Exactly, we can't win this fight. Several other villagers echoed. The village chief and Li Fuxing looked worriedly at Yue. Yue, however, remained calm and asked seriously, Would you all be willing to hand over your wives or daughters? The villagers exchanged glances, and for a moment, no one spoke. The half-gray-haired villager muttered, I don't have a daughter. My wife looks like a ghost. The bandits wouldn't want her. Yue looked at the other villagers and pressed. Do you all think the same way? The other villagers dared not speak. Yue continued, If you don't want to confront the bandits, you can withdraw now. But don't blame me later for not giving you any reward. The villagers listened, all looking puzzled and glancing at each other. Li Fuxing couldn't help but ask, Daisy Go, is there a reward for fighting the bandits? Yue replied, Of course, 1 tael of silver per bandit. Instantly, all the villagers' eyes lit up, sparkling like stars in the night sky. Li Fuxing asked again, Daisy Go, do we collect the reward at the yamen? Yue smiled and said, You can collect it at my house. After driving away the bandits, the village chief will tally it up, and I'll distribute the rewards to everyone. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded, looking at each other in disbelief. The bald villager skeptically asked, Xiaowei, are you really giving 1 tael of silver for each bandit? Yue looked at the village chief and said, "Village chief, please testify." The village chief quickly nodded. Since Xiao Wei said so, it must be true. When the villagers heard this, their eyes were filled with excitement. One tael of silver was 1,000 copper coins. If they were frugal, that one tael could support a family for several years. Li Fuxing excitedly said, "Daisy Ge, I'll do whatever you say to fight the bandits." The cripple also shouted loudly, "I'll listen to Xiao Wei. I want to fight the bandits too. I want to fight the bandits as well. I'll follow Wei Ge." Other villagers also began to shout, their spirits high, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Yue looked at everyone and shouted, "Now practice your archery well. I'll make it clear beforehand. If anyone dares to run away at the last moment, I, Yue, will not give them a single copper coin." The half-gray-haired villager shouted, "Wei Ge, don't worry. For the reward, I'll risk my life to fight the bandits." "Me too." The bald villager pounded his chest and shouted, "Me too." The other villagers joined in loudly. In the blacksmith shop, many people heard the commotion outside and curiously came out. A dark-skinned villager woman stepped forward and said, "Xiao Wei, if we make crossbows for you, do we also get paid?" Another thin villager woman added, "Exactly, we're not asking for much. At least 5 copper coins a day, right?" Yue had already noticed that these villagers were showing signs of slacking off. If not handled properly, the other 20 crossbows might not be completed in the next couple of days. Yue simply said, "I'll give you 10 a day, and you can earn more based on how much work you do. The more you work, the more money I'll give you later." When the villager women heard this, they all became excited. Yue turned to Tai Linger beside him and said, "Linger, please keep track of this for me. Once the 30 crossbows are finished, I'll distribute the money directly." Upon hearing this, Tai Linger's eyes flashed with a strange light, and a faint blush crept up her cheeks. Seeing Yi Wei's demeanor, it was clear that he intended to treat her as his wife. Chapter 64, Sir, will you agree to me? Tai Linger immediately thought that this amount of money was not small, but seeing Yi Wei's resolute attitude, she could only nod. "All right, fool, this matter is on me." All the village women quickly surrounded Tai Linger, each speaking one after another. "Linger, I've finished my work. What should I do next? Linger, are there any heavy or hard tasks left? I want to start now." "Yes, follow me." Tai Linger happily glanced at Yi Wei and hurriedly led the village women back to the blacksmith shop. In a moment, all the village women were full of energy again. On the other side of the village, in front of a simple thatched cottage, Jiangzi was wearing a plain long dress and was focused on practicing archery. The exquisite crossbow in her slender hands looked like an elegant accessory. Each time she pulled the string, the muscle lines on her arms became faintly visible, and her fair face turned slightly red from the effort. At that moment, Ma Dongmei approached from a winding path with a slightly nervous expression. She was wearing a light blue cloth shirt, which, although simple, could not hide her gentle beauty. Her eyes were like a clear spring, full of liveliness and warmth. When she reached Jiangzi, she spoke with a hint of shyness. "Madam, young master Yi asked me to come and practice archery with you." Hearing the voice, Jiangzi turned her head, and a warm smile immediately appeared on her face. She quickly put down the crossbow and rushed back into the house. After a while, Jiangzi took out another crossbow and handed it to Ma Dongmei, saying, "That's wonderful. Now I have a companion." Ma Dongmei took the crossbow with both hands and gratefully said, "Thank you, madam." Jiangzi frowned slightly, gently grasped Ma Dongmei's hand, and said affectionately, "Don't call me madam, just call me sister." Ma Dongmei looked up, a hint of nervousness flickering in her eyes as her gaze lingered on Jiangzi's delicate face. Jiangzi carefully examined Ma Dongmei and sincerely praised, "Dongmei, you are really beautiful. You look so pleasant." Ma Dongmei felt a little shy and quickly replied, "Madam is overpraising me. I'm still far behind compared to you." Jiangzi pretended to be angry, gently shook Ma Dongmei's hand, and scolded, "You just said to call me sister. If you call me madam again, I might get angry." Seeing the sincerity in Jiangzi's eyes, Ma Dongmei hesitated for a moment and softly called out, "Sister." Jiangzi nodded in satisfaction. Her gaze fell on the still visible bruises on Ma Dongmei's face, and remembering Ma Dongmei's experiences, a wave of sympathy surged in her heart. Jiangzi gently asked, "Dongmei, do you have any plans now?" Ma Dongmei lowered her head and shook it lightly, her voice tinged with confusion. I don't know. Jiang Zi looked at Ma Dongmei seriously and said, how about you marry my husband? Ma Dongmei seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Her eyes widened in shock, almost thinking she misheard. Jiang Zi continued, my husband can heal, he can hunt, he is brave and kind. If you marry him, he will definitely treat you well. Ma Dongmei hurriedly waved her hand. Madam, I know the young master is a good person, but I just don't deserve him. Jiang Zi gently patted Ma Dongmei's hand and said, Dongmei, why are you calling me madam again? My husband is different from other men. He won't look down on you. Ma Dongmei looked at Jiang Zi, momentarily at a loss for words, tears welling up in her eyes and then spilling over. Jiang Zi became anxious. Dongmei, why are you crying? Don't cry. If you don't like my husband, I won't force you. Ma Dongmei shook her head while sobbing. Madam, I'm just too moved. I didn't expect both you and the young master to be such good people. Jiang Zi, feeling heartbroken, pulled Ma Dongmei into her arms, gently patting her back to comfort her. Darling, what happened? At that moment, Yi Wei quickly walked back from a small path in front of the house. Upon hearing the voice, Ma Dongmei immediately stepped out of Jiang Zi's embrace, turned around, and quickly wiped her tears away. Jiang Zi turned to see Yi Wei and hurriedly asked, Sir, what do you think of Dongmei? Yi Wei answered without hesitation, She is pretty good. Why? Jiang Zi frowned slightly and said, Sir, you know the family has so much silver, I can't dare to run far, and I'm always on edge. Why don't you marry Dongmei? With her helping to look after the silver, I would feel much more at ease. Yi Wei was a bit surprised, cupping Jiang Zi's face, and said, Silly wife, if I marry her, aren't you afraid she will take away my love for you? Jiang Zi looked at Yi Wei nervously and then shook her head. As long as my husband doesn't sell me and my sister, I believe you will treat me well even if you have another wife. Yi Wei could hardly believe there were such kind and generous women in the world. He was deeply moved and couldn't help but kiss her on the lips. Jiang Zi instantly blushed, playfully saying, Sir, will you agree to me? Yi Wei glanced at Ma Dongmei, then back at her, and finally nodded. All right, then I will agree to my wife. Jiang Zi excitedly said, That's great. She quickly walked to Ma Dongmei's side, turned her around, and said, Dongmei, did you hear? My husband agreed to marry you. Ma Dongmei had heard their conversation earlier, but at this moment, it still felt like a dream. She raised her head, shyly looking at Yi Wei. When she saw Yi Wei looking at her, she felt embarrassed to the core. Jiang Zi urged, Dongmei, hurry up and call him husband. Ma Dongmei felt her face burning, the two words swirling in her throat. But she couldn't bring herself to say them. Jiang Zi, feeling anxious, said, Dongmei, call him. After you call him, we'll be like real sisters. Ma Dongmei's voice trembled with nervousness. I don't deserve it. After saying that, she put down the crossbow and quickly ran away. Jiang Zi shouted at her back, Dongmei, but Ma Dongmei ran away without looking back. Jiang Zi looked at Yi Wei. Yi Wei stepped forward, hugged her tightly, and said, It's fine. Let her have some time to adjust. Jiang Zi felt the change in Yi Wei's body, her ears instantly turning red, and said, Sir, don't do this. It wouldn't be good if the villagers passing by saw. Yi Wei said nonchalantly, Let them see. What is there to be afraid of? Saying this, he suddenly kissed Jiang Zi again. Ma Dongmei ran all the way to a small hill. The surrounding trees were lush, and the leaves rustled in the gentle breeze. She looked around and, seeing no one nearby, suddenly knelt down with a thud, looking up at the sky and saying, Heaven, this must be your mercy on me, right? Thank you, thank you. While saying this, she repeatedly bowed her head to the sky. After a while, Ma Dongmei got up from the ground and leaned against a tree, lost in thought. She remembered the way Yi Wei had looked at her just now, and could not help but feel her cheeks flush. Just then, her gaze was suddenly attracted by a few figures at the village entrance. At first, she thought they were villagers, but soon she realized that these people were wearing tattered military uniforms and most were holding long guns, clearly not villagers. Chapter 65. The bandits are here. Ma Dongmei suddenly saw clearly that the leader was a man with a long scar on his face extending from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. His military uniform was tattered and covered in dust and stains. Next to him was a thin man with a body like a bamboo pole, whose eyes darted around slyly. The other three included a short man casually resting a long gun on his shoulder, appearing nonchalant. Another had a full beard and messy hair, resembling a bird's nest. And the youngest one, though slightly timid, tried to act fierce under the influence of the others. Ma Dongmei was startled and blurted out, "It's bandits." She was so scared that her legs went weak and she fell to the ground. But soon, she got up nervously, running down the mountain while shouting, "Bandits. Bandits are coming." However, due to her extreme nervousness, her throat felt constricted and she couldn't produce a clear voice. Before long, Ma Dongmei ran back to Yiwei's house. She saw the door tightly closed and shouted as she ran towards it, "Young master, madam, quickly open the door. The bandits are here." At that moment, inside the house, Yiwei's kiss traveled from Jiangzi's forehead across her nose and lingered on her luscious lips. Jiangzi's cheeks turned even redder as she shyly responded. The sudden shouting from outside startled both of them. Jiangzi exclaimed, "My lord, how come the bandits arrived early?" Yiwei remained calm and said, "Don't worry, my dear. I'll go take a look first." He gently kissed Jiangzi on her small mouth, then put on his clothes while heading outside. Jiangzi, her face flushed, hurriedly got dressed. As soon as the door opened, Ma Dongmei rushed to Yiwei, saying, "Young master, I just saw 5 bandits coming from the village head on the mountain. They seem to be heading into the village." Yiwei quickly grabbed a crossbow and slung a quiver of arrows over his shoulder, telling Ma Dongmei, "Dongmei, go to the blacksmith shop and find the village head and the others. Tell them to bring the crossbows to the village entrance to fend off the bandits." Ma Dongmei nodded vigorously, "Yes, young master." After saying that, she turned and ran out quickly. "My dear, stay at home." Yiwei glanced back at Jiangzi before turning to leave. However, Jiangzi chased after him, hugging his waist tightly from behind, crying, "My lord, don't go. I can't live without you." Yiwei turned around to see Jiangzi's eyes filled with tears. He gently held her face with both hands and said, "My dear, don't be afraid. I'll go check the situation first. Once the villagers arrive, we'll act together." Jiangzi clutched Yiwei's hands tightly, her voice trembling, "My lord, you're not lying to me, are you?" Yiwei replied, "What would I lie to you for, my dear? Just keep the silver safe and don't let the villagers take advantage of the chaos." As he spoke, Yiwei kissed Jiangzi again on her small mouth. Jiangzi, trying to hold back her tears, said, "My lord, you must be careful. If anything happens to you, I don't want to live anymore." Yiwei reassured her, "Silly, how could anything happen to me?" He kissed Jiangzi once more to calm her down before turning and running out of the house. As Yiwei hurried towards the village entrance, he shouted to the village children and elders along the way, "Quick, go back inside. The bandits are here." Upon hearing that bandits were entering the village children and elders turned pale with fear and hurriedly ran back into their homes. Yiwei ran quickly, and before he reached the village entrance, he sensed something unusual ahead. He quickly concealed himself behind some grass and peered forward. He saw 5 people in total, and suddenly recognized 3 of them as the deserters who had stopped him and Sun Yaren while they were riding back from Chaoxin yesterday. Yiwei also noticed that the other 2 men were similarly dressed and looked like deserters. At that moment, the 5 of them rushed into a house, searched around, and then ran out again. The scar-faced man pointed his long gun at an old man kneeling in front of the door, shouting loudly, "Where have you hidden the food and silver? Hurry up and bring it out." The old man trembled in fear and hurriedly replied, "Sir, even if you kill me, I can't produce any silver or food. Please have mercy and let me go." The scar-faced man angrily shouted, "You're asking for it." He raised his foot to kick the old man, but just then an arrow whizzed past, narrowly missing his foot. Startled, the scar-faced man quickly withdrew his foot and turned to look. Yiwei stepped out from his hiding place. The old man was initially shocked to see Yiwei alone, but then yelled, "Xiao Wei, run." Yiwei called back to the old man, "Uncle Ma, it's okay." His gaze was fixed on the 5 men, with his crossbow aimed directly at them. The scar-faced man and the other 2 recognized Yiwei and exchanged glances. The scar-faced man hurriedly said, "Fifth master, what are you doing here?" Yiwei deliberately put on a cold expression. "I'm just passing through this village." "What are you doing here?" The scar-faced man frowned slightly. "We haven't eaten for days. We came here looking to borrow some food." Yi Wei coldly replied, "This village is under my protection. If you don't want to go against me, get out of the village immediately." The 5 men exchanged glances, and the scar-faced man forced a smile, saying, "Fifth master, we'll leave right away." He signaled to the thin man beside him, who immediately pressed a short knife against Uncle Ma's neck and threatened, "Old man, what's this guy's name? What is he to your village?" Uncle Ma, frightened, said, "His name is Yi Wei. He is the hero of our village and also our doctor." Upon hearing this, the thin man immediately released Uncle Ma, who collapsed in fear. The scar-faced man and the others exchanged strange smiles with Yi Wei. The scar-faced man said, "You little doctor, daring to impersonate the bandit leader from Duxiang Mountain to scare us. Now let us see how we deal with you." As they slowly approached Yi Wei, he felt a tightening in his chest. He realized that before they got too close, he could guarantee shooting 2 of them first. But the remaining 3 would definitely not let him go easily. Although they were deserters, they had likely seen battle, and fighting against such people would be very dangerous. As the 5 men closed in on him, Yi Wei couldn't help but step back. The scar-faced man shouted, "Kid, you can't escape now. Hurry up and drop the crossbow, and I'll spare your life." At that moment, a rush of footsteps came from behind. Yi Wei turned to see the village head rushing over with a group of villagers. Among them, besides the 10 villagers armed with crossbows, there were more than 10 others with hoes and sickles. Yi Wei's face lit up with joy. The arriving villagers quickly surrounded the 5 deserters, 10 crossbows aimed at them, along with a number of hoes and sickles. Yi Wei shouted, "If you don't want to die, kneel down." Chapter 66. Worship the Master. The Scar Man turned around and tried to escape, but Yi Wei shot the arrow without hesitation. With a whoosh, the arrow streaked through the air like a meteor, grazing Chun Yang's cheek and leaving a trail of blood. The scarred man let out a miserable scream, covering his face with one hand, his legs going limp as if his bones had been pulled out, and he fell heavily to his knees. The other 4 fleeing soldiers, seeing this, exchanged terrified glances and dropped their weapons, kneeling on the ground with their foreheads pressed against the rough soil. "Spare me, young master." The scarred man's voice was choked with tears, his scarred face twisted in horror. "We really just came to ask for some food. We haven't even killed a chicken on the way here." That's right, that's right." The thin man knocked his head against the ground, making a dull sound. "Please have mercy, young master." The other 3 quickly followed suit, banging their heads on the ground until blood began to seep from their foreheads. The village chief, Li Tai, saw this and hurriedly waved his hand, signaling the villagers to lower their crossbow arrows. "Be careful. Don't accidentally hurt anyone." Then he pulled Yi Wei aside and whispered, "Xiao Wei, the bandits will be here soon. These 5 people have some skills. Why not keep them help us?" Yi Wei's expression was calm. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I'll interrogate them first. If they're reliable, it's fine to keep them." The village chief nodded in agreement. Yi Wei walked up to the youngest soldier and said, "You, come with me." The soldier, in his early 20s with a youthful face, stood up timidly and followed Yi Wei to the side. "My name is Wang Xiaofan." Before Yi Wei could speak, he hurriedly said, "We are soldiers from the border of Mo City, but Lu the village chief." He gritted his teeth, anger flashing in his eyes. "His rewards and punishments depend solely on his words, and my brother's achievements have all been taken by him, with military pay withheld. If he is unhappy, he beats the soldiers mercilessly. Our squad leader, Niushi, was a man of integrity and spoke up for us, but he was beaten to death." At this point, Wang Xiaofan's voice choked up. "We really couldn't survive anymore, which is why we escaped with Sergeant Chen." Yi Wei's expression grew serious as he scanned the 4 kneeling soldiers, finally landing on the slender man whose eyes revealed shrewdness. He pointed at the man. "You come here." The man, being pointed at, stiffened and cautiously stood up, walking unsteadily to Yi Wei's side. Yi Wei looked him up and down and asked, "What's your name?" The thin man swallowed hard, his voice trembling. I'm Meng Tao." Meng Tao was so thin he looked like skin and bones, his eyes full of vigilance. Yet when he spoke of the past, he showed the same rage as Wang Xiaofan. His story mirrored Wang Xiaofan's almost exactly, every word dripping with resentment towards Lu the village chief. The 2 returned to the others, and Yi Wei stared intently at the scarred man, his gaze piercing. "According to them, you're Sergeant Chen Yong?" Chen Yong nodded repeatedly, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. "Young master, please have mercy. We promise we will never set foot in the village again." Yi Wei's expression was stern as he said in a deep voice, "I'll give you two choices now. The first, I will send you to the government office right now." The faces of the five turned pale instantly. Wang Xiaofan waved his hands in panic. "You can't send us to the government office." Meng Tao's voice quivered with urgency. "If we are sent back, Lu the village chief will definitely kill us." Chun Yong swallowed hard and, suppressing his fear, asked, "What is the second option?" Yi Wei surveyed them and said clearly, "Swear allegiance to me, serve me, and receive a monthly salary of 1 tael of silver, with bonuses for good performance." The five stood there like wooden statues, and the surrounding villagers began to stir. Wang Xiaofan was the first to react, shouting loudly, "I am willing. Young master, I want to be your subordinate." Meng Tao quickly added, "I am also willing to serve you, my lord." Chun Yong looked at Yi Wei, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth. "Young master, we have fought and bled at the border. We fear nothing. As long as you treat us well, our lives are yours." The other four nodded in agreement, backing Chun Yong's decision. Yi Wei's expression was serious, "But I must warn you, dealing with the bandits in Poison Python Mountain is no joke." Chun Yong puffed out his chest and declared loudly, "We have fought against savages at the border. While we fear these bandits, as long as you trust us, we will fight to the death for you." Yi Wei looked at the other four, and upon receiving their affirmations, nodded, "As long as you are loyal, I will not treat you unfairly." Chun Yong and the four of them bowed deeply. "Thank you, master." At that moment, a villager couldn't help but push forward, his face full of eagerness. "Wei Ge, I also want to pledge allegiance to you." "Me too. Count me in." The villagers began to shout. A monthly salary of 1 tael of silver translated to a daily wage of 33 won, which was much more than they earned working hard in the fields. Imagining such a generous income, many people's eyes lit up. Yi Wei looked at the excited villagers and felt a bit swayed, but quickly calmed down. The village chief, Li Tai, shouted loudly, "Everyone, stop the commotion. Xiao Wei is hiring people to help deal with the bandits." Yi Wei raised his hand to signal for silence and said, "Everyone, once we drive away the bandits, I want to build a big building and start business. We will discuss this matter then." Huang Monsong waved his calloused hand and shouted, "Xiao Wei Ge, I want to reserve a spot first. My family has been farming for 3 generations. I'm strong. And me, I can climb trees. I'm perfect for lookout duty. Count me in. I was a hunter when I was young, and I'm good at archery." The villagers chimed in one after another, their voices echoing across the village. Some were so excited their faces turned red, while others waved their arms. Even Uncle Ma, who had almost been beaten by Chun Yong and the others, pushed to the front, eagerly saying, "Xiao Wei, don't think I'm old. I can still swing a hoe and guard a warehouse without a problem." Yi Wei looked at the excited crowd of villagers and couldn't help but feel both amused and overwhelmed. He raised his hand for silence and declared loudly, "In the fight against the bandits, perform well, and I will take all of you." As soon as he said this, everyone was momentarily taken aback, looking at each other, then erupted into cheers. "Don't worry, Wei Ge, I will definitely not let you down. I will perform well and never bring shame to our village. Count me in. My life is pledged to the master." In an instant, the villagers were promising one after another, with several young men even rolling up their sleeves to show off their strong arms, causing laughter among those around them. Yi Wei looked at the villagers in front of him, secretly pleased. It seemed this method could indeed stir up their fighting spirit against the enemy. Chun Yong stepped forward, curious. "Master, how do you plan to deal with the bandits?" Without saying a word, Yi Wei handed over the crossbow in his hand. Chun Yong looked at the crossbow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Master, aren't you afraid I will use this crossbow against you?" Chapter 67. Producing anesthetic and itch medicine. Yi Wei spoke sincerely. "If you doubt someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't doubt them. From the moment you all accepted me as your leader, we are all one family." Chun Yong felt warmth in his heart and stared blankly at Yi Wei. However, Yi Wei was secretly calculating that the crossbows in the villagers' hands served as a deterrent, not to mention the generous monthly salary. "You dare to oppose me? Unless you're foolish." Chun Yong solemnly accepted the crossbow with both hands, feeling the texture of the wooden grip against his rough palms. He raised his head, looking steadfastly at Yue, and said, "Boss, from now on, my life belongs to you. Through fire and water, I will not have a second thought." Yue nodded in agreement. "Good." Chun Yong immediately turned around, raised a crossbow, and aimed at the gnarled old locust tree 100 meters away, using the simple sight on the crossbow arm. Whoosh! The first arrow was launched from the firing slot. Chun Yong held his breath, his index finger firmly pulling the trigger. The arrow tore through the air, but veered off course due to the wind, plunging into the ground half a foot from the tree trunk, splattering tiny mud droplets. Undeterred, he quickly pulled the mechanism handle of the crossbow, embedding the second arrow into the slot and adjusting his angle. The whoosh of the arrow was sharper this time, but unfortunately, the arrow grazed the bark, leaving a white mark on the trunk. Chun Yong licked his dry lips, sweat trickling down his scarred forehead. He took a deep breath, pulled the handle, and loaded the last arrow into the slot. This time, he deliberately lowered the crossbow with his left hand, bracing his elbow tightly against his chest for stability. Whoosh! As he pulled the trigger, the crossbow trembled slightly from the immense recoil, and the arrow streaked through the air like a meteor. With a thud, it embedded itself into the trunk, the fletching still quivering. Chun Yong's face lit up with joy, and he slapped the crossbow with his rough palm. Good heavens! This rapid-fire mechanism is 10 times stronger than what we used at the border. Wang Xiaofan rushed over first, staring at the wheel-like arrow magazine on the side of the crossbow, saying, "Brother Chun, this thing can hold so many arrows at once. And we don't even have to disassemble the string to change arrows." Meng Tao swallowed hard, saying, "This hollow design reduces weight without compromising strength. It's truly a marvel." The other 2 deserters circled around the crossbow, their eyes filled with awe. Chun Yong exclaimed, "Boss, this crossbow is amazing. Where did you get it?" Yue replied calmly, "I designed it myself." "You designed it?" Chun Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. Meng Tao couldn't help but exclaim, "If we had this kind of crossbow at the border, the barbarians wouldn't dare to be so rampant." Wang Xiaofan and the others were equally stunned. Chun Yong scanned the crossbows in the hands of the surrounding villagers and asked, "Boss, how many of these crossbows do you have?" Yue replied, "The blacksmith shop is still working on them, aiming to make 30 sets before the bandits arrive." Chun Yong became excited. "If we have 30 crossbows, driving away the bandits will be a piece of cake." He respectfully handed the crossbow back to Yue. Wang Xiaofan and the others hurried to pick up the scattered arrows and present them. Yue glanced at the villagers and said, "We don't have much time left. Village chief, you take 5 villagers and go with those 5 to the south of the village to dig horse traps. Try to finish before dark tomorrow." Village chief Li Tai nodded vigorously. "Okay." He then turned and pointed to 5 strong men, calling to Chun Yong and the others, "Follow me." Chun Yong rubbed his growling stomach, his throat dry. "Boss, is there anything to eat? We only gnawed on some tree bark yesterday, and now our legs feel weak." Everyone looked at them. The village chief stepped forward. "I still have half a pot of porridge." The limping man moved forward a step, his voice booming. "I still have some wild boar meat left." Huang Monsong squeezed to the front, revealing half of his injured face with a smile. "I still have some wild vegetables left." In an instant, the villagers began to chatter. Chun Yong and the others exchanged glances, their cracked lips trembling, and their throats uncontrollably swallowing. Yue exchanged a knowing look with the village chief. The village chief immediately understood. "You all come with me. There will be enough to fill your stomachs." Chun Yong and the others hurriedly grabbed their long guns, their steps unsteady yet eager as they followed the village chief. Once they had gone far, Yue's gaze swept over the remaining villagers, finally landing on Li Fuxing and the limping man. "Fuxing, limping man, you 2 are responsible for training the villagers in archery. Remember, the quality of the archery practice will determine whether we can defend the village." The 2 exchanged smiles, and Li Fuxing patted his quiver at his waist. "Don't worry, Brother Days. I guarantee everyone will become sharpshooters." The limping man shook the crossbow in his hand, saying in a deep voice, "Just wait for the bandits to come and be live targets." Li Fuxing called to the 8 villagers holding crossbows. "Let us go. Find an open space at the edge of the village, and let us practice." The 8 villagers promptly followed them away. The remaining villagers hadn't had a chance to speak when a sudden sound of hurried footsteps and clashing weapons came from a distance. Yue looked over and saw Jiangzi, Ma Dongmei, Jiang Xiaowu, and Tai Linger rushing over with dozens of village women, some holding crossbows and others wielding polished machetes, their clothes fluttering in the wind. Yue's heart tightened, and he immediately went to meet them. Jiangzi and Jiang Xiaowu saw Yue and almost simultaneously rushed out. Ma Dongmei and Tai Linger slowed their pace in tacit agreement, stopping a couple of steps away. Jiangzi looked Yue up and down, her eyes reddening instantly as she rushed into his arms, her voice trembling. "My dear, I thought something happened to you." Jiang Xiao bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. "Brother-in-law, you're not hurt, right?" Although Tai Linger and Ma Dongmei didn't step forward, their worried eyes couldn't hide their concern. Yue gently patted Jiangzi's back and said to the women, "It's fine. The ones coming into the village are not bandits. They are 5 unfortunate deserters, and I have already hired them to help defend the village." The tension in everyone's nerves finally eased. Tai Linger wiped her face and returned to her usual sharpness. "Days. Since you're fine, I'll continue making the crossbows." She playfully winked at Yue. He nodded at her. Jiang Xiaowu followed Tai Linger and turned, not forgetting to say gently, "Brother-in-law, I'll go help too." Yue nodded at her. Jiangzi released her hold and quickly said, "My dear, I'll go back to guard the money." Yue handed her the crossbow. "Take care, my dear." Jiangzi glanced at Ma Dongmei and turned to leave. Ma Dongmei's cheeks flushed slightly as she nervously twisted her clothing. "Young master, I'll go accompany the lady to practice archery." Yi nodded, and she hurriedly trotted after Jiangzi. Once their figures disappeared at the end of the village path, Yue turned to the remaining villagers and said, "You all come with me up the mountain." Huang Monsong squeezed to the front and scratched his head. "Xiao Wei, what are we going up the mountain for?" Yue continued walking, to find medicine, to produce anesthetic and itch medicine, to fight against the bandits. Huang Monsong was puzzled. "Xiao Wei, are there anesthetics and itch medicines on the mountain?" Other villagers were also doubtful. Yue replied, "Of course. Anesthetic requires mandrake flowers, aconite, and tian nanxing among other herbs. Mandrake flowers can induce a deep sleep, aconite paralyzes muscles, and tian nanxing blocks pain receptors." Hao Dong leaned in, scratching his head. "Xiao Wei, from what you're saying, those are poisonous plants." Chapter 68. "Then we would like to see," Yue nodded, "it's poisonous grass. But I will grind it in a ratio of 5 to 3 to 2, and mix it with honey to reduce its toxicity and delay the release of its effects. That way, anyone hit by this anesthetic will be as soft as mud and unable to speak." Dog Egg and the others were dumbfounded upon hearing this. "What about the itching medicine?" Wildcat also stepped forward, asking curiously. Yue glanced at him and said, "The itching medicine requires scorpion grass, blister beetles, and garlic. Scorpion grass causes immediate itching upon contact. The venom of blister beetles can make the itching penetrate the skin, and garlic stimulates the skin. Juice from scorpion grass. Powdered blister beetles mixed with garlic paste, and preferably add some strong liquor." As Yue spoke, he climbed up the mountain. Huang Monsong couldn't help but ask, "What about the effects?" Yue smiled and said, "Once this itching medicine touches the skin, it feels like thousands of ants are gnawing at you. The more you scratch, the itchier it gets until your skin breaks open." Wow. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded. Huang Monsong clicked his tongue and said, "Xiao Wei, how do you know all this?" "I'm a doctor, so I naturally know," Yue replied. Remembering the hard work of studying for exams in his past life, he felt a pang of sadness. But at least it could be useful now. "All right, enough talk. Everyone, let's move quickly." After searching the mountains for a while, Yue discovered a scorpion grass growing in a crack between rocks. He bent down carefully to pick it, and just then, the figure of Qin Meiyin suddenly appeared in his mind. Remembering she said she would come to find him today, a ripple of emotions stirred in his heart. He straightened up and asked Huang Monsong beside him, "Uncle Huang, have you seen Sister Qin and Xiaolong?" Huang Monsong was startled and shook his head. "I didn't pay attention." He then shouted to the crowd, "Has anyone seen Sister Qin and Xiaolong?" The villagers all shook their heads, and Monkey ran forward, grinning. "Wait, I saw them. They left the village as soon as it got light, and Xiaolong was carrying a heavy bag, looking really hurried." Yiwei's brows furrowed slightly. What did they take? Monkey scratched his head. I was too far away to see clearly, but Sister Qin seemed to be in a hurry. Yiwei pondered for a moment, eventually nodded, suppressing his doubts, and continued focusing on gathering herbs. After collecting enough materials for the itching and anesthetic medicines, Yiwei led the villagers directly down the mountain. Considering it was inconvenient to refine medicine at home, he decided to head straight to Sun Ping's house with the group. Sun Ping and his wife had already passed away, so their thatched cottage was currently unoccupied. Inside, there were 2 bedrooms that looked quite spacious. Yiwei directed the villagers to set up 2 stone stoves in the yard and place 2 iron pots on them. Let's prepare the anesthetic first. He placed the Dachira flowers, aconite, and southern star in proportion into a stone mortar and called out to Huang Monsong, "Uncle Huang, come and pound the medicine. But cover your mouth and nose with a cloth." Huang Monsong tied a damp rough cloth around his face and began to pound with a pestle. As the powder was stirred up, a dizzying sweet fragrance filled the air. Yiwei had Monkey go back home to fetch some honey, then directly boiled the honey in the pot. When it began to bubble, he immediately poured in the ground medicinal powder and stirred rapidly with a bamboo spoon. The heat needs to be controlled well. He watched the bubbling brown liquid in the pot and told Dog Egg, who was adding firewood, if the fire is too strong, it will ruin the medicinal effect. If it's too weak, it won't neutralize the toxicity. Dog Egg nodded. As the stirring continued, the medicinal liquid gradually thickened, producing fine bubbles on the surface. After a while, Yiwei instructed Dog Egg to remove the firewood and let the medicinal liquid cool naturally in the pot. He then put on the gloves made of animal skin that Monkey had brought and prepared to handle the blister beetles. Monkey curiously gathered around. Yiwei warned, "These insects are extremely toxic. If you're not careful and they touch your skin, it will rot." Monkey nodded, looking both curious and fearful. Yiwei placed the dried blister beetles in a ceramic bowl and began to grind them into fine powder. At the same time, he instructed Monkey to wash the scorpion grass and extract its juice, while Wildcat was to crush the garlic into a paste. Once all the materials were ready, Yiwei poured half a jar of strong liquor, which he had taken from the village chief, into the pot to heat it, then successively added the scorpion grass juice, garlic paste, and blister beetle powder. With a sizzling sound, a pungent white smoke rose from the pot, causing everyone to step back. Yiwei tilted his head back and quickly stirred with the spoon. Amidst the white smoke, the medicinal liquid gradually turned into a strange greenish color. The task was accomplished. After a while, he looked at the medicinal paste in the iron pot and let out a long breath. Once the paste cooled a bit, he poured it directly into the ceramic jars that the villagers had prepared. Moments later, the anesthetic and itching medicines were placed side by side in the yard. One jar containing a black paste and the other a green paste. Huang Monsong, Monkey, Wildcat, and the others formed a circle, staring at the 2 jars of ointment with a mix of curiosity and tension. The surface of the jars still had wet medicinal stains, and the greenish itching ointment and dark brown anesthetic emitted a strange glow. "It's time to test the effects." Yiwei suddenly raised his head, scanning the crowd. Huang Monsong instinctively took a step back. Monkey's scratching ears and head froze in midair. Wildcat quietly stepped back behind the others. Right, Xiaowei." Huang Monsong suddenly slapped his thigh. "My child hasn't been fed yet. If I wait any longer, they'll starve." He turned and walked out of the yard. Monkey suddenly clutched his stomach, his features contorting. "Ouch. My stomach hurts badly. I need to hurry to the latrine." Saying that, he turned and ran. Wildcat also began shouting, "My mom is still waiting for me to bring back firewood." Before he finished speaking, several villagers had already rushed out of the yard in a panic. "Hey, don't leave." Yiwei raised his foot to chase after them, but he heard a chaotic sound of footsteps outside. The villagers who had just run out were now all frozen in place, as if nailed down. Yiwei quickly walked out of the yard and saw village chief Li Tai leading Sun Yeren and over 20 others hurrying over. Li Tai was panting and wiped his sweat. "Xiaowei, I heard you were making medicine here, so I brought them over. I have to go back to work in the south of the village." Yiwei nodded to the village chief. The village chief turned to leave. Sun Yeren stepped forward, clasped his fists in greeting, and smiled. "Mr. Yi, we meet again." Yiwei returned the salute. "Brother Sun, it's great to see you." Sun Yeren stepped aside to reveal a burly man behind him. "Mr. Yi, Let me introduce you. This is our chief guard, L.V. Ying. L.V. Ying stood tall like an iron tower, his arms bulging with muscles as he clasped his fists. I've long admired your name, Mr. Yi. My lady says your archery is extraordinary, and your medical skills are miraculous. Meeting you today, you truly are a young talent. Yi Wei smiled and waved his hand. Chief Guard LV, you're overpraising me, but Brother Sun, didn't he tell you that my strongest skill is actually martial arts? LV Ying's eyes lit up. Turned to look at Sun Yiren. Really? Sun Yiren nodded with a smile. Mr. Ye's martial arts prowess is indeed exceptional. I've had the fortune to witness it firsthand. LV Ying rubbed his hands together eagerly. Then I must ask Mr. Yi to teach me a few moves another day. Sure, I'm always ready to oblige. Yi Wei responded readily, then raised his hand to gesture to everyone. Brother Sun, Chief Guard LV, please come into the yard. Everyone followed Yi Wei into the yard. And Sun Yiren and LV Ying's eyes were immediately drawn to the two ceramic jars on the ground. Yi Wei picked up a wooden spoon and gently stirred the medicinal paste. This is the anesthetic and itching medicine I specially formulated to deal with bandits. Apply it to blades and arrows, and it will ensure they cannot escape. Oh, is it really that miraculous? Sun Yiren leaned in with interest to take a look, then turned to LV Ying, who also wore a skeptical expression. Sun Yiren smiled and said, then we would like to see for ourselves. Yi Wei felt a surge of joy. He was worried no one would test the medicine, and he quickly said, great. But Brother Sun, Chief Guard LV, how do you plan to test it? Chapter 69. Mr. Yi, say me quickly. Sun Yiren turned to his attendant and ordered, bring my horse. In a short while, a shiny yellow horse was led into the courtyard. Yi Wei took out a short knife, smeared some itching ointment on the blade, and handed it to Sun Yiren, saying, Brother Sun, no need to draw blood, just apply on the horse's rear to test the effect. All right. Sun Yiren went behind the horse and gently grazed the blade across its hindquarters. Although it only left a faint green mark, everyone held their breath, staring intently at the yellow horse. After a moment, Lu Ying crossed his arms, his thick brows furrowing tightly, and a hint of doubt flickered in his eyes. Mr. Yi, does this really work? As soon as he finished speaking, the previously calm yellow horse suddenly began to violently swish its tail, letting out agitated neighs. It then started frantically rubbing its rear against the courtyard wall, scraping off the rough wall surface, with its hooves digging deep grooves into the ground. Sun Yiren's face instantly turned pale, and he rushed forward to grab the reins. Mr. Yi, think of a way quickly. Yi Wei remained calm and said, Brother Sun, just rinse it with plenty of clean water. Several attendants immediately scrambled to bring wooden barrels, and cold well water was splashed onto the horse's hindquarters, creating large clouds of mist. Sun Yiren grabbed a coarse burlap cloth nearby and quickly rubbed the area where the knife had touched. As the water flowed, the bluish-green medicinal liquid gradually faded, and the horse's agitation began to calm, though it was still breathing heavily. Sun Yiren wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sincerely exclaimed, the effect of this medicine is swift and decisive. Mr. Yi truly has a remarkable skill. Everyone exchanged glances, and many people sighed in relief. Lu Ying stared at another jar of dark brown anesthetic, a hint of provocation flashing in his eyes, and said, Mr. Yi Wei tested the itching ointment. What about this anesthetic? Yi Wei asked. What's wrong with the anesthetic? Can we give it a try? Of course. Yi Wei prepared the medicine, which surely needed to be tested for effectiveness before dealing with the bandits. All right, let me try it. Saying this, Lu Ying stepped forward. Yi Wei saw that he was about to test the medicine on himself, and calmly explained, Manager Lu, this anesthetic is primarily made from belladonna and aconite, with a mixture of devil's trumpet. If you accidentally come into contact with it, it will be very uncomfortable, and the method to neutralize it involves repeatedly rinsing with alkali water made from soap pods, followed by taking a licorice and mung bean soup to counteract the toxicity. However, the process will be extremely painful, so Manager Lu should think carefully. Lu Ying snorted coldly and directly dipped his fingertip into the ointment, applying it to the inside of his forearm. Stop trying to scare me. How could a big man like me be afraid of this little anesthetic? Everyone looked at him for a moment. Lu Ying patted his arm and scanned the crowd, saying, it won't affect me at all. Just then, His expression slightly darkened, and he nervously looked at his arm. Suddenly, the veins in his neck bulged, and his arm began to twitch uncontrollably. Large beads of sweat started to drip from his forehead onto the floor. Luing's face turned as pale as paper, and finally, his legs gave way. Kneeling on the ground, Mr. Yi, save me. Quickly save me. My hand is going to be useless at this moment. Sun Yiren and the others also began to panic. According to what was said earlier, get this soap pod. Yi instructed Sun Yiren, who hurriedly sent someone to find it. Soon, the attendants were frantically starting a fire to boil it, with steaming alkali water rising in white clouds. After a while, Sun Yiren immersed Lu Ying's arm in the water, vigorously rubbing it. Lu Ying was in so much pain, he nearly fainted, letting out a suppressed roar. Once the village chief brought over a bowl of licorice and mung bean soup, Lu Ying slowly regained his composure. He trembled and clasped his fists. Today I have truly witnessed Mr. Yi's skills. They are indeed beyond comprehension. You flatter me, but if you're still not convinced, Lu Ying quickly interrupted him. I yield. Mr. Yi, I, Lu, am now convinced. The surrounding crowd was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Sun Yiren sighed with relief, stepped forward, and said solemnly, Mr. Yi, including me, Miss Su has sent a total of 22 people to assist you in repelling the bandits. You can give your orders now? Lu Ying also clasped his fists and said, Mr. Yi, I, Lu, will also follow your command, and anyone who dares to disobey on sight, I will make them pay. Lu Ying glanced at the attendants behind him, who all looked at Yi Wei with respect. Yi Wei felt a surge of happiness after this commotion. Not only had he confirmed the effectiveness of the anesthetic and itching ointment, but he had also gained the respect of these people. Seeing everyone looking at him, Yi Wei pointed to the clay pot and said, Then I'll trouble both of you to lead the team to make 100 itching arrows and 100 anesthetic arrows. After soaking the arrows in the medicinal liquid, they need to be sun-dried for 3 hours to allow the medicine to fully penetrate the wood fibers. Sun Yiren and Lu Ying exchanged glances and replied in unison, Mr. Yi, leave it to us. Just as they were speaking, a petite figure wiggled through the gaps in the crowd. Yi Wei saw that the girl was actually Ma Dongmei. However, she was feeling both anxious and shy outside and was too embarrassed to enter the courtyard. At this moment, she saw Yi Wei looking at her and quickly waved her hand at him. Yi Wei immediately walked out of the courtyard. Ma Dongmei led him behind the courtyard wall. Her cheeks flushed, and one hand nervously twisted the hem of her clothes as she softly said, Young master, the lady has prepared lunch and asked you to come back to eat, so that is how it is. Seeing her delicate and charming appearance, Yi Wei immediately wanted to pull her into his arms and tease her a bit. All right, wait for me a moment. Yi Wei returned to the courtyard and instructed Monkey, Dog Egg, and Huang Montsong. You stay here and assist Master Sun and Manager Lu. Okay, Wei Ge, you go ahead and take care of things. We've got this. Monkey and the others nodded. Yi Wei then looked at Sun Yiren and Lu Ying and said, when soaking the medicinal arrows, be sure to wear animal skin gloves to avoid contact with the medicinal liquid. Understood. Sun Yiren and Lu Ying quickly nodded. Yi Wei then turned around and walked over to Ma Dongmei, leaving the courtyard with her. The sun was scorching, making their skin feel hot. Yi Wei noticed that the swelling on her face had mostly subsided, and her originally delicate features looked even more charming, especially her little mouth, which was quite alluring. Causing his heart to race, he suddenly leaned in closer, unconsciously taking her hand, feeling its softness. Ma Dongmei quickly withdrew her hand as if scalded, her ears instantly turning red, as she lowered her head to stare at the pebbles on the ground. Seeing this, Yi Wei felt a surge of warmth in his body, but also laughed and asked, Dongmei, have you prepared the swelling-reducing medicine? Ma Dongmei lowered her head and softly replied, Young master, I've gathered all the herbs. It won't take long to prepare. Yi Wei said, Then you go prepare the medicine now, and after we finish eating, I'll go apply it for you. Ma Dongmei nodded excitedly. Okay, young master. She then skipped ahead, the small bell around her neck jingling. Yi Wei thought of something and hurriedly asked, Have you eaten yet? Ma Dongmei looked back and smiled. Young master, I'm not hungry. After saying that, she quickened her pace, her skirt kicking up fine dust, swaying with her alluring figure. Yi Wei came back to his senses and continued walking in the direction of home. In the distance, he saw Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiao looking forward eagerly. Jiang Zi, sharp-eyed, quickly ran over. "My lord." Jiang Xiao also called out with a smile, "Brother-in-law." Yue smiled and wrapped his arms around Jiang Zi's waist as the three of them entered the house together. After closing the door, dishes were immediately laid out on the table. 2 plates of tender green wild vegetables and 2 plates of oily, fragrant cured meat filled the air with a delicious aroma. Halfway through the meal, Yue noticed a grain of rice stuck to Jiang Zi's cheek and, without thinking, leaned in to gently roll it away with his tongue. Jiang Zi shuddered, pulled her neck tight, her face instantly turning red, like a frightened rabbit retreating. Jiang Xiao curiously leaned in. "Sister, what is wrong?" Jiang Zi flustered, "In nothing." But under the table, Yue's foot reached over, intertwining with hers. Chapter 70. Brother-in-law, I want to eat fish after dinner. Jiang Xiao was clearing the bowls and chopsticks while Jiang Zi wiped the table with cloth. Yue seemed to want to help, but one hand ended up resting on her rounded hip. Jiang Zi shivered all over, her cheeks flushed, and hurriedly said, "Sir, my little sister will practice archery with me later. If you have something to do, you can go ahead." Yue remembered he had promised to help Ma Dongmei with her medicine, patted her on the hip, and said, "Wife, then I'll go get busy." Jiang Zi nodded, her face completely red. Just as Yue stepped out the door, Jiang Zi chased after him, calling, "Sir, wait." Yue turned around to look at her. "Do you have something else, wife?" Jiang Zi glanced around to see no one was watching, then nervously stepped forward, leaped into his arms, and pecked his lips on tiptoe, saying, "Come back tonight." After saying that, she blushed and ran back inside. Yue stood there in a daze, thinking, "Oh, wife, you could dare to tease me. Just wait and see how I deal with you tonight." He turned and left, recalling that Ma Dongmei was waiting for him, and couldn't help but quicken his pace. At this moment, Ma Dongmei was waiting in her yard, glancing outside from time to time. She had just changed into a clean light blue dress, with a freshly picked gardenia flower tucked behind her ear. At this time, a gentle breeze blew, making the embroidered butterflies on her skirt sway lightly. Yue saw her from a distance and couldn't help but be a bit taken aback. When Ma Dongmei saw Yue approaching, her fingertips unconsciously tugged at the sash around her waist, her gaze darting away like a frightened deer. Yue came back to his senses, walked up to her, and smiled. "Dongmei, you look beautiful." "Young master, the medicine is ready." Ma Dongmei lowered her head, her face so red it looked like it could bleed. This appearance made her even more captivating. Yue stared at her moist lips, his throat tightening. "Young master, you come with me." Ma Dongmei hurriedly led Yue into the inner room. Thankfully, there was no one inside at the moment. She brought him into the bedroom and closed the door. In that instant, for some reason, both of them started breathing rapidly. She lowered her brows and eyes, her eyelashes slightly trembling, but she couldn't help but look at him. Yue could no longer hold back, grabbed her arms, and pulled her into his embrace. A scorching kiss landing on her lips. Ma Dongmei instantly went limp in his arms, trembling as she said, "Young master, I." Yue bit her earlobe and said, "Call me husband." "Young master, I." Ma Dongmei wanted to break free and get up, but he held her wrist tightly, pulling her back into his embrace. Yue said, "I know you can't change your mouth right away, so in front of others, just call me young master. But when it's just us, you must call me husband." Ma Dongmei's cheeks burned bright red. Facing his fiery and expectant gaze, she finally nodded and whispered, "H husband." "That's right, my little wife." Yue kissed her lips again, deepening the kiss. In his arms, Ma Dongmei, initially passive, gradually responded to him. The temperature in the room rose steadily. After a while, Yue gently pushed Ma Dongmei away, his fingertips brushing against her flushed cheek, his gaze tender yet firm. "Wife, let me treat your wound first." Ma Dongmei bit her lip, her eyes shimmering, her blush still present, and shyly said, "H husband, if you can't hold it in, I can." Before she could finish her sentence, Yue gently pressed his finger against her lips, his brow slightly furrowed. His tone serious. "Let's treat the wound first." She looked at the focused expression of the man in front of her, warmth rising in her heart. Yue cupped her face, his thumb gently stroking her earlobe, a comforting smile on his lips. "There will be plenty of time in the future, no need to rush. Take care of your health first, Then you'll have the strength to deal with the bandits. Ma Dongmei's eyes turned slightly red. Filled with emotion, she softly murmured, "Husband, you're truly a good person." She turned around and walked to the bedside to remove her clothes. As her clothes slid down gently, Yue picked up a bowl of medicine from the bedside cabinet, focusing on applying the ointment to her wounds. When the medicinal cloth touched her injury, she couldn't help but shiver slightly. It was evident that all her bruises and swollen areas had improved significantly compared to yesterday. Once she had redressed, she immediately nestled back into Yi Wei's arms, her eyes filled with dependence. "Husband, what do you need me to do now?" Yi Wei pondered for a moment, his gaze thoughtful, and finally tucked her loose hair behind her ear. "Continue practicing archery. We need to deal with the bandits first before we can live in peace." "I'll listen to my husband," Ma Dongmei replied with a smile, and as soon as she finished speaking, her lips were gently covered by Yi Wei's. After a long while, she blushed and broke free from his embrace, her eyes a bit flustered. "Husband, you go ahead and get busy first. After you leave, I'll go find the lady." Yi Wei gave her a light peck on the lips before pushing the door open and stepping out. Ma Dongmei stared blankly as he left. Outside the yard, Uncle Lu was carrying a bundle of green bamboo, the surface of the bamboo glistening, with fresh dew droplets clinging to the joints. Tao Dao was hopping along beside him, a bell on her wrist jingling with her steps. She was holding a newly woven bamboo basket, the strips as fine as hair, the basket adorned with entwined lotus patterns, filled with ferns, purslane, and gray vegetables, still wet with dew. "Young master." The moment they saw Yi Wei, they all shouted in unison, their faces filled with joy. Tao Dao put down the bamboo basket and bounced over like a happy little rabbit, tightly hugging Yi Wei's arm with shining eyes. "Did young master come see us?" Yi Wei smiled and ruffled her little head. "I came to see what you were busy with." Tao Dao immediately went to pick up the bamboo basket and ran back, her face beaming with pride. "Daddy is going to weave a bamboo basket. Do you think this basket looks good?" "Daddy made it with his own hands." Yi Wei looked at Uncle Lu, surprise in his eyes. "So you can weave bamboo baskets too?" Uncle Lu chuckled, his rough palm rubbing the bamboo joint. "Young master, I can weave a little." Tao Dao puffed out her chest proudly, chin slightly raised. "Young master, my daddy is amazing. Whether it's wood or bamboo, he can turn it into treasures." Yi Wei's eyes lit up, his face excited. "Then, can you weave a bamboo cage?" Uncle Lu was taken aback, a look of confusion on his face as he asked. "Young master, what kind of bamboo cage? Can you show me a sample?" Yi Wei nodded. "I'll draw a sketch for you when I get back. Just wait here for a bit." "All right," Uncle Lu nodded. Yi Wei quickly walked home. At this moment, Ma Dongmei also came out of the yard, asked Uncle Lu and his daughter a few questions, and then hurried after Yi Wei, stepping on the softened dirt road. The clouds in the west were momentarily dyed amber. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu were practicing archery in front of the house. The sound of arrows slicing through the air startled a flock of sparrows from the locust tree. "Brother-in-law is back." Jiang Xiaowu's eyes lit up as she saw Yi Wei return, and she hurriedly ran up. Jiang Xiaowu wrapped her arms around Yi Wei's arm and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, could you catch a fish for us? I want to eat fish tonight." Jiang Zi quickly stepped forward, frowning slightly, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. "Sister, stop messing around. It's not that easy to catch fish, especially since we still have plenty of meat and wild vegetables to eat." Yi Wei's salted meat from earlier was still plentiful, and the villagers had sent over a lot of wild vegetables. Jiang Xiaowu ran to Jiang Zi's side, playfully shaking her hand, pouting. "Sister, I just want to eat. The fish brother-in-law caught last time was so delicious." Yi Wei smiled, his lips curling up. "All right, then we'll have fish for dinner." Jiang Xiaowu's eyes instantly widened, leaning closer with her cute face, asking, "Really?" Yi Wei chuckled and gave her nose a gentle poke. "When have I ever lied to you?" He quickly walked into the house. Chapter 71. Still calling her madam? "Just call me sister." Jiang Xiaowu looked at Jiang Zi with a bright smile. "Sister, we will have fish to eat tonight." Jiang Zi's eyes were filled with helplessness and affection. "Sister, don't always make things difficult for your brother-in-law." Jiang Xiaowu stuck out her tongue and playfully said, "I won't dare next time." The two women turned and went back into the house, where they saw Yi Wei sitting at the table, sketching on rice paper with a charcoal pencil. Jiang Zi, concerned, hurried to prepare a bowl of ginseng water and brought it to Yue. Husband, drink some ginseng water to refresh yourself. Yue smiled as he took it. Thank you, my dear. He picked up the bowl and drank it down. Jiang Xiaowu leaned over the table, tilting her head to stare at the rice paper. She saw a uniquely shaped bamboo cage drawn on it, the main body cylindrical, made of crisscrossed bamboo strips, with a diamond mesh all over the body and several curved bamboo strips extending from the opening, resembling open crab claws. She looked puzzled. Brother-in-law, were you drawing? Ye simulate mysteriously. A fishing artifact. Jiang Xiaowu looked skeptical, pouting. Can this thing really catch fish? After finishing the sketch, Yue carefully reviewed it again, then stood up and adjusted his clothes, confidently saying, We'll know tonight. He walked out. Jiang Zi chased him to the door, her eyes filled with worry. Husband, take care. Yue turned back to look at her, unable to resist kissing her little mouth. Husband, you. Jiang Zi noticed her little sister beside her and immediately blushed, hurriedly lowering her head. Hee. Jiang Xiaowu stifled a laugh beside them. Yue walked away quickly. Jiang Xiaowu cheerfully said, We will have delicious fish tonight. That's great. Brother-in-law loves me the most. At that moment, Jiang Zi spotted Ma Dongmei approaching, her eyes brightening, and hurriedly welcomed her with a warm smile. Dongmei, where have you been? Ma Dongmei looked a bit awkward, twisting the corner of her clothes, and said softly, Madam, I had something to do just now. Jiang Zi took her hand, playfully scolding her. Still calling me madam? Just call me sister. Ma Dongmei hesitated for a moment, her eyes timid, and finally softly called out, Sister. Jiang Zi nodded in satisfaction, went to get a crossbow and handed it to her, encouragingly saying, Come on, let us continue practicing archery. Okay, madam. Sister. Ma Dongmei responded dazedly, her nose tingling. At this time, Yue returned to Ma Dongmei's yard and handed the sketch to Master Lu to look at. Master Lu's eyes widened in shock and excitement, his calloused fingers gently rubbing the paper. Is this drawn by you, young master? Yue felt a bit nervous. Frowning. Can't understand it? Master Lu shook his head repeatedly, his eyes filled with admiration. I can understand. I can understand. Young master, you have drawn this wonderfully. The mechanism design. TSK. Yue breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. That's good. Then help me weave one first. Master Lu nodded immediately, speaking firmly. Young master, I'll start weaving it for you now, but we'll take about 3 incense sticks time. Yue figured that half an hour for 1 incense stick wasn't long, so he nodded. Okay, I'll come back to get it later. At that moment, Tao Tao approached with a bowl of water in her small hands, her eyes full of expectation, with a few mint leaves floating in the bowl. Young master, drink some water. Yue gently patted her head. I'm not thirsty. Give it to your father. He turned and walked away. Tao Tao had no choice but to carry the bowl to Master Lu. Daddy, drink some water. Master Lu took it and drank it down. Tao Tao took back the empty bowl, looking up curiously. Daddy, what did the young master ask you to do? Master Lu shook his head, still flushed with excitement, looking at the sketch and muttering to himself. I don't know what to make, but I feel that this thing will surely be very useful. Yue walked along the gravel path, the enticing figure of Sister Qin flashing in his mind, his eyes becoming a bit dazed. I wonder if Sister Qin is back yet? His feet unconsciously headed towards Sister Qin's house. On the way, he encountered Monkey, Wildcat, and Dog Egg, who brightened up upon seeing him and rushed over with flattering smiles. Little Wei. Yue looked expectantly. Have you seen Sister Qin and Little Long return? The three shook their heads in unison, Dog Egg scratching his head. I haven't seen them. I just passed their house, and there was no one inside. Yue frowned, puzzled. Then she should still be out, but what is Sister Qin doing? Didn't she say she would come to find me today? Monkey rubbed his hands, his eyes full of anticipation. Little Wei, they don't need us over there. Do you still need us to do something? Yue pondered for a moment and said straightforwardly, You guys go get 2 hoes and a sickle, and also bring over a broken can. The three exchanged glances and hurriedly ran off in different directions. After a while, Monkey and Dog Egg returned carrying hoes, while Wildcat was holding a sickle and a broken can. Yue led them to a damp area by the creek. The soil here was deep brown, glistening with moisture, intertwined with decaying leaves and moss, exuding a damp, fishy smell. He pointed to the ground, his expression serious. "Start digging." Monkey and Dog Egg immediately swung their hoes, and after a few strokes, the wet soil was turned over, revealing a pink earthworm wriggling out, its body covered in fine sand. Yue used 2 bamboo sticks as chopsticks to pick up the earthworm and put it into the broken can. Monkey looked at the wriggling earthworm, his brows furrowed in disdain. "Little Wei, are we digging for earth dragons?" Yue nodded, focused. "Yes, dig a can full. But don't kill them." He tossed a bit of wet soil into the can. Monkey pouted, mumbling, "Little Wei, this earth dragon isn't tasty with mud. How about not eating it?" Yue laughed. "Who said I want to eat it?" Dog Egg scratched his head, confused. "If we're not eating it, why are we digging them up?" Yue laughed. "Just dig as I say, don't ask so many questions." Dog Egg and Monkey nodded with smiles, diving back into digging. Since he didn't say anything, they wouldn't ask. After all, Little Wei's brain was definitely smarter than theirs. Yue said, "I'll be back later." He headed up the mountain with Wildcat. By the creek, an old willow tree hung its branches down, and a vine was seen wrapping around the trunk, with a dark brown skin that couldn't be pulled off no matter how hard they tried. Soon, Yue and Wildcat returned with several vines. Yue looked into the broken can and saw the earthworms piled together, constantly wriggling and entangled, apparently weighing over a pound. Yue nodded in satisfaction. "That's enough." Monkey straightened up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked curiously. "Little Wei, what are you going to do with this?" "I have my uses." Yue shifted the topic. "By the way, you guys haven't practiced archery yet, right?" Monkey's eyes instantly widened, excitement all over his face. "Little Wei, we haven't touched the crossbow yet." Dog Egg also leaned over, his face beaming with anticipation. "Little Wei, can we also learn to shoot arrows?" Wildcat rubbed his hands beside them, eager to try. "I've been wanting to try that crossbow." Yue smiled. "Then you guys go to the village and find Fusheng. Let him teach you to practice archery." Upon hearing this, Monkey, Dog Egg, and Wildcat all showed excitement on their faces. "All right, then we'll go practice archery." They ran back with the hoes and sickles, cheering as they went. "Finally, we can touch the crossbow." Yue saw that there was no one around and hurriedly hid the half can of earthworms and vines in a patch of grass. Calculating the time, Uncle Lu should have finished the bamboo cage by now, so he hurried towards Ma Dongmei's house. Chapter 72. Don't call me fool, call me husband at this moment. Yue hurriedly walked to Ma Dongmei's house. Before he even stepped into the courtyard, he heard the rustling sound of bamboo strips being woven together. Lu Jiang was crouching next to a wooden stump, his calloused hands skillfully moving between the bamboo strips. The rough shape of the bamboo cage was already taking form, with the cylindrical body glistening with moisture and the funnel-shaped entrance lined neatly with sharp barbs that glimmered coldly. "Young master, it will be ready soon." Lu Jiang looked up and saw Yue, grinning widely. Sweat beads rolled down his forehead, leaving dark streaks on his cheeks. Tao Tao had been tiptoeing nearby, and upon seeing Yue approach, she immediately brought over a rough pottery bowl filled with well water, with 2 fresh mint leaves floating on top. "Young master, have a drink." Yue took the bowl, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. The cool well water slid down his throat, dispelling the heat from his journey. He handed the bowl back to her and gently ruffled Tao Tao's little head, brushing off the tiny bamboo shaving stuck in her hair. At this moment, Lu Jiang had just embedded the last bamboo strip into the cage. With slightly trembling hands, he lifted the bamboo cage. "Young master, take a look." Yue leaned in to inspect it closely. Every seam of the bamboo cage was perfectly fitted, and the bamboo latch at the mechanism moved up and down easily with a gentle touch. He didn't hesitate to give a thumbs up. "Uncle Lu, your craftsmanship is amazing." Lu Jiang smiled, revealing a gap where a tooth was missing. He scratched his head and said, "Young master, I still have materials. I'll make another one later." Yue nodded, carefully cradling the bamboo cage in his hands, feeling the coolness of the bamboo through his palms. "Uncle Lu, you keep busy. I have other matters to attend to." With that, he turned and jogged away. Tao Tao watched as Yue's figure disappeared into the distance and tugged at her father's clothing. "Daddy, what is the young master going to use this bamboo cage for?" Lu Jiang squinted, watching Yi Wei's hasty silhouette, and thoughtfully replied, "I'm not quite sure, but seeing how the young master treasures it, it must be something special." He turned back to pick up another bamboo strip, his movements becoming even quicker. "I need to hurry and make another one. I don't want to delay the young master's plans." Soon, Yue arrived at the creek. He pushed aside the dense grass, took out a vine, firmly tied one end to a sturdy willow tree, and threaded the other end through the bamboo cage's loop, tying a secure fisherman's knot. He then grabbed half of the earthworms from a clay pot. The moist soil and wriggling worms made his palms itch a bit. He carefully laid the bait at the bottom of the bamboo cage. As the bamboo cage entered the water, the creek rippled with fine waves. Yue squatted by the shore, watching the bamboo cage slowly sink until only a small section of the vine was visible above the water. He clapped the dirt off his hands and washed them, thinking everything is ready, just waiting to collect the cage. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed no one was around, so he hid the remaining worms deep in the reeds before leaving with peace of mind. "I wonder how things are going with Tai Ling," Yue thought as he quickened his pace towards the blacksmith shop. After a while, just as he reached the door, he saw a graceful figure rush out like a gust of wind, a red ribbon in her hair, swaying with her movements. Just as she was about to bump into him, Yue swiftly grabbed her hand, and only then did he realize it was Tai Ling. "Linger, why are you in such a hurry?" Tai Linger's cheeks flushed, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "Fool, the 10 crossbows are ready, and I was just about to find you. That was fast. Everyone is working hard to make money." She pulled Yue towards the shop. Inside the front room, over 10 village women were sweating profusely as they busily worked. Upon seeing Yue enter, they all paused their actions and gave him flattering and polite smiles. "Little Wei, you're here. Come have a drink. Little Wei, sit down and take a break. Little Wei, are the crossbows to your liking?" Amid the chorus of flattery, some women brought bowls of water while others fetched wooden stools, all very warmly surrounding him. "Everyone quiet down. I'll take Little Wei to see the crossbows." Tai Linger pushed through the crowd, quickly leading Yue into the inner room. Once inside, Tai Linger locked the door behind them, shutting out the lively noise from outside. In front of them, 10 crossbows were neatly arranged on a wooden table, crafted from fine wood, with the bowstrings shining. As Tai Linger turned around, the light from the window cast a soft glow on her cheeks, giving her a rosy hue, like a ripe peach. Delicate enough to seem like it could drip with juice, making one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. Yue stared at her for a moment, feeling a warmth rising within him. "Fool, take a look at these crossbows." Tai Linger, oblivious to his unusual reaction, urged him. Yue finally snapped back to reality, stepping forward to pick up one of the crossbows and examine it closely. From the curvature of the bow arms to the sensitivity of the trigger, every detail was impeccable. "Fool, how is it?" Tai Linger looked at him expectantly. He nodded in satisfaction, but couldn't help himself. He leaned in and took a bite on her cheek. "Lingia, you did a great job." Tai Linger froze like a cat stepped on its tail, her entire body stiffening, and her cheeks instantly turned crimson. "Fool, what are you doing?" She was so embarrassed that she turned to flee, but Yue wrapped his arms around her from behind, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "Don't call me fool. Call me husband." Tai Linger clutched Yue's arm tightly, her voice trembling. "You, let go of me." Yue then nibbled on her earlobe. Tai Linger instantly felt weak all over, and in her panic, she finally shouted, "Husband, is that enough?" "Very good." Yue kissed her cheek again and teased, "Your face is sweeter than honey." Tai Linger broke free and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Yue placed his hands on either side of her, trapping her in his embrace. "Say it again. Let me hear it." "Fool you. Will you say it or not?" "Husband." Tai Linger finally closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering incessantly. Yue swallowed hard, slowly leaning in. Just as he was about to kiss her, a sudden, urgent knocking sounded from outside the door. "Little Wei, someone is looking for you." Tai Linger jumped like a startled rabbit, abruptly pushing Yue away. She went to the door, opened it, and, as she stepped out, she turned back to playfully stick her tongue out at him before disappearing outside. "Oh, you little girl, still daring to tease me." Yue took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and then pushed the door open to go outside. As soon as he stepped out, He saw Sun Yiren and LV Ying standing in front of the blacksmith shop with a group of people. Everyone greeted him in unison, their voices booming. Mr. Yi. Sun Yiren stepped forward, holding a tube wrapped in oilcloth. Mr. Yi, 100 arrows and 100 arrows have been prepared. How should we arrange the next steps? Yi Wei glanced at the sample arrows on the tube. All the arrowheads were coated with a potion. Brother Sun, Manager LV, let your people practice shooting arrows first. Saying this, he turned to Tai Linger, who had followed him out, and said, Linger, take them inside to get the crossbows. Okay, follow me. Tai Linger nodded, glanced at Sun Yiren and the others, and then turned to enter the shop. Sun Yiren and LV Ying immediately instructed the 10 people beside them to split into 5 groups and carefully approach the inner room. Each pair worked together, one holding the bottom of the crossbow and the other supporting the bow arms, steadily lifting the crossbows out. Yi Wei was pleasantly surprised by their meticulousness. Mr. Yi, I'll lead the team to practice shooting arrows. After moving out 10 crossbows, LV Ying directly led the team away. As Sun Yiren was about to follow, Yi Wei suddenly called out to him, Brother Sun, have the arrangements for the brothers' accommodations been made? Sun Yiren quickly replied, Rest assured, Mr. Yi. Village Chief Li has made the arrangements. They will stay at Sun Ping and Wang Dachuan's homes. Moreover, before we came, Miss Su had already prepared rice and meat, enough to feed everyone for 10 meals. Upon hearing this, Yi Wei couldn't help but picture Su Yao's gentle and charming face, a warm feeling surging in his heart. After that fool Wang Dachuan was eaten by a wolf, his wife ran away immediately, and now his little thatched house is empty. Yi Wei said, Brother Sun, you go practice archery first, and come to find me if you have any questions. All right. Sun Yiren replied with a smile and turned to leave. After Yi Wei left the blacksmith shop, he walked along the small path in the village to Sun Ping's old home. In front of the dilapidated thatched house, the straw was neatly piled up, apparently to be used as bedding on the ground. Several people were sitting under the eaves, polishing their weapons. He carefully checked the arrows and opened the jar containing the itch medicine and medicine to take a look, only to see that the medicine inside was almost gone. On his way out, he stopped by the south of the village. In the light, the outline of the pit for trapping horses had already taken shape, and the villagers were laying sharp bamboo spikes in the pit with those 5 deserters, while the dull sound of shovels hitting the ground could be heard from a distance. After inspecting everything and confirming there were no mistakes, he finally felt at ease to leave. Shortly after, Yi Wei returned to the creek carrying a burlap sack. At that moment, his heart suddenly raced. Chapter 73. Sister Qin returns. He noticed that the vine originally tied to the tree was suddenly taut, trembling slightly in the wind. He held his breath, untied the vine, and wrapped it around his wrist, slowly letting out the line. A violent tugging came from underwater, as if a great force was wrestling with him. Caught a fish. He whispered excitedly, alternating his hands to reel in the line. The moment the bamboo cage broke the water's surface, water splashed everywhere. Yi Wei exerted a lot of effort to drag the bamboo cage onto the shore, his arms feeling somewhat numb. When he looked inside the cage, he was pleasantly surprised. Inside, silvery flashes sparkled, with several carp scales glinting in gold and red, their tails splashing against the bamboo strips, sending fine droplets of water flying. The robust grass carp were crammed together, their gill covers opening and closing. There were also a few palm-sized crucian carp, nimbly darting through the gaps. The larger fish were as long as a forearm, and the smaller ones were the width of an adult's palm, all lively and bouncing around, making the bamboo cage thud with noise. Yi Wei quickly stuffed all the fish into a burlap sack. Looking at the wriggling fish inside the sack, he suppressed his laughter, put the remaining worms back into the bamboo cage, and submerged it again. Little fish, wait for me. I'll come back for you later. Yi Wei picked up the burlap sack and headed straight home. Since the villagers were all busy preparing to deal with the bandits, no one noticed him on the way. Suddenly, he heard a series of hurried footsteps ahead, and a figure came stumbling towards him. Yi Wei squinted and saw that it was Jiang Xiaowu. So it's you. Jiang Xiaowu's voice was laced with a sob, and as she rushed up to him, she looked him up and down. I thought something happened to you. Her small mouth opened slightly, revealing a row of neat white teeth, her lips tinged with a rosy hue, resembling a plump cherry. I'm not that easy to have an accident. Yi shook the burlap sack in his hand. The sound of the fish flapping against the sack was clearly audible. Look at this. He opened the sack. Jiang Xiaowu hurriedly leaned in to take a look, and her eyes instantly lit up. So many fish. Jiang Xiaowu excitedly hugged his arm, standing on her tiptoes to plant a heavy kiss on his cheek. You're amazing. We can finally have fish for dinner tonight. She bounced with joy, unable to contain her excitement. Yi was also very pleased. The two walked home side by side, with Jiang Xiaowu chattering away, sometimes curiously asking how Yi caught the fish, and other times daydreaming about the evening's fish meal. As they approached home, Yi spotted Jiang Zi and Ma Dongmei standing at the door, looking out. Upon seeing Yi and Jiang Xiaowu, the two hurriedly walked over. Jiang Zi's expression was concerned as she looked Yi up and down, only relaxing when she confirmed he was fine. When Yi lifted the burlap sack and the lively fish inside caught Jiang Zi's eye, her eyes widened and she covered her mouth with her hands, exclaiming in surprise, "Sir, you really caught fish." Ma Dongmei also stepped closer, her eyes filled with astonishment, reaching out to gently touch the sack, feeling the fish's vitality, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. "Young master, you're incredible. You caught so many fish at once. What is this?" Yi was nonchalant, being surrounded by the three women as they returned to the house. Yi poured the fish directly into a large wooden basin and picked out 5 palm-sized fish to put back in the burlap sack. He turned to Ma Dongmei and said, "Dongmei, let us have dinner together tonight, and you can help me prepare the fish." Ma Dongmei hesitated a bit. Looking at Jiang Zi immediately took her hand. "Dongmei, let us do it together. It'll be livelier with more people." Ma Dongmei then looked at Yi and nodded in agreement. "Wife, I'll step out for a moment." Yi carried the sack and walked out directly. He first went to Ma Dongmei's house, handing 2 fresh crucian carp directly to Uncle Lu and his daughter Tao Tao. "Uncle Lu, Tao Tao, these fish are for you." The crucian carp's scales glinted silver and their gills were bright red, looking incredibly fresh. Uncle Lu quickly declined. "Young master, we can't accept this." "Young master, we can't take it." Tao Tao also hurriedly refused. But Yi forcefully stuffed the fish into Uncle Lu and Tao Tao's hands, saying, "Uncle Lu, Tao Tao, don't say anything, I have plenty of fish." Uncle Lu and Tao Tao were momentarily overwhelmed with excitement. Yi glanced to the half-finished bamboo cage he had just made, saying, "Uncle Lu, once you learn this bamboo cage technique, tear up the sketch, and you can sell the cages in the future. You'll definitely make money." Uncle Lu finally realized, his mouth gaping in surprise. "Young master, this cage can catch fish?" Yi smiled mysteriously and turned to leave. Tao Tao held the fish, her eyes sparkling. "Daddy, the last time we had fish was during the Spring Festival 2 years ago." Uncle Lu looked at his daughter's happy expression, a smile appearing in his eyes as he gently patted her head. Yi then went to the edge of the village, and from a distance, he heard the whoosh of arrows cutting through the air. As he got closer, he saw Li Fuxing standing in an open area, holding a bow and arrow, explaining the essentials of archery to the villagers. Nearby, a disabled man was limping through the crowd, patiently correcting everyone's posture. The villagers were focused, some squinting their eyes, trying hard to aim at the target ahead. Some had just shot their arrows, nervously watching the flight path. Many arrows lay scattered on the ground, having missed their mark. Yi called over monkey, dog egg, and wildcat, leading them to a few fruit trees. 3 plump, fresh crucian carp were placed on a moss-covered stone slab. Monkey's eyes widened first, his pupils shrinking in shock, his throat bobbing as he swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Shall we go? Is this for us?" Dog egg stood frozen, his mouth agape as if he could fit a chicken egg inside, his face written with disbelief. Wildcat paced around the black fish, rubbing his hands together, occasionally reaching out to touch the fish but pulling back in fear of startling it, looking both excited and cautious. "Quick, take them home. Don't let anyone see." Yi laughed. The 3 snapped out of their daze. Monkey was the first to react, leaping forward and tightly hugging one of the crucian carp, oblivious to the fish slime coating his hands. Dog egg clumsily pulled up his shirt to catch a crucian carp, afraid it would escape. Wildcat had a clever idea, quickly untying the cloth belt around his waist, and in just a few moves, tied up the cushion carp, slinging it over his shoulder. "Thank you, Xiao Wei Ge." Before Yue could say anything more, the three dashed off like arrows shot from a bow, their figures weaving quickly between the fruit trees, all the while whispering excitedly as their voices gradually faded into the distance. After seeing them off, Yue turned to head back, and in his mind, Sister Qin's charming figure appeared again, leading his feet unconsciously toward her home. Halfway there, he saw a voluptuous and alluring silhouette walking towards him in the sunset. Thinking it was an illusion, he realized it was Sister Qin, wearing a light blue coarse cloth shirt, her curvy figure looking incredibly captivating under the sunset. "Xiao Wei," she called out with a smile, her voice carrying an undeniable joy as she hurried towards him with small, quick steps. Chapter 74. Qin's sister's best friend, Yi Wei, finally recognized that the person who had arrived was Qin's sister. For some reason, a wave of sourness surged up to his nose, and he could no longer hold back. He suddenly pounced into her arms, burying his face in her shoulder, rubbing against her with force, his voice filled with grievance and joy. "Sister, I've finally waited for you." Qin Meiyan's face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly supported him, stepping back a little, scolding. "Xiao Wei, what are you doing?" Yue lifted his head, his eyes full of affection. "Sister, I missed you so much. Didn't you say you would find me today? I've waited for you all day." Qin's sister smiled helplessly, her eyes filled with apology. "I went to Tiango village to find someone." Yue stared at her rosy lips, acting spoiled. "No way, sister. You made me wait for you all day for nothing. You have to make it up to me." Qin's sister raised an eyebrow and asked, "How should I make it up?" Yue grinned and leaned closer, grabbing her hand. "You should give me a kiss." Qin's sister was both shy and anxious, reaching to pinch his waist, but was caught by Yue, who held her wrist. She struggled in a flustered manner and said, "Xiao Wei, stop messing around. There are outsiders here." As she spoke, she hurriedly took 2 steps back, walking towards the back of the fruit trees. Only then did Yue hear the rustling footsteps and quickly followed after her. After circling around the fruit trees, he saw a woman and 2 men approaching. Under the old locust tree, the branches and leaves were cut into mottled fragments of silver, scattered on the 2 men. One tall and stout, the other fat and burly. They wore leather vests still damp with dew from the forest, their faces bearing the vigor honed from years in the mountains and forests, and they looked similar, clearly brothers. Yue's gaze was quickly drawn to the tall and curvaceous woman in the middle. She was of similar age to Qin's sister, dressed in a dark blue coarse cloth skirt, but her figure was hard to conceal. The setting sun cast a soft glow on her delicate face, and her beauty seemed to rival that of Qin's sister. Seeing this, Qin's sister lightly pinched Yue's waist and softly scolded, "Silly boy, don't look around. Be careful, her man might beat you up." Only then did Yue notice that the man beside the beautiful woman was staring at him. At that moment, the 3 of them walked over. Qin's sister smiled and introduced, "Xiao Wei, this is my good friend Lu Yin. The tall one beside her is her husband Du Dazhuang, and next to Dazhuang is his brother Du Erpang." She then introduced the 3 to Yue. "This is our village's wolf hunter hero, the tiger fighter Yue." Lu Yin looked Yue up and down, covering her mouth and giggling. "Why are you so small?" Yue straightened his back defiantly. "Where am I small?" Lu Yin laughed with crescent-shaped eyes. "Tiger fighting little hero. I thought you were a burly man." Yue thought to himself, "Do you want to test if I'm a burly man?" The Du brothers cupped their fists towards Yue, their voices booming. "Little brother, nice to meet you." Yue directly pulled Qin's sister behind 2 fruit trees, asking warily, "Sister, what are they here for?" Qin's sister said seriously, "These 2 are skilled hunters, known as sharpshooters in Tiango village. I brought them here to help you drive off the bandits." Yue frowned. "Aren't they afraid of the bandits?" Qin's sister sighed. "Of course they are afraid, but Yin and I used to be like sisters. I went to ask for help, and out of old feelings, her husband and her brother-in-law agreed in the end." Yue narrowed his eyes. "It was that easy to agree?" "Sister, you didn't give them silver, did you?" Qin's sister smiled a little embarrassedly. "I did give them some dried goods and mountain product from home, but those are not important. What matters is that Dazhuang and Erpang are not only excellent archers, but also very capable. With them joining, we will have a better chance against the bandits. Thinking of how Qin's sister had been running around for him all day, Yue felt a lump in his throat and quickly grabbed her hand. Sister, you are so good to me. I'm really touched. Qin's sister felt a bit shy and gently pulled her hand back. Xiao Wei, it was you who saved my life. Doing something for you is nothing. Don't say that. Just then, an urgent voice called from outside. Brother-in-law. Soon, Jiang Xiaowu rushed over, panting, tightly hugging his arm, her chest heaving. Brother-in-law, it's time to eat. Sister asked me to call you back for dinner. Yue tried to pull back his hand, but found Jiang Xiaowu holding on tightly. He helplessly said to Qin's sister, Sister, let's go to my house to eat first. Qin's sister gently shook her head. We've eaten, you go back to eat first. After you're full, come find me. Just in time to get to know Daj Wang and the others. Yi nodded. I'll eat. Qin's sister smiled with concern in her eyes. Then I'll wait for you at home. After saying that, she turned and left with Lu Yiyin, Du Daj Wang, and Du Erping. The four figures gradually disappeared into the shadow of the old locust tree. Yue then walked back with Jiang Xiaowu, but Jiang Xiaowu still tightly held onto his arm, unwilling to let go, like a clingy little cat. Jiang Xiaowu looked up, her eyes filled with worry. Brother-in-law, if you have a new bride, you mustn't sell my sister, and you must treat her well. Yue asked her, Why do you say that? Jiang Xiaowu replied, Before I came over, I heard many people say that you stinky men. Once you have a new partner, we'll sell the old one to the brothel. Yue was speechless, pinching her nose. Don't worry, little sister-in-law. I'm definitely not that kind of person. Jiang Xiaowu covered her nose and said, Brother-in-law, that hurts. She then seriously nodded and smiled. Brother-in-law, I believe you're not that kind of man. Yue curiously asked, Little sister-in-law, if I were to marry again, would you hate me? Jiang Xiaowu shook her head without hesitation. How could I hate you for that? My father married 5, and the emperor is said to have 3,000 concubines. As long as you treat my sister well, I don't care how many you marry. Besides, don't you men think the more wives you have, the more capable you are? If my brother-in-law is capable of marrying more, others won't dare to look down on you. As she spoke, a cool breeze blew across her face, making one feel refreshed. Yue stopped in his tracks and looked at her seriously. Jiang Xiaowu felt her cheeks flush under his gaze and flusteredly said, Brother-in-law, I'm still young. After saying that, she hurriedly turned and ran away. I didn't say anything. Yue smiled and shook his head, continuing to walk back. After not going far, he saw Jiang Zi and Ma Dongmei waiting eagerly in front of the house. Upon seeing Yue, their faces immediately lit up with excitement. However, Ma Dongmei seemed a bit shy, not daring to be too forward, hiding behind Jiang Zi, her clothes lightly fluttering in a breeze. Jiang Zi quickly walked up and hugged one of his arms, softly saying, Husband, come in and eat. Yue followed them into the house, and Ma Dongmei immediately brought over a wash basin filled with clean water for him to wash his hands. After Yue washed his hands, Jiang Zi dried them with a towel, then thoughtfully helped him pull out a wooden stool and supported him to sit down. Jiang Xiaowu then handed him a steaming bowl of rice. Soon, the table was filled with 2 plates of golden, crispy fish, 2 plates of aromatic cured meat, and 2 plates of tender wild vegetables, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. The fire in the stove crackled, with flames licking the bottom of the pot. Yue immediately called to them. Don't just stand there, come sit down and eat together. The 3 women exchanged glances before finally sitting down. However, before he moved his chopsticks, the 3 women just smiled and didn't dare to start eating first. Yue picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, praising, really good. Only then did Jiang Zi, Jiang Xiaowu, and Ma Dongmei show happy smiles and begin to eat. During the meal, Yue took turns serving fish to Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu, and a piece to Ma Dongmei as well. Ma Dongmei shyly said, Thank you, young master. Jiang Zi gently patted her hand. Call him husband, not young master. Ma Dongmei's face instantly turned bright red, lowering her head, not daring to look directly at Yue. Yue glanced at Jiang Xiaowu and saw that she didn't mind the matter. He said gently, It's fine, take your time. Jiang Zi picked up a piece of tender fish belly for Yue and said softly, My lord, eat more so you have the strength to work well. Yue also picked up some fish meat for her and smiled. Wife, you should eat more too. As he spoke, his foot gently rubbed against Jiangzi's foot under the table. Chapter 75. Has sister-in-law been waiting for me? Jiangzi's face turned red, and she shyly lowered her head to eat. After dinner, Yue said to Jiangzi, Wife, I'm going to visit Sister Qin. She brought 2 hunters to help us deal with the bandits. As soon as Yue stepped out of the house, Jiangzi hurried after him, her cheeks slightly flushed, and softly said, Husband, tonight, I won't go to sleep at HEIRESS' place. You can come back a little later and find someone else. As she spoke, she leaned in and gently kissed him on the lips, shyly saying, This is a compensation. Then, she ran back into the house with a flushed face. Yue looked at her retreating figure, feeling a surge of emotion and something different in his heart, murmuring to himself, Find someone else? Who can I find now? He straightened his collar and walked towards Sister Qin's direction. The moonlight stretched his shadow long, extending all the way to the old well in the village. The night was dark as ink, and Yue unconsciously arrived in front of the blacksmith shop. The heavy wooden door was tightly closed, with a dim yellow light seeping through the cracks, and the sound of metal clanging could be faintly heard. The distant mountains loomed like a sleeping giant, their outlines barely visible in the night. He stepped closer and knocked on the door. Linga opened the door. There was a hurried sound of footsteps from inside, followed by Tai Linger's slightly flustered voice. Silly, are you looking for me for something? She seemed to be pressed against the door, her voice muffled and tinged with a hint of nervousness. Yue listened to the sounds inside and asked, Linger, are you the only one in the shop? Yes. There's still some work left to finish. Tai Linger's voice had a hint of tension. Then open the door. I have something to tell you. Yue's tone carried an unrefusable meaning. Suddenly, there was silence from the other side of the door. After a moment, Tai Linger's voice floated over as if from a distance. Her face flushed. Silly, just say whatever you want outside. I still have to be busy. Yue's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he deliberately raised his voice. If you don't open the door, then I'm leaving. After saying that, he took a few steps back and stood quietly in place. The blacksmith shop immediately became chaotic, and soon after, the wooden door creaked open with a sudden push. Tai Linger poked her head out, her cheeks red. Silly. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she froze. Yue stood in the moonlight, a triumphant smile on his face, staring straight at her. Moonlight spilled onto Tai Linger's disheveled hair, with a few strands sticking to her delicate forehead. Tai Linger nervously tugged at the hem of her clothes, her gaze evasive. Silly, what do you want with me? Without saying a word, Yue grabbed her hand and pulled her into the shop, casually securing the door behind her. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, the sparks from the forge still danced in the hearth, making Tai Linger's face redder than the flames. The iron tongs and hammers hanging on the wall cast giant shadows in the light, swaying with the flickering flames. She kept retreating until her back hit the cold wall. Stammering, Silly, just say what you need to say. Yue pressed closer, suddenly leaning down and sealing her lips with his. Tai Linger let out a soft moan, her body instantly going limp, her hands instinctively clutching his collar. After a long time, Yue released her, his voice laced with temptation. Little lady, what did you just call me? Have the courage to say it again. Tai Linger lowered her eyelids, her eyelashes trembling. Her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Husband, that's more like it. Yue lifted her chin with his finger. If you call me wrong next time, I might have to use a stick. No, I wouldn't dare. Tai Linger looked at him with a blushing face, lost in thought. Just then, laughter from village women outside broke the moment. Tai Linger suddenly came to her senses, pushing against his chest. Silly, husband, you need to leave quickly. I invited a few ants to come and work tonight. If they see you, Yue pointed to his cheek, raising an eyebrow in response. Tai Linger realized, shyly leaned in, and quickly pecked him on the cheek. Husband, I'm begging you. Seizing the opportunity, Yue gently bit her lip before reluctantly turning to open the door. As soon as he pushed the door open, several village women stood at the entrance with their tools, momentarily taken aback to see Yue, before their faces broke into smiles. Little Wei, you're here. Behind them, several coarse cloth garments swayed gently in the night breeze on the clothesline. Yue smiled and nodded. Thank you, Ladies, for your hard work. Not at all. It's not hard. We get paid, so we work with enthusiasm. The village women beamed with smiles. After exchanging a few pleasantries with them, Yue left. Once he was a distance away, several village women surrounded Tai Linger, sizing her up. Linger, why is your face so red? What was little Wei here for? And why were you two behind closed doors? Tai Linger hurriedly turned her back, grabbing a hammer to pretend to work. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't let you work anymore. Only then did the others fall silent, but they still exchanged meaningful glances. Yue walked along the path ahead when he suddenly spotted a pair of figures entering the orchard ahead. What's going on? He felt curious and quietly approached. Soon, he heard a delicate voice. I thought changing the place would help. Turns out it's still useless. You really wasted all that flesh. Yue hid behind a tree, and in the moonlight, he clearly saw the woman stepping out of the woods. It was Lu Yan. Her dress was askew, her hair disheveled, glaring fiercely at the man behind her. Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you want the whole village to know your man is useless? Du Dazhuang shouted angrily in a low voice, his face alternating between green and red. The dry twigs under his feet snapped loudly, startling the birds perched in the trees to flutter away. Lu Yan sneered. You're useless and you don't want people to talk about it? Don't touch me anymore. Saying this, her eyes turned red, and she turned to run away, sobbing. Du Dazhuang, infuriated, kicked a nearby dry branch, cursing as he left, his footsteps echoing in the empty orchard. Yue stepped out from behind the tree, watching the direction they left, sighing inwardly. It seemed Lu Yan, like Sister Qin, had married a husband who looked good but was useless, a truly pitiful situation. He shook his head and continued on his way. The night grew deeper, the clouds in the sky gradually dispersing, stars twinkling, and the moonlight shrouding the entire village like a light veil. In the distance, he saw two figures standing in the moonlight, one of which was quite beautiful. Little Wei. Qin Meiyan's voice came with surprise as she was about to approach, then turned to Qin Xiaolong beside her. Xiaolong, go find Zhuang and the others, and tell them to come back quickly. Qin Xiaolong replied and swiftly ran off. Yue walked up to Sister Qin, unable to resist holding her hand. The surroundings were quiet, only the sounds of insects chirping in the grass. Qin Meiyan nervously looked around, and after confirming no one was present, did not pull her hand back. Has sister-in-law been waiting for me? Yue asked softly. He watched as the strands of hair at Qin Meiyan's temples were blown by the night wind, truly beautiful, and her lips appeared incredibly seductive in the dim moonlight. Chapter 76. Xiao Wei. Don't be impulsive after waiting for a while. Qin Sa sniffed, and her gaze fell on the grass-stained collar of his clothes. What's this? Caught another fish? Yue smiled and nodded. Yes, sister, your nose is really sharp. Your daughter-in-law is in for a treat. Qin Sa's voice carried a hint of envy. I heard that women who eat fish often don't age easily. She reached out to gently brush off a fallen leaf from Yue's shoulder, her movement natural and affectionate. Then I'll bring you some fish tomorrow, Yue blurted out. Qin Sa hurriedly waved her hand. No, the river is deep. I can't let you take risks for me. It's fine if sister wants to eat. I'll definitely bring it tomorrow, Yue said firmly. Just then, footsteps approached from a distance, accompanied by Du Erpang's hearty laughter. Qin Sa quickly withdrew her hand. Qin Xiaolong was seen walking briskly with Du Dazhuang and Du Erpang. Du Dazhuang had his arms crossed, looking somewhat unconvinced. Du Erpang was chatting and laughing with Qin Xiaolong, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. Qin Sa looked around and asked Xiaolong, Where's Yanzi? Du Dazhuang muttered. She said she wanted to wander around the village. Just let her be. He glanced at Qin Meiyan's figure, then turned to Yue. His eyes filled with provocation. Little hero, I heard Meiyan say your archery skills are impressive. Dare to compete with me? Yue found it amusing. Du Dazhuang had just lost face in front of his wife and was now eager to show off in front of Qin Sa. He looked at Qin Meiyan, who was also looking at him, her beautiful eyes filled with expectation, clearly hoping he would conquer the opponent. Yue nodded slightly. All right. Hearing this, Du Dazhuang grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and let out a muffled laugh. He turned and strode toward the house, forcefully pushing open the heavy wooden door, which creaked loudly. Moments later, he emerged carrying a sturdy iron bow. The bow body gleamed with a cold, hard luster, and the red silk on the bowstring was already dark red from sweat, showing signs of wear and tear from countless uses. Meanwhile, Qin Meiyan quickly brought over a crossbow. The metal parts of the crossbow glinted with a cold blue light under the moonlight, and the grip was wrapped with a circle of non-slip cloth. She directly handed the crossbow to Yue. We'll compete on distance, precision, and accuracy. Duke Dazhuang raised the bow in his hand. Yue raised an eyebrow, puzzled. I understand distance, but what do you mean by precision? Du Dazhuang explained proudly. Let's see who can hit a small tree. Hitting it far and accurately is real skill. Just then, a series of light footsteps and the rustling of fabric came from the night. A curvy figure stepped into view. Lu Yin walked over from deep within the bamboo forest, treading on the fallen leaves. Qin Meiyan's eyes brightened as she immediately went up to her, took her hand, and affectionately shook it. Yinzi, we've been waiting for you. Duke Dazhuang glanced at Lu Yin and, taking advantage of the distraction, suddenly pulled back the bowstring. His muscles tensed like a drum. The bowstring was pulled into a crescent shape, emitting a nerve-wracking vibration. The moment the arrow left the bow, it seemed to tear through the air, a sharp whistle cutting through the silent night. The arrow shot out like a meteor, embedding itself straight into a tree with a trunk as thick as a thigh, 100 meters away. Bark and debris fell like snowflakes. Good. Du Pang clapped his hands excitedly, the copper coin pouch at his waist jingling. Du Dazhuang looked at Yi Wei with pride, his eyes full of provocation, and sneakily glanced at Qin Meiyan and Lu Yin, anticipating their admiration. However, Qin Meiyan merely cast a casual glance at the arrow. Lu Yin looked indifferent, casually plucking a bamboo leaf and playing with it by her mouth. Yi Wei calmly raised the crossbow, slightly adjusted his stance, stepped back with his left foot, and bent his knee like a sturdy pine rooted in the ground. He squinted one eye, aimed for a moment, then pulled the trigger. The bolt flew through the air, its tail spinning rapidly, cutting through the night, and accurately lodged itself in a wild mulberry tree the size of a fist, 1/2 meter in front of Du Dazhuang's tree. The parasitic vines on the trunk shook violently. Du Dazhuang and Du Pang's eyes widened in shock, their mouths agape, unable to close them for quite a while. Qin Xiaolong jumped up excitedly. Wei Ge won. Qin Meiyan felt a surge of joy. She understood the power of the crossbow too well. Yue had clearly given Du Dazhuang some face. Otherwise, the range would have been much greater. Lu Yin couldn't help but glance at Yue a few more times, surprise and curiosity flashing in her eyes. Yue returned the crossbow to Qin Meiyan. His voice sincere. Thank you, Uncle Zhuang, for being lenient. Du Dazhuang's face turned crimson, as if he'd been slapped in public, and he suddenly threw the bow to the ground, causing dust to rise around him. What does archery count for against bandits? Even if your archery is great, if you lack strength, it's useless. Next, we'll compete in strength. Yue looked at his flushed face, secretly laughing in his heart. Tonight, I will make you truly convinced. Yue politely asked, what else do you want to compete in, Uncle Zhuang? Du Dazhuang drew a 5-meter diameter circle on the ground with his foot, saying, let us see who can push the other out of this circle. Whoever does wins. Qin Meiyan hurriedly stepped forward, worry etched on her face. Zhuangge, we're about to deal with bandits. Everyone should conserve their strength. What if someone gets hurt? Du Dazhuang waved his hand dismissively. Meiyan, don't worry. I won't make him use up too much strength. It's just a simple spar. What could happen? He then looked at Yue, his eyes filled with disdain. Little hero, am I right? But if you're scared, we can compete in something else. Saying this, he sneakily glanced at Lu Yin, only to find her rolling her eyes at him, looking at him with disdain. Lu Yin snorted coldly, ruthlessly mocking. What is the point of being strong if you're just all show? Du Dazhuang's face instantly turned a pig liver color, his teeth grinding audibly. Yue, however, remained calm, saying evenly, all right, then let us have a simple spar. Qin Meiyan grabbed Yue's hand, her voice filled with anxiety. Xiao Wei, don't be impulsive. You're thin. How can you compare to his bulk? Yue patted her soft hand, his tone reassuring and firm. Sister, don't worry. I practiced martial arts since I was young. Defeating him is a piece of cake. Yue strode into the circle, his feet firmly planted as if rooted to the ground. Du Dazhuang grinned maliciously as he approached, shouting, Little hero, watch closely. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward like an enraged bull, kicking up the gravel on the ground and sweeping past the nettles. Yi Wei's eyes sharpened, his figure flashing like a ghost as he executed the bagua floating palm, stepping lightly back in a 9-palace formation. Du Dazhuang, unable to stop in time, crashed into empty space, stumbling a few steps before regaining his footing, leaving 2 half-foot-deep trenches in the dirt beneath his feet. Chapter 77. Can I have anything I want? Taking advantage of his unsteadiness, Yi Wei stepped forward, his hands claw-like, precisely gripping Du Dazhuang's wrist with the dragon claw technique. His fingertips, like eagle beaks, struck at Du Dazhuang's Yanggu acupoint. Du Dazhuang felt a piercing pain in his wrist, as if it were clamped by a burning hot iron tongs. And when he tried to break free, he found he couldn't muster any strength. Yi Wei sank his waist and used the Tai Chi technique Lan Ke Wei, pressing his palm against Du Dazhuang's back at the Mingmen acupoint. Du Dazhuang felt a spiraling force penetrate his body, causing him to uncontrollably lunge forward. Yi Wei then used Yun Shou to guide him, gently flicking his fingertip at Du Dazhuang's Dazhui acupoint, causing all of Du Dazhuang's strength to suddenly burst forth like a dam breaking, and with a cry, he awkwardly flew out of the circle and fell into a thicket of thorns. The thorny vines tore through his coarse clothing, leaving streaks of blood on his skin, and he lay on the ground, gritting his teeth in pain. Du Erpang stared dumbfounded at this scene, his mouth agape enough to fit 3 eggs. Qin Xiaolong cheered again. Brother Wei won again. Qin Meiyin rushed forward, her face filled with concern, carefully checking if Yi Wei was hurt. Xiaowei, are you okay? Yi Wei smiled and shook his head. I'm fine, sister-in-law. Lu Yian widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at Yi Wei. She knew her husband was the strongest person in Tiango village and didn't expect this seemingly weak young man to defeat him so easily. Du Dazhuang got up from the ground, his hair disheveled, his face covered in dirt and grass, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. Lu Yian walked up to Yi Wei, her eyes filled with admiration. No wonder you're a tiger-fighting hero. Your skills are impressive. Upon hearing this, Du Dazhuang's expression darkened further, jealousy and anger nearly consuming him. Yi Wei, however, humbly smiled. I'm not that great. Mainly, Uncle Zhuang isn't feeling well today. Du Erpang quickly echoed, yeah, my brother just recovered from a cold a couple of days ago, and he's still weak. Lu Yian scoffed, mercilessly exposing, he is always weak. Du Dazhuang gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and said to Yi Wei, Hero Yi, once we drive off the bandits and I recover, I'll come to you for a proper lesson. Yi Wei cupped his hands and smiled, sure. By then, I might just lose. Du Dazhuang felt a little better in his heart, but still forced himself to say, that is not certain. I dare say your martial strength can at least rank in the top 3 in our village. Lu Yian suddenly looked at Du Dazhuang with a provocative gaze. Then are you going to compete or not? If not, I'll compete with him. Du Dazhuang froned, envoyed. What are you, a little girl, making a fuss for? Lu Yian put her hands on her hips, unyielding. Even I, a little girl, am more useful than you. She then turned to Yi Wei, her eyes gleaming with cunning. Little hero, strength is important, but speed is also crucial. I want to race you. If you can catch me within a stick of incense's time, then you win. Yi Wei hesitated, glancing at Du Dazhuang, who was gritting his teeth with a dark expression. Yi Wei quickly said, Sister Lu, this isn't very good. Lu Yian raised an eyebrow, her tone full of provocation. What? Do you look down on us women? Yi Wei quickly waved his hands. No. Qin Meiyin reminded from the side, Xiaowei, Yian is the fastest runner among the women in her village. Yi Wei looked intently at Lu Yian. Sister Lu, what if I win? Lu Yian chuckled lightly, turned to run, and while running, looked back with a smile. Catch me first. If you can't even catch me, a girl, then you, the tiger-fighting hero, will probably be very embarrassed. Then I absolutely have to catch you. Yi Wei's competitive spirit was ignited, and he immediately chased after her. Lu Yian gracefully weaved through the forest, her skirt brushing against dew-laden spiderwebs, startling the droplets to fall. As she ran, she turned back to tease, Stop boasting. With your little frame, you think you can catch me in a stick of incense? No way. Yi Wei quickened his pace, relentlessly pursuing her. Just you wait and see. Qin Meiyin, Qin Xiaolong, and Du Erpang quickly followed suit. Du Dazhuang gritted his teeth, indignantly trailing behind, occasionally muttering complaints. In a grove of fruit trees where branches intertwined, it resembled a maze in the night. Lu Yin ran and gradually lost her direction. The surroundings felt eerily quiet. Only her heavy breathing and the occasional sound of insects were audible. She looked back, and there was complete silence behind her. Not even a shadow. Unable to help herself, she complained, "It seems that men are all useless." "Who said men are useless?" Yi Wei's deep voice suddenly came from behind her. Lu Yin was startled, her body trembling, and she turned to run. But after running for a while, her foot suddenly gave way, and she stumbled. When Yi Wei caught up, he couldn't stop in time, and they both fell into a patch of soft grass. Due to inertia, Yi Wei's lips collided hard with Lu Yin's, and their bodies instantly froze. The sound of insects in the forest abruptly stopped, leaving only their chaotic breathing intertwined. Lu Yin inhaled the faint scent of soap and earth from Yi Wei's body, her heart pounding like a drum, painfully vibrating her eardrums. Her face flushed bright red, spreading from her cheeks to her neck, as if she could bleed. She was both shy and angry, turning her face away, pouting, "Little hero, quickly take your hands off." Yi Wei suddenly realized his hands were pressing on her chest. The sensation from his palms made him feel as if he had been electrocuted, and he hurriedly withdrew his hands, his ears burning, stammering, "Right, I'm sorry, Sister Lu." As he spoke, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his eyes darting around in a panic, but he didn't dare to look at Lu Yin again. The two awkwardly got up, Lu Yin straightening her disheveled clothes. Her voice still trembling, "Little hero, I've lost. What do you want?" Yi Wei smiled, trying to calm his racing heart. "Sister Lu, you're quite fast. Mainly, you're not familiar with the terrain of our village. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to catch you in a stick of incense." Lu Yin huffed, "Of course. If it were daytime, I would definitely win." Yi Wei looked at her intently. "Then shall we compete again tomorrow?" Lu Yin's gaze flickered, her expression strange. "Let us talk about it tomorrow. What do you want right now?" Yi Wei looked at her flushed face, his heart inexplicably racing, almost blurting out, "Sister Lu, can I have anything I want?" Lu Yin bit her lip. "As long as I can do it, I'll give it to you. Ye vis turoa tiktinit. Then can you kiss me?" Just then, hurried footsteps sounded from afar. Du Dazhuang rushed over, panting heavily, "Wife." Lu Yin shot him a glare and turned to Yi Wei. "Little hero, what did you just say?" "Say it again." Chapter 78. Bandits reconnoiter. Yi Wei glanced at Du Dazhuang's fiery gaze and smiled. "Sister Lu, let's just owe it for now. We'll talk later." Du Dazhuang rushed to Lu Yin's side, took her hand, and with a concerned expression said, "Wife, let's go back." Lu Yin shot him an annoyed glare, shook off his hand, and said, "Who wants to go back with you?" After that, she turned and walked away. Du Dazhuang hurriedly chased after her. "Wife, don't be angry." At this moment, Qin Meiyin, Qin Xiaolong, and Du Erpang also rushed over. Qin Meiyin quickly stepped forward, brushed off the grass clippings from Yi Wei's head and body. Her eyes filled with concern. "Xiao Wei, are you okay?" Yi Wei smiled and shook his head. "Sister, I'm fine." Qin Meiyin breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiao Wei, it's getting late. Why don't we go back and rest first? We need to be well rested to deal with the bandits." Yi Wei glanced at Qin Xiaolong and Du Erpang and could only nod. "I'll listen to my sister." "Then I'll take you back," Qin Meiyin said, turning to Qin Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, you take Pango back to sleep first." Qin Xiaolong nodded and turned to lead Du Erpang away. The moonlight peeked through the clouds, casting a silvery glow. Yi Wei and Qin Meiyin walked side by side. The surroundings were quiet. Only the sound of insects and their footsteps could be heard. Suddenly, Yi Wei stopped, rubbed his eyes vigorously with one hand, his brows tightly furrowed. Seeing this, Qin Meiyin hurriedly asked with concern, "Xiao Wei, what's wrong?" She reached out to gently support Yi Wei's arm. Yi Wei said pitifully, "Sister, I got sand in my eyes. It hurts a lot. Please help me blow it out." As he spoke, he blinked, and it seemed there were still tears hanging on his long eyelashes. Qin Meiyin hurriedly leaned in to check him. Yi Wei caught a faint scent from her. The moonlight softly illuminated her face, outlining her delicate brows and pouty red lips. "I'll help you blow it out." Qin Meiyin pouted her lips, slightly raised on her toes, her eyelashes fluttering as she prepared to blow. Just then, Yue suddenly leaned in and kissed her. The kiss came quickly and fiercely, filled with youthful passion. Qin Meiyan was taken aback, quickly stepping back 2 paces, her cheeks instantly flushed red. "You little brat. How dare you bully me?" Saying this, she stepped forward quickly, pinching his waist, her fingertips carrying a teasing strength. Yue laughed and begged for mercy. "Sister Qin, spare me. It hurts." But the smile of triumph never left his lips. Qin Meiyan glared at him shyly. "Do you dare to do it again?" Yue blocked her hand and playfully gave her a pat on the backside, the strength just right, filled with affection and jest. Yue laughed loudly and ran away. "I dare. I'll do it again next time." Qin Meiyan stood there in a daze for a moment, then bashfully stomped her foot and shouted, "All right, you fool. You're getting bolder and bolder. Just wait. I'll teach you a good lesson." She laughed shyly and hurriedly chased after him with slightly disordered steps. Before long, Qin Meiyan sent Yue to his thatched cottage. The dim yellow light inside spilled through the window, casting fragmented shadows on the ground. Qin Meiyan raised her hand, pointing inside, and softly said, "Your wife is probably waiting for you to sleep. You should go back quickly." Her voice was gentle, tinged with a trace of imperceptible disappointment. Yue gazed at her, his eyes filled with reluctance, his feet seemingly rooted in place, unable to move. The moonlight shone on Qin Meiyan's face, outlining her soft features, adding to her charm. Seeing his gaze, Qin Meiyan forced a smile, breaking the silence. "Xiao Wei, after the bandits are driven away, I hope you can help me with something." Yue eagerly asked, "Help with what?" Qin Meiyan shook her head, a hint of mystery flashing in her eyes. "I'll tell you then." After saying that, she resolutely turned around, her footsteps slightly heavy as she slowly walked into the night. "Ye yachit her retreating figure." A surge of impulse rising within him, and finally shouted, "Sister Qin." Qin Meiyan stopped, slowly turning around. At that moment, Yue suddenly lunged forward like an arrow, arms outstretched, and embraced her tightly, kissing her lips deeply. Qin Meiyan was startled at first, then hurriedly pushed him away, her cheeks instantly reddening, scolding, "You fool. What are you doing?" Yue looked at her, his eyes filled with deep affection. "Sister Qin, thank you for everything you've done for me." Qin Meiyan blushed deeply, lowering her head, and in a moment of embarrassment urged, "Go back quickly." "Yes." Yue smiled and turned, walking towards the thatched cottage behind him. When he reached the door, he looked back and saw Qin Meiyan standing there, her face flushed, staring at him in a daze. Upon noticing him looking back, she hurriedly waved her hand at him and turned to leave quickly, her skirt gently swaying in the night. Yue steadied himself and raised his hand to knock on the door. The door creaked open, and Jiangzi stood at the entrance, her face beaming with a gentle smile, exclaiming, "Master, you're back." She reached out to gently brush off the grass and dust from Yue's clothes, then linked her arm with his, pulling him inside and carefully securing the door. Seeing that she hadn't changed out of her clothes, Yue couldn't help but ask, "Wife, why aren't you asleep yet?" Jiangzi smiled gently, pointing to the fabric and thread beside her. "There's still some of the cloth you bought last time. I wanted to sew you a pair of pants." As she spoke, she brought over a basin of warm water, picked up a towel, and carefully wiped his face. Yue looked at Jiang Xiaowu, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and asked with concern, "Is Xiaowu asleep?" Jiang Zi followed his gaze and softly said, "She was busy all day today, probably too tired. She fell asleep as soon as she lay down." Jiang Zi helped Yue take off his shirt and pants, then used the towel to carefully wipe him down. Looking at his gentle and virtuous wife, Yue felt a surge of warmth in his heart and couldn't help but cup her face, kissing her deeply. The towel in Jiangzi's hand fell to the ground with a soft thud, her face instantly turning bright red. She shyly responded for a moment, then pulled away, softly saying, "Master, please blow out the lamp first." Yue hurriedly blew out the oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Jiangzi nestled in his arms, softly reminding, "Master, don't be too loud, afraid of waking up my sister." Yue responded softly, "As you wish, my wife." The two embraced tightly in the darkness, a sweet atmosphere enveloping the room. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room. The village chief came to visit with Sun Yeren. Jiangzi served them a bowl of clear water on the table, then stood next to her sister, Jiang Xiaowu, quietly watching them. The village chief said solemnly, Xiao Wei, according to past practices, the bandits from Duxiang Mountain will likely send someone to the village to scout today. I hope that the people brought by Manager Sun can hide well in advance to avoid being discovered by the bandits. Sun Yara nodded and replied, Okay, I'll go back and instruct them soon. The village chief said, I will have the villagers keep watch at the village entrance. As soon as the bandits arrive, I will inform you immediately. Sun Yara nodded again. The village chief looked at Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu, and with concern reminded Zi Xiaowu, You better not go to the village entrance today, in case the bandits see you. Chapter 79. Sister Liu, please help me. Jiang Zi quickly nodded. Village chief, rest assured. My sister and I won't go anywhere today. We'll stay around the house. Yu Wei said, Village chief, could you please inform Fuxing and Qinyong about this matter? The village chief looked at him and said, Xiao Wei, I've already spoken to them about this. Now, we just need a bit of silver to send off those bandits. He paused for a moment. Yu Wei said without hesitation, Silver is not a problem. How much do you think is appropriate? Village chief. The village chief smiled and considered. It's not good to give too little, but giving too much won't do either. Just give them 501. Yu Wei readily agreed. No problem. We'll go prepare it now. The village chief smiled and left with Sun Yaran. Jiang Xiaowu frowned and muttered, 501 right off the bat. That's not a small amount. Jiang Zi patiently explained, Sister, this money still needs to be spent. Besides, the official is not short on money. After saying that, she went under the bed, took out a money pouch, and put some silver coins into a small cloth bag, handing it to Yu Wei. Yu Wei received the pouch, looked at her with admiration, and turned to leave the house. At that moment, Sun Yaran had already left, and Yu Wei handed the money pouch to the village chief. The village chief glanced at the silver inside the bag and nodded, all right. Then I'll go inform Iron Linger about this. Yu Wei nodded and watched the village chief turn and walk away. At that moment, Ma Dongmei came walking quickly from a distance, her light-colored dress fluttering in the wind, casting a charming figure in the light. As she approached, she called out sweetly, Young master. Yu Wei raised an eyebrow. What did you call me? Ma Dongmei met Yu Wei's gaze and immediately took a half step back, her ears turning red. Looking around and seeing no one nearby, she shyly whispered, Husband. Yu Wei nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu came out of the house at that moment. Ma Dongmei, somewhat flustered, said, Husband, I'm going to practice archery. After saying this, she lowered her head and quickly walked away shyly. Yu Wei wanted to tease her again, but just then, hurried footsteps approached. Yu Wei looked over and saw Uncle Lu carrying a bamboo cage, hurrying towards him, calling out from afar, Young master, can you take a look at this bamboo cage to see if it's all right? Yu Wei stepped forward and took the bamboo cage, examining it carefully. The bamboo strips were tightly woven and very finely crafted, and he nodded in satisfaction. Uncle Lu asked with a smile, Young master, do you still need this cage? If you do, I can go cut some bamboo right now. Yu Wei replied, Uncle Lu, 2 cages are enough. If I need more in the future, I'll call you. Uncle Lu responded, All right, then I'll go back and make a few stools and deliver them to you later. After saying that, he turned to leave. Yu Wei quickly called out to him, Uncle Lu, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Eat something before you go. Uncle Lu waved his hand, grinning, Young master. We have eaten. Miss Ma cooked porridge for us, and there was also meat. He smiled at Ma Dongmei, who was nearby. Ye know did. Okay. Then you can get back to work. Uncle Lu replied, Yes, young master, and hurried away. Jiang Xiaowu curiously leaned forward to examine the bamboo cage. Brother-in-law, is this the fish-catching cage you drew yesterday? Ye know did. Jiang Xiaowu exclaimed, This bamboo cage looks so exquisite. Brother-in-law, how did you come up with this? Yu Wei smiled, It's nothing much. After that, he turned and left. Jiang Xiaowu watched his back and said to Jiang Zi, Sister, brother-in-law is getting more and more impressive. Jiang Zi smiled and nodded. Let's continue practicing archery. Not long after Yu Wei left, he saw Monkey, Dog Egg, and Wildcat running over. Monkey scratched his head and asked, Xiao Wei Gu, do you want us to do something for you? Yu Wei simply replied, You guys do what you did yesterday again. The 3 of them were immediately delighted and ran off. Before long, Monkey had dug up more than a pound of earthworms by the creek with a hoe, while Wildcat and Dog Egg returned with several vine sticks from the mountain. The three of them, panting, asked Xiao Wei Ge, "What else do you want us to do?" Yi Wei said, "You guys go practice archery first. I'll call you if there's anything." The three exchanged glances, and Monkey said, "Okay, then call us if you need anything, Xiao Wei Ge." They ran off cheerfully. Seeing them leave, Yi Wei finally took out the bamboo cage he had hidden. He carefully tied it with the vine strips and then filled it halfway with earthworms. He passed through a dense bamboo grove and arrived at another riverside. He securely tied the other end of the vine to a tree and then carefully placed the bamboo cage into the river. "Little fish, enjoy your meal slowly. I'll come back later to enjoy you slowly," he thought. After that, Yi Wei took the other half of the earthworms in a burlap sack and headed towards the spot where he had placed the bamboo cage last night. All the way, he pondered, "There's so many fish that I can't possibly eat them all, and even if I sell them, I won't get much money. It seems that after driving off the bandits, I need to dig a fish pond. This way, whenever my wife, sister-in-law, or Sister Chin want to eat fish, there will be fish available." When Yi Wei returned to the creek from yesterday, he looked up and was immediately taken aback. He saw that the vine tied to the tree had actually broken. He quickly looked around but saw no villagers nearby. He peered into the water, but due to its depth, he could only vaguely see some stones, and he still couldn't spot his bamboo cage. "I need to go down and take a look. Sister Chin is still waiting for my fish," Yi Wei thought. He looked around and saw no one nearby, so he simply stripped off all his clothes. Yi, bride.What, moved his hands and feet a bit, took a deep breath, and with a splash dove into the river. To his surprise, several groups of fish, about the size of a palm and as thick as an arm, hurriedly swam away in the water. "There are so many fish here. It looks like I'm going to make a fortune," Yi Wei thought happily. Soon, he discovered the bamboo cage sinking at the bottom of the water, and it was shaking continuously, clearly with quite a few fish inside. Yi Wei held his breath and swam to the bottom, picked up the vine tied to the bamboo cage, then stood on a stone and jumped up forcefully, shooting toward the surface like a rocket. With a loud splash, as he broke the water surface, a woman's startled scream suddenly came from the riverbank. Yi Wei gasped for air and looked closely, only to see Sister Lu standing on the bank holding a wild chicken, dressed in a lotus pink outfit, her chest rising and falling with her breath, her curvy figure barely concealed by the fabric. Sweat-soaked strands of hair were sticking to her flushed cheeks. Lu Qian saw it was Yi Wei, and one hand patted her chest, still shaken. She said, "Little hero, it turns out you were bathing here. You scare me to death." Yi Wei awkwardly asked, "Sister Lu, what are you doing here?" Lu Yin shook the wild chicken in her hand. "I just caught a wild chicken and came here to clean it up, you." Only then did she notice the clothes beside her and glanced at Yi Wei's bare body in the water, her face immediately turning crimson. She laughed and turned her back. "You little hero, take your time bathing. I'll go clean the wild chicken elsewhere." Yi Wei's gaze couldn't help but fall on her swaying hips, noticing how the coarse cloth skirt above accentuated her alluring curves. As he watched her walk away, he hurriedly called out, "Sister Lu, wait a minute." Lu Yin turned back and asked, "What is it?" Yi Wei said somewhat awkwardly, "Sister Lu, please help me. I can't get up." Chapter 80. What illness does Sister Lu want to treat? Lu Yin returned to the riverbank and realized that the bank was a bit high, making it difficult to climb. She glanced at Yi Wei, feeling somewhat hesitant. Yi Wei urged her, "Sister Lu, hurry up. I can barely swim anymore." Lu Yin gritted her teeth and said, "Wait a moment." Seeing that the water was quite deep and fearing for Yi Wei's safety, she quickly set down the wild chicken and began searching around. Soon, she found a tree branch as thick as her arm and about 1.5 meters long, walked back to the shore, and extended the branch towards Yi Wei, saying, "Little hero, try this." Yi Wei grabbed the branch and replied, "Okay." Lu Yin instructed, "Hold on tight." She pulled with all her strength, but found him too heavy. Gritting her teeth, she mustered all her energy. After a struggle, Yi Wei was finally pulled up onto the bank. Lu Yin bent over, hands on her knees, panting heavily. Although she told herself not to look at him, her eyes involuntarily glanced towards Yi Wei. When she looked up, she froze in place, her heart racing and her body trembling. Once she came to her senses, she quickly turned around, her face flushed, and scolded, "Little hero, what are you thinking?" Yi Wei was a bit speechless. "Sister Lu, I didn't want to, but I just can't control it." Lu Yin turned to run away, but Yi Wei reminded her, "Sister Lu, your wild chicken." Lu Yin hurried back, picked up the wild chicken from the ground, her face filled with embarrassment as she rushed away. Yue watched her retreating figure, feeling somewhat helpless. But he could only blame his youthful vigor. The midday sun filtered through the mottled leaves, casting speckles of golden light on the surface of the stream. Yue forced himself to calm down. He took a deep breath, gripping the damp vine tightly, and carefully pulled. The moment the bamboo cage broke the surface, water splashed everywhere, startling a kingfisher resting on the bank, which flapped its wings and flew off into the distance. When he opened the bamboo cage, a fresh, fishy smell rushed at him, revealing that it was packed with lively fish. The grass carp swayed its strong body, and the silver scales of the crucian carp sparkled in the light, looking even more abundant than yesterday's catch. Jackpot! Yue couldn't hide his excitement, quickly putting on his clothes and cloth shoes, a smile he couldn't suppress on his face. After putting all the fish into a burlap sack, he picked up the old pottery jar and dumped the remaining earthworms into the bottom of the cage. Though the broken vine was a bit shorter, it was enough to tie to the crooked willow tree by the stream. He squatted down, carefully checking the knots, ensuring the bamboo cage was securely submerged in the water, then washed his hands in the stream and picked up the burlap sack to leave. "Sister, I brought you fish." Yue's cheerful voice echoed in the woods. Just as he stepped out of the forest, a light pink figure caught his eye. Lu Yin leaned against an old locust tree, playing with a wild rose in her hand, a silver hairpin in her hair swaying gently with her movements. Hearing the footsteps, she suddenly turned around, her cheeks still flushed from earlier, her eyes a bit flustered, looking particularly enchanting in the sunlight. The coarse cloth dress she wore fluttered lightly in the breeze, outlining her curvaceous figure, and she bit her lip, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. "Sister Lu, why are you still here?" Yue asked, surprised, raising an eyebrow. Lu Yin nervously twisted her skirt with a delicate hand, avoiding his gaze, occasionally stealing glances at Yue, and softly said, "I was afraid you might fall into the water again. Are you okay?" Her eyes fell on the burlap sack in his hand that was swaying, filled with curiosity. "What is it?" "Fish," Yue replied briefly. "Let me see." Lu Yin's eyes lit up as she stepped forward, her face full of anticipation. The moment Yue opened the sack, her eyes widened, her mouth forming a na shape in surprise. "Why are there so many fish?" Yue quickly closed the sack, a faint smile on his face. "Sister Lu, I have to go." "Wait." Lu Yin stomped her foot anxiously, her fair ankle peeking out from under her skirt, her face showing a pleading expression. Little hero, since you have so many fish, can you give me one? I heard that women who eat more fish will become prettier. I can trade you this wild chicken." As she spoke, her eyes were full of hope. Hearing this, Yue opened the sack again, a gentle smile on his face. "Sister Lu, you can pick." Lu Yin's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly leaned in to search through the pile of fish. First, her eyes sparkled at a palm-sized carp, but after a moment of hesitation, she ultimately chose a small crucian carp about 3 fingers wide. Yue, however, directly grabbed the large carp, expertly threaded it with a grass stem, and handed it over. "Sister Lu here." Lu Yin's eyes became slightly moist, filled with gratitude as she accepted the fish, quickly stuffing the wild chicken into his hands. "Then this chicken is for you. My family has meat, you all can keep it." Yue declined. "No, that's not necessary." Lu Yin frowned. "That won't do." "Then just own me for now, and give me something good later," she insisted. Yue turned to leave. Lu Yin watched his back, suddenly remembering something, and hurriedly shouted, "Little hero, wait." Yue turned around. "Sister Lu, is there something else? I heard you're the village doctor and can treat many illnesses." Lu Yin caught up with him, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her expression tentative. Yue nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor. "My medical skills are decent." Lu Yin bit her lip, her face hesitant, her eyes darting around. "Then what illnesses can you treat?" Yue's heart stirred. She couldn't be thinking of asking me to treat her man, right? A knowing smile crept onto Yue's lips as he asked in return, "I wonder what illness Sister Lu wants to treat?" Lu Yin looked troubled, her brows slightly furrowed. Stammering, "It's not that I want to treat an illness, but my man." Before she finished, Yue interjected, "Your man isn't well, is he?" Lu Yin looked up suddenly, shock in her eyes, the wild chicken and fish slipping from her hands and falling to the ground, her face turning pale. You figured it out? That can't escape my eyes. Let me prescribe some medicine for you. Come back tonight to get it, Yue said, turning to leave. But then thought of something else. However, the medicine might be a bit strong. I'm afraid Sister Lu can't handle it. Yue looked at her meaningfully, a teasing smile on his lips. Lu Yin's cheeks flushed. She gritted her teeth, her gaze firm. I can handle it. Stronger is better. As she spoke, she instinctively straightened her back. All right, then come back tonight to get the medicine. Yue turned and left. Lu Yin watched him go, her nose feeling sour, and by the end, she couldn't help but sniffle softly. After a while, she squatted down to pick up the fish and wild chicken. Running towards the riverbank, her skirt brushing against the dandelions on the ground, stirring up a cloud of fluff, her figure carrying a hint of loneliness. Yue continued on with the burlap sack, and as he passed through a meadow full of wild chrysanthemums, he suddenly heard a woman's rapid breathing. He alertly stopped, pushing aside a dense thicket of grass, but the scene before him left him dumbfounded. Chapter 81. The bandits come to the village for women. Chin saw was seen hanging upside down on an old locust tree, doing sit-ups, sweat trickling down her neck into her collar, her damp coarse cloth short shirt clinging to her body, perfectly outlining her toned abs and full curves. Her complexion was flushed, and her hair was disheveled. Xiao Wei, you're here. Qin Mian noticed him, her eyes brightening as she nimbly flipped over and landed on the ground, her hair falling messily over her shoulders, her chest heaving, and a surprised smile on her face. Yue smiled as he handed her a burlap sack, his gaze gentle. Sister-in-law, this is for you. Qin Mian opened the sack and gasped, her eyes widening, her mouth slightly agape. Xiao Wei, where did you get so many fish? When she looked up, she accidentally met Yue's intense gaze, realizing her sweaty appearance, her cheeks instantly blushing red. Her eyes flustered. I'll go change my clothes first. After saying this, she turned and ran into a nearby wooden house, the wooden door creaking shut, and her slightly shy voice could still be heard. Yi see me that. A moment later, Qin Mian came out wearing a light blue coarse cloth outfit, the loose fabric unable to hide her curvaceous figure. She walked over, blinking her eyes curiously, tilting her head and asking, where did you get so many fish? I designed a fish trap and caught them with it, Yue said with a smile. You have this kind of skill? Qin Mian asked, slightly dazed, then quickly added with a smile. But there are too many fish, just 2 for sister-in-law will be enough. Yue hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, don't be polite. I have plenty of fish at home. Qin Mian felt warmth in her heart and suddenly remembered something, her eyes lighting up as she turned and ran back into the house. When she came out again, she had a folded piece of talisman paper in her hand. Qin Mian stepped forward, her cheeks slightly red, somewhat shyly saying, Xiao Wei, this is a peace talisman. It can ensure safety. I asked for it yesterday on a whim. I wanted to give it to you yesterday, but felt embarrassed. The bandits will come to collect grain tomorrow. Keep it on you. Yue took the peace talisman and instinctively held her hands. Qin Mian's face turned red, her eyes flustered, and she quickly withdrew her hands, glaring at him playfully. Silly. Are you trying to tease me again? I'm not, Yue said, feeling a bit uncomfortable and squatting down, carefully drawing in the dirt with a stick. Qin Mian curiously leaned in closer, the scent of jasmine from her hair wafting to his nose. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Silly, what are you drawing? Guess, sister-in-law. Yue raised an eyebrow, a smile in his eyes. Qin Mian stared at the pattern on the ground, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Is this 2 pieces of land? Yes. What do we call it when we summon someone? Yue asked, smiling. Land. Younger brother? Qin Mian guessed uncertainly. Her eyes filled with eager inquiry as she looked at him. Sister-in-law is really smart, and what is below? Yue continued to guide her, his smile broadening. Below is a dead sheep? Qin Mian hesitated to answer. Yue raised an eyebrow. Then how do you read it when combined? Qin Mian silently repeated it several times. Suddenly realizing, her cheeks flushing bright red, her eyes filled with shyness. Okay, you silly one. You're teasing me again. She reached out to pinch Yue's waist, but he swatted her hand away and instead slapped her bottom. Yue turned and ran, a triumphant smile on his face. All right, silly, you're hitting me again. Just wait until I deal with you. Qin Mian shivered, feeling both shy and angry, stomped her foot, and chased after him, her face a mix of anger and laughter. Yue rushed back, but suddenly stopped, and Qin Meiyan, unable to stop in time, stumbled into his arms. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Qin Meiyan's face turned crimson, her eyes flustered yet filled with a hint of expectation. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps broke the tranquility. Qin Meiyan snapped back to reality and quickly escaped from Yue's embrace. Qin Xiaolong ran over, panting, the bells around his waist jingling, his face full of urgency. "Sister, Xia Wei Yi. The bandits are coming. 2 small bandits have come to scout." "Where?" Yue's expression hardened, his eyes sharpening. "At the village entrance. The village chief asked me to inform everyone to hide," Qin Xiaolong said before turning and running off, his footsteps hurried, worry evident on his face. "Sister-in-law, stay in the house. I'll go check," Yue said to Qin Meiyan before running off. "Wait." Qin Meiyan hurriedly ran back into the house, took out a crossbow, and handed it to him, her eyes filled with concern, her eyes slightly red. "Silly, be careful." Yue saw that the crossbow was already loaded. He nodded, gripping the bow tightly, his expression stern as he headed towards the village entrance. On the way, Li Fuxing, along with Monkey, Wild Cat, and Dog Egg, rushed over, each holding a crossbow, their faces tense. "Xiao Wei Go, I heard 2 dead bandits came to scout." The group surrounded him, their faces showing anger and unease. "Why are there so few people?" "Ye it," Li Fuxing hurried to explain. "The cripple and Huang Bo went ahead with my father to the village entrance. And some villagers are still in the village, notifying everyone." At this moment, Sun Yeren and Lu Ying led 20 people over, each holding crossbows or gleaming knives. Sun Yeren's eyes were sharp, his expression cold. Lu Ying's face was full of meat, his gaze fierce, and the people behind him all exuded a murderous aura. As they approached, Sun Yeren's eyes revealed a killing intent, and he said in a deep voice, "Mr. Yi, I heard the bandits came scout. Why don't we take them out first? Brother Sun, let us assess the situation first. If we can send them off, let us do that. If not, we'll deal with them." Yue's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. As they spoke, the group rushed towards the village entrance. Soon, they saw a dark-skinned fat bandit sitting on an old horse, the horse panting heavily, mud still clinging to its mane. Another dark-skinned but lean bandit grabbed the money bag handed over by the village chief, waited, and then threw it to the ground with a thud. Copper coins scattered everywhere. He shouted angrily, "Is this little bit of silver enough to send off beggars?" The village chief had a pained expression, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with helplessness. "Gentlemen, this 5 coins is not little. Our villagers go hungry every day, almost only eating once every 2 days. Bullshit. Who doesn't know that you guys at Huang, Sholing recently made a fortune from killing wolves?" The dark-skinned fat bandit raised his hand and slapped the village chief across the face, his face filled with fierce anger. Nearby, the cripple leaned on a shoulder pole. Huang Montsong gripped a sickle, and about 10 villagers stepped forward to support the village chief, all glaring with rage. The dark-skinned, lean bandit immediately glared at them, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Do you all want to die?" The village chief hurriedly signaled the villagers to retreat, then knelt on the ground in a panic, his face filled with fear, his voice trembling. "Gentlemen, please calm down. The village truly has no silver left. This 5 coins is a large sum for us." The dark-skinned fat bandit dismounted, his eyes filled with lewdness as he licked his lips. "Let us set the silver aside. Have 2 beautiful girls come out to cool us down first." The dark-skinned lean bandit shouted, "Did you hear that? Quickly call out 2 pretty girls to serve us. If we're satisfied, we'll let you go." The village chief and the villagers trembled with anger, their faces flushed, their eyes filled with humiliation and rage. Seeing this, the dark-skinned lean bandit drew his knife with a swish, his eyes fierce. "Do you want to resist?" "I dare not." The village chief's voice shook, his body trembling, his face filled with fear and unwillingness. "Damn it!" Hidden behind a large tree, Yue could no longer hold back, handed the crossbow to Li Fuxing, and strode out. Yue shouted loudly at the 2 bandits, "If you want beautiful girls, then come with me. I have some eye-catching beauties here." Yue sneered in his heart and turned to leave. The lean, dark bandit sheathed his knife, his eyes revealing greed and lewdness. He exchanged a knowing glance with the stout, dark bandit. This little brother really knows how to handle things. Let's go. The two hurriedly followed behind Yue, leering with laughter. Chapter 82. Attacking the bandit den. Walking half a mile on the gravel and dead branches, Yue suddenly raised his hand to make a downward gesture. His eyes sharp as an eagle. The bushes rustled at once. Li Fuxing crouched down and rushed out first, followed by Sun Yiren and others, who spread out in a fan shape with their crossbows. The sound of blades cutting through the air startled the crows perched on the treetops. Two bandits were caught off guard, their pupils dilating in shock. The thin black bandit had not fully drawn his knife from its sheath, while the stout black bandit was already gripping his spiked club with calloused hands. The two men stood back to back in a defensive stance, the flesh on their faces trembling uncontrollably. "If you don't want to die, put down your weapons," Yue commanded, taking the crossbow from Li Fuxing, aiming it at them. The thin black bandit suddenly let out a sinister laugh, his scarred face twitching with a distorted expression. "You little brat, I'll kill you." Before he finished speaking, he charged forward, stepping on the fallen leaves, raising a cloud of dust. Yue released the crossbow bolt, which flew through the air with a thud, accurately piercing his forehead. Warm blood splattered onto the tree trunk behind him as the thin black bandit's eyes widened before he slowly fell, his knife clattering to the stone path. Seeing this, the stout black bandit immediately dropped to his knees with a thud, his knees hitting the protruding tree roots hard. Pressing his forehead into the damp earth, murky tears mixed with snot covered his face. "Hero, spare my life. I surrender. Please let me live." His fat body kept bowing, and blood soon oozed from his forehead. "Tie him up," Yue ordered expressionlessly. Amid the sound of ropes rubbing together, Li Fuxing and several villagers stepped forward to bind the bandit tightly. LVing kicked the bandit in the back, the blade pressing against his neck. "Mr. Yi, such people are bound to become a disaster if kept alive." The stout black bandit twisted in terror, whimpering, "Don't kill me. Just let me go. I'll do anything you want." Yue stepped forward, scanning the crowd. "If we kill him, who will lead us to the bandit den?" Sun Yiren's eyes lit up. "Mr. Yi, are you planning to attack the bandit den?" Yue looked at the bandit. The bandit quickly said, "I'll lead you there. Don't kill me. I promise to take you to our village." Sun Yiren stepped forward, grabbing the bandit's collar. "Can you really lead us?" The stout black bandit nodded vigorously, his double chin trembling like a sieve. "Absolutely. There's a dog hole on the west side of the village. If you crawl through, you can bypass the sentries. Brother Sun, I'll leave this man to you." Yue patted Sun Yiren on the shoulder. Sun Yiren immediately had someone bring out chains to lock the bandit's ankles, saying, "Mr. Yi, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. If he dares to run, I'll chop him up myself." Yue turned to LVing. "Manager LV, please take care of the bodies and leave no traces." "Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I'll handle it." LVing nodded. "Fuxing, let us go." Yue led the group directly to the blacksmith shop. Before reaching the door, they heard the sound of clanging metal. Pushing open the worn wooden door, they saw a dozen village women busy around the anvil, some polishing tools while others sorted arrows. Upon seeing Yue enter, everyone paused their work. "Little Wei is here. Come in and rest. Little Wei, come try my dumplings." The village women warmly welcomed him. "I'm looking for Linger about something." Yue passed through the crowd and arrived at the slightly ajar wooden door of the inner room. The moment he pushed the door open, he saw Tai Linger focused on assembling a crossbow, her ponytail swaying gently with her movements. Hearing the noise, she suddenly looked up, and upon seeing him, her pupils brightened. "You fool! What are you doing here?" Yue locked the door behind him. Tai Ling noticed the unusual look in his eyes, her hand holding the wrench trembling slightly, her earlobes turning red at an observable speed. "Yi Zi, why did you close the door?" Yue stepped closer until her back was against the wooden frame piled high with parts. "What did you call me, young lady?" Ti Ling hit. Staring at his dirt-covered shoe tips, her voice as soft as a mosquito. "Husband, husband." Yue gently lifted her chin with his fingertip, feeling her heart racing under her skin. She tightly closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering nervously. Yue leaned in and kissed her directly. The moment his warm lips touched hers, the wrench fell from her hand with a thud. She froze for a moment before boldly wrapping her arms around his neck. responding to the passionate kiss. Suddenly, Tai Ling pushed him away, her cheeks flushed to the point of almost dripping blood. Wait, did you deal with the bandits? The ones scouting? Yue rubbed her reddened lips with his fingertip, smiling. Two came. I killed one and captured one. How did it happen? Tai Ling gasped. Isn't that bandit going to slaughter the village? Her gaze fell on the 5 crossbows neatly arranged in the corner. There are still 5 unfinished, but they can be completed before dark. It's fine. Yue embraced her, resting his chin on her soft hair. My dear, you've worked hard. Leave the bandit matter to me. Tai Ling squirmed in his arms, eventually pressing her hands against his chest. You fool, don't mess around. I'm not your officially recognized wife yet. If word gets out. She changed her tone, mischievously blinking. But then she stood on her tiptoes and pecked his lips before slipping away from his embrace. Let us talk when you carry me into your home in a grand procession. Saying this, she opened the door and stuck out her tongue at him, her skirt fluttering as she ran away. Yue watched her retreating figure, smiling helplessly. Silly girl. I will definitely marry you in this life. He turned and walked out of the blacksmith shop, calling to Li Fuxing and the others waiting outside. Bring out the crossbows. Li Fuxing hurriedly instructed his men to carry out the completed crossbows. Little Wei, what's the next step? Li Fuxing wiped the sweat from his brow and asked. Yue gazed at the clouds in the sky, then looked back at him. Continue practicing archery. Let everyone shoot at the scarecrow. I'll come to inspect it before dark. He paused, his eyes sharp as an eagle. By the way, let everyone know that tonight we will let the bandits know that the Wild Beast Ridge is not a place they can trample on at will. Upon hearing this, Li Fuxing's spirit lifted. Yes, little Wei, we'll go practice archery right away. He hurriedly led everyone away, shouting. At that moment, village chief Li Tai, leaning on a jujube wood cane, limped over with Huang Monsong and a dozen villagers. Their clothes were still stained with dirt, and beads of sweat dotted their foreheads. Their steps hurried yet filled with a hint of apprehension. Panting, village chief Li handed a silver pouch to Yue. Little Wei, this silver wasn't he delivered. Take it back. Yue reached out to receive the pouch and tucked it away. The village chief wiped the sweat from his forehead, worry evident in his eyes. I just heard from Manager's son and the others that you're planning to lead everyone to attack the bandit den. The lame man craned his neck while Huang Monsong tightened his grip on the sickle, and everyone looked at Yue with a mix of anticipation and fear. Yi nodded solemnly. The surrounding air seemed to freeze instantly. The village chief's face turned pale, his voice trembling slightly. Little Wei, I heard that the bandit den in Poison Python Mountain is a stronghold that's easy to defend but hard to attack. Those 3 big leaders are all highly skilled, especially the chief, who is an expert marksman, never missing his target. Moreover, we are completely unfamiliar with the terrain there. Isn't this going to our death? Chapter 83. Making potent medicine. Yue's gaze was sharp as he scanned the crowd. Village chief, we just killed their men. According to the nature of bandits, what will they do when they come to collect grain tomorrow? The village chief frowned deeply, the wrinkles on his face deepening as he sighed heavily. Sigh. We killed the bandits, and they certainly won't let us off. At best, they will kill a few villagers to establish authority. At worst, it would be a massacre. Yue clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. That's it. We have no way out. Instead of waiting to die, we should take the initiative. The cripple suddenly slammed the carrying pole heavily on the ground, anger igniting in his murky eyes. Damn it. Let's fight them. I don't want this worthless life anymore. If I can take a few down with me, it's worth it. Huang Monsong also waved his sickle, his voice resonant. Village chief, instead of waiting to die here tomorrow, let's follow Little Wei today and attack the bandits' lair. Let's fight. Maybe we can survive. The other villagers echoed in agreement, some waving their farming tools, others clenching their fists, shouting in unison. Since we're all going to die, let's fight them. The village chief gritted his teeth, the flesh on his face twitching, suddenly kicking a stone aside. These bandits have robbed us of our grain for so many years, abducted so many of our women, and now they want to force us into a corner. Good, then let's fight them. Yue nodded in satisfaction. Village chief, have the villagers prepare. We'll gather and set off as soon as it gets dark. The village chief nodded solemnly, glanced at Yue twice, and hurriedly left with the villagers. Their footsteps gradually faded along the winding village path. Yue turned and walked home. Soon, he saw Jiang Zi, Jiang Xiaowu, and Ma Dongmei running towards him from the front of the house. Holding crossbows, their faces anxious. Jiang Xiaowu ran the fastest, her skirt kicking up clouds of dust as she looked Yue up and down, concern filling her eyes. "Brother-in-law, are you okay?" Yue smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine." Jiang Xiaowu patted her chest. "I heard you just killed a bandit?" Yue handed the money bag to Jiang Zi, his tone stern. "They thought the money was too little and wanted us to send women to serve them. So I killed one and captured another." Jiang Xiaowu excitedly grabbed his arm, her eyes sparkling. "Brother-in-law, you're so fierce. You're really a strong man." Jiang Zi, however, frowned, worry etched on her face. "Husband, what should we do with the remaining bandit? Keeping him is always a threat." Jiang Xiaowu waved her fist. "Of course. We should beat him up hard and then kill him." Yue waved his hand. "Keeping him alive is useful. Let him lead us straight to the bandit's lair." The three women were taken aback. Jiang Zi's face turned pale. "Husband, you want to go to the bandit's lair? That's too dangerous." Jiang Xiaowu clenched her fists. "Brother-in-law, I want to go with you. I can help too." Jiang Zi quickly added, "I want to go too. I'm worried about you." Yue smiled and said, "If you go, who will guard the silver at home?" Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu exchanged glances. Yue continued, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Nothing will happen." Jiang Zi and Jiang Xiaowu still looked at him with concern. Yue gently lifted their faces, kissing Jiang Zi's cheek softly. "Dear, really, I'm fine, and we're not acting until tonight. It's still early." Jiang Zi's cheeks flushed instantly. Glancing nervously at her younger sister and Ma Dongmei, lowering her head and saying no more. Jiang Xiaowu's worry also turned into a shy smile. Yue turned to look at Ma Dongmei. She had been standing quietly beside them, and when she noticed him looking, she bit her lip, her eyes filled with unease. Yue said, "Dongmei, let me treat your injuries first." Ma Dongmei nodded gently, placing the crossbow back inside the house, then walked towards a room. Yue followed directly. In a bedroom, Ma Dongmei removed her clothing, revealing that the bruises and swelling on her skin had already faded significantly. Yue took the ointment and gently applied it to her skin with a cloth. After applying the medicine, Ma Dongmei suddenly leaped into his arms. Wrapping her slender arms tightly around his waist, her voice choked. "Husband, if something happens to you, I don't want to live anymore." Yue lowered his head to kiss her lips, softly comforting. "Don't worry, I will return safely." Ma Dongmei looked up at him with tearful eyes. "Really? You're not lying to me?" "I'm not lying to you." Yue kissed her again. Only then did Ma Dongmei actively meet his kiss. Although her injuries had healed about 70 to 80%, she clearly couldn't handle much more. After gently kissing her flushed cheek, Yue stood up to leave. Exiting the yard, he walked quickly along the gravel path towards the south of the village. Soon, sounds of hammering and shouting came from the distance. Chun Yong was shoveling dirt with a spade, sweat dripping from his forehead down into his coarse cloth shirt. Upon seeing Yue, he immediately straightened up, the spade clattering as he plunged it into the ground, stepping forward to clasp his hands. "Boss." Meng Tao and the others also stopped their work and called out in unison, except for 5 deserters whose eyes shone with excitement at seeing him. The other 5 villagers looked at him eagerly. "Chun Yong, don't dig the horse traps for now." Yue surveyed the deep pit that had taken shape and said, "Have the men use wooden boards and bamboo to surround it, and make a few warning signs to prevent the villagers from stepping in by mistake." Chun Yong scratched his head, confusion written on his face. "Boss, the horse trap is fine. Why not finish it?" The people behind him, including Wang Xiaofan, also craned their necks. Yue replied, "Tonight, we are going to attack the bandit's lair." As soon as Yue's words fell, Chun Yong's pupils contracted sharply, and the 5 deserters immediately stood up straight, their fists cracking. The 5 villagers, however, turned pale, nearly dropping their tools. "Boss, after we surround it, what do we do next?" Chun Yong wiped the sweat from his face. "Go back to rest, conserve your energy, and wait for nightfall. I will send someone to call you." Yue patted Chun Yong's shoulder and turned to leave. Meng Tao rubbed his hands together, excitement barely contained on his face. "Chun Wuchang, the boss treats us really well. Wang Xiaofan kicked a stone by his feet, pouting. That Lu Tuanchong and his group treat us like donkeys. Unlike the boss. Chen Yong hoisted a spade and shouted, "Stop chatting. Let's finish the fence first. Then get a good night's sleep. We've got a lot to do tonight." The group responded and dispersed. After Yue returned home and had lunch, he took Monkey, Dog Egg, and over 10 villagers carrying bamboo baskets, climbing along the rugged mountain path of Wulong Mountain. The air was filled with the fragrance of herbs, and droplets of water hung on the vines of old trees. "There's Yishou Wu." Yue suddenly pointed at the dark green vines on the cliff and shouted. Dog Egg immediately climbed over using both hands and feet. The entire afternoon, the villagers' bamboo baskets filled up with various herbs. There were deep brown eucalyptus tree bark, mugwort leaves with silver edges, thick ginseng roots, as well as the kidney-tonifying and yang-enhancing herbs like cistanche and epimedium. When they returned home, Yue set up the medicine furnace in the yard and processed the herbs they had gathered one by one. He first had Jiangzi pound cistanche and epimedium in a stone mortar. Then he had Jiang Xiaowu cut epimedium into inch-long pieces and grind it together with the eucalyptus bark. After all the herbs were ground, Yue added honey and yellow wine to the herbal juice, then let Ma Dongmei simmer it on low heat. Jiangzi brought over a basin of water, curiously staring at the bubbling brown liquid in the medicine furnace. "Husband, what kind of medicine are you making?" "Potent medicine pills." Yue stirred the herbal juice with a wooden spoon, the rising steam carrying a strong herbal scent, which, when consumed, could make a man. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Jiangzi's backside, transforming into a true strongman. Chapter 84 Team Departure. Jiangzi's cheeks instantly turned crimson as she took a half-step back in panic. You are already impressive enough. You don't need to eat this." Yue smiled and shook his head. "It's not me eating it." Jiangzi still looked at him warily. Yue chuckled, "Wife, it's really not me." Only then did Jiangzi choose to trust him, letting out a breath of relief and patting her chest. "That's good." The medicinal liquid in the copper pot soon began to bubble, with steam rising and a strong spicy aroma, mingled with the sweetness of honey, condensing into white mist in the air. As the medicinal fragrance became more intense, Yue took a piece of Xian paper he had bought earlier and placed it on the freshly made wooden mold, pouring the boiling medicinal liquid into it. As the medicinal liquid gradually cooled and solidified, he used a silver needle to prick the surface and sprinkled ground ginseng on top. Once the pills had formed, he carefully placed them into a ceramic jar. The bottom of the jar was lined with dried mugwort, which could prevent moisture and help nourish the medicinal properties. At this moment, 10 black-brown pills were finally completed. Their surfaces glistened with an oily sheen. Just a faint whiff was enough to feel a pungent medicinal scent rushing to the head, mixed with the fresh fragrance of mugwort and the bitter sweetness of ginseng. Yue felt a subtle warmth spreading in his lower body. At that moment, Ma Dongmei rushed over, saying, "Young master, Sister Lu is looking for you." Just in time, Yue took a small ceramic bottle and carefully placed 2 pills inside, turning to head out. He saw Lu Yin standing under the old mulberry tree, her lotus-colored skirt swaying gently in the wind. She bit her lip, twisting the corner of her skirt with her fingers. When she saw Yue approaching, 2 blushes rose on her cheeks. "Sister Lu, here are 2 pills. Have your man take one with warm water before bed tonight." Yue handed the ceramic bottle to her, brushing against her slightly cool fingertips. Lu Yin stared at the ceramic bottle, her voice trembling. "Really, really effective?" Yue's expression was firm. "When have I ever lied to you?" Lu Yin looked at him seriously and then took out a piece of broken silver from her bosom, stuffing it into his hand. "Little hero, you must accept this silver." Yue hurriedly pressed her hand down. "Sister Lu, you all are willing to help deal with the bandits. This kindness is enough. Quickly take the silver back. That's a different kind of favor. This is to thank you." Lu Yin insisted, but suddenly caught sight of Jiangzi walking out of the house, realizing that their action seemed a bit ambiguous. She quickly withdrew her hand as if burned, her ears turning red. "Then, I'll owe you for now." Saying that, she turned and ran off, her skirt brushing over the dandelions on the ground, stirring up a flurry of fluff. Jiangzi walked over, watching Lu Yin's retreating figure, and sighed softly. "Sister Lu is really beautiful, just like Sister Qin." She suddenly looked at Yue mischievously. "Husband, Why not marry her too? Yue was taken aback. Wife. She already has a husband. How could I marry her? Jiang Zi blinked. But her man, isn't he incapable in that regard? Yue was quite surprised. He didn't expect her to guess that. She covered her mouth and laughed. I just think that having more hand around would make the home livelier. Ye replied. Just because her man is incapable doesn't mean they aren't loving. Since you like liveliness, why not have 10 or 8 children? He stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her small waist and kissing her lips. She pressed her hands against his, her cheeks flushing, and decisively returned the kiss. Pushing his hand away, she hurriedly turned and trotted off. Husband, I'm going to help Dongmei cook. Yue smiled and turned to watch the direction Lu Yian had gone. Lu Yian had a slim waist and a curvy figure, tall and graceful, indeed as alluring as Sister Qin, but to marry her, it would have to be after her man passed away. When Yue finished dinner, the sky had not yet completely darkened. Iron Linger led a group of village women, each carrying a newly crafted set of 5 crossbows, rushing over. Their hair was damp with sweat, clinging tightly to their cheeks, and their coarse clothing was stained dark with perspiration. But each person's eyes were filled with determination. At the same time, village chief Li Tai leaned on his jujube wood cane, leading the village's young and strong men as they hurried over. They held homemade weapons and carried simple bundles on their backs. Soon, Sun Yeren and Lu Ying rushed over with a group of subordinates, their postures tall and straight, the blades at their waists glinting coldly in the afterglow. Qin Meiyan, Lu Yin, and other women also mingled in the crowd, holding crossbows, looking ready to face death. Before long, almost the entire village had gathered in the open space in front of Yue's house. The children were placed at the back, being watched by a few elders, standing on tiptoes, curiously and nervously peeking around. Women whispered to each other, occasionally glancing at their relatives who were about to attack the bandits, their eyes filled with worry and concern. The men rubbed their fists together, quietly discussing the impending battle. Village chief Li Tai squeezed at the front of the crowd, his voice loud but slightly trembling. Xiao Wei, the rations, torches, and weapons are all ready. Everyone's morale is high. We can set off at any time. Li Fuxing pushed through the crowd, coming forward. Xiao Wei, should we test everyone's archery skills first? Yue's gaze sharpened as he scanned the densely packed villagers, realizing that archery was important, and nodded seriously yes. Fuxing, have each person shoot 3 arrows, using that old mulberry tree as the target. Got it, Li Fuxing shouta. The villagers immediately lined up in a long queue, gripping their crossbows tightly. The first to step forward was a young man. He took a deep breath, aimed, and shot. The arrow whizzed past, grazing the branches and leaves of the mulberry tree. Fortunately, his second and third arrows hit the target. As more villagers took their turns, Yue finally relaxed. Most of them were able to hit the tree trunk with at least 2 out of 3 arrows. What surprised Yue was that Sun Yeren's group hit the main trunk of the mulberry tree with every single arrow, causing the surrounding villagers to gasp in amazement. After the archery was finished, Yue stepped onto a raised stone. Raising his voice, everyone's archery skills far exceed my expectations. With this ability, defeating the bandits is not a problem. The tense atmosphere was instantly swept away, and the villagers looked at each other, their spirits lifting. Now we will start dividing into teams. Yue turned to Sun Yeren and Lu Ying. Brother Sun, you lead 10 people to form the archery team. Supervisor Lu, you also lead 10 people, responsible for close combat and protecting the archers if necessary. Sun Yeren patted the long knife at his waist, his eyes resolute. Mr. Yi, don't worry. My team guarantees every arrow hits. Lu Ying gripped the wolf-toothed club in his hand, responding in a rough voice, with me here. No one can hurt my brothers. After the 2 finished speaking, they immediately began selecting their team members. Yue then looked at village chief Li Tai, Li Fuxing, and the crippled man, village chief. You take 13 villagers to support everyone. Fuxing, you and the crippled man take 12 archers to assist Captain Sunday. The 3 nodded, quickly organizing their respective teams. Sister Qin, Xiao Long, and also Sister Lu, Uncle Zhuang, and Uncle Pang. You 5 form a group to guard the surroundings and prevent bandits from ambushing. Yue's gaze swept over Qin Meiyan and the others. Qin Meiyan nodded sharply. Qin Xiaolong tightly gripped his short knife, excitement evident in his eyes. Liu Yin, though a bit nervous, still firmly pressed her lips together. Du Dazhuang and Du Erpang nodded as well. Qinyong, you take Wang Xiaofan and the other four, going at the front of the team to scout the road conditions. Yi Wei looked at Qinyong. Chapter 85, Don't be afraid. Sister-in-law will protect you. Qinyong grinned, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. Leave it to me. In a moment, 6 teams were lined up neatly. Yi Wei counted the number of people. Excluding the capture bandits, there were exactly 61 people, including himself. His expression was serious as he ordered loudly. All archers, prepare the itching arrows and the tranquilizer arrows. Once the team was ready, Yi Wei turned to Jiang Zi, Jiang Xiaowu, Ma Dongmei, Tai Linger, and Tao Tao. The 5 women had already reddened their eyes, tears swirling in their eyes. Jiang Zi couldn't hold back any longer and threw herself into Yi Wei's arms, her voice choked with emotion. My lord, you must come back safely. Yi Wei tightly hugged her for a moment and gently wiped away her tears. Don't worry, my wife, I will definitely return with everyone victorious. He comforted Jiang Xiaowu, Ma Dongmei, Tai Linger, and Tao Tao one by one. Set off. Yi Wei turned to look at everyone and shouted fiercely. Set off. Villager Litia, Li Fushen, Sun Eren. And others shouted in unison. The team marched vigorously toward the village head. Behind them, a large group of elderly and young villagers held homemade torches, the flames casting long shadows of everyone. Jiang Zi held Jiang Xiaowu and Tao Tao tightly, tears streaming down her face. Ma Dongmei and Tai Linger were even more heartbroken, yet they held back their tears and kept waving. Yi Wei's eyes grew warm. He waved his hand vigorously and resolutely turned around, leading the team forward. As night deepened, everyone held torches, following the captured bandit along a hidden mountain path. The surroundings were silent. Only the sounds of insects and footsteps echoed in the darkness. The mountain path was rugged and difficult to traverse, with loose stones rolling down from time to time, and everyone climbed cautiously. At some point, Yi walked alongside Vinmeyan. As they reached a steep slope, Qin Meiyan suddenly slipped and leaned backward. Yi Wei reacted quickly, reaching out to help, but accidentally touched her bottom. Qin Meiyan steadied herself. Her cheeks instantly flushed bright red, like the evening glow. Yi Wei felt a bit embarrassed and quickly withdrew his hand. Sister-in-law, are you okay? And no, I'm fine. Qin Meiyan's voice trembled as she lowered her head to fix her slightly disheveled hair. The mountain path is slippery. Be careful, Yi Wei reminded. You too, Qin Meiyan softly replied. Yi Wei recalled what Qin Meiyan had said last night and curiously asked, Sister-in-law, you mentioned needing my help earlier. What was it about? Qin Meiyan's eyes flickered, seemingly hesitant about something, and after a moment, she said, I'll tell you after we finish dealing with the bandits. The two chatted while supporting each other, slowly making their way along the steep mountain path. Suddenly, a scream came from the front of the team. Snake. There's a big snake. Everyone immediately stopped, raising their torches to illuminate the area. They saw a giant snake, as thick as a bowl, coiled in the middle of the path, its body black and yellow, towering over a person, with a triangular head held high, flicking its crimson tongue, its eyes glinting with ferocity. Yi Wei quickly raised his crossbow. The bowstring made a light, buzzing sound, and the arrow accurately struck the snake's tail. The giant snake let out a roar of pain, twisting its massive body and lunging forward. However, the itching medicine on the arrow began to take effect, and the giant snake writhed in agony, crashing into nearby trees, creating a loud noise. In no time, it fled in panic, disappearing into the dark jungle. Don't panic. Keep moving, Yi shouted. Everyone tightened their grip on their weapons, vigilantly observing their surroundings, and continued their ascent up the mountain. Along the way, they encountered attacks from several wild wolves and bobcats, but with everyone's combined efforts, they repelled them one by one. The light of the torches flickered in the darkness, illuminating their path. When they reached the neck of Poisonous Python Mountain, they were less than a stick of incense away from the bandit stronghold at the top. Yi Wei raised his hand to signal the team to stop, saying, Everyone rest here for a moment. Chun Yong, you take 2 people to scout ahead. Yes, boss. Chun Yong responded, drawing a dagger from his waist, the movement causing it to glint. He stepped forward, grabbing the captured bandit by the back of his collar. lifting him up as if he were a small chicken. The bandit's knees trembled slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, and under the light of the torch. The cold sweat on his face was clearly visible. The team temporarily dispersed, each finding a place to sit. Just as Yue turned around, he bumped into Liu Yin. Liu Yin let out a soft gasp, instinctively covering her chest, her cheeks instantly flushing with a layer of redness. She glanced at Yue in a fluster, her eyes holding a mix of shyness and panic, then quickly turned and left. Yue felt the brief contact, his throat unconsciously moving. That scale was truly large. A heat surged up his spine. At that moment, Qin Meiyin's voice came from the right. "Xiao Wei, come sit by sister-in-law." Yue turned to look, seeing Qin Meiyin sitting on a protruding rock, the moonlight spilling over her shoulders, outlining her gentle silhouette. He quickly walked over, sitting next to her, his palm naturally resting on her slender thigh, gently kneading. "Sister Qin, after walking for so long, let me massage your leg." Qin Meiyin's body trembled slightly. She reached out to hold his hand, her voice carrying a hint of shyness. "Silly boy, what are you doing?" "Sister Qin is fine, my hands aren't sore." Yue smiled and wanted to continue, but suddenly felt a sharp pain, gasping in surprise. Qin Meiyin had pinched him on the thigh. "You want me to teach you a lesson, huh?" Qin Meiyin's eyes sparkled with amusement. Yue quickly waved his hands. "I wouldn't dare." Qin Meiyin released her hand, her gaze turning towards the mountain peak, her expression gradually turning serious. "Xiao Wei, we're about to fight the bandits. Are you scared?" Yue fell silent for a moment, the scenes of impending bloodshed flashing through his mind. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. Qin Meiyin took his hand. "Don't be afraid, sister-in-law will protect you." Yue felt her gentle touch on his hand. Looking at her, he saw her eyes firm as iron, shining in the night. At that moment, Chen Yong rushed back. "Boss, the situation is not good. The area around the stronghold is surrounded by logs as thick as bowls, and we can't see any movement inside. There are 2 arrow towers in front of the gate, each with a sentry. Also, that dog hole is blocked tightly by a boulder." Yue furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment before ordering. "Extinguish all torches, climb the mountain in the dark." Everyone quickly acted, the flames extinguishing one by one in the night, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Yue cautiously moved his feet, suddenly slipping and leaning backward. In a critical moment, a delicate hand firmly supported his bottom. Qin Meiyin had appeared behind him without him noticing. "Be careful." Qin Meiyin's voice was urgent as she helped Yue steady himself. The two were very close, and Yue could even smell the faint scent of mugwort from her, his body involuntarily warming up. "Are you okay?" Qin Meiyin asked with concern. Yue shook his head, suppressing the stirring feelings within, and continued to move up the mountain. Before long, everyone hid behind a dense thicket. Through the gaps in the branches and leaves, 2 square wooden towers over 10 meters high came into view. The torches atop the towers illuminated the surroundings brightly, and shadows could be seen moving between the wooden slats. Yue looked at the shadows, thinking, it's nearly impossible to shoot down both sentries in the towers at the same time. Once one gets hit, they will definitely make a noise before dying, and that would alert the stronghold. Qin Meiyin leaned close to his ear, her breath lightly brushing against his neck. "Xiao Wei, if the arrows can't reach them, we need to think of a way to lure them down." Chapter 86. I go with him. Yue made a quick decision and turned to Chen Yong and Wang Xiaofan. "You two disguise yourselves as bandits and have this captive call them down to change shifts. When you make your move, make sure to cover their mouths. They must not be allowed to shout." Chen Yong patted his chest. "Boss, no problem. Just worried about Xiaofan." "I'll do it." Sun Yaren volunteered, his gaze as cold as a knife. "Killing someone is just a small matter for me." Yue looked at Sun Yaren deeply, feeling a bit curious about his past, but he nodded in agreement. Chen Yong drew a short knife and pressed it against the captive's lower back. The coldness of the blade made the captive shudder. "You better cooperate, or else." He deliberately pushed the blade forward. The captive nodded repeatedly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Chen Yong untied the ropes binding the captive, and with Sun Yaren on one side and him on the other, they cautiously circled to the side and quietly emerged from the woods. By the time the bandits on the arrow tower noticed them, the 3 had already reached the foot of the tower. The captive shouted hoarsely, Brothers, come down. It's time to change shifts. So soon? Isn't it too early? Two tall bandits peeked out, their tone filled with confusion. The captive's nervous tongue got tangled, and Chen Yong pressed the knife harder against his back. Only then did he hurriedly explain, "The boss has new orders. Hurry down." The two lanky bandits mumbled as they climbed down the tower. Chen Yong and Sun Yiren kept their heads down, their figures shrouded in the shadow of the arrow tower, making it difficult to see their faces. Just as the two bandits were about to hand over their bows and arrows, one of them suddenly became alert. "Who are you?" Before he could finish speaking, Chen Yong pounced like a leopard, wrapping one arm around the bandit's mouth while the other hand swiftly slashed his throat. Sun Yiren was even more ruthless. Taking advantage of the other bandit opening his mouth to shout, he thrust his short knife straight into his mouth, driving the blade deep inside. As the two bandit corpses fell to the ground, Yue immediately led Qin Meiyin's team forward to provide support. Du Dazhuang and Du Erpeng tied up the captive bandit again like they were handling a small chicken, and casually tore a piece of rag from his waist to stuff in his mouth. The muffled sounds of the bandit struggling were quickly drowned out by the night. Yue and Qin Xiaolong worked together to lift the bodies and threw them into a nearby thicket with a thud. Qin Meiyin and Lu Yiyin squatted on the ground, using dry branches to cover the bloodstains on the soil carefully. The moonlight spilled onto their backs, outlining their alluring silhouettes. When the last trace of dark red was covered by the dirt, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. They then stealthily approached the village gate, where warm yellow light was seeping through the gaps in the decaying wooden door. Yue held his breath and crept closer to the crack in the door, and the sight before him made his pupils constrict. In the village square, a roaring bonfire illuminated the surroundings as brightly as day. With 8 large wooden tables covered in roasted chickens, cured meats, and jars of wine, fat dripping into the fire and sparking with pops. A brawny man stood on the table, swaying a wine jar in his hand, with the liquor running down his muscular arm. "Brothers, if you want to eat and drink, what do we need to do?" "Rob." Dozens of rough voices echoed, causing leaves to fall from the trees. "What do we do if we want gold and jewels?" "Rob." The roar was accompanied by nauseating laughter. "What do we do if we want women?" "Rob, Rob, Rob." The crowd waved their fists, their eyes glinting with greed. The burly man kicked over the wine jar, the liquor flowing on the ground like a river. "Our brothers from Poison Python Mountain never fear death. If anyone is afraid, they might as well roll away. Tomorrow is another good day for us to rob everywhere. I know some brothers are going crazy thinking about women." He licked his lips and shouted louder. "Tomorrow, I'll let everyone have their fun. Play to your heart's content." Yue frowned and took a few steps back. Qin Meiyin immediately followed, lowering her voice. "Xiao Wei, if we force our way in, we might lose quite a few people. We need to find a way to lure them out." "Sister, do you have any ideas?" Yue asked urgently. Qin Meiyin opened her mouth but shook her head, her eyes full of worry. At this moment, village chief Li Tai, Chen Yong, Sun Yiren, and others gathered around. Du Dazhuang tightened his grip on his bow and said in a deep voice, "Why don't we just kill our way in? They haven't even grabbed their weapons yet. If we rush in, we can at least take down half of them." Lu Yiyin pointed at the weapon rack visible through the door crack, her voice calm. "The weapons are nearby, and they're at least 100 steps away from us. By the time we rush over, they will have already armed themselves." Yue scanned everyone and suddenly spoke. "I'll go in and lure them out. You all hide here and ambush them. As soon as they show their heads, greet them with crossbow arrows." Everyone looked at him simultaneously. "How will you lure them?" Village chief Li Tai frowned and asked. "I have my ways." Yue handed the crossbow to Li Fuxing and turned to head towards the village gate. "I'll go with you." Qin Meiyin reached out and grabbed his hand, her fingertips trembling slightly. "Sister Qin, that's not advisable." Village chief Li Tai quickly advised. "These brutes treat women as playthings. If you go in, it'll be like a sheep entering a tiger's den." Qin Xiaolong also grabbed her arm. "Sister, what if the bandits recognize you?" Qin Meiyin stared at Yue, her eyes reddening. "Xiao Wei, let me go with you." Lu Yin suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Qin Meiyin's hand. "Meiyin, listen to Xiaolong. If the bandits recognize you, what will happen to Yi Yingxiong's plan?" Qin Meiyin said, "I just can't rest easy with Xiao Wei going alone." "He's not going alone. I'm going with him." Lu Yin looked at Yue, her gaze momentarily resolute. Du-Dajwang quickly stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Yinzi, don't be foolish. This is too dangerous. It's fine, I've made up my mind. Lu Yin pulled her hand away, shoved the bow she was holding into Qin Meiyin's hands. Her gaze unwavering. Meiyin, Dajwang, just wait for our good news. You. Qin Meiyin and Du-Dajwang were taken aback. Lu Yin said, with Yingxiong here, I trust he can keep me safe. She walked directly to Yi Wei's side. Seeing that everyone was still arguing, Yi Wei said in a deep voice, stop wasting time. Go hide. Only then did everyone reluctantly disperse. Du-Dajwang stomped his foot, glared at Lu Yin, and ground his teeth as he melted into the shadows. Qin Meiyin was pulled back by Qin Xiaolong, looking back at Yi Wei with tears glistening in her eyes. Yi Wei turned around and, side by side with Lu Yin, pushed open the village gate and walked in. The night wind lifted Lu Yin's skirt, but she stood tall. Yi Wei whispered, Sister Lu, aren't you afraid? Afraid. Lu Yin chuckled lightly, but her eyes were filled with trust. But I trust you. Who goes there? A rough voice suddenly shouted. A patrolling bandit rushed over, brandishing a torch that cast a terrifying shadow on his scarred face. But when he saw Lu Yin's exquisite features, his murky eyes instantly lit up with a frightening gleam, his gaze slithering over her like a venomous snake. Yi Wei immediately put on a smile, pulled out a silver ingot from his bag, and discreetly slipped it into the bandit's hand. Good man, I'm a traveling merchant who has committed a crime and want to seek refuge with your boss. I hope you can show me a little kindness and point me in the right direction. Chapter 87. Encountering the bandit chief. The bandit weighed the silver and shot a fierce glance at Lu Yin before swallowing hard. Wait. After saying this, he turned and ran into the stronghold, his footsteps echoing in the open space. In no time, a large group of bandits shouting slogans had begun to eat meat and drink. The chaotic sounds of shouting, clinking cups, and tearing at meat bones mixed together. Not long after, that bandit returned, his eyes fixed on Lu Yin, the desire in his gaze almost bursting forth. Lu Yin instinctively trembled, and, at that moment, Yi Wei wrapped one arm around her waist, the warmth of his palm seeping through her coarse clothing, giving her an inexplicable sense of security. Lu Yin turned to look at Yi Wei, only to see his face was determined, as if the surrounding danger was trivial. The bandit chuckled strangely and said, The chief wants to see you. After saying that, he hurriedly led the way. Yi Wei directly held Lu Yin and walked forward. As they approached, the drinking and eating bandits stopped their actions one by one and looked over. When they saw Lu Yin, their eyes widened, throats swallowing, and their bodies gradually closed in like beasts smelling blood. The burly man Wang Ming sat at the table, gnawing on a large piece of meat, grease dripping down his beard while he emitted a low, fierce voice. Who are you? What crime have you committed? What is this woman to you? Yi Wei cupped his fists in salute, his voice steady. To the chief, I am a merchant from Wumu town in Ningxian. Due to a business dispute, I accidentally killed a constable, and this is my wife. Lu Yin turned her head to look at Yi Wei, her eyes filled with surprise. Meanwhile, Yi Wei's expression remained unchanged, and the hand that was originally around her waist quietly moved to her backside. Lu Yin's heart raced, feeling both flustered and shy. Her cheeks instantly flushed. Wang Ming threw the bone in his hand fiercely, grinning wickedly. Chop this man up to feed the dogs, and tear the woman's clothes off for everyone to play with. The crowd surged forward like hungry wolves. Lu Yin was so frightened that her face turned pale, stepping back and tightly covering her chest with her hands. Yi Wei hurriedly shouted, Wait. Everyone stopped moving. Wang Ming squinted, sizing up Yi Wei. Although Yi Wei felt a bit intimidated by the murderous gaze, he feigned calmness. Chief, I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you in such a hurry? I came to seek refuge with you this time, and I brought 250 taels of silver. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes instantly lit up like hungry wolves spotting meat, their breathing becoming rapid. Wang Ming's fierce expression instantly turned into a smile as he got up, took 2 bowls of wine, and unsteadily walked over. Little brother, I was just joking with you. Come, let's drink a bowl. Yi Wei took the bowl, clinked it with him, and drank it all in one go. The bitter and spicy taste spread in his mouth, and the poor quality made him frown slightly. Wang Ming licked his lips and eagerly asked, Where's the silver? Yi Wei's expression turned serious. I didn't dare to bring the silver with me. It's buried in a hidden place outside, but you have to guarantee that you won't harm me and my wife. He turned to Lu Yin, his eyes full of affection. Lu Yin knew this was an act, but the moment they locked eyes, her heart raced uncontrollably. Wang Ming burst into laughter, the flesh on his face shaking. All right, I promise you. Yi Wei, however, insisted. Chief, you have to swear in front of everyone, or I wouldn't dare to believe you. Wang Ming's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he raised his hand to loudly declare, I, Wang Ming, swear to everyone here that if I take the silver, I will not harm these two in the slightest. After saying this, a hint of malice flashed in his eyes as he thought that once he got the silver, he would brutally torture this man's woman in front of him and then slowly deal with him. Yi Wei nodded. Okay, I'll take you to get it. But I don't trust the others. You must go personally, and everyone must follow. Although Wang Ming was dissatisfied, he still wore a big smile. Is the silver far? Not far. We'll be there in a moment, Yi Wei replied. Wang Ming waved his hand. Brothers, follow me to get the silver. Yes, Chief. The bandits responded in unison, shaking the ground with their voices. Yi Wei tightly held Lu Yin's hand and stepped outside. Lu Yin felt the warmth of his palm, her heart pounding like a drum. Not daring to look up at him, just letting him lead her, filled with panic and excitement. Just as they were about to walk out the door, Yi Wei finally released her hand. Lu Yin found herself a bit unaccustomed to this sudden separation, but quickly remembered her husband was still outside, forcing herself to suppress the odd feeling in her heart. A large group of people, led by Yi Wei and Lu Yin, walked out of the stronghold. The ambushes hidden in the surrounding bushes and grass, including Qin Meiyin, village chief Li Tai, and Li Fuxing, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Their fingers tightly gripping the triggers of their crossbows, their gazes locked onto the target like hawks. Yi Wei suddenly stopped near a patch of grass, turned his head to the left, causing all the bandits to turn their gazes in that direction. At that moment, as everyone's attention shifted, Yi Wei pulled Lu Yin into the bushes and shouted loudly, Fire! In an instant, countless crossbow arrows shot out like a sudden rain. The whistling of arrows pierced the night sky, and the bandits on the outskirts didn't even have time to react before they were struck by the arrow rain. Some arrows penetrated throats accurately, with bandits widening their eyes, falling straight to the ground. Others hit their chests and abdomens, and with the rapid onset of itching and paralysis, they rolled and twisted on the ground, letting out heart-wrenching screams. The sounds were chilling and bone-rattling. Wang Ming was hit by an arrow in the thigh, blood instantly staining his pant leg. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, enduring the intense pain as he hobbled towards the stronghold. However, the dense arrow rain relentlessly pursued him, and many bandits fell along the way. In the end, only about 10 bandits remained, frantically rushing back to the stronghold as if they had gone mad. Kill! 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 Chen Yong, Sun Yeren, village chief Li Tai, and others shouted angrily, leading the charge like tigers descending the mountain. The cries of killing echoed through the mountains and forests, startling the birds to flee in all directions. Qin Meiyin, anxious and burning with worry, quickly ran to Yi Wei's side, her eyes filled with concern and tension, tears welling up. Xiao Wei, are you all right? Yi Wei kissed her on the lips, and while she was momentarily stunned, he took the crossbow from her hands and said, Sister-in-law, I'm fine. After saying this, he held the crossbow and rushed through the stronghold's gate without hesitation. Everyone surged in like a tidal wave, flooding into the stronghold. While fleeing, Wang Ming felt the itching medicine in his leg acting up, becoming unbearably itchy. Ultimately, he could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground, howling as he continuously scratched at the wound, turning his thigh into a bloody mess. Sun Yeren and Chen Yong, seeing this, mercilessly shot several arrows at him. Amidst a series of screams, Wang Ming's body was instantly riddled with arrows. He widened his eyes, a look of unwillingness and fear on his face, and then he breathed his last. The remaining 10 or so bandits, just as they got their weapons, fell to the ground under the dense rain of arrows, twitching a few times before going silent. Yi Wei's gaze was cold and stern as he loudly commanded, Everyone spread out in search. Don't let a single bandit escape. Sun Yaren, Chen Yong, village chief Li Tai, and others immediately led their teams and dispersed to various corners of the stronghold. At that moment, a bandit lying on the ground pretending to be dead suddenly raised his crossbow and shot an arrow at Yi Wei. Watch out! At the critical moment, Qin Meiyan shouted and unhesitatingly lunged towards Yi Wei. Chapter 88. Discovering a lot of silver, Qin Meiyan suddenly tackled Yi Wei to the ground. This unexpected turn of events left Lu Yin, Li Fuxing, and others who had rushed over pale with fright. They quickly reacted, shooting the bandit dead with a flurry of arrows, and hurriedly surrounded Yi Wei and Qin Meiyan to check their condition. Yi Wei trembled as he helped Qin Meiyan up, glancing nervously at the arrows embedded in the wall behind them, and then anxiously scrutinized Qin Meiyan. After confirming she was unharmed, he tightly embraced her, breaking out in a cold sweat from fear. Sister Qin, it's all thanks to you, or I would have been done for tonight. Qin Meiyan smiled and said, as long as you're fine, let go of me, you're hurting me. In his excitement, Yi Wei gently kissed her on the lips before reluctantly releasing her. Realizing that there were others watching, Qin Meiyan's face turned bright red, and she hurried away like a startled rabbit. Yi Wei steadied himself and called out, Fuxing, take people to find the granary. Li Fuxing immediately responded, calling to Monkey and the others as they ran toward a large house ahead. Lu Yin, Qin Meiyan, and the others stayed behind to deal with the remaining bandits on the ground. Soon, Li Fuxing and Monkey returned, panting for breath. Li Fuxing leaned in close to Yi Wei's ear, unable to hide his excitement as he whispered, Xiao Wei Gu, we found a lot of silver. Yi Wei's heart stirred, and he quickly followed them into a spacious room. In the center of the room stood a conspicuously luxurious chair draped with tiger skin. Yi Wei followed Li Fuxing into the bedroom, where he saw more than a dozen large chests neatly arranged. Li Fuxing and Monkey approached and lifted the lids of the chests, revealing that they were filled not only with copper coins but also with gleaming silver and various gold and silver jewelry that sparkled enticingly in the dim light. These treasures, plundered from countless innocent people by the bandits, had unexpectedly fallen into their hands. Yi Wei felt a mix of emotions. Li Fuxing and Monkey stared wide-eyed at the chests, their mouths agape in shock and disbelief. They had never seen so much wealth in their lives and momentarily didn't know what to do. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside, and Yekao and Dog Egg rushed in. Seeing the treasures in the chests, they too were left speechless. Yi Wei quickly locked the door and said seriously, if word of this silver gets out, it will bring disaster. None of you are to tell anyone. Li Fuxing quickly replied, Xiao Wei Gu, don't worry, we didn't see anything. Monkey, Yekao, and Dog Egg all nodded vigorously, their eyes filled with sincerity. Yi Wei looked at them, his expression solemn. From now on, we are family. Li Fuxing, Monkey, Dog Egg, and Yekao exchanged excited glances. Dog Egg rubbed his clothes nervously, his voice unable to hide his excitement. Xiao Wei Gu, from now on, we will follow you faithfully. If you say to go east, we will never go west. Yi Wei patted each of their shoulders. You are now under my command. I will give you silver every month, and you will have plenty to eat and drink. But let me be clear, you must listen to me from now on. Before he finished speaking, Li Fuxing knelt down with a thud, his forehead hitting the stone floor. Xiao Wei Gu, ever since you saved me from the wolf that night, my life belongs to you. Seeing this, Monkey, Dog Egg, and Yekao all knelt down in unison, dust rising and settling on their patched clothes. Xiao Wei Gu, you led us to drive away the wolves and bandits, saving the village. We have long submitted to you. Monkey clenched his fists, admiration shining in his eyes. From now on, wherever you point, we will fight. Yi Wei felt his eyes welling up and quickly helped the four of them up. Get up, follow me, and I promise you will have meat to eat every meal. But for now, let us quietly transport these valuables back to my house. Li Fuxing patted his chest. Xiao Wei Gu, don't worry. I'll go find some sacks right now. Monkey followed closely behind, and the two rushed off. Yi Wei turned to Dog Egg and Yekao. You two cover the chests. Yes. Dog Egg and Yekao quickly got to work. After spending time together, Yi Wei had come to trust Li Fuxing and the others. However, he was still wary of Chen Yong and his 5 deserters, not to mention the villagers. One could never be too careful when dealing with mountains of gold and silver. Who could guarantee that greed wouldn't arise? Before long, Li Fuxing and Monkey returned, carrying 4 large burlap sacks. The coarse fabric of the sacks was dull and dusty. Yue took the lead in dumping the boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry into the sacks, the clattering of coins mixing with their heavy breathing. Once the last piece of jade fell into the sack, the 4 bags were just full and bulging. Yue crouched down, meticulously checking the knots at the openings of the sacks and rubbing the surface to ensure there were no tears before saying, "You 4, tell anyone you meet that you're bringing food back." He emphasized the word food and scanned the 4 with piercing eyes. "Be extremely careful on the way." Li Fuxing hoisted the sack onto his shoulder, the weight causing him to lean slightly, but he still grinned and said, "Xiao Wei Ge, we will risk our lives to safely deliver the food." The 4 gritted their teeth, their steps unsteady but resolute as they left. Yue ensured the room was clear before exiting the large house. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Qin Xiaolong running towards him with a torch. Panting, "Wei Ge, we found the granary." Yue said, "Lead the way." "Yes." Qin Xiaolong quickly turned and ran off. Passing through 2 corridors, a room piled high with grain came into view. Dozens of bags of rice were stacked neatly, and cured wild boar meat hung from the beams, glistening under the torchlight. "Quickly call people to transport all the grain back to the village." Yue rubbed his hands together, filled with joy. However, Qin Xiaolong frowned. "Wei Ge, there is too much grain. We don't have enough people to transport it all in one trip. If we can't do it in one trip, we'll do it in 2 or 3. Yue said firmly, "In these times, grain is more precious than gold." "Okay." Qin Xiaolong snapped back to attention and ran off. Before long, the lame man led a group of villagers into the room. When they saw the mountain of grain, they were first stunned, then erupted into cheers. "Oh my God, we struck it rich. What are you standing there for? Get moving," Qin Xiaolong shouted, shouldering a bag of grain and turning to leave. The lame man then reacted, hurriedly calling to the villagers, "Hurry up. Xiao Wei Ge is going to help us live a good life." The crowd quickly sprang into action, their shoulders weighed down by the sacks. But they couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. As Yue stepped out of the room, he saw Sun Yiren and Lu Ying leading a group, herding a dozen horses towards him. Village head Li Tai jogged forward, a big smile on his face. "Xiao Wei, there are more than 10 carts hidden in the village. This will make transporting the grain much easier." When they first went up the mountain, everyone took hidden paths, but now that the bandits were gone, they could take the flat road down. Having horses and carts was obviously very convenient. Yue decisively said, "Village head, let everyone use the carts to transport the grain. And hurry." "Yes." Village head Li Tai responded and hurriedly led people to bring over cart after cart. At that moment, Chun Yong arrived hurriedly with 4 subordinates. "Boss, we searched the village inside and out. Not a single live one was left." Sun Yiren also led the horses closer, saying, "Mr. Yi, all 18 horses from the stable are here." "Good." Yue scanned the herd of horses and was pleased to find that most of them were strong. Sun Yiren looked at the bodies around and said, "Mr. Yi, these bodies..." Before Yue could respond, Qin Meiyan suddenly squeezed into the crowd. With a serious expression and her hair disheveled, sticking to her sweaty forehead, she said, "Xiao Wei, something is wrong." Chapter 89. Triumphant return. Yue said, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Qin Meiyan excitedly replied, "When I just counted the bandit corpses, I found there are only 68 in total. But I heard people say that the bandits in Poison Python Mountain had at least over 100. Yue's heart suddenly sank, a chill running up his spine. He turned to Sun Yiren and LV Ying, his gaze fierce. "Are you sure you searched the entire village? Didn't he miss any corners?" Sun Yiren tightened his grip on the knife handle and said, "We checked inside and out 3 times. Not even the latrines were overlooked. And we indeed found no one else." Qin Meiyan bit her lip. "I'll go ask the village chief." Before she finished speaking, she turned and ran off. Moments later, village chief Li Tai appeared, holding a torch and rushing towards Qin Meiyan. Breathing heavily, his voice was filled with unease. "Xiao Wei, I just looked carefully and didn't see the 2nd and 3rd kings. These 2 are tough characters in the bandit den, especially the 2nd king, who wields double axes and kills without blinking." Yi Wei's temples throbbed, but he forced himself to remain calm and said in a deep voice, "Lead the horses, load the carts, and move the food. Don't worry about the corpses. Return to the village immediately." In this situation, staying here even a moment longer meant more danger. After saying this, Yi Wei grabbed Qin Meiyan's delicate hand and pulled her along, the warmth of his palm making her heart race. Qin Meiyan's cheeks flushed, instinctively struggling. "Xiao Wei, where are you taking me?" "Get on the horse, sister-in-law. I'll take you back first." Yi Wei brought her to a tall, pure white steed. The horse was strong and gradually calmed down as Yi Wei gently stroked its mane, only obediently turning around a couple of times. Yi Wei nimbly mounted the horse and reached out his hand to Qin Meiyan. She looked at the horse's back, her legs slightly weak, hesitating to reach out. "Sister-in-law, trust me." Yi Wei's voice was undeniably firm. With a bite of her teeth, Qin Meiyan finally extended her hand. Yi Wei pulled her up with a firm tug, and in her fluster, she straddled the saddle and sat closely against his back. Yi Wei squeezed the horse's belly with his legs, and the white horse neighed, raising its hooves and galloping away. "Ah!" Qin Meiyan exclaimed, her arms tightly wrapping around Yi Wei's waist, her body uncontrollably swaying with the horse's movements. The night wind howled past, and Yi Wei felt the soft body behind him, his heart racing faster, blood boiling. After running for a while, Yi Wei instinctively looked back, only to accidentally brush his lips against the corner of Qin Meiyan's mouth. Qin Meiyan stiffened all over, suddenly tilting her head back. Her cheeks flushed like a burning cloud. "Xiao Wei, watch the road." "I am scared." Yi Wei swallowed hard, suppressing his unusual feelings, and laughed. "Don't be afraid. By the way, sister-in-law, about what you asked me to help with earlier." Qin Meiyan buried her burning face into his neck, speaking in a muffled voice. "Now's not the time to talk about that. Just a little hint," Yi Wei pressed. Qin Meiyan playfully blew on his neck, making him shrink his neck. "Sister-in-law, don't do that to my neck, it tickles." "Then behave. Let us go back to the village first." "It's your sister-in-law's first time riding a horse. I'm scared." Seeing the horse Yi Wei was riding starting to sway, she finally let him go. "All right, let's go back and talk." Yi Wei didn't expect Qin Meiyan to have such a mischievous and cute side, smiled, tightened his legs around the horse's belly, and urged the horse down the mountain. Before reaching the village, under the hazy moonlight, Yi Wei saw several figures at the village entrance carrying burlap sacks, swaying as they walked into the village. Though their steps were somewhat weary, they exuded a sense of excitement. Many elders, village women, and children gathered at the village entrance, holding torches high, the flickering flames illuminating their excited faces as if welcoming triumphant heroes. Yi Wei's heart stirred, a warm and proud emotion surging up, and he quickly shouted, tightening his grip on the horse's belly. The white horse neighed and quickened its pace. As soon as they reached the village entrance, the elderly and young villagers swarmed around, asking questions in a flurry. An elderly woman with gray hair shouted, "Xiao Wei Ge, I heard Fu Shang say you all killed the bandits, is it true?" A nearby child chimed in, "Xiao Wei Ge, I heard from the monkey that everyone is okay. Is that really true?" Yi Wei smiled with relief, loudly saying, "Of course it's true, and we also found the bandits' granary. Everyone go ahead and guard the front, help guide the village chief and the others, as we still have a lot of food to transport back to the village." "Food? Great! Wonderful!" The villagers erupted with excitement, their faces beaming with joy. They raised their torches and rushed towards the front of the village, the blazing torches merging into one, illuminating the dark path. "Xiao Wei, I'll get down first," Qin Meiyan said, hugging one of his arms with both hands and nimbly dismounted. After steadying herself, she looked up at Yi Wei, her eyes full of tenderness. "Xiao Wei, sister-in-law will find you later." Yi Wei nodded. "All right, sister-in-law, see you later." After saying this, he urged the horse directly towards home. However, not long after, several familiar figures came rushing over like the wind. It was Jiang Zi, Jiang Xiaowu, Ma Dongmei, Tai Linger, Tao Tao, and the others. Their hair flew wildly in the night wind, their faces filled with anxiety and anticipation. Yi hurriedly dismounted. Before he could steady himself, Jiang Zi was the first to rush over, her tear-filled eyes carefully examining Yi Wei, her voice trembling. My lord, you finally returned. I was so worried. Yue gently held her hand, softly saying, Wife, I'm fine. Sorry to make you worry. Jiang Zi could no longer hold back, throwing herself into his arms and sobbing. Her body trembled slightly, tears soaking his clothes. Sister-in-law, Jiang Xiao also cried as she stepped forward, tightly hugging his arm. Leaning against him, her voice choked with tears. I was really afraid something happened to you. Ma Dongmei, Tai Linger, and Tao Dao also looked at him with teary eyes, their expressions filled with excitement. Wife, it's fine now. See, I'm back safe. Yue gently patted Jiang Zi's back, tenderly wiping away her tears, and smilingly reassured Jiang Xiaowu and Ma Dongmei. Everyone, don't worry. Just then, Li Fuxing, the monkey, dog egg, and wildcat, all sweating and looking happy, ran over. Li Fuxing, panting, said, Xiao Wei Ge, the food is all put in your house. The monkey also laughed, saying, that food was heavy. We worked hard to move it into your home. Yue smiled and said, good, thank you for your hard work. Li Fuxing grinned, revealing a big white smile. It's not hard. We're happy to help Xiao Wei Ge. The monkey scratched his head. Xiao Wei Ge, what do we do next? Yue suddenly thought of bringing Jiang Zi back to see the 4 big bags of silver, wanting to see her reaction to the large sum of money he had obtained, and simply said, now, you all go find a place to put down dozens of bags of grain, along with 18 horses, and also arrange 30 crossbows properly. Chapter 90 Xiao Wei. Are you really going to help me? Li Fuxing and the others exchanged glances, their faces showing excitement. Li Fuxing frowned slightly, looking a bit troubled, and said, Brother Xiao Wei, where are we going to put the grain? There shouldn't be any empty houses in the village. Ma Dongmei hesitated for a moment and spoke up. Young master, why don't we put it in my place? My room is very big, and there are many places that are unused, so we can store quite a bit of grain. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to Ma Dongmei. Yue nodded slightly, then let us put it there for now. Tai Lingya also chimed in, Fool. Just put the crossbow back in my blacksmith shop. I have a special place to store it. It will be very safe. Monkey hurriedly said, Brother Xiao Wei, there is an orchard fenced off by my place. We can tie the horse there. It's quite spacious. Yue nodded in satisfaction. Okay, let's do it this way. All right, then let us get to work. As Li Fuxing spoke, he reached out to take hold of Yue's white horse, turning to call the others, busily leading the way towards the village entrance. Ma Dongmei, Tai Linger, Jiang Xiaowu, and others hurriedly followed. The remaining Jiang Zi looked at Yue, her eyes full of affection, and unconsciously leaned against him. Yue looked at her charming appearance, feeling a warmth in his heart. He gently lifted her chin with one hand, leaned in slowly, and kissed her tenderly. Jiang Zi's face instantly turned red, and she gently collapsed in his arms, her voice teasing, My lord, I thought I would never see you again. Yue's hand around her waist gently moved to her bottom, giving it a squeeze, and he smiled. My dear, how could that be? I promised you I would return safely, and I will not break my word. Jiang Zi's face turned even redder. She shyly glanced around, afraid others would see this scene, and quickly pulled him towards the room. Once inside, she swiftly bolted the door, turned around, and gazed at Yue with love in her eyes. Her body slowly pressed against him, and she gently lifted her feet, taking the initiative to kiss him. Yue responded passionately, and the two immersed themselves in this warm and sweet atmosphere. After a while, Jiang Zi collapsed in his arms again, one hand gently exploring his body. However, Yue suddenly grabbed her hand, and Jiang Zi looked at him in surprise. Her eyes filled with confusion. Yue smiled and said, My dear, I want to check the silver first. Jiang Zi didn't quite understand, and she saw Yue walking towards the 4 large sacks. Curiously, she asked, My lord, what kind of grain is in these 4 bags? They look so heavy. Yue untied one of the rope, and as the bag opened, a pile of shiny silver and copper coins appeared. Jiang Zi's eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open. She never expected the bags contained so much silver. Yue patted the other 3 sacks, carefully checking them, and after confirming there were no problems, he tightened the bag and tied it up with a rope. Jiang Zi asked in disbelief, My lord, is all this silver? Yue nodded, gold, silver, and jewelry. Jiang Zi looked at the sacks, then at him, still excited but furrowing her brows. "My lord, you brought back so much silver. How are we going to divide it?" Yi Wei smiled, lifting her chin and gazing intently at her, then kissed her lips. Jiangzi gasped, her body instinctively softening. Yi Wei pulled slightly away from her lips and whispered, "What is there to divide? We keep it all for ourselves." Jiangzi asked foolishly, "Will the villagers agree?" Yi Wei kissed her again, using a passionate kiss to silence her doubts, and after a long time, he released her lips, saying, "They don't need to know." Jiangzi's eyes were filled with confusion. "Fuxing and the others don't know either?" Yi Wei gently caressed her flushed cheek, reassuring her, "They know, but they won't say anything. I trust them." Yi Wei kissed Jiangzi deeply once more. She finally collapsed in his arms, her breath uneven as she said, "My lord, won't it be wrong to keep so much silver for ourselves?" Yi Ginti Karesit had face, his eyes filled with determination. "It's not really keeping it for ourselves. As long as the villagers listen to me from now on, I will lead them to a good life. With this large sum of money, everyone will be able to eat and wear warmly in the future." Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, with voices bustling. Yi Wei stopped his affectionate actions and said seriously to Jiangzi, "My dear, you keep the silver safe. I'll go handle the rest." Jiangzi obediently nodded. Yi Wei gave her a gentle kiss on her delicate lips before turning to leave the room. Stepping outside, Yi Wei was greeted by a scene of extraordinary liveliness. Under the illumination of torches held by the elderly and young villagers, the entire village was as bright as day. Many villagers who had rushed back from fighting bandits were either pushing carts filled with grain or carrying heavy burdens on their shoulders, all joyfully transporting the grain back, their faces beaming with happiness and excitement. Those sent by Su Yao for support were returning in droves, some riding horses and some leading them. All the grain was being transported towards Ma Dongmei's house. Meanwhile, the horses, guided by Monkey, were orderly making their way towards his orchard.